Level 100 Detective, reborn in 2013. Framed by his first love at the start. About to have his reputation ruined? Sorry, but in this life, I'm the one writing the script. While you're still looking for footprints at the crime scene, I've already identified the culprit. While you're still waiting for the forensic report, I've already deduced the method of murder. What you think is a flawless poisoning is nothing more than child's play in my eyes. Armed with a crime memory palace containing 12 years of future criminal cases, Luli looks down upon these experts who are still relying on outdated investigative techniques, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone here is an indirect accomplice to the criminals. From the moment he puts his first love on trial in open court, I am a walking encyclopedia of crime. Hashtag Chapter 1. Reborn at the crime scene. At the Yunding Tiangong Private Club in Huahai City. The crystal chandelier in the private room cast shifting shadows, while the air was filled with the mixed smell of Maotai liquor and leftover food. A violent wave of dizziness swept over Lu Li, accompanied by a sharp ringing in his ears. His consciousness gradually awakened from the chaos. He realized that his right hand was suspended in midair. Not far away, a well-dressed young man in his 20s had his eyes wide open, his face twisted in pain. His left hand rested on his abdomen, while his right hand clutched his chest. His entire body collapsed backward helplessly. Sheng Ling, a woman in a white dress standing beside the young man, tried to catch him, but her delicate body was dragged down to the floor along with him. Sheng Ling and Lin Weiwei, ***. Hadn't Sheng Ling died more than a decade ago? The scene before him left Lu Li momentarily stunned. Sheng Ling, what's wrong with you? Lin Weiwei ignored the scrapes on her arm from the floor and desperately shook Sheng Ling's body, but he showed no reaction whatsoever. The others in the private room also rushed over in panic. What happened to Sheng Ling? Wang Yu, aren't you a doctor? Hurry and see what's wrong with him. The young man called Wang Yu finally squeezed through the crowd. He first checked Sheng Ling's breathing, and his expression immediately tightened. He's not breathing. Sheng Ling may have suffered a sudden heart attack. Everyone move back. Wang Yu directed everyone to clear some space. He laid Sheng Ling flat on the floor and immediately began performing CPR. Lu Li stared at the familiar scene before him. Suddenly, a massive flood of memories burst through some invisible barrier and surged into his mind like a dam breaking. 12 years. A full 12 years of memories. Stacks upon stacks of case files in the Municipal Public Security Bureau archives. Lonely silhouettes in the dead of night. Countless case records worn thin from repeated examination. The sympathetic looks from colleagues as they steadily climbed the ranks. And the final moment of his previous life. The fatal shove that sent a struggling girl into the river, followed by the suffocating sensation of the icy water closing around him. Scene after scene flashed through his mind like a rapidly spinning film reel. Lu Li's pupils suddenly contracted. He had been reborn. He had returned to the starting point of the descent that had sent his life into the abyss. The night of September 15th, 2013, at the scene of Sheng Ling's sudden death. Just like in his previous life, Wang Yu, a classmate who had studied medicine, eventually stopped even after performing CPR for more than 10 minutes. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he shook his head. Call the police. There's nothing more we can do. At that moment, Sheng Ling lay sprawled painfully across the Italian-imported wool carpet. His pupils had already become unfocused, and his lips had turned an abnormal shade of purple. No breathing. No heartbeat. Dead. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the room. Lin Weiwei collapsed beside Sheng Ling, her slender fingers trembling as she checked his breath. Sheng Ling, wake up! He's dead. Sheng Ling is dead. The private room instantly erupted into chaos. Lu Li killed him. Call the police. More than a dozen terrified pairs of eyes stared directly at Lu Li. Lin Weiwei pointed at Lu Li with a trembling finger. It was impossible to tell whether the emotion in her eyes was anger or resentment. You knew his heart was weak, so why did you have to argue with him? No matter what he did, he didn't deserve to lose his life over it. Are you happy now? Lu Li did not argue back. Instead, he was recalling the information about heart disease he had studied in his previous life. A heart attack? Was Sheng Ling's death really caused by a heart attack? The sole heir to the Sheng Group, the leading corporation in Huahai City, Sheng Ling, was dead. The news was quickly reported by the officers from Changjiang Road Police Station who first arrived at the scene. It was passed up to the Xiqing branch and then reported to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Bureau's leadership took the matter extremely seriously and immediately assigned Qin Gang, deputy captain of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Brigade, to personally investigate the case. Qin Gang did not even take everyone back to the police station. Instead, he found an empty office at the scene and began conducting a preliminary investigation of Lu Li. Facing the veteran detective who was only 40 years old this year, yet would die in the line of duty more than a decade later while serving as captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Lu Li felt not the slightest bit nervous. With a calm expression, he clearly recounted everything that had happened that night. For Lu Li, tonight had originally been nothing more than an ordinary evening. After staying up all night, he had finally sent a burglary suspect to the detention center. His mentor had told him to go home early and get some rest. But then a phone call from Lin Weiwei disrupted his plans. Lu Li, are you free tonight? I haven't seen you in ages. Some of our high school classmates in Huahai City are getting together. Why don't you come? He had been awake for 2 days and 1 night. If it had been anyone else, Lu Li would have refused without hesitation. But the caller was Lin Weiwei, the girl he had secretly loved for years. Even if he was exhausted, there was no way he could turn down her invitation. So after going home for a quick wash and changing his clothes, he hurried to the gathering venue, the most upscale private banquet club in Huahai City, Yunding Tiangong. If receiving Lin Weiwei's call had filled him with anticipation mixed with complicated emotions, then the moment he arrived at the hotel, the magnificent, extravagant decor made Lu Li vaguely uneasy even before he entered the private room. How could a gathering of high school classmates possibly be held somewhere this expensive? When he pushed open the private room door, the scene before him was like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing all his expectations. On one side of the luxurious private room, Sheng Ling, a young man Lu Li absolutely despised, was sitting arrogantly on a large leather sofa. He had been notorious since high school for being a spoiled rich kid who did nothing but fool around and cause trouble. Several of their high school classmates, both men and women, were gathered around him, their faces wearing flattering smiles. But what truly shattered Lu Li was the sight of the girl he had dreamed about for years. She was sitting beside Sheng Ling like a docile little bird, her fair, slender arm even wrapped around his. "Oh, isn't this our Officer Lu? I'm truly honored that Officer Lu himself would come tonight." Sheng Ling's laughter sounded exceptionally grating to Lu Li's ears. The dinner was incredibly lavish. There was Maodai liquor and all kinds of seafood. Yet everything tasted like wax in Lu Li's mouth, and he remained listless throughout the entire evening. Noticing that something was wrong with his mood, Lin Weiwei, who was effectively the hostess of the gathering, took special care of him throughout the night, frequently steering the conversation toward him. "I suggest everyone raise a glass to Lu Li. It's because of the presence of our people's police officers that ordinary citizens like us can live and work in peace." I remember Lu Li was especially outstanding back in high school. Not only were his grades excellent, but he was great at sports too. In the school track meets, he came first in both the 1,500-meter and 3,000-meter races all 3 years. Unlike my Sheng Ling, who did nothing but bully the girls in our class every day back then. Lin Weiwei's words made everyone burst into laughter. Sheng Ling, however, gave a sinister smile. "So they say women don't love good men. Otherwise, how did you end up becoming my woman?" The atmosphere at the dinner table became rather strange after that. It seemed as though Sheng Ling wanted to tell everyone that the girl they had once regarded as their unattainable first love was now his trophy. While openly flirting and acting affectionate with Lin Weiwei, Sheng Ling kept ordering her around, telling her to serve tea and pour drinks for their classmates. Several of the men present who had once secretly been in love with Lin Weiwei looked visibly unhappy. Lu Li's mood, meanwhile, had sunk to rock bottom. After 3 rounds of drinks, Sheng Ling took Lin Weiwei's hand with his left hand and held a full 3-liang cup of baijiu in his right. He walked over to Lu Li. "Officer Lu, we're all classmates tonight, but I specifically wanted to toast you. With people's police officers like you around, my family's company can develop and grow without worry. Don't get me wrong. Our company's security guards may earn more than you guys, but when something really happens, we still have to count on you." Hashtag Chapter 2. It wasn't an accident. Sheng Ling's words seemed to drop the temperature in the room by 3 degrees. The dozen or so classmates present were left standing awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Although the Sheng Group was a well-known major corporation in Huahai City, and everyone wanted to curry favor with its sole heir, Sheng Ling, they were equally unwilling to offend Lu Li, a police officer. In the end, It was Lin Weiwei who smiled and broke the awkward silence. Oh, my Sheng Ling is wonderful in every way except that he never liked studying. Somehow, whenever something nice comes out of his mouth, people always manage to misunderstand what he means. Lu Li, I'm sure all of our classmates are truly grateful for everything you police officers do. With Lin Weiwei's words, even though the anger in Lu Li's heart burned hotter, he forcibly suppressed it. He picked up the full, three-liang cup of baijiu in front of him and downed it in one go. The classmates immediately cheered, praising Lu Li for his impressive tolerance for alcohol. But the instigator, Sheng Ling, looked at the glass in his own hand before smiling and handing it to Lin Weiwei. Oh, Weiwei, my heart suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. Why don't you drink this for me? A full three-liang cup of 52 proof Maotai was difficult enough to down in one go even for a man accustomed to drinking. Needless to say, it was even more unreasonable to expect Lin Weiwei, a woman who rarely drank alcohol, to finish it. Yet Lin Weiwei only froze for a moment before accepting it with a smile. She raised the cup and was about to drink. That scene finally ignited the anger Lu Li had been suppressing for the entire evening. He grabbed Lin Weiwei's arm and stopped her, then glared coldly at Sheng Ling. If you want to drink, drink it yourself. If you can't, just admit defeat. What kind of man makes a woman drink for him? Sheng Ling merely smiled. My woman is willing to drink for me. What's it to you? What? Are you feeling sorry for her, you pathetic simp? Those words finally pushed Lu Li over the edge. He lunged forward and grabbed Sheng Ling by the collar. What did you say? Say it again if you've got the guts. The sudden confrontation between the two stunned everyone for a moment before the classmates rushed forward to stop them. Several of the men grabbed Lu Li, while Lin Weiwei and several other girls blocked Sheng Ling. Lu Li's sudden outburst initially made Sheng Ling slightly nervous. But once he saw the other men holding Lu Li back, his arrogance quickly returned. What? You're a police officer, so you think you're so great? Does being a cop mean you can just hit people? Was I wrong? Weiwei is my girlfriend. I asked her to drink for me. What's it to you? And you still dare say you're not a simp? Those words finally caused Lu Li to explode. He broke free from his classmate's grip and forcefully shoved Sheng Ling in the shoulder. And that was how everything that followed came to pass. As Lu Li recounted the events, he simultaneously replayed every detail of his past and present lives in his mind. If the trajectory of history remained unchanged, the case would initially be classified as negligent homicide. After his mentor exhausted every connection he had trying to intervene, the case was ultimately, and barely, classified as an accident. Although Lu Li avoided criminal punishment, the disciplinary action on his record, combined with the enormous influence of the Sheng Group, left him stuck in the police archives for a full 8 years. 8 years. While others went from police academy graduates to deputy section-level officers, and then section-level officers, Lu Li could only spend day after day organizing dusty, forgotten case files. It wasn't until his mentor was transferred to become deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade that he was barely able to pull Lu Li into a special task force as an administrative officer. Yet even after helping the team solve countless major and high-profile cases, he could only remain behind the scenes, watching others receive the credit and awards. The most ironic part was that in his previous life, Lu Li's death had nothing to do with dying in the line of duty. He drowned while rescuing someone on his way home after working overtime for days on end. The girl he rescued had attempted suicide. After Lu Li exhausted every ounce of his strength to drag her to shore, she suddenly shoved him away, choosing to save herself while leaving him to the endless, bone-chilling abyss. Now that he had been reborn, Lu Li no longer felt the nervousness he had experienced when Qin Gang questioned him in his previous life. He was calm, composed. He was no longer the impulsive 23-year-old he had once been. He was now a veteran detective who had studied more than 1,000 case files and quietly assisted various special task forces in solving numerous major and high-profile cases. According to your statement, you worked overtime all night yesterday at the Jing'an District Criminal Investigation Brigade. After finishing work today, instead of going home to rest, you came here to attend a high school reunion. Was this gathering really that important to you? Across the desk, Qin Gang stared sharply at Lu Li's calm face, seemingly trying to find some clue hidden in his expression. Yes, because the person who called me was Lin Weiwei. She was the girl many of the boys secretly liked back in high school, myself included. So when she called tonight, I agreed without hesitation. Besides you, did anyone else at the scene get into a physical altercation with Sheng Ling? No, I was the only one who pushed him on the shoulder. Everyone else was just trying to hold me back. Lu Li answered without concealing anything. His calm tone made it sound as though he were recounting someone else's story. His performance made the veteran detective sitting across from him secretly nod. Regardless of what the final determination of the case would be, Lu Li's composure alone showed that he had the makings of an excellent detective. Qin Gang also felt sorry for the young police officer, who was still in his probationary period. After what had happened tonight, regardless of the final outcome, the young man's career would undoubtedly be affected. Just as Qin Gang's questioning of Lu Li was coming to an end, someone knocked on the office door. A slightly chubby young officer from the 3rd Brigade walked in holding a report. "Master, the forensic department has finished its preliminary examination." The young man was called Zhao Dali. He was around 25 years old and Qin Gang's apprentice. Qin Gang took the report and immediately flipped to the final page to read the conclusion. The deceased suffered from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and had been taking the prescription medication digoxin for a long time. The physical characteristics of the body are consistent with sudden cardiac death. Suspected cardiac arrest triggered by external stimulation. After reading the preliminary forensic findings, Qin Gang couldn't help sighing inwardly. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sheng Ling's cause of death is consistent with the symptoms of sudden cardiac death. Do you know what that means? Lu Li had seen that report in his previous life. Although the final conclusion had 3 question marks at the end, barring any unexpected developments, this was essentially going to be the final conclusion. When the forensic department of the Public Security Bureau encountered a body from an unexpected death, they would first conduct a preliminary examination of the body's exterior and provide a general assessment. However, unless a further autopsy and laboratory examination had been performed, they would never give a definitive conclusion. They would only issue an uncertain assessment such as suspected, and that was in around 2013. If the timeline moved forward several years, then after 2020, forensic examiners would not even issue such an uncertain opinion. They would simply write, "No obvious signs of homicide were found on the body surface. Cause of death unknown." Lu Li nodded. "I know. It means that he originally died from an accident, but because I pushed him, I could potentially be held responsible for negligent homicide." Even at this point, his reaction remained as calm as still water, as though the conclusion had caused him no emotional disturbance whatsoever. That, however, made Qin Gang suspicious. "You're not worried at all? If they ultimately determine that you caused his death through negligence, you won't only lose your chance of ever becoming a police officer, you'll also face criminal prosecution." Lu Li nodded. "I know. Based on this conclusion, I'll indeed be in serious trouble." But he paused slightly. A trace of coldness finally appeared in his calm eyes. What if this conclusion is wrong? What if Sheng Ling's death wasn't a normal sudden heart attack, but was triggered by something else? Then wouldn't what happened tonight be calm? He didn't finish the final few words. But Qin Gang's expression had already changed. Even Zhao Dali, who was about to leave after delivering the report, couldn't help stopping in his tracks and staring at Lu Li in astonishment, because they both knew exactly what those unspoken words meant. Murder. Chapter 3, The Suspicious Points. In his previous life, Lu Li had spent 8 years stuck in the archive section of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, where he studied countless cases. Naturally, he had also spent a great deal of time examining what had happened tonight. He had always felt that Sheng Ling's death was extremely suspicious. However, in his previous life, the incident was ultimately classified as an accident. Moreover, after Sheng Ling's parents refused, his body was never subjected to a further autopsy. As a result, Lu Li had been unable to find any evidence to support his suspicions. Now that he had been reborn and everything had returned to the starting point, there was no way Lu Li would let this opportunity slip away. One thing in particular was worth mentioning. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of being reborn. Lu Li discovered that his memory had become extraordinarily powerful. Everything he saw and heard could be preserved in his mind like a video recording, available for him to replay at any time. Do you understand what your words mean? Qin Gang's expression became increasingly serious. He stared sharply into Lu Li's eyes, trying to determine whether Lu Li had genuinely discovered a clue or was simply trying to clear himself of suspicion. "Of course I know exactly what I'm saying." Lu Li's words were filled with confidence. Taking advantage of Qin Gang's questioning just now, he had already replayed every detail of the entire dinner gathering in his mind. If he had merely been suspicious in his previous life, then this time he was becoming increasingly certain that there was something deeply wrong with Sheng Ling's death. After pondering for a moment, Lu Li spoke. "There are 2 suspicious points. The first is Sheng Ling's symptoms before death. Although the characteristics found on his body are consistent with sudden cardiac death, that's only a preliminary assessment. It isn't an actual conclusion, right? Qin Gang nodded, and only then did Lu Li continue. I know Xing Ling suffered from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, but he had just taken his medication before tonight's dinner. Moreover, after the incident, Wang Yu, our classmate who studied medicine, immediately performed CPR on him, yet it had absolutely no effect. That alone is worth questioning. And because of Wang Yu's resuscitation efforts, Xing Ling's original posture was altered. I remember it very clearly. When Xing Ling collapsed, his right hand was covering his chest, but his left hand was pressed against his abdomen. The expression of pain on his face at the time could have been caused by heart trouble, but it could also have been interpreted as severe abdominal pain. That's only my speculation, but at the very least, it's a suspicious point that needs to be verified. Zhao Dali had originally stayed behind because he wanted to see how Lu Li would have the audacity to make such a ridiculous claim. Murder? How could someone throw around a word like that so casually? But after listening to Lu Li's analysis, Zhao Dali's expression gradually became more serious. He discovered that the analysis of this junior police academy graduate was remarkably rigorous, to the point that he couldn't even find a reasonable angle to challenge it. If they followed Lu Li's line of reasoning, could tonight's case really be murder? He turned to Qin Gang and discovered that his mentor had also fallen into deep thought. Lastly, Lu Li paused before continuing. I know you may determine that the conflict between Xing Ling and me was the external trigger that caused his sudden cardiac arrest. But as far as I know, Xing Ling was the sole heir of the Sheng group and a typical spoiled rich kid. He frequently went to bars and nightclubs, and he often got into conflicts with other people. Just during dinner tonight, he was bragging about getting into a fight with customers from another private room at the Huangchao nightclub a week ago. If a simple shove from me tonight could cause him to suffer a fatal heart attack, then he would have died countless times already. He wouldn't have lived long enough to invite us to this class reunion tonight. After saying this, Lu Li simply stared quietly at Qin Gang. The entire office fell silent. Zhao Dali secretly glanced at his mentor again and saw Qin Gang expressionlessly take a cigarette from his pocket and light it. Since you think this might be a murder case, who do you think the suspect is? Where do you think we should start investigating? The moment Zhao Dali heard that question, he knew that his mentor had clearly accepted Lu Li's theory. What he didn't know was that although Qin Gang's face remained expressionless, he was just as shocked as Zhao Dali inside. An exceptionally strong mentality, extraordinary powers of observation, and rigorous reasoning. How could the Lu Li standing before him look anything like a police intern who had just graduated from the police academy and hadn't even officially become a full-time officer? No wonder that guy Gao Jianjun had gone out of his way to call him personally. If he had such an outstanding apprentice, he would definitely protect him with everything he had too. Thinking of this, Qin Gang couldn't help glancing at the chubby apprentice beside him. For some reason, Zhao Dali's round face suddenly looked even more irritating. And when Zhao Dali caught his mentor's gaze, he instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Lu Li spoke at that moment. This time, however, his answer was somewhat more cautious. I can't say who the suspect is yet, but I know where we should start. Xing Ling's body must undergo a further autopsy. I don't think the forensic examination of the body surface can be treated as a definitive conclusion. Now, let's assume this really was a murder. Why would the suspect deliberately arrange for Xing Ling to suddenly die in front of everyone? The moment he asked this question, Qin Gang's eyes immediately lit up. Deep down, he already believed Lu Li's earlier judgment. The reason he hadn't expressed his opinion was because he hadn't figured out the motive. Why would the suspect want Xing Ling to die suddenly in public? Now that Lu Li had brought up the question himself, Qin Gang became interested. He wanted to see what kind of conclusion Gao Jianjun's apprentice could come up with. I think we should consider this from two angles. First, the suspect could make Xing Ling's symptoms appear extremely similar to a heart attack on the surface. Just like what we have now, the forensic department's preliminary assessment is that he suffered sudden cardiac death caused by a heart attack. Second, I think this similarity only exists on the surface. Once a thorough examination and investigation are conducted, the truth will inevitably be exposed. That's why the suspect chose to stage his death in front of all of us. Think about it. If more than a dozen people witnessed Xing Ling suddenly die from what appeared to be a heart attack when his parents arrived at the scene, would they still demand an autopsy? I highly doubt it. Traditional Chinese thinking places great importance on respecting the dead and allowing them to rest in peace. Unless there is clear suspicion, What parent would want their child's body cut open after death, leaving them without an intact corpse even in death? So, as long as we can convince Sheng Ling's parents to allow an autopsy, the truth will naturally come to light. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Zhao Dali couldn't help swallowing hard. A person dies suddenly in public, and he can analyze this much from it? Holy crap. Are rookie cops this insanely good nowadays? Did he really attend the same police academy as me? He secretly glanced at Qin Gang and saw that his mentor wasn't looking at him. Zhao Dali immediately began quietly stepping backward, trying to hide somewhere behind Qin Gang where he wouldn't be noticed. But unexpectedly, his little movement caught Qin Gang's attention. Xiao Zhao, tell us what you think. Huh? Zhao Dali was dumbfounded. How did I still get dragged into this after trying so hard to hide? Seeing the expression on his apprentice's face, Qin Gang shook his head. Forget it. Go get everyone from the team and bring them in. Hashtag Chapter 4. Turning the interrogation into a case analysis meeting. Meanwhile, in another vacant private room nearby, the person being questioned had changed to Lin Weiwei, while two young female police officers from the Xiqing branch were conducting the interview. Her boyfriend had just died right in front of her, and Lin Weiwei's emotions had remained on the verge of collapse. After the female officers spent quite some time gently guiding her, her emotions finally settled somewhat, allowing her to barely endure a normal interrogation. What is your relationship with Sheng Ling? We were high school classmates. We're a couple now. What was the relationship between Lu Li and your boyfriend back in high school? They didn't really have much interaction back then. Lu Li was one of the top students. He was excellent academically and athletically. My boyfriend, on the other hand, wasn't particularly good at school and was somewhat of a spoiled rich kid. The two of them basically had no contact with each other during high school. Then tonight, when you invited Lu Li to the class reunion, was that Sheng Ling's idea or yours? Sheng Ling told me to call him. Why? Back in high school, many of our classmates liked to pair me up with Lu Li, but we were really just classmates and good friends. Now that I've become Sheng Ling's girlfriend, he probably deliberately wanted Lu Li to know about it. Among the classmates who came tonight, did Sheng Ling have anyone he was particularly close to, or anyone he particularly disliked? Lin Weiwei thought for a long time before hesitantly answering. He seemed to have had a conflict with Wang Yu back in high school. The school almost gave him a disciplinary punishment over it. The person he was closest to was Chun Hao. Chun Hao has been hanging out with Sheng Ling since high school. He also works at Sheng Ling's family company now. Whenever Sheng Ling goes out, Chun Hao basically goes with him. Sheng Ling also entrusts Chun Hao with many things. For example, Sheng Ling left the arrangements for tonight's gathering, including the venue, food, and alcohol, to Chun Hao. A few minutes later, the officers from the 3rd Criminal Investigation Brigade entered the private room and gathered together. Several of them kept glancing at Lu Li, apparently curious about what their captain was planning to do. Xiao Zhao, tell them about the situation we just analyzed. Hearing this, Zhao Dali understood that his mentor wanted him to relay Lu Li's analysis, so he proceeded to explain everything he had heard to his teammates. Everyone was astonished. They had already gained a preliminary understanding of the forensic findings and the circumstances at the scene. In their eyes, what happened tonight should have been nothing more than an ordinary accident. They hadn't expected that after analyzing it from this angle, it could actually be murder. Their expressions gradually became more serious. Zhang Weigua, the oldest veteran in the 3rd Brigade, gave Zhao Dali a hard slap on the shoulder and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth stained by years of smoking. Not bad, kid. Haven't seen you for a few days, and you've improved quite a bit. Zhao Dali immediately flushed red. With his mentor and Lu Li present, he was too embarrassed to take the credit. No. Everything I just said came from Lu Li, my junior from the police academy. For some reason, when he mentioned his junior from the police academy, Zhao Dali actually felt a strange sense of pride. The moment he said this, everyone turned their attention to Lu Li with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. Qin Gang noticed all their reactions. The reason he had called them in was precisely to knock them down a peg. His team members had been working in the brigade for too long, and to some extent, they had become arrogant and overly confident in their own abilities. He hoped that Lu Li's outstanding performance would serve as a wake-up call for everyone. Ignoring their doubts, Qin Gang spoke. Everyone, feel free to share your thoughts. Before anyone realized it, what had originally been an interview to gather information from Lu Li had turned into a case analysis meeting for the 3rd Criminal Investigation Brigade. With several minutes to prepare, Zhao Dali already had his thoughts organized. Captain, personally, I completely agree with Lu Li's analysis. However, All our current analysis is based on one assumption, that tonight's case was murder. We still don't have any concrete evidence. So our biggest challenge right now is figuring out how to convince Sheng Ling's relatives to agree to an autopsy. Just like Lu Li said, as long as we can examine his body, all the questions will be answered. The key is how we get Sheng Ling's parents to agree to the autopsy. Zhang Weiguo took a cigarette from the pack on the captain's desk, lit it, and nodded. I've dealt with Sheng Ling's father, Sheng Changsheng, before. He's an extremely difficult man to deal with. Unless we can produce some evidence, getting him to agree to an autopsy will be very difficult. And his wife isn't exactly easy to reason with either. I estimate we'll have to find another way to obtain some evidence first. His words plunged everyone in the 3rd Brigade into silence. At that moment, Lu Li, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. Captain Qin, actually, finding evidence shouldn't be that difficult. Before conducting the autopsy, we can first perform a blood composition analysis. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Some looked confused, while others seemed to be deep in thought. If the suspect was able to cause Sheng Ling's death without anyone noticing, then regardless of the exact method used, there are ultimately only 2 possibilities. Either he was poisoned, or he tampered with the medication Sheng Ling took. So for now, we don't need to worry about the process. We can investigate the result directly. Find a professional institution to analyze the composition of his blood. We should be able to find what we need. In fact, blood testing was standard procedure for the veteran detectives present. Lu Li believed that Sheng Ling must have undergone this kind of testing after his death in his previous life. The Municipal Public Security Bureau's testing center was capable of conducting routine toxicology analysis. But nothing abnormal had been found in his previous life. There was only one possibility. The substance involved was outside the range of what the Municipal Testing Center could detect. That was why Lu Li specifically suggested sending the sample to a professional institution. Fine. I'll contact Hawaii University. Their laboratory equipment should meet our requirements. Xiao Zhao, have the forensic team collect an additional blood sample from the heart. Then send it to Hawaii University. Old Zhang, take a few people and continue assisting the Xiqing Criminal Investigation Brigade with the interviews. Lazy, work with the technical team to continue the scene examination. Make sure all the food and alcohol are sampled and preserved. Once the blood test results come back, be ready to send those samples for testing at any time. This time, Qin Gang didn't let the team discuss it further. He made the final decision immediately. After everyone left, Qin Gang lit another cigarette and fell into deep thought. The case tonight looked suspicious, but in his eyes, it actually wasn't that difficult to investigate. As long as they found Sheng Ling's true cause of death, everything else would simply be a matter of following the trail. The truly difficult part was recognizing the suspect's deception in the first place, and Lu Li had already done that for them. However, if Lu Li hadn't been one of the people involved tonight and noticed the suspicious points himself, the officers from the Xiqing branch might genuinely have been fooled. When Lu Li left the private room and returned to the hotel lobby, most of the classmates had already been questioned and were waiting at the scene. They sat in small groups around the lobby, whispering among themselves, their expressions tense and solemn. When they saw Lu Li come out, everyone stood up almost simultaneously and walked toward him. Lu Li, what's the situation now? Lu Li, when can we leave? Was Sheng Ling's death really murder? Lu Li swept his gaze across everyone and noticed that Xuan Hao and Lin Weiwei were missing. Apparently, they were still being questioned. Everyone, you'll have to wait patiently a little longer. Trust the police. There should be a result soon. He noticed that Wang Yu, who had performed first aid on Sheng Ling earlier, hadn't come over either. Instead, he was sitting alone in a corner, staring blankly into space. No one knew what he was thinking. Hashtag Chapter 5. Have we found the suspect? After calming his classmates down, Lu Li quietly walked over and sat down across from Wang Yu. What are you thinking about? Lu Li took the initiative to ask. Wang Yu clearly hadn't noticed him approaching. He was startled for a moment before quickly coming back to his senses. Nothing. I was just thinking about Sheng Ling's death. After a brief pause, he continued. I've been studying medicine for more than 4 years, yet when Sheng Ling had his attack, I couldn't even save him with emergency treatment at the scene. Am I just completely useless? Lu Li didn't respond to that. Instead, he asked, do you think there was something suspicious about Sheng Ling's death? Wang Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he still shook his head. No, I can only blame my own lack of medical skill. That fleeting expression didn't escape Lu Li's eyes. Wang Yu, Right now I'm your classmate, not a police officer investigating this case. If there's anything bothering you, you can tell me. You don't need to have any reservations. Although you and Sheng Ling had a conflict back in high school, that was just a minor disagreement from when we were students. I believe you already put it behind you if you were willing to come tonight. I don't think you'd want a classmate to die without anyone knowing the truth either, would you? Wang Yu pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Actually, I do find some things strange. Sheng Ling suffered from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Normally, the fatality rate of this kind of heart disease isn't particularly high. And when he had his attack, I immediately started treating him. Although I haven't completed my medical training yet, I don't think my basic emergency skills are any worse than those of a qualified doctor. I just can't understand why I wasn't able to save him. His words made Lu Li even more certain of his suspicions. Then did you notice anything unusual? I didn't really notice anything either. Wang Yu thought for a moment before continuing. Before we started eating, I watched Sheng Ling take his medicine. I even picked up his medicine box and looked at it. He was taking 0.5 milligram digoxin tablets. Under normal circumstances, that shouldn't cause any problems. 0.5 milligram digoxin tablets? Is there anything special about that? Lu Li immediately noticed the key point in his words. Oh, digoxin tablets come in two concentrations, 0.25 milligrams and 0.5 milligrams. Most doctors prescribe patients the 0.25 milligram tablets because they make it easier to control the dosage. What happens if someone takes the wrong dosage? Digoxin is a cardiac glycoside. If a large amount is taken within a short period, it can cause drug poisoning. As he said this, Wang Yu seemed to suddenly realize something. His entire body froze slightly, but then he shook his head. However, I watched Sheng Ling take his medicine. He took the normal dosage. Lu Li was about to continue questioning him when he suddenly saw Zhao Dali walk out of the private room and wave at him from a distance. Lu Li quickly walked over. "Senior, what's wrong?" "We've made a major discovery," Zhao Dali said solemnly. When the 3rd Brigade was questioning Chun Hao just now, they noticed that something was off about his behavior. Lu Li's heart stirred. He had noticed that long ago. Ever since he called 110 to report the incident, Chun Hao's reactions and expression had seemed abnormal. "Did you find anything out?" Chun Hao admitted that the Maotai he provided was counterfeit. "We now have reason to suspect that the fake liquor might have caused your classmate's heart attack and sudden death." Lu Li didn't respond. Instead, his brows slowly furrowed. Because everyone's accounts of what happened during the dinner were essentially consistent, except for a few people, the other classmates were allowed to leave. They were only instructed to keep their phones available. Lin Weiwei and Lu Li, however, had to go to the Xiqing branch for formal questioning. As for Chun Hao, who had provided the counterfeit liquor, he naturally wasn't allowed to leave yet. When Lu Li arrived at the Xiqing branch in a police car, Qin Gang had already arrived. He was standing in the courtyard, smoking and talking to a middle-aged man with a square face and a crew cut. "Master, why are you here?" Lu Li got out of the car and hurried over. The man was Gao Jianjun, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade at the Jing'an branch and Lu Li's mentor. In his previous life, this case had caused considerable disagreement within the Huahai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Frontline investigators such as Gao Jianjun and Qin Gang believe that Sheng Ling's death should be classified as an accidental death. However, some others, including members of the Legal Affairs Department, believe that Lu Li should be held responsible for causing the death through negligence. The two sides had argued for a long time without reaching a conclusion. But as the Sheng group continued applying pressure, the balance was clearly about to be broken. That was when Gao Jianjun stepped forward. He sought out his former criminal law professor at the police academy, a highly respected elderly man with considerable influence in the legal world. The professor provided a legal analysis from two perspectives: the degree of danger posed by Lu Li's actions and the unpredictability of the resulting consequences. Only then did the case finally reach its ultimate conclusion. It could be said that without Gao Jianjun, Lu Li might not even have been able to enjoy those 8 years stuck in the archives in his previous life. At this moment, seeing Gao Jianjun as he had been more than a decade younger, the slight sense of detachment Lu Li had felt toward this new timeline because of his rebirth gradually began to disappear. "I gave you time off so you could go home and get some sleep. And what did you do? You went to a class reunion and ended up with someone dead," Gao Jianjun said coldly. Seeing that his mentor was genuinely angry, Lu Li felt a little embarrassed. There was no way he could tell him that his previous self had been a hopeless romantic before being reborn. Could he? "Lin Weiwei was the one who called and invited me tonight, so." "Lin Weiwei?" The high school classmate you've been obsessing over all these years. You're usually so sharp when dealing with cases. How come you lose your brain the moment she's involved? I'm telling you, sooner or later, this woman is going to get you into serious trouble. Master, I know I was wrong. Don't worry. This will be the last time. Enough. Your apprentice is pretty good already. Young people are allowed to have a little fun. Qin Gang, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke. Little Lu, if your master doesn't want you anymore, you can come join the brigade and work for me. I don't mind. The moment he said that, Gao Jianjun's eyes widened. He immediately looked at Qin Gang with suspicion. Old Qin, what are you trying to do? Qin Gang ignored him and changed the subject. All right, old Gao, you don't need to worry anymore. We now suspect that the victim's death was caused by the counterfeit liquor tonight. I've already arranged for the fake Maotai to be sent for testing. As long as we confirm there was something wrong with the liquor, your apprentice will be completely cleared of this matter. Lu Li remained silent after hearing this, falling into deep thought. Both Qin Gang and Gao Jianjun were veteran detectives, so they immediately noticed something unusual about him. They exchanged a glance. Gao Jianjun asked, Little Lu, is there something you want to say? Originally, I also thought Chunhao was suspicious. From the moment something happened to Sheng Ling, his reaction seemed abnormal. But after learning that the Maotai he brought was counterfeit, I actually don't think it was him anymore. Seeing that neither of them responded and merely stared at him, Lu Li continued. Chunhao has been running errands for Sheng Ling for years. Buying liquor is definitely something he does regularly. I believe that even if he wanted to make a little profit by buying counterfeit Maotai, it would probably be a high-quality imitation that was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Although that kind of liquor isn't genuine, the basic quality shouldn't be too poor. Otherwise, if Sheng Ling discovered it, Chunhao would be finished. There's a difference between making a profit once and having a steady source of income. I think Chunhao understands that distinction. Both men nodded in agreement. But now that the counterfeit liquor had been discovered, they obviously had to continue investigating it thoroughly. The only question was, if Lu Li's analysis was correct, then what was the real cause of Sheng Ling's death? ## Chapter 6. Find the real culprit within 24 hours. September in Huahai City was still sweltering. Thick, dark clouds hung low over the sky, pressing down on the entire city until it seemed impossible to breathe. Outside the Xiqing branch, two glaring headlights swept across the courtyard. A Mercedes-Benz S350 from the provincial capital sped into the compound. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, the rear door was pushed open from inside, and a middle-aged woman stumbled out. Xiaoling. What happened to my Xiaoling? The woman was Sheng Ling's mother, Su Jianghua. The man who stepped out behind her was Sheng Ling's father, Sheng Changsheng, chairman of the Sheng Group, the leading corporation in Huahai City. When they received the news that something had happened to Sheng Ling, they had been in a neighboring city and had spent several hours rushing back. The moment Su Jianghua got out of the car, she desperately tried to rush into the Xiqing branch office building. But Lin Weiwei, who had just finished giving her statement and walked out of the interrogation room, immediately grabbed her. Auntie, please, don't get too emotional. Lin Weiwei, what happened to my Sheng Ling? Tell me, what happened to Sheng Ling? Su Jiangyue's hysterical cries echoed throughout the entire courtyard of the Xiqing branch. Lin Weiwei held on to her while repeatedly apologizing. Auntie, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of Sheng Ling. If you want to blame someone, blame me. If I hadn't invited Lu Li to tonight's gathering, none of this would have happened. But Sheng Ling is already gone. You have to take care of yourself. I'm sure Sheng Ling, wherever he is now, wouldn't want anything to happen to you either. Hearing this, Su Jianghua stopped crying. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared coldly at Lin Weiwei. After a long moment, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped Lin Weiwei hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed clearly throughout the entire courtyard. Lin Weiwei covered her cheek, but didn't even try to dodge. I know that no matter what I say now, it's too late. Whatever punishment you want to give me, I'll accept it. Punishment? Even your life wouldn't be enough to make up for this. Su Jiangyue's voice was harsh, filled with deep hatred. I told Sheng Ling long ago to stay away from you, but he refused to listen. You're a jinx. You're the one who killed my Sheng Ling. She raised her hand again, ready to strike. But the man beside her suddenly shouted in a low voice. Enough. Stop making a scene here. There's a cause and an effect. The person responsible for what happened to Xiaoling is that Lu Li. He has to pay the price. I heard he's a police officer too. I want to see whether the Huahai Municipal Public Security Bureau dares to cover for him. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, found a number, and dialed without hesitation. After several rings, the call was answered. Mayor Su, this is Sheng Changsheng. A chuckle came from the other end. President Sheng? What made you call me so late? Does the Shengshe group have some good news for me? Sheng Changsheng didn't bother with pleasantries. He got straight to the point. Mayor Su, my son Sheng Ling is dead. The murderer is a police officer named Lu Li. By the time Lu Li walked out of the interrogation room, it was already 11 o'clock. Before he had even left the office area, he saw his mentor, Gao Jianjun, standing in the courtyard of the branch. The old leather jacket he had worn for several years was billowing in the wind. Standing opposite him were Sheng Changsheng and his wife. Chairman Sheng, we understand how you're feeling right now, but an investigation takes time. We have our own procedures for handling cases. Gao Jianjun's voice was deep. His tone was restrained, but despite his modest stature, he showed absolutely no sign of backing down in the face of Sheng Changsheng's imposing presence. Sheng Changsheng snorted coldly, his eyes filled with barely contained fury. Procedures? Captain Gao, my son is dead. The only suspect is one of your own police officers. And you're talking to me about procedures? Faced with Sheng Changsheng's threat, Gao Jianjun listened without saying a word. Then he calmly took a cigarette pack from his pocket and slowly lit a cigarette. The gesture made Sheng Changsheng frown. Gao Jianjun took a deep drag. Through the swirling smoke, his gaze became sharp. Chairman Sheng, the cause of your son's death hasn't even been determined yet, so don't start making accusations against me. He held the cigarette between his fingers and pointed toward Sheng Changsheng with his index finger. I, Gao Jianjun, have been a criminal investigator for 25 years. I've never framed an innocent person. Sheng Changsheng was momentarily intimidated by his presence. Gao Jianjun took another drag before lowering his voice. If you trust the police, give us time to investigate. If you don't, do whatever you want. President Sheng, I know you have extensive connections in Huahai and know plenty of officials. But as far as I'm concerned, no one can use their power to force me to mishandle a case. Everything happening in the courtyard fell into Lu Li's eyes. In his previous life, his mentor had done exactly this. For Lu Li's sake, he had been willing to gamble his entire career and confront the Sheng group head-on. Lu Li clenched his fists and was about to step forward. Don't be impulsive. Qin Gang, standing beside him, pressed a hand against his shoulder and spoke quietly. Your mentor can handle this. If you go out there now, you'll only make things worse. Lu Li took a deep breath and shook his head. His gaze, however, remained utterly resolute. Captain Qin, thank you. But I can't hide here while my mentor faces everything for me. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a sense of maturity and determination far beyond his age. With a slight movement, he freed himself from Qin Gang's hand and walked steadily out of the shadows. His appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Lu Li, what are you doing out here? Gao Jianjun's eyes were filled with deep concern. Lu Li, Su Jiangyue screamed and tried to rush toward him, but Sheng Changsheng grabbed her and held her back. Sheng Changsheng stared fixedly at Lu Li. He hadn't expected this young man to have the courage to step forward voluntarily. You're Lu Li? Yes. Lu Li calmly met his gaze without the slightest fear. Chairman Sheng, I'm the Lu Li you've been talking about. I know you want nothing more than for me to pay with my life for your son. If Sheng Ling's death really was caused by me, I will take full responsibility. Whether it means legal punishment or whatever retaliation you choose to pursue against me, I won't complain. But, do you really think your son's heart condition was so severe that a light shove from me could trigger a fatal heart attack? I think you know how much you cared about your son. If his heart condition really was that serious, would you have allowed him to spend every day drinking and going to nightclubs? At this point, Lu Li looked at Sheng Changsheng, who had fallen into thought. After a brief pause, he continued, I think instead of directing your anger at me right now, you should urge the police to determine Sheng Ling's real cause of death as quickly as possible. Given your position in Huahai City, President Sheng, I'm sure you have enough connections to monitor the police investigation and make sure no one is protected or covered for. When that happens, I believe no one will have anything to say no matter what you decide to do. Isn't that right? Even if I decide to do something now, do you think anyone would dare question me? Sheng Changsheng looked coldly at Lu Li. Lu Li shook his head. Of course, if President Sheng wants to do something right now, I'm sure no one could stop you. But wouldn't you be worried that the real murderer would be laughing behind your back? That final sentence struck directly at Sheng Changsheng's deepest concern. As chairman of the Sheng Group, the leading corporation in Huahai City, he was not someone ordinary people could afford to provoke. His son was dead. He wanted revenge. As long as his methods didn't involve serious criminal acts, he believed no one would dare question him. In fact, from another perspective, if he did nothing at all, he might truly become a laughingstock in the eyes of certain powerful figures in Huahai. And that could even affect the Sheng Group's future development. How many people who had fought their way to the top of the business world were truly kind-hearted? If he showed even the slightest weakness when it came to his son, his Sheng Group could soon be torn apart and devoured by a pack of wolves. Only Lu Li's final words made him decide to restrain himself temporarily. He was worried that he might be falling directly into the real murderer's trap. To put it coldly, even if his son was gone, he could still have another child. But if the Sheng Group disappeared, then he would truly have nothing left. After thinking for a moment, his tone finally softened. Then how long will it take you to get results? You can't expect my son to remain in a morgue freezer forever. 24 hours. Lu Li looked directly into his eyes and spoke with absolute confidence. President Sheng, I'll give you an answer within 24 hours. With that, he didn't wait for a response. He took one deep look at Lin Weiwei, then turned and walked away. Hashtag Chapter 7. The truth behind the cause of death begins to surface. When Lu Li returned home, his parents were already asleep. Having gone almost 2 full days and nights without rest, Lu Li didn't think about the case anymore. He took a shower and immediately collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. If he wanted to solve the case in the shortest possible time, he needed a clear mind. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Lu Li was awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. Lu Li, where are you? Gao Jianjun's voice came through the phone, sounding unusually excited. Master, I'm still at home. What happened? Just from his mentor's tone of voice, Lu Li had already formed a rough guess. Old Qin just called me. The test results for the fake liquor are out, just like you analyzed last night. Although the Matai was fake, there was nothing wrong with the alcohol content. The methanol level wasn't excessive either, so it couldn't have caused Sheng Ling's sudden death. Chun Hao has been ruled out as a suspect. Lu Li wasn't surprised by the result. What about the blood sample? Some of the results are out as well. The concentration of cardiac glycosides, in other words, digoxin, is above the normal range. It's 50% higher than the normal therapeutic concentration, but it still hasn't reached a toxic level. The people at Huahai Medical University said that at this concentration, it shouldn't cause cardiac glycoside poisoning or cardiac arrest. His words made Lu Li raise his eyebrows slightly. The suspect's method was extremely sophisticated. What about the other indicators? They're still being tested. We should have all the results by this afternoon. Gao Jianjun paused before continuing. Based on what we know so far, this case is very likely to be murder, just as you said. Old Qin also told me that if you have nothing to do today, you can come to the Criminal Investigation Detachment and take a look. Although it isn't appropriate for you to directly participate in the investigation yet, you can still provide some useful opinions. The meaning was obvious. Procedurally speaking, they still couldn't completely rule out Lu Li as a suspect in the crime of negligent homicide. But in the minds of Qin Gang and the others, they had basically determined that Lu Li had been framed. They were willing to give Lu Li this opportunity. Once sufficient evidence was found, they would let him personally participate in the investigation and uncover the mastermind who had set him up. Master, I understand. But I want to go to Huahai Medical University first this morning. What are you going to Huahai Medical University for? To learn some professional medical knowledge. After hanging up, Lu Li quickly got out of bed. His parents weren't home. They had probably gone to the family restaurant early that morning to take care of business. After washing up, Lu Li ate the breakfast his parents had prepared while replaying every detail of the previous night's events in his mind. Certain people and moments stood out particularly clearly. The pain on Sheng Ling's face before his sudden death. Wang Yu's hesitation when mentioning the concentration of the digoxin tablets. And the ambiguous expression in Lin Weiwei's eyes when she looked at Lu Li after Sheng Ling died. An expression that was difficult to describe as either resentment or something else. Gradually, Lu Li formed a hypothesis. The digoxin concentration was elevated but not high enough to be fatal. That meant the problem wasn't with the drug alone. Something else had affected its toxicity threshold. In his previous life, he had researched some information about this. There was one key factor he vaguely remembered: blood potassium levels. Lu Li decided to go to Huahai Medical University himself and consult a specialist. The full name of Huahai Medical University was Huahai Medical University. It was one of the few key medical universities in Huahai City. The university not only trained a large number of excellent doctors for Huahai and the surrounding cities, but also supplied many forensic specialists to public security agencies throughout Jiangzhou. The Physical and Chemical Examination Center of the Huahai Municipal Public Security Bureau had gradually been established with the support of Huahai Medical University. As Lu Li walked across the campus, surrounded by students brimming with youthful energy, he experienced a strange feeling. In this life, he had only just left university. Yet after experiencing more than a decade of his previous life, the innocence and simplicity of campus life felt strangely unfamiliar to him. When Lu Li found Wang Yu at Huahai Medical University, Wang Yu happened to be in Professor Lin's office at the School of Clinical Pharmacology. Lu Li, you really came. Wang Yu wasn't surprised at all to see Lu Li come all the way to the university to find him. You seemed to know I was coming today? Lu Li smiled. When you asked me about digoxin last night, I guessed you might have more questions. So as soon as I got to school today, I came to consult Professor Lin. He's an expert in clinical pharmacology. Professor Lin, standing beside Wang Yu, pushed up his glasses and looked at Lu Li with interest. You're the police officer involved in last night's case? Wang Yu was just discussing the case with me. Lu Li nodded. Hello, Professor Lin. Sorry to bother you today. I wanted to ask you something. Apart from dosage, what other factors can affect the toxicity of digoxin? Professor Lin nodded. That's a very professional question. I was just discussing this with Wang Yu. The toxic threshold of digoxin can indeed be affected by other factors. The most important one is the potassium level in the blood. Could you explain that in more detail? Simply put, when the concentration of potassium ions in the blood decreases, the same dose of digoxin can potentially cause toxic reactions. A drug concentration that wouldn't normally be fatal can cause severe arrhythmia or even cardiac arrest when the patient is in a state of low potassium. Lu Li's pupils contracted slightly, just as he thought. Then what can cause blood potassium levels to decrease? Professor Lin thought for a moment. There are quite a few possibilities. Diarrhea and vomiting, for example. And many medications can also lower potassium levels in the body, such as hormones and diuretics. Lu Li nodded, indicating that he understood. After thinking briefly, he asked another question. Then among the foods or medicines we commonly encounter in daily life, are there any that can cause a person's potassium level to drop? Things commonly found in daily life. Professor Lin pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Licorice. The most common one we encounter in everyday life is licorice. Licorice contains glyceric acid. Long-term or excessive consumption can cause pseudoaldosteronism, which in turn leads to hypokalemia. Licorice. Lu Li silently etched the word into his mind. Just as they finished speaking, the office door opened. A handsome young man wearing rimless glasses walked in. Professor Lin. Wang Han, you're here. Wait a moment. I'm receiving a police officer. Lu Li had already obtained the answer he wanted, so he quickly said, Professor Lin, if you have something to take care of, I won't bother you anymore. Thank you so much for your help today. The professional knowledge you've provided will be extremely useful in helping us uncover the truth of the case. Not at all, not at all. It's my honor to be able to help the police. Here. He opened a drawer, took out a business card, and handed it to Lu Li. This is my phone number. If you have any questions about pharmacology, feel free to call me anytime. After leaving Huahai Medical University, Lu Li immediately called Qin Gang. Captain Qin, I have something to report. Please contact the testing center and have them specifically test the potassium concentration in Sheng Ling's blood. I'll explain the details to you when I get to the Criminal Investigation Detachment. Good. I'll contact the testing center right away. Come to the detachment as soon as you can. As it happens, we've called Lin Weiwei back in for another round of questioning. ## Chapter 8. Reinterrogating Lin Weiwei. Inside the interrogation room of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Huahai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Lin Weiwei sat quietly in the interrogation chair. She looked exhausted, yet still maintained her usual elegance. Today, she was wearing a simple white dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders. The weariness on her face made her look particularly delicate and vulnerable. Sitting across from her were Zhang Weiguo, the veteran officer from the 3rd Squad, and a female police officer. Lin Weiwei, we already got a basic understanding of the situation last night. We asked you to come in today mainly because we'd like to clarify a few details. When did you and Sheng Ling start dating? Around June last year, Lin Weiwei answered softly. We were high school classmates, but after we went to college, we didn't keep in touch very often. Then, during my junior year, around March last year, we ran into each other again at a business banquet. He started pursuing me, and we gradually got together. What was your living situation as a couple? I mean, did you each live at your own home, or were you already living together? During college, we both lived in our respective school dormitories and only met up for dates occasionally. In June, his father finished renovating an apartment he had bought for him in the Vank Haixinghui residential complex. Shengling moved in around August. After that, I often went to his place. Around August 20th, I moved into Haixinghui and started living with him. Did you know about his medical condition? I knew a little. He had a heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and needed to take medication regularly. He often forgot, so I would remind him. Zhang Weiguo nodded. What medication did he take? A prescription drug called digoxin tablets. Did you know much about this medication? Not really at first. But once, he ran out of his medicine and didn't want to go to the hospital to register and wait in line. So he asked me to buy it for him at a pharmacy. That's when I learned a little about it. The prescription he used to get from the hospital was always 0.25 milligrams. But the pharmacy I went to only had 0.5 milligram tablets. I even asked him about it on WeChat, and he said it was fine. Actually, taking 0.5 milligram tablets was more convenient. From then on, he started taking 0.5 milligram digoxin tablets. As she spoke, Lin Weiwei took out her phone, opened her chat history with Shengling, and showed it to Zhang Weiguo. The messages were from more than 2 months ago. They indeed showed exactly what she had described. She had asked Shengling whether the 0.5 milligram tablets were okay, and Shengling had replied that they would be more convenient to take. After looking through the messages, Zhang Weiguo glanced at the woman in front of him. Her expression was remarkably calm, and there was no sign of panic. He handed the phone back. Because there are some suspicious aspects surrounding Shengling's death, the police collected a blood sample from him for testing. We discovered that the concentration of digoxin in his blood was 50% higher than the normal level. Do you know why? Shengling liked to have fun and could be quite willful. When he got carried away having fun, he would often forget to take his medicine, so I would remind him frequently. Sometimes he would take 2 pills at once. I told him many times that he needed to take his medicine on time and in the proper dosage, but he never listened. When I nagged him too much, he would get annoyed and say, "A little more or a little less isn't going to kill me." You found that the digoxin concentration in his blood was too high, so he probably took a little too much medication recently. As she said this, her expression suddenly changed. She looked at Zhang Weiguo in surprise. You're specifically asking me about this. Could it be? Could Shengling's death have been caused by this? Her delicate face suddenly filled with sorrow. Tears rolled continuously from her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, falling faster and faster until 2 streams ran down her cheeks. If only I had cared about him a little more. If only I had watched him take his medicine more carefully. Maybe this wouldn't have happened. In the monitoring room next door, Lu Li watched the woman crying bitterly on the high-definition monitor, but his face remained as cold as ice. When Zhang Weiguo had just mentioned that the drug concentration in Shengling's blood was too high, Lin Weiwei had appeared completely calm. But Lu Li had clearly noticed something. At that very moment, the corner of her left eye had twitched slightly. Something was wrong. She was desperately trying to conceal her emotions. As the truth gradually emerged, there still wasn't enough evidence to support a definitive conclusion. But Lu Li's instincts told him that Shengling's death was inseparable from the seemingly fragile woman sitting before them. In other words, Shengling's death was a carefully planned murder, and Lin Weiwei was very likely the murderer, or at least one of the accomplices. If Lu Li hadn't personally uncovered the truth of the case bit by bit, he would never have believed that the woman he had secretly loved for 7 years in his previous life could actually be the mastermind behind Shengling's murder, and the person who had framed him, ultimately forcing him to spend 8 years stuck in the Municipal Bureau's Archives Department. The interrogation lasted for more than an hour. Lin Weiwei cooperated throughout, behaving like a completely innocent victim. Although the questioning hadn't produced much concrete progress, the instincts of veteran investigators like Qin Gang and Zhang Weiguo had already allowed them to glimpse the truth. Let's go. We'll hold a meeting in the conference room. As Lu Li followed Qin Gang out of the monitoring room, they happened to encounter Lin Weiwei, who had just finished giving her statement. The moment she saw Lu Li, the woman froze slightly. Then, as though she had suddenly grabbed onto a lifeline, she rushed over and tightly grabbed Lu Li's arm, tears filling her eyes. Lu Li, you have to help me find out the truth. I know you're angry with me because I chose Shengling instead of you, but I really don't know what else to do. You're the only person who can help me now. Lu Li, please, I'm begging you. Shengling can't just die like this without anyone knowing what really happened. Lu Li looked expressionlessly at the woman performing in front of him. You don't need to beg me. As a people's police officer, Uncovering the truth is our duty." His voice was calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. "No matter what the truth is, I will make sure it comes to light." A trace of barely detectable fear flashed through Lin Weiwei's eyes. She suddenly realized that the man who had secretly loved her for 7 years had become strangely unfamiliar. It seemed that everything was developing in a direction completely beyond her control. Qin Gang and Lu Li stood by the third-floor window, watching Lin Weiwei leave through the main entrance of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Only then did they turn around and enter the conference room. "Xiao Lu, your female classmate is not simple." Qin Gang turned toward Zhang Weigua. "Old Zhang, you interrogated Lin Weiwei just now. Tell us what you think." Zhang Weigua took a cigarette from the pack in front of Qin Gang and lit it. "She's very meticulous. If this case really is a homicide, just as Lu Li's suspects, then I think this young woman is probably the biggest suspect. Everything she did looks perfectly reasonable, but somehow it feels like it's too deliberately reasonable." As he spoke, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the conference room. The door was suddenly pushed open. Zhao Dali rushed in, panting heavily, with a report clutched in his hand. "Master, Sheng Ling's blood test report is out. ## Chapter 9. The 915 Task Force is formed." Qin Gang took the report from Zhao Dali and quickly scanned it. His expression immediately turned serious. "Xiao Lu, take a look at this." Lu Li took the report and immediately focused on the key data. Blood potassium concentration, 2.8 millimoles per liter, normal range, 3.5 to 5.5 millimoles per liter. Just as he had expected, the potassium level in Sheng Ling's blood was dangerously low. "What does this number mean?" Zhang Weigua leaned over to take a look. "I just heard Lao Qin say that you specifically asked them to test this." Lu Li handed the report to the other officers, his expression solemn. "It means this really was a carefully planned murder." "Xiao Lu, explain it to us in detail." Lu Li nodded and turned to the others. Under normal circumstances, the dose of digoxin Sheng Ling was taking was indeed somewhat high, but it wasn't enough to kill him. However, once his blood potassium concentration drops to this level, the toxicity of digoxin increases dramatically. To put it simply, a dose that would normally be considered safe can become a lethal poison when the patient is severely hypokalemic. "Then what caused his potassium level to drop?" Zhao Dali asked. "There are many possible causes. Vomiting and diarrhea can both lower blood potassium. But if someone deliberately wanted to lower a person's potassium level significantly, they could use certain hormones or diuretics. And as for something commonly found in everyday life, licorice, how do you know something this specialized?" Zhao Dali couldn't help asking. Ever since yesterday, he had felt that his junior from Police Academy was frighteningly capable. But Lu Li was also a Police Academy graduate. The abilities he had displayed so far were mainly related to investigation and solving cases, so Zhao Dali could still explain them away as being the result of excellent academic performance and sharp reasoning. But now he had discovered that Lu Li also knew a great deal about medicine. That was something he simply couldn't understand. Oh well. Lu Li couldn't exactly tell them that in his previous life, he had specifically researched hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. After thinking for a moment, he explained, "I came across some information before about drug toxicity in patients with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. At the time, I was just reading it out of curiosity. After encountering this case yesterday, I remembered that information. So today, I went to Huahai Medical University and consulted Professor Lin from their Department of Clinical Pharmacology about it. That's why, after leaving Professor Lin's office, I immediately called Captain Qin and reminded him to test Sheng Ling's blood potassium level." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhao Dali let out a long sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought the Police Academy had started teaching medical knowledge after I graduated." But then Qin Gang turned to him. "When you took the blood samples to Huahai Medical University, didn't you ask their doctors about this?" Zhao Dali stared blankly, completely speechless. He stammered for a long time without managing to finish his sentence, then could only cast a resentful glance at Lu Li. His junior was simply too impressive. He had been completely reduced to a supporting character. Fortunately, Qin Gang didn't make things too difficult for his apprentice and quickly moved on. "Enough. Now that we basically know Sheng Ling's cause of death, let's hear everyone's opinions." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dali immediately tried to shrink his slightly chubby body as far back as possible. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. He was just afraid of becoming Lu Li's background character again. Once again, it was the veteran Zhang Weigua who spoke. "Based on the evidence we have so far, I believe there is a strong possibility that Sheng Ling was murdered. I suggest that the Xiqing branch immediately open a formal case and transfer several capable officers here to form a special task force. Lin Weiwei should also be listed as a major suspect. He paused before continuing. Considering Comrade Lu Li's familiarity with the case and the people involved, I personally recommend transferring him to the task force as well so he can assist with the investigation. Qin Gang looked around at everyone. Seeing that no one objected, he nodded. Fine. I'll call Director Wu at the Xiqing branch right away and have him send several capable officers over. He then turned his attention to Lu Li. Xiao Lu, what's your opinion? Lu Li thought for a moment before answering. I'm willing to join the task force, but I'm not sure what my master thinks. Qin Gang chuckled. That's fine. As long as you're willing, that's enough. I'll talk to Lao Gao myself. If he disagrees, I'll just have your assignment transferred here. No, Captain Qin. Absolutely not. My master would kill me. Lu Li hurriedly shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to work at the Criminal Investigation Detachment. It was just that in his previous life, his master, Gao Jianjun, had even delayed his own promotion because of what happened to Lu Li. Now that Lu Li had been reborn, there was no way he would simply abandon his master and walk away. Qin Gang was slightly stunned, then smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad at all. Lao Gao really did take on a good apprentice. Zhao Dali stood to the side, looking resentfully at his master and Lu Li. He looked exactly like a neglected wife whose husband had been stolen by a third party. The 915 Special Task Force was officially established. Within an hour, the Xiqing branch had dispatched 5 capable officers to join the task force. The team was led by Zhao Qiming, a deputy captain of the Xiqing Criminal Investigation Brigade. The other 4 were Zhang Qi and Wang Wuxing from the Xiqing Criminal Investigation Brigade, as well as Lu Lu, the deputy station chief in charge of operations at Changjiang Road Police Station, and Shi Bo, a community security officer. The first official meeting of the 915 Special Task Force was held in the conference room of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. Most of those present were familiar faces, all elite officers from their respective departments. Even the youngest among them was already 27 or 28. The only exception was Lu Li, sitting calmly at the far end of the conference table. His obviously youthful face contrasted sharply with his unusually composed demeanor, making him stand out from the others. The 5 transferred officers hadn't participated in the investigation the previous night, so they didn't know Lu Li. Naturally, they were puzzled. There hadn't been any news about the detachment recruiting new officers this year, had there? And judging from the young man's calm demeanor, he didn't look like a rookie either. Soon, Qin Gang's words answered their questions. Everyone here is already familiar with each other, so I won't introduce everyone individually. Let me specifically introduce this young man. He turned toward Lu Li. This is Lu Li, a police intern from the Jing'an Branch Criminal Investigation Brigade. Because he witnessed the incident personally and is extremely familiar with both the circumstances of the case and the suspects involved, we specifically transferred him here from the Jing'an Branch to assist everyone. Don't underestimate him because of his age. He's an exceptionally capable young officer. It can be said that the reason the 915 case went from an ordinary accidental death incident to a suspected murder investigation is entirely because Xiao Lu provided several crucial leads. Now, I'd like Lu Li to brief everyone on the details of the case. His introduction answered their questions, but it also made them even more curious about this young man. Although Qin Gang was only the deputy captain of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Brigade, everyone knew that the vacant captain's position had essentially been reserved for him. Anyone who had worked with Qin Gang knew that he was not only highly capable at solving cases, but also extremely calm and cautious. No one had expected him to give such high praise to a young man. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Li. Lu Li stood up and saluted everyone before distributing the materials he had prepared in advance. Then he began introducing the details of the 915 Special Task Force case. On the evening of September 15, 2013, a man suddenly collapsed inside a private room at the Yunding Sky Upscale Club, located at number 112 Changjiang Road in Huahai City. After 20 minutes of emergency resuscitation efforts failed, he was pronounced dead. The man's name was Sheng Ling. He was 23 years old. After testing Sheng Ling's cardiac blood at Huahai Medical University's testing center, we discovered that the concentration of medication in his body was 50% higher than the normal level. At the same time, his blood potassium concentration was significantly lower than half the normal level. Based on the assessment of pharmacology experts at Huahai Medical University, Sheng Ling's cause of death was drug poisoning. During the preliminary investigation, we also discovered that his girlfriend, Lin Weiwei, is a major suspect in the case. Hashtag Chapter 10, Paying a Visit to Sheng Changshan. During the case briefing, Lu Li spoke concisely and presented his reasoning with impeccable logic. In less than 5 minutes, he had clearly explained the entire 915 Special Task Force case. He even explained the relevant medical knowledge involved in Sheng Ling's cause of death to the 5 officers from the Xiqing branch. This gave everyone their first direct impression of Lu Li. All right, that's enough for the case briefing. Now everyone can share their thoughts. Qin Gang took over and looked at Zhang Weigua. You know the case fairly well. You go first. Sure. Zhang Weigua nodded. By now, we can almost confirm that the victim, Sheng Ling, died from deliberately induced drug poisoning. However, we still need solid evidence. So first, we need to perform an autopsy and obtain an official report confirming his cause of death. Given Sheng Ling's special status, I think we should play it safe and obtain authorization from his family. Second, based on what we've uncovered so far, Lin Weiwei is the biggest suspect. Judging from the method used, she was the person who had the easiest opportunity to tamper with Sheng Ling's medication and food. Our next step should be to investigate her thoroughly. Finally, although Lin Weiwei is currently our prime suspect, we can't ignore other leads. I think we should investigate Chun Hao and the other people connected to Sheng Ling to determine whether he had any conflicts with anyone before his death. Zhang Weigua's analysis opened up everyone's thinking, and the officers began discussing the case one after another. I think we need to investigate Lin Weiwei and Sheng Ling's relationship more thoroughly and find out whether there were any other problems between them. We should also investigate Lin Weiwei's social circle. I think we can formally summon Lin Weiwei at this stage. We can interrogate her while investigating the other leads. While everyone was discussing the case, Lu Li remained silent. He was thinking about another issue. In his previous life, 6 months after Sheng Ling's death, Lin Weiwei obtained a U.S. green card and immigrated to America. Given her family's financial circumstances, this should have been almost impossible, unless she had access to a substantial amount of money. But after Sheng Ling died, his parents certainly wouldn't have provided her with that kind of financial support. So where had her money come from? Could it have something to do with Sheng Ling's death? Moreover, during last night's dinner, Lin Weiwei had shown far too much concern for him. Normally, as Sheng Ling's girlfriend, she should have been paying more attention to Sheng Ling. Instead, she repeatedly steered the conversation toward Lu Li and even took the initiative to speak favorably about him. Looking back now, her behavior seemed more like a deliberate attempt to provoke Sheng Ling's hostility toward him. It had been a carefully designed trap. Lin Weiwei hadn't merely wanted to kill Sheng Ling. She had also intended to frame Lu Li as the scapegoat. It was truly a brilliant plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Li, what are you thinking about? Qin Gang noticed something was wrong and asked him. I'm thinking that now we know the method Lin Weiwei used, but we're still missing 2 things. What's missing? Zhao Dali couldn't help asking. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. He could only wait for Lu Li's answer. **** Motive and evidence of premeditation. ****. Lu Li's voice was solemn. Lin Weiwei and Sheng Ling were only boyfriend and girlfriend. What would she gain from killing him? And she's just an ordinary college student with no medical background. How could she possibly know such highly specialized medical knowledge? Qin Gang nodded. You're right. Although we now know the method she used, if we can't establish a sufficient motive and evidence of premeditation, we'll have no way to deal with her if she simply refuses to confess. So I suggest we don't summon her just yet, Lu Li said. First, conduct a comprehensive investigation into her background, her family circumstances, social connections, bank transactions, online shopping records, contacts, call history, and everything else. Good. Lao Zhang, you take charge of this. Contact the technical department and have them investigate Lin Weiwei's bank transactions, online shopping records, call history, and so on as quickly as possible. Qin Gang immediately began assigning tasks. Zhao Dali, take some people and investigate Lin Weiwei's background, including her social relationships. She's from Qiulin Town in Huahai City, so arrange for someone to visit her hometown and make some inquiries as well. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao and Xiao Lu will come with me to Sheng Group to meet Sheng Changshan. We need to obtain permission to autopsy Sheng Ling's body, and we also need to get a deeper understanding of the relationship between Sheng Ling and Lin Weiwei. Lu Li thought for a moment. I have one more suggestion. We should also investigate Sheng Ling's bank transactions and assets. Why? There are basically only two major motives for killing Sheng Ling: money and revenge. But if Lin Weiwei is the killer, I think financial gain is the more likely motive. Exactly what she was after, however, is something we'll need to investigate further. That's why I think checking Sheng Ling's bank transactions and assets would be an excellent starting point. His words left the officers transferred from the Xiqing branch silent, especially Shi Bo, Zhang Qi, and Wang Wuxing. Their expressions were even slightly awkward. All three were young police officers and capable members of their respective departments. Normally, they were the ones receiving praise wherever they went. When they first heard Qin Gang praising Lu Li, and in turn, they had been somewhat unconvinced. They had even assumed that Lu Li had been placed on the task force through some connection with a senior official, simply to gain experience and polish his resume. But after hearing Lu Li's analysis, their faces felt as though they were burning. They were also secretly relieved that they hadn't voiced their doubts earlier. Otherwise, they would have been even more embarrassed now. What they didn't know was that every one of their expressions had been noticed by Zhao Dali. As Qin Gang's apprentice and the crown prince of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Brigade, the chubby young officer was himself one of the brigade's capable investigators. He was also quite socially perceptive. From the moment Qin Gang introduced Lu Li, he had noticed the expressions of those three men, the faint disdain hidden beneath their impassive faces. And now? Got humbled, didn't you? Got slapped in the face, didn't you? The only regret was that they hadn't actually voiced their doubts. Otherwise, the humiliation would have been even more satisfying. Zhao Dali was already thinking that he absolutely had to build a good relationship with Lu Li. Sooner or later, he would get to witness some truly classic moments. 1:00 p.m., Bihai Yuntian Villa District, Huahai City. Qin Gang arrived at the entrance of Sheng Chongqing's villa with Zhao Dali and Lu Li. After they rang the doorbell several times, a woman in her 50s opened the door. "Who are you looking for?" "We're from the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Huahai City Public Security Bureau. We'd like to speak with Mr. Sheng and ask him a few questions." "You're here for Mr. Sheng? Please wait a moment. I'll go get him." The woman was clearly the live-in housekeeper at the Sheng residence. She didn't dare make any decisions on behalf of the family, especially after such a major incident had happened to the Sheng family the previous day. She was being extremely cautious about everything. A few minutes later, Sheng Chongqing opened the door. He was wearing pajamas, and his face looked exhausted. His eyes swept over the three officers before finally stopping on Lu Li. His expression immediately turned cold. "Why are you here? Have you found the murderer who killed my son? You've only got 10 hours left." Chapter 11. Another piece of the truth puzzle. Ignoring the other party's attitude, Qin Gang spoke up. "Mr. Sheng, we've made some progress on the case. I've come today to ask you about some details." Sheng Chongsheng then noticed Qin Gang, and his expression softened slightly. "It's Captain Qin. Sorry, I didn't notice you earlier. Come in and let's talk." As the group entered the villa, they were greeted by a luxuriously decorated living room of nearly 100 square meters. "Aunt Zhang, could you go outside the complex and buy some fruit for the guests?" After the nanny left the villa, Sheng Chongqing sat down next to the coffee table in the living room. "Please, have a seat. What brings you officers here to ask?" At this moment, Su Jiangyue, who had heard the commotion, also came downstairs. Her eyes were red and swollen, indicating that she had just been crying. "Mr. Sheng, Mrs. Sheng, excuse me for disturbing you," Qin Gang said first. "Our police investigation has yielded some new developments. We need to discuss some details with you both." "You say?" Sheng Chongqing's voice was cold. "Based on the latest test results, we can be almost certain that your son's death was not an accident, but murder." These words made Su Jiangyue stand up abruptly. "Murder? Who killed my son? Tell me. I want him to pay with his life." Qin Gang shook his head. "I'm sorry. We have indeed identified a major suspect. However, for the sake of the investigation, we cannot tell you at this time. To further verify the clues we have uncovered, we need to perform an autopsy on Sheng Ling's body to obtain relevant evidence. We hope to have your consent." A flicker of surprise crossed Sheng Chongqing's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Are you sure it's murder?" "It's basically confirmed, but we need more evidence to support it." Sheng Chongqing glanced at his excited wife, but didn't agree immediately. Instead, he continued. "Besides that, what else do you need to know?" At this moment, Lu Li spoke. "Mr. Sheng, Mrs. Sheng, we'd like to know about the relationship between Sheng Ling and Lin Weiwei. Are you aware of their situation?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiangyue's emotions, which had just calmed down, became agitated again. "What? Is that woman the murderer?" I told you that woman was no good, and I told Xiaoling to stay away from her. But he wouldn't listen. Madam Sheng, could you tell me more about it? Lu Li asked, seizing the opportunity. Su Jiangyue said angrily. That little girl is obviously not from a good family. She dresses up all day long and pretends to be weak and delicate. She looks just like one of those white lotuses from TV dramas. Are you familiar with her family situation? I heard she's from a remote town like Qiulin, from a very poor family, and her father is a gambling addict. Su Jiangyue's tone was full of disdain. What does a woman from that kind of family have besides her face? Have you heard? Lu Li pressed further. Who told you that? I heard. Su Jiangyue stammered immediately upon hearing this. There's nothing to hide. Sheng Changxing chimed in. It was my wife who arranged for someone to investigate. As parents, we naturally need to know the specifics of any woman who wants to marry into our family. So what Madam Sheng just said has all been verified. Su Jiangyue nodded. I arranged for someone to check her household registration and also arranged for someone to personally inquire in her town. Lu Li and Qin Gang exchanged a glance. As expected, Lin Weiwei's real family background was completely different from the image she presented. What are Sheng Ling's feelings for her? Lu Li continued to ask. This question made Su Jiangyue hesitate for a moment, and then she looked at her husband. Sheng Changxing said coldly, I don't interfere in matters of the heart, but I have clearly told Sheng Ling that his marriage partner must have my consent. So, do you agree with Lin Weiwei? Of course I disagree. Su Jiangyue answered first. I've already arranged a date for him. It's Vice Mayor Zhang from the provincial capital. At this point, she seemed to realize she had said something inappropriate and immediately swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Zhao Dali, who had been taking notes the whole time, glanced at her and asked, Have you ever suggested that Sheng Ling break up with her? Su Jiangyue seemed unwilling to appear as a wicked mother-in-law in front of everyone. After hesitating for a long time, she asked, Is this matter related to the case? This is very important. This matter is related to our investigation into the suspect's motive. This time, it was Lu Li who spoke. Su Jiangyue sighed, but still managed to say, I did talk to Xiaoling about it. When did you ask Sheng Ling to break up with her? It was probably 2 or 3 months ago. I don't remember the exact time. Su Jiangyue thought for a moment. But I have a record on my WeChat. I sent it to Xiaoling at the time. What was Sheng Ling's answer to you back then? Su Jiangyue hesitated again, but Sheng Changxing reminded him. Tell the police officer. Your son is already gone. There's no point in you covering it up anymore. The most important thing now is to find out who killed Xiaoling. Xiaoling told me at the time that he knew what he was doing. He was just playing around with Lin Weiwei, and when it came time to get married, he would definitely listen to our arrangements. Upon hearing this, Lu Li nodded to himself, another piece of the puzzle in his mind being completed. Given Sheng Ling's reputation as a playboy, Lin Weiwei naturally intended to marry into a wealthy family since she got together with him. Sheng Ling's parents don't approve of their relationship. If she finds out that Sheng Ling clearly just wants to play around with her, it's not impossible for the thought of killing to pop into one's mind. However, Lu Li had a vague feeling that such a motive was still a bit far-fetched. Given Lin Weiwei's personality, she probably wouldn't do anything that harms others without benefiting herself. She must have other motives and be able to gain enough benefits from Sheng Ling to justify taking such a big risk. With the conversation having progressed to this point, the purpose of this trip has essentially been achieved. President Sheng, about the autopsy. Qin Gang reminded him. I agree to an autopsy. Sheng Changxing was silent for a moment before finally speaking, his voice hoarse and cold. I don't care what methods you use. Find the murderer who killed my son. When Qin Gang and the other two said goodbye and left, Sheng Changxing stared intently at Lu Li's retreating figure, then suddenly spoke. Officer Lu, you promised me 10 hours left. He paused at the end, as if pleading, Please. Upon hearing this, Lu Li paused slightly. He turned around and glanced at Sheng Changxing's haggard face. Overnight, the man's temples had noticeably grown more gray hair. Lu Li didn't say anything, but simply nodded silently and walked out of the villa. Chapter 12 unveils a corner of Lin Weiwei's veil. After leaving the Sheng family villa, Qin Gang immediately contacted a forensic doctor to conduct an autopsy on Sheng Ling's body. The three of them went straight back to the branch office to summarize the results of the investigations by all parties. The first feedback we received was the bank statements of Lin Weiwei and Sheng Ling, which Zhang Weigua and his team had retrieved. In the conference room, Zhao Dali looked at Sheng Ling's transaction details and said happily, Sheng Ling is really spending money like crazy. His biggest expense every month is at various KTVs, bars, and nightclubs. I remember Lin Weiwei saying that Sheng Ling and she started dating last June. Sheng Ling's spending at nightclubs didn't decrease at all after that. The frequency was slightly less, but the amount spent was even higher. Moreover, the amount of money exchanged between the two was not significant. Sheng Ling tipped the hostesses at nightclubs much more. How do you know those were tips he gave to the girls at the nightclub? Qin Gang, who was standing to the side, asked. It's simple. Every time I go to a nightclub, there are two transactions. One transaction is for a fixed amount, and the other is always a multiple of 800. Those girls at nightclubs cost 800 each. TSK, rich people really spend money like water. My monthly salary isn't even enough for one night's expenses for them. Wow, you seem to know a lot about nightclubs. Looks like you've been there quite often. Qin Gang's words immediately silenced Zhao Dali. Fortunately, Lu Li's words saved him from the predicament. Senior brother, have you noticed if Sheng Ling has made any large investments, whether domestic or foreign? All right. Zhao Dali immediately became focused and attentive. Xiao Lu, have you found anything here? Seeing that his apprentice was no longer talking nonsense, Qin Gang looked at Lu Li. Captain Qin, there's something really strange about Lin Weiwei's bank statements. After saying that, he pulled out a detailed list and placed it in front of Qin Gang. Look, since Lin Weiwei started high school in 2006, she has received a fixed amount of 500 yuan every month. The transferor is her mother, Wu Yue. I remember that she was a boarding student at the school when she was in high school. This money should be her mother's living expenses for her. After September 2009, when she started university, her living expenses, excluding tuition, only increased to 600 yuan per month. This number is extremely low for college students. I remember when I was in college, my parents gave me at least 1,000 yuan a month. This was even though our police academy was a semi-closed institution where there weren't many places to spend money. This shows that her family's financial situation was indeed not good. In fact, it could be said to be very poor. This is evident from her spending habits. Her monthly spending is mostly on cafeteria top-ups, with a few low-priced online purchases as well. But back in high school, no one ever sensed that Lin Weiwei's family was poor. At most, we'd get the impression that they weren't wealthy. You mean, she's been faking it since high school? Faking a student from a poor family as a student from an ordinary family. That's possible. As Luli retrieved images of Lin Weiwei from his high school memories, he began to speak. Thinking back, Lin Weiwei never wore a single designer piece of clothing during high school. She would even wear the same clothes for several years. However, her excellent taste in clothing, always appearing neat and tidy, combined with her stunning looks, makes people subconsciously overlook this detail. If what you're saying is true, then Lin Weiwei's intentions are a bit scary. She's been cultivating a persona since high school. Qin Gang frowned slightly. This will be very challenging for our later interrogation. Meanwhile, Zhao Dali, standing to the side, seemed to have suddenly discovered a huge secret, wearing a look of utter astonishment. Luli, just how infatuated are you with Lin Weiwei? You even remember what clothes she wore in high school, and how many years she wore the same clothes. Luli rolled her eyes at her. Would you believe me if I said I have a pretty good memory? Even if it's good, it can't be this exaggerated, right? Luli thought for a moment. Senior brother, is this your birth year in the Chinese zodiac? How did you know? On July 20th, the day we reported to the municipal bureau, I saw you, Captain Qin, and Brother Zhang in the courtyard of the municipal bureau. At the time, you were wearing a plaid short-sleeved shirt, cropped jeans, Nike sneakers, and red socks. Huh? Impossible. Zhao Dali's mouth dropped open. He thought about it carefully, but the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. It seems to be true. Luli then continued. Your underwear was red that day too. I guess you went to the bathroom before going downstairs and didn't close the door properly. Zhao Dali's face immediately turned red. Who wore red underwear? We may be friends, but if you spread rumors, I'll still sue you for defamation. Even the usually serious Qin Gang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luli didn't continue the topic. He pointed to Lin Weiwei's bank statements in front of him and continued. Lin Weiwei's bank statement situation began to change around 2011. Starting from the end of 2011, her bank card began to receive different amounts of money every week. These transactions were usually between 800 and 1,600 yuan. It was also from that time that her spending level began to increase significantly. 800. Zhao Dali blurted out upon hearing this. Could it be that she's going to a nightclub? He swallowed his words halfway through. Luli understood what she meant and shook his head directly, saying, "No, the timing is wrong. If a nightclub hostess is collecting money, it's usually in the middle of the night. Her collection time is generally around 8 or 9 p.m., rarely later than 10 p.m. And most of the money comes from the same person. Xiao Zhao, have Lao Zhang check this person's information at the bank." A few minutes later, Zhao Dali returned with a document and placed it in front of the two of them. The person who made the transfer is named Wang Yu, 32 years old this year. He is the food and beverage manager of Hanqing Hotel in the provincial capital. The Hanqing Hotel in the provincial capital? That's the top-tier 5-star hotel in the province. The guests who dine there are either business people with considerable financial resources or people working in the system. Qin Gang thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Li. "Little Lu, how much can Lin Weiwei drink?" Lu Li thought for a moment before speaking. "I've never seen her drink before, but last night, when Sheng Ling asked her to drink on his behalf, she didn't even flinch at the sight of a full 3 ounces of 53 proof Matai. So I suppose she has a pretty good alcohol tolerance. Therefore, I agree with you, Captain Qin, that Lin Weiwei is probably working as a business escort at the Hanjua Hotel in the provincial capital at this stage." Qin Gang had heard from Gao Jianjun about Lu Li's past feelings for Lin Weiwei, so he was hesitating about how to bring it up without embarrassing Lu Li. Now that Lu Li had brought it up himself, he simply nodded. What kind of job is business escort? This was the first time Zhao Dali had heard of it. Business drinking companionship refers to the practice where business people hire young and beautiful girls to accompany them at the dinner table to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too dull when entertaining important guests. The difference between girls who work as business companions and girls who work in nightclubs is that girls who can accompany clients for drinks are usually quite articulate and well-educated. The minimum requirement is female college students with a bachelor's degree or above. Furthermore, those who choose to work as business escorts generally do not go to nightclubs with clients, let alone sleep with them. Because these people often have bigger ambitions, their real goal isn't the tips they get from each drinking session. Instead, they use these business dinners to meet and build connections. Their minimum goal is to find a high-quality client for a long-term affair, and some even aim to become the mistress and eventually the wife. This time, Qin Gang personally gave Zhao Dali an explanation. Chapter 13, Lin Weiwei's shopping list. If you hadn't told me, I would never have guessed that Lin Weiwei could have had this kind of job. Zhao Dali felt that he had very little experience. That way, it will match up. Lu Li pointed to Lin Weiwei's bank statements. When Lin Weiwei was talking this morning, she said that she and Sheng Ling met again in March, and then Sheng Ling started pursuing her. You can see that her bank statements haven't had any such funds since April. It's obvious that she was after Sheng Ling's status and wanted to marry the sole heir of the Sheng group. Didn't Lin Weiwei say this morning that she and Sheng Ling only started dating in June? Zhao Dali was somewhat puzzled. Qin Gang and Lu Li both looked at him as if he were an idiot and simply didn't bother to explain. However, this research gave Lu Li a deeper understanding of Lin Weiwei. Such a deep and thoughtful woman was, in her past life, regarded as her white moonlight. No wonder she schemed against him so badly. He really deserved it. Despite being rejected, Zhao Dali continued to study Sheng Ling's bank statements and made a significant discovery. "Master, look. It seems there are multiple investments in Sheng Ling's China Merchants Bank card. Look at this 500,000 yuan. The recipient is a game studio. This sum of 300,000 was transferred to an internet company. There was also this sum of 300,000, which was transferred to an esports club. There are many such investments, each with a small amount, the largest being only 500,000, and usually 200,000 to 300,000. But there are only outflows, never inflows. The only source of income was the 5 million yuan transferred from Shengshe Group when the card was opened. It looks like this card was specifically given to him by Lao Sheng for starting his business. As a result, he was turned into a money-scattering brat. Lu Li carefully examined the details of these transfers, but immediately ruled them out. Even if each transaction was only a few 100,000, and even if they totaled 5 million, it wouldn't be enough to make Lin Weiwei take such a big risk. After studying it for a while, Lu Li finally focused his attention on a transfer record of 200,000 yuan. This transfer was made by Sheng Ling to a foreign financial institution, but the specifics of what was done are not yet clear. However, Lu Li recalled the information about 2013 from his previous life. A vague guess suddenly popped into my head. While the group was examining the bank statements, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Weiguo walked in carrying a USB drive. We've obtained Lin Weiwei's and Sheng Ling's online shopping records and call logs. Old man Kai's voice at this moment carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Guess what I found? Upon hearing this, Lu Li's heart stirred slightly. Licorice. Zhang Weiguo plugged the USB drive into the laptop in the conference room and opened one of the documents, which contained Lin Weiwei's online shopping records. He dragged the document content to one of the pages, stopped there, and pointed to a few records, saying, Licorice antidiarrheal decoction. More than a month ago, Lin Weiwei started buying a traditional Chinese medicine product called licorice antidiarrheal decoction online. Its main ingredient is licorice. Holy crap, it's exactly what Lu Li predicted. Zhao Dali exclaimed in surprise. Little Lu, you're amazing. Even Zhang Weiguo, an old hand, looked at Lu Li with a slightly inexplicable expression. However, Lu Li paid no attention to their astonishment, focusing all his attention on the documents in front of him. He took the mouse from Zhang Weiguo, dragged the document back, stared at the computer screen, and unconsciously frowned deeply. Xiao Lu, is something wrong? Captain Qin, look at this. He turned his laptop toward the crowd. On the screen is another part of the shopping list. Starting 3 months ago, Lin Weiwei's shopping cart began to frequently contain items that were completely different from her usual spending style. Several sets of expensive black lace lingerie, with very little fabric, and a huge quantity of Durex condoms, of all models and functions, purchased frequently and in quantities far exceeding what a normal couple would need. An eerie silence fell over the conference room. Zhao Dali's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He looked at the screen, then at Lu Li, his expression a complex mix of emotions. This isn't right. After hesitating for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. This shopping record. It looks like the honeymoon phase, the kind where you're like dry wood meeting a raging fire, wanting to be together every day. Zhang Weiguo frowned as well, tapping the table with his rough fingers. One was planning to kill someone, the other was planning to break up, and they ended up having such a wild affair behind the scenes. The entire task force fell into an eerie silence. The newly established logical chain seems to have cracked at this moment. Lin Weiwei's behavior was full of contradictions. If she hated Sheng Ling to the core and was prepared to kill him, why would she go to such lengths to cater to his sexual fetishes? If she was only after money, what could she, a girlfriend without a formal relationship, possibly gain after Sheng Ling's death? Just as everyone was racking their brains trying to figure it out, Qin Gang's phone rang. He answered the phone, and after listening to only a few sentences, his face darkened completely. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he looked at everyone, his voice carrying a chill. The autopsy results from the municipal funeral home are in. A large amount of glyceric acid was detected in the stomach contents of the deceased, Sheng Ling, combined with the blood test results. The forensic doctor's final conclusion is that digitalis drugs caused malignant arrhythmia in a state of hypokalemia, leading to sudden cardiac death. The cause of death has been determined to be drug poisoning. Murder. The evidence is irrefutable. Qin Gang stood up, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Old Zhang, immediately take your men to set up surveillance on Lin Weiwei and be ready to arrest her at any time. Dali, contact the Xiqing branch and see if they have any news from their investigation. Yes. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Amidst the tense and busy atmosphere, Lu Li opened another file on the USB drive, Lin Weiwei's call log details. Instead of looking at the people he frequently called, he kept flipping through the long list. Suddenly, his gaze settled on a name that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Was it him? Lu Li's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, countless clues intertwined and collided in Lu Li's mind, finally converging into a clear line. Captain Qin. Lu Li suddenly stood up, interrupting Qin Gang, who was deploying the mission. What's wrong? I need senior brother Zhao to accompany me on a trip. A discovery? Yes, a major discovery. Perhaps it will soon solve a mystery that has been troubling us. Chapter 14. Sheng Ling asked me to buy the licorice soup. The interrogation room of the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Detachment was coldly lit. Lin Weiwei sat quietly on the questioning chair. She had changed into a simple black dress, and her face showed just the right amount of sadness and haggardness. Zhang Weiguo and a policewoman sat opposite her, the air thick with tension. Lin Weiwei, we meet again. Zhang Weiguo sat opposite her, his voice low. Officer, has the cause of Sheng Ling's death been determined? She looked up, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, as if they were about to fall at any moment. Yes, Sheng Ling's cause of death was digoxin poisoning, which was exacerbated by hypokalemia, triggering malignant arrhythmias and ultimately leading to sudden cardiac death. Do you know what this means? Zhang Weiguo pushed a copy of the autopsy report in front of her, his gaze fixed intently on the girl's eyes. Sheng Ling's death was not an accident. It was murder. The moment Zhang Weiguo uttered those words, the sorrow on Lin Weiwei's face froze. Murder, she murmured, as if completely unable to comprehend their meaning. After a few seconds of deathly silence, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes no longer filled with sadness, but with a flame mixed with shock and rage. Murder. Her voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing. What did you say? Who? Who killed him? Tell me, who was it? She suddenly stood up, braced her hands on the table, leaned forward, and stared intently at Zhang Weiguo. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were bloodshot, like those of an enraged female beast. You're the police. You have to find him. I don't care who he is. I don't care what his background is. I want him to pay with his life. Do you hear me? Pay with his life. This sudden outburst caused the policewoman standing nearby to instinctively tense up. Zhang Weiguo remained expressionless, simply watching her perform with a cold gaze. Only after she collapsed back into her chair, exhausted and panting heavily, did Zhang Weiguo say calmly, Lin Weiwei, we're not here to find out what's going on. We're summoning you. We're questioning you. Do you know why? A flicker of panic flashed in Lin Weiwei's almond-shaped eyes, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Do you doubt me? Zhang Weiguo ignored her question and picked up a printed document from the table, which contained Lin Weiwei's online shopping records. Sheng Ling's cause of death was an overdose of digoxin in a state of hypokalemia caused by glycerizic acid. And we found that you started buying large quantities of glyceriza antidiarrheal decoction online more than a month ago. Ms. Lin, can you explain the reason to me? Zhang Weiguo's words, though not loud, were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing Lin Weiwei's anger. Her body stiffened, and the anger on her face faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment. Licorice root antidiarrheal decoction? Lin Weiwei murmured. Could it be that Sheng Ling's death was caused by licorice root antidiarrheal decoction? A look of disbelief suddenly appeared on her face. Could it be that the glycerizic acid you're talking about is the licorice in the licorice antidiarrheal decoction? What do you think? Zhang Weiguo pushed a printed screenshot of an online shopping order in front of her. You started making purchases more than a month ago. The delivery address is Sheng Ling's residence in Vank Haishanghui, and the recipient is you. Lin Weiwei's gaze fell on the order. Her pupils dilated little by little, and the color drained from her face at a visible speed, turning her deathly pale. I told him not to drink this, but he wouldn't listen. She seemed to recall something regrettable. Her lips began to tremble uncontrollably, and the words she uttered caused Zhang Weiguo and Qin Gang in the monitoring room to change their expressions. Sheng Ling made me buy this licorice antidiarrheal soup. I told him not to trust online ads, but he insisted I buy it. She covered her face with her hands, let out a desperate sob, curled up, and trembled violently. What do you mean? Zhang Weiguo's expression turned serious. Sheng Ling, Lin Weiwei bit her lip, a look of shame on her face. His ability in that area wasn't very strong. He was also very proud and refused to go to the hospital. Later, we saw a folk remedy online, saying that licorice could enhance male potency and delay ejaculation. I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. I really never thought it would kill him. You said Sheng Ling asked you to buy the licorice root antidiarrheal soup for him? Zhang Weiguo asked calmly. Yes, he sent me a message on WeChat about online shopping. I still have the chat history on my phone. Zhang Weiguo glanced at the policewoman next to him, who quickly walked out of the interrogation room and returned 2 minutes later with Lin Weiwei's phone. Lin Weiwei took her phone, opened WeChat, and started her conversation with Sheng Ling. A link was sent to the profile picture of Sheng Ling, which led to a product page for licorice antidiarrheal decoction. Weiwei, buy me a few packets of this tea to drink. I heard it's very effective. This stuff is unreliable, isn't it? Besides, you're already very capable. You don't need to drink it anymore. It's mainly because you're so alluring. Otherwise, I could be even better. It's okay, just buy me a few packs first. The reviews online are really good. Then we can unlock a few more positions. Who's going to teach you how to do this? Fine, I'll buy you 2 packs to try. That brief conversation has now become Lin Weiwei's protective charm. It almost cleared her of all suspicion. Qin Gang stood in the monitoring room, watching the woman's remorseful sobs on the video screen, his brows furrowed tightly. He had just arranged for someone to check Ling's phone and found that the chat history inside was exactly the same. However, he still didn't believe Lin Weiwei's explanation at all, even if she has so-called evidence, even if their chat logs can prove it. As a veteran criminal investigator, he never believed in coincidences. Coincidentally, the pharmacy only had 0.5 milligrams digoxin tablets, and Ling, who often forgot to take his medicine, took 2 tablets at once. Coincidentally, after Lin Weiwei bought a large amount of erotic lingerie and condoms, Ling took the initiative to ask her to buy licorice antidiarrheal soup. Then, coincidentally, the two things came together, leading to Ling's death. In addition, there was the conflict between Lu Li and Ling last night. Qin Gang's expression grew increasingly serious. One coincidence is just a coincidence, but multiple coincidences put together are a meticulously planned scheme. Having served as a police officer for decades, Qin Gang has encountered many cunning suspects. But I never expected that this young girl, barely in her early 20s, would. They have such deep thoughts, such meticulous counter-surveillance capabilities. It's absolutely terrifying to think about. Qin Gang was almost 100% certain that everything was Lin Weiwei's scheme. However, they could not produce any evidence, and they had not even found out the other party's motive yet. Just as he was lost in deep thought, the phone in my pocket rang. It was Lu Li calling. Without hesitation, Qin Gang answered the phone. Lu Li's voice came through the line. As Qin Gang listened to the other party's report, his tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and his eyes gradually brightened. 2 minutes later, he spoke without hesitation. Just follow the procedures. I'll handle things with the technical department. You can contact Director Tang directly later. Chapter 15: Winning Hearts and Minds. The interrogation room was coldly lit. Lin Weiwei sat quietly on the questioning chair. She had changed into a simple black dress, and her face showed just the right amount of sadness and haggardness. It's been several hours since she temporarily cleared herself of suspicion with an impeccable explanation and a carefully crafted chat log. No one has come in to interrogate her anymore. There was only deathly silence in the interrogation room. But this environment, which would drive an ordinary person to a mental breakdown, seemed to have no effect on Lin Weiwei whatsoever. She sat there quietly. Even with his hands tightly bound by the buckles on the interrogation chair, his back remained straight and his posture elegant, as if he were in a fine restaurant rather than a cold interrogation room. She mentally reviewed every step of the entire plan countless times. She believed her design was flawless. Every step, every detail, was meticulously planned by her countless times. Although things changed slightly from her expectations, it didn't matter. She originally intended for Ling to die from a sudden heart attack triggered by his conflict with Lu Li. Unfortunately, Lu Li, who had a crush on her for 7 years, suddenly went crazy for some reason. Even though he was the person involved in the case, he insisted that Ling's death was likely murder. This led the police to discover the true cause of Ling's death. But this will not affect the final outcome. Replacing digoxin tablets with 0.5 milligrams was approved by Ling, and the licorice decoction was also purchased by Ling himself at his own request. Her WeChat chat history was her best protection. Even if the police have suspicions, they can't possibly have any evidence. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 3 hours had already passed. During those 3 hours, the police did not continue to talk to her, but instead left her alone in the interrogation room. Instead of panicking, Lin Weiwei became even more convinced of her hypothesis. The police couldn't find any evidence, so they resorted to psychological tactics against themselves. Perhaps they will interrogate me again in the middle of the night, when I am most exhausted. Sitting in the interrogation chair, Lin Weiwei secretly plotted. But at that moment, click, the sound of the door lock turning was particularly jarring in the deathly silent room. Lin Weiwei looked up and glanced at the doorway with some surprise. She thought she would see the old policeman named Zhang Weigua and the fat man with a somewhat frivolous look in his eyes. However, when the door was pushed open and the two people who walked in, her pupils suddenly contracted. Qin Gang, the deputy captain of the city's criminal investigation team, had a somber face and eyes as sharp as ice. Walking beside him was Lu Li. Lu Li? How did he end up in the interrogation room? Lin Weiwei, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly felt a strange sense of panic. The sight of Lu Li before her filled her with an utterly absurd sense of unfamiliarity. He was no longer the shy boy who would secretly look at her in a crowd and whose heart would flutter at her words. His figure was still upright, but the sunny aura he once possessed had vanished, replaced by a deep, abyssal stillness. His eyes were calm and indifferent. It was like looking at a piece of evidence that had nothing to do with him, rather than a girl he had been infatuated with throughout his youth. That look made her feel vaguely uneasy. But after a brief period of unease, a feeling of being betrayed by a chess piece welled up inside him. She quickly suppressed her slight panic, and instead, a faint smile, a mixture of provocation and scrutiny, appeared on her lips. "Luli, it's you?" Her voice returned to its usual gentleness, yet carried a subtle sharpness. "I thought you would choose to avoid me. After all, investigating a girl you once liked probably isn't a pleasant experience, is it?" Instead of begging for mercy, she chose to take the initiative. She wanted to test him, to see if the man before her still retained the foolish shadow that she could easily manipulate. Luli ignored her probing and didn't even give her a second glance. This complete disregard chilled her to the bone more than any angry rebuttal. He walked straight to her and sat down opposite her, gently placing a thin document on the slightly worn solid wood table. "What? Do you want to request my recusal? Is it because you feel you framed me, and therefore you're afraid to face the truth?" Luli's first words, spoken in a calm tone, were like a thunderclap, exploding in Lin Weiwei's heart. "How could that be? How could I possibly frame you? Why would I request your recusal?" Lin Weiwei's pupils suddenly contracted, and she felt her hair stand on end. A strong sense of crisis welled up in her heart, but she still forced a smile on her face. "All right, since you're not going to request my recusal." Luli's voice remained as calm as a still lake, without a ripple. "Lin Weiwei, let's talk about your market value. From that dusty courtyard in Shilin Town to the top-tier dinner party in Huahai City, you've spent 5 whole years polishing yourself into a perfect product." His word choice was commodity. Lin Weiwei's forced smile froze. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "You understand." Luli's voice was like a precise scalpel, beginning to dissect her inch by inch. "You know what poverty that goes to the bone tastes like. It was your father, reeking of alcohol and furious after losing all his money. It was your mother, with her cracked hands and perpetually furrowed brow. So you desperately ran away, fled Shilin Town, and came to a strange place to attend high school. You initially thought you had succeeded by escaping that place, but you gradually discovered that the new environment wasn't as wonderful as you had imagined. The best version of myself in Shilin Town gradually faded into obscurity in high school. You realize that your real asset is actually your beauty. This is your greatest asset, and your only asset. So you cleverly disguised everything about your family of origin, making yourself appear as the pure and innocent school beauty in other people's eyes. You see all the admiration and affection others show you, yet you pretend to be naive and innocent, because you need to make a careful choice. You think you've finally succeeded when you get into university, but you find that you've just jumped from one quagmire into another, even more insecure quagmire called reality. So you found a shortcut. You discover that your smile, your eyes, your beauty can all be put on a price tag. You started frequenting those so-called business dinners, and you learned how to use the most innocent expression and the most flattering words to pour drinks for men who could be your father. You enjoy using their dirty money to buy designer bags and package yourself as one of them. You are not building a new life. Lin Weiwei, you're just frantically and hysterically trying to bury that terrifying past with layer after layer of expensive lies. Every word was like a poisoned steel needle. It precisely pierced Lin Weiwei's most hidden pain, causing the indifference on her face to vanish. Her body began to tremble slightly, and for the first time, her almond-shaped eyes, which were always brimming with tears, revealed genuine fear. "You're lying." "I didn't." Chapter 16. Lin Weiwei in collapse. In the monitoring room, almost all the members of the task force were gathered. Everyone stared intently at the screen displaying the video feed. The sound coming from the monitor speaker made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. "Brother Zhang, is it really okay for Xiao Lu to interrogate me like this?" When his master asked Luli to go in with him for interrogation, Zhao Dali didn't sense anything was wrong. But he still didn't expect that Luli's words would be so explosive. Having worked for 5 or 6 years, Zhao Dali had lost count of how many times he had interrogated people alongside the veteran staff member of the detachment. He never imagined that interrogation could be done like this. Zhang Weiguo did not directly answer his question, but instead looked intently at Lin Weiwei's expression on the surveillance screen. He finally sighed when he saw the drastic change in Lin Weiwei's expression on the screen. This kid is really something. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Weiwei will be completely taken down soon. Seeing the confusion in Zhao Dali's eyes, he couldn't help but explain. Although we have obtained a lot of crucial evidence, many details in this case require a determination of subjective intent. Given Lin Weiwei's previous meticulousness, she is very likely to deny it to the death. So it will be very difficult for us to get a confession. But Xiao Lu's words shattered Lin Weiwei's deepest beliefs. Once her will collapses, all we need to do is present the crucial evidence at the right moment. Lin Weiwei's psychological defenses will quickly crumble. Zhang Weiguo said these words not only to the chubby boy, but also to explain them to the several personnel seconded from the Xiqing branch. He knew that these people were all key criminal investigators from the Xiqing branch of the Public Security Bureau, and they must have had some thoughts about why Qin Gang brought Lu Li, a young intern, along during the final interrogation. Lu Li's current performance is enough to make them completely abandon those inappropriate thoughts. This can be seen from the furrowed brows and solemn expressions on Zhao Qiming and Lu Lu's faces as they watched the surveillance footage. In the interrogation room, Lu Li continued speaking, giving Lin Weiwei no chance to catch her breath. You've disguised yourself very well, as a goddess from a wealthy family, untouched by worldly concerns. But deep down, you're still that insecure and greedy girl from Qilin Town. Looking at Sheng Ling is like looking at a long-term meal ticket for a top-notch meal. You created a perfect, white moonlight image for him. Pure, sensible, and not after money, only after him. How ridiculous. A woman who measures everything by price is performing the most worthless kind of love. Enough. Lin Weiwei forcefully pulled on the spring clips on the interrogation chair. Unable to maintain her elegance any longer, her eyes blazing with humiliation and anger. Who do you think you are? Lu Li, you're nothing but a pathetic wretch I rejected. You can't have me. So you resort to these despicable means to slander me? You disgust me. Lin Weiwei's inner fear led her to try to twist Lu Li's words into a revenge stemming from love turned to hate. This was the only counterattack she could think of. What? You can't take it anymore after this is just the beginning. Do you want me to give you another chance and ask me to recuse myself? Otherwise, you might find the rest even more unbearable. At that moment, Lin Weiwei had a real urge to demand that the man in front of her, who was now a complete stranger, leave the interrogation room. But she knew she couldn't. If she did, she would have completely lost. So she tried her best to calm herself down, gritted her teeth, and said, word by word, "Do you think it's honorable to bully a weak woman like me? Fine, I'll give you that chance today and see what else you can say." Lu Li smiled dismissively and continued, "You concealed all your sharpness and crafted a perfect image of a pure and sensible girlfriend for Sheng Ling. You schemed against him, and you schemed against me as well. Your meticulous concern and care for me on the day of the class reunion was nothing more than a deliberate attempt to provoke Sheng Ling's jealousy and hostility. You know his personality very well, arrogant, concerned with his image, and absolutely unwilling to allow others to covet what he owns. You succeeded. You instigated the conflict between him and me, making me the external trigger for his sudden death, a perfect scapegoat. I didn't." Lin Weiwei retorted instinctively, but she seemed to realize that her emotions were once again on the verge of spiraling out of control, so she forcefully suppressed her anger. "Sheng Ling is my boyfriend. I love him very much. Why would I want to hurt him? I have no grudge against you. So why would I want to hurt you? Because you've never loved anyone. You only love yourself." But Lu Li remained unmoved. He didn't even raise an eyebrow, as if her questioning was just a meaningless breeze. "It's just that you're too good at disguising yourself. So much so that we almost couldn't tell what the real you was like." He pulled another report out of the folder. "While investigating your online shopping history, we discovered that you had purchased a large amount of QQ lingerie and contraceptive products in recent months, which made me doubt my judgment. Until I discovered this. A month before the incident, at 4:17 a.m., Sheng Ling's phone underwent a 40-minute deep web search. The keywords are licorice decoction for diarrhea, how to prolong male intercourse duration, and is licorice decoction for diarrhea effective in prolonging male function. But according to the restored mobile phone usage records of Sheng Ling, there were no traces of use on Sheng Ling's mobile phone after 2 a.m. that night. You were the one using his phone back then. You used his phone to search for these keywords and browse related records after he fell asleep. You used the shopping app's intelligent algorithm to push ads for licorice as an aphrodisiac to his phone just right and frequently. You were certain that, given his personality, reluctant to seek medical help and extremely concerned about saving face, he would definitely be tempted by this folk remedy. You said Ling's sexual function isn't very good, and maybe that's true. But I believe it's more because your constant demands make him feel inadequate. And that's the real reason you buy so much QQ underwear and accessories. Lin Weiwei, you are indeed very clever. Ling is like a puppet that can be manipulated at will in front of you. He treated everyone to dinner, wanting to show off his spoils. He thought you were his spoils, but he never knew that he was the real prey. Your murder was like directing a play in which he willingly drank poison. And I was the clown you placed in the final act, responsible for applauding and taking my bow. At this moment, Lin Weiwei's breathing became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. She never imagined that all her careful planning would be so easily seen through by the other party. A nameless fear began to spread within her, to the point that her hands, which were fixed to the interrogation chair, began to tremble slightly. Chapter 17: The Truth. But she persevered through gritted teeth, her mind racing, trying to find a solution. Lu Li, you have disappointed me greatly. You were so outstanding and so innocent in high school. If my family hadn't been so poor, I wouldn't have had to work so hard for my future. I really want to have a sweet romance with you. But I never imagined that you would become like this in just a few years. Just because I got together with Ling, you're slandering me like this. I admit that I failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a girlfriend and did not take good care of Ling, which led to his accident. But all of this was an accident. I only ended up like this because I didn't know anything about medicine and I was too accommodating to Ling. But in your mouth, it became that I committed a crime intentionally. Lu Li, I never imagined that the innocent boy I once knew would one day become so treacherous. Fine, since you say I committed a crime, then produce concrete evidence. Otherwise, I would never have been so easily framed by you. Lin Weiwei is still making a last-ditch effort. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, she will not give up easily. Still trying to deny it? Lu Li's eyes gradually turned cold. You think you've done everything clean? He took 2 items out of the evidence bag in the drawer and showed them to Lin Weiwei. They were 2 medical monographs with somewhat worn covers, Clinical Pharmacology and Handbook of Drug Therapy for Cardiovascular Diseases. Do these 2 books look familiar to you? Lu Li's eyes held a playful and mocking smile. At this moment, Lin Weiwei could no longer notice his expression. Her eyes were fixed on the book in his hands. His face was filled with disbelief, but he still denied it verbally. What are these? You're showing me 2 medical books. What are you trying to prove? Anyone could hear the guilty conscience in her words. Lu Li ignored her feeble excuses. More than 4 months ago, you encountered Wang Han, a student from the Department of Clinical Medicine, in the rain at the graduate school of Hawaii University. From then on, he became your admirer. You were smart. You rejected him by saying you had a boyfriend, but you gained a good friend in the medical field. 3 months ago, you borrowed these 2 medical books from your boyfriend, claiming he had a heart condition and you wanted to learn more about it. At this point, the mockery on Lu Li's face deepened. Are you trying to tell me that you didn't even read those 2 books after borrowing them? However, on specific pages of these 2 books, we extracted a large number of clear fingerprints that belong only to you. These pages, quite coincidentally, explain in detail how glyceric acid in licorice can lead to severe hypokalemia. Furthermore, hypokalemia can drastically increase the cardiotoxicity of digitalis drugs, even at standard therapeutic doses, potentially leading to fatal malignant arrhythmias. You're not ignorant, Lin Weiwei, Lu Li said, emphasizing each word. You're far more professional than we imagined. At this moment, Lin Weiwei's psychological defenses were finally completely broken down. She slumped into the chair, her eyes unfocused, all the color drained from her face, leaving only a deathly ashen complexion. She lay there limply, like a rag doll whose bones had been removed, unconsciously repeating, "It wasn't me. I had no reason to kill him. I had no reason. No reason." Lu Li laughed, a laugh filled with endless mockery and deep sorrow. He took out the last document, but instead of pushing it away, he held it in his hand as if he were reading a final verdict. That was a transaction record from an overseas cryptocurrency trading platform. A year ago, Ling used this institution's over-the-counter trading channel to purchase something that was still quite niche at the time, Bitcoin. Ling himself probably forgot about this small investment long ago. But nobody knew that from 2012 to 2013, Bitcoin experienced an unprecedented and frenzied bull market. You know better than anyone how much this investment is worth now. I did the math for you. Based on yesterday's closing price, it's roughly 43 million renminbi. 43 million. This number exploded like a nuclear bomb in the deathly silent interrogation room. Neither Qin Gang, sitting in the interrogation room, nor the members of the task force watching the surveillance footage in the monitoring room expected this. The motive behind Lin Weiwei's crime, which they had never been able to figure out, was so easily discovered by Lu Li. 43 million. Such an astronomical figure is indeed enough to make Lin Weiwei risk killing someone. Sheng Ling is dead, and this enormous amount of digital assets has become a dormant legacy unknown to anyone. And you, long ago, used every means to extract the private key to the wallet from him. This is your real motive. Not for some ridiculous love, not for revenge, but simply for money. The final secret was revealed. Lin Weiwei's beautiful face was completely distorted at this moment. All her pretense, all her scheming, all her elegance vanished. Ha 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 ha. She suddenly burst into a shrill and maniacal laugh, tears mingling with her smudged makeup, leaving two messy black streaks on her pale face. It was me. I killed him. She suddenly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Li, her voice filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Do you people born with silver spoons in your mouths know how much I've suffered since I was a child? My gambling father beat my mother after he lost all his money. I studied desperately and got into university, thinking I could escape all of this. But what happened? I still have to fawn over those fat, bloated men for a few hundred yuan a month for living expenses. I served Sheng Ling with utmost care, regarding him as my entire hope in life. I thought he would marry me, and I thought I could become the mistress of the Sheng family. Therefore, I tried my best to help him grow. Do you know what? That 43 million should have been mine. I was the one who suggested he buy Bitcoin. Otherwise, how could someone with his brain full of idiots understand this? But what did he take me for? A plaything. A trophy he could discard at any time. Her voice became shrill and piercing, filled with frantic accusations. I heard it with my own ears. He told his dad on the phone that he was just playing around with me and would dump me when he got bored. He ruined my dream. Why? Why does he have everything from birth, while I have to grovel and beg just to live like a human being? He deserves to die. He should have died long ago. I hate him. I hate you self-righteous men even more. Lu Li, what do you think you are? A fool living in his own ideals. You're no different. You were just played by me. You must be feeling pretty smug right now, sending the woman you once loved to prison with your own hands. Chapter 18. Case closed. Qin Gang ignored her screams and curses, staring at her distorted face, and asked, "Now that you've obtained the Bitcoin key, why don't you just leave?" "Go? Where to?" Lin Weiwei sneered. "Going abroad is a difficult thing for us, but for a rich kid like Sheng Ling, going anywhere is as easy as going out for a meal." I took the money and ran. Given his family background, he can find me anytime he remembers Bitcoin, or he can just call the police. A theft of over 40 million yuan. Do you think the police won't do anything about it? Lu Li, however, seemed not to have heard, and calmly asked in return, "So you're plotting to murder him? And then framing me?" "Yes." At this moment, Lin Weiwei no longer had any concerns. Her once stunningly beautiful face was now twisted with hatred. After I overheard Sheng Ling's phone call with his parents, I decided that he had to die. Only then could that 43 million truly belong to me. What an idiot. His father gave him 5 million yuan to start a business. He ended up investing it all in some completely worthless places. Without my suggestion for this investment, he would have lost all of his 5 million. Ironically, he paid absolutely no attention to his most successful investment. He even forgot that these bitcoins existed. So I started planning to make him die an unexpected and sudden death. I knew he had hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, so I started my research from that angle. Just as you guessed, I learned what hypokalemia is and how to drastically increase the cardiotoxicity of digitalis from that medical student named Wang Han. So every night, I would relentlessly demand things from him, making him feel overwhelmed. Then, while he was sleeping, I would use his phone to search for licorice soup and use big data to push ads to him. What he thought was a coincidence was actually all designed by me. Even last night's dinner was something I subtly hinted at him to host. Although he never intended to marry me, he was still very proud of himself for winning me over. I cleverly used this to my advantage, making him deliberately show off in front of you. That's why there was dinner last night, and the conflict between you and him there. Everything I designed is so perfect. It's all your fault. Lu Li, if it weren't for your interference, no one would have ever discovered this truth. Everyone at the dinner party last night can confirm that he died of a heart attack. Lu Li, you ruined everything I had. At this point, Lin Weiwei seemed to have gone mad. Lu Li looked at her quietly, at this soul that had been completely devoured by desire. There was no anger or smugness in his eyes, only a trace of unfathomable pity. He stood up and took one last look at the woman he had been infatuated with throughout his youth. That stunningly beautiful face now appeared only as hideous and ugly to him. He turned and walked out the door without looking back. Behind him, there was Lin Weiwei's utterly broken cries and the final wails of a soul torn apart by desire. Lu Li did not participate in the subsequent interrogation. He handed it over to Zhao Dali. The moment he stepped into the monitoring room, all the eyes of the task force fell on him, their expressions complex. The atmosphere froze for a moment. I don't know who started clapping. Immediately afterwards, applause resounded throughout the room. For the first time ever, Zhang Weiguo took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and offered it to Lu Li. They even offered to light it for him with a lighter. Little Lu, not bad. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiming from the West City Criminal Investigation Department seized the opportunity to snatch the cigarette pack from Zhang Weiguo's hand, quickly pulled out a few cigarettes, and distributed them to the others. He chuckled. Little Lu, you're really something. Even the stingy old Zhang was willing to offer you a cigarette. We're all benefiting from your generosity today. Upon hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but smile. Zhang Weiguo rolled his eyes at him. Will you smoke or not? If not, give it back. Even cigarettes can't shut you up. The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. As the laughter subsided, Zhao Qiming casually said, Xiao Lu, would you be interested in joining our West City branch? Our team happens to be short of a detective. Once your probationary period is over, you'll be yours. Zhang Weiguo glanced at him and said disdainfully, if Xiao Lu wanted to, would he need to come to your Xiqing branch? All you do there is argue and fight all day long. What's the point? If he wanted to come, he should come to our detachment. Old Qin said yesterday that if Xiao Lu wanted to come, he would arrange a transfer for him anytime. Zhang Weiguo's words surprised Zhao Qiming. He extended the invitation because of the young man's interrogation skills displayed in the interrogation room. But he hadn't expected Qin Gang to act even faster. Did this kid possess other abilities he wasn't aware of? Thinking of this, he did not back down at all. If he comes to your detachment, he'll definitely start as a regular team member. But if he comes to our brigade, he'll immediately become an acting detective. Once his probation period is over, he'll be promoted to a full-fledged detective. Xiao Lu, are you interested? Even if Qin Gang were still interrogating someone in the interrogation room, he would still try to take what he wanted, even if the other party were present. Just kidding. What's the most precious thing these days? Talented individuals, especially young talents. Young people like Lu Li can quickly become combat-ready once they arrive at the Xiqing branch. How could he possibly let him go? With such a capable general joining his team, the brigade's annual crime-solving rate increases by at least several percentage points. When the time comes, it won't be difficult for me to get promoted. Therefore, he simply promised the position of acting detective, hoping to persuade the other party. Unfortunately, Lu Li didn't even hesitate before giving an apologetic smile. Zhao, I'm so sorry. I'm new to the police force and haven't mastered many of the procedures yet. I'd like to learn from my mentor, Gao Jianjun, for a few more years. I appreciate your kind offer. When Zhao Qiming heard the other party mention Gao Jianjun and say that the other party was his mentor, he had no choice but to give up in frustration. He felt a pang of regret, wondering why he hadn't met such a wonderful apprentice. Although Lin Weiwei's confession has been obtained, as a murder case, there is still much work to be done. While Lu Li was working with the task force to perfect all the evidence, it was already 3 days later. Friday afternoon, in the Criminal Investigation Division office. Xiao Lu, the main work on the case is almost complete. You've worked hard these past few days. Tomorrow and the day after are the weekend, so take a good rest. Come back to work on Monday. Qin Gang looked at Lu Li, who was still busy, and asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dali's eyes lit up, and he looked at his master expectantly. Master, what about me? Qin Gang glanced at his apprentice and snorted coldly. Lin Weiwei is to be formally arrested on Tuesday. Have you finished writing your arrest warrant? Have you prepared the detailed interrogation outline for the final arraignment before reporting for arrest? Have you thoroughly examined the entire case? Is there anything that needs to be checked or filled in? A series of probing questions caused Zhao Dali's expression to immediately crumble. He looked at his junior brother with a resentful expression, almost like a widow, resentful woman in her boudoir. Chapter 19, Leaving the Task Force. Lu Li ignored the resentment that was about to overflow from his senior brother's eyes. He organized and filed the last document on the table before standing up and walking to Qin Gang's desk. Team Leader Qin. What's wrong, Xiao Lu? Is there anything else? Qin Gang looked up, thinking he wanted to ask about the case. I would like to apply to withdraw from the task force and report back to the Jing'an branch next Monday. Lu Li's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into the quiet office, instantly shattering the previously relaxed atmosphere. The resentment on Zhao Dali's face froze, replaced by utter astonishment. He looked at Lu Li in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. Qin Gang's smile vanished. He frowned, scrutinized the young man before him, and said in a deep voice, Xiao Lu, do you know what you're saying? I know. Lu Li's eyes were calm and firm, without the slightest wavering. Nonsense. Qin Gang's voice carried a hint of sternness. What do you think the Special Task Force is? A place you can come and go as you please? Qin Gang was genuinely angry. He thought highly of Lu Li. Lu Li deserves immense credit for this project, and he has already made up his mind to officially compete with Gao Jianjun for the man after the celebration party. But to his surprise, before he could even speak, the kid actually took the initiative to leave. The case is about to be closed, and you'll get all the credit. Next week, leaders from the Municipal Public Security Bureau will personally come to the branch to express their appreciation to all members of the Special Task Force. This is a perfect opportunity for you to shine in front of the leaders. And now you're telling me you want to leave? What were you thinking? Captain Qin, thank you for your high regard. Lu Li's tone was very sincere. But during these few days in the task force, I have also realized that I still have many shortcomings and lack grassroots work experience. I want to go back to the branch office first and learn more from my mentor. The reasons sounded reasonable, but Qin Gang didn't believe a word of it. He stared intently into Lu Li's eyes, as if trying to discern something from those calm and collected gazes. Xiao Lu, tell me the truth. Is someone putting pressure on you? Or is it because this case involves a girl you used to like, and you're feeling uncomfortable about it? Neither. Lu Li shook his head, offering no further explanation. He couldn't very well tell Qin Gang that in his previous life, it was precisely because of the huge disagreement over the nature of the 915 case that his mentor, Gao Jianjun, secretly left his post and went to the provincial capital to seek help from his mentor at the police academy, who would stand up for him on legal grounds, in order to help him get rid of the charge of manslaughter. It was precisely because of that unauthorized absence from his post that the mentor missed the investigation of a major murder case, ultimately receiving severe punishment and losing his almost certain promotion. That case, in his previous life, remained unsolved. Even if such a favor did not happen in this lifetime, Lu Li still had to go back. As for the credit for the 915 project, Lu Li really didn't care. A youthful body, a photographic memory, and the crime-solving experience honed in his previous life. Lu Li was confident that countless such achievements would await him in the future. Looking into Lu Li's unwavering gaze, Qin Gang sighed heavily, took a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and took a deep drag. All right, I respect your decision. Qin Gang's voice was somewhat helpless through the swirling smoke. But if you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to get into the branch again in the future. Think it through yourself. I've thought it through. All right then. Qin Gang waved his hand, his tone full of undisguised regret. Just go back to the Jing'an branch on Monday to report for duty. I'll handle the other procedures with Lao Gao. Thank you, Captain Qin. Lu Li gave a sincere salute, then turned and left the office. Behind them was Zhao Dali's shocked and puzzled gaze, and Qin Gang's slightly regretful yet appreciative look. On a rare weekend when she didn't have to work overtime, Lu Li slept in until she naturally woke up. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. A narrow strip of light was cast into the room. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had enjoyed such a peaceful morning. In his previous life, he spent those 8 years in the archives, even on his days off, keeping company with the cold files. After washing up and changing into a simple t-shirt and jeans, Lu Li walked out of the room. The living room was empty. The parents must have gone to the shop to work long ago. A thermal cover was placed on the dining table, underneath which were warm soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. Lu Li picked up the bowl, and the sweet aroma of the soy milk instantly awakened her taste buds. He finished his breakfast in a few bites, locked the door, and headed toward his parents' small restaurant. Lu Li's family small restaurant is located on an old commercial street near the residential area. It is not large and the decoration is a bit outdated, but it is clean and tidy. Although it was past breakfast time, the shop was still full of local residents, and the aroma of steaming food filled the air. Hey, Xiao Li's here. Officer Liu is off today. Your parents are busy in the kitchen. The familiar neighbors greeted him warmly. Liu Li smiled and responded to each of them, but his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the two busy figures in the kitchen. Those were his parents, who were more than 10 years younger than him. Father Liu Jianjun's back was still straight, and his hair was only streaked with a few silver strands. Mother Zhang Yingxiu's face was not nearly as wrinkled as it would become later. The two were working together seamlessly at the stove, one cooking noodles and the other preparing the seasonings, both with fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Seeing this, Liu Li's eyes welled up slightly. In his past life, he was busy with work and overwhelmed with his own affairs, rarely having time to sit down and properly look at them. It wasn't until his parents' health collapsed one after another that he felt deep regret. Dad, Mom. He walked to the kitchen door and called out softly, "Hey, son, you're awake." Zhang Yingxiu turned around, saw her son, and her face immediately lit up with a smile. She wiped her hands on her apron and came over to greet him. "Are you hungry? Mom will make you a bowl of wontons." "I've already eaten." Liu Li shook his head and took the heavy stack of bowls and chopsticks from his mother's hands. "Let me do it. You're a police officer. What kind of behavior is this?" Zhang Yingxiu scolded him playfully, but did not stop him. Her face was full of undisguised pride. She pulled Liu Li to sit down at the only empty small table next to them, brought him a glass of water, and then began a topic that every mother enjoys discussing. "Xiao Li, you're 23 now, and your job is stable. Shouldn't you start thinking about your personal life? Let me tell you, Aunt Wang's niece next door is also a teacher, and she's very beautiful. It's that time of pressuring them to get married again." Upon hearing these familiar words, Liu Li's smile became slightly stiff. But instead of feeling repulsed, I felt a long-lost warmth. At this time in his previous life, he still couldn't forget Lin Weiwei and argued with his mother about it many times. Her mother never liked Lin Weiwei, feeling that the girl seemed too shrewd and calculating, not someone who could settle down and live a stable life. At the time, he thought his mother was prejudiced and held outdated views of the older generation. Looking back now, these elderly people who had struggled through life all their lives, though not highly educated, possessed the most simple yet accurate wisdom in judging people. "Mom." Liu Li interrupted his mother's endless introduction, looked into her eyes, and said earnestly, "I understand. Don't worry, I will bring you a daughter-in-law as soon as possible." Zhang Yingxiu's prepared explanations suddenly got stuck in her throat. She stared blankly at her son, hardly believing her ears. "Has this kid changed his ways today? You're serious?" "Really?" Liu Li nodded with a smile. "Then, what about Xiaolin?" Zhang Yingxiu asked tentatively, still somewhat uneasy. "It's over." Liu Li's tone was calm, as if he were talking about a past event that had nothing to do with him. "It's all in the past." Upon hearing this answer, a bright smile finally bloomed on Zhang Yingxiu's face. She patted Liu Li's arm happily. "That's right. With a son as outstanding as him, what kind of good girl can't he find?" Chapter 20. The girl who came to the door by scent. Seeing his mother's genuine joy, Liu Li's mood brightened as well. Their gaze returned to the small restaurant. Since both parents lost their jobs in 2000, the strong-willed mother did not choose to go out to work, but started her own small business. Starting with roadside fried spring rolls and kidney pancakes, they expanded to include breakfast noodles, wontons, and dumplings. Later, they rented a storefront, which evolved into the small restaurant that serves Chinese and dinner dishes as well as some stir-fries and braised dishes. My parents are both good cooks and very particular about hygiene. The small restaurant business has always been quite successful, and the family's living conditions have always been good. But the parents, who always did everything themselves, grew older and older in the midst of all the cooking and cleaning. Now that I've been reborn, Liu Li naturally couldn't let his parents continue to work so hard. However, Liu Li was unwilling to leave the police force to start his own business, and his parents would certainly not agree. Liu Li recalled the memories of his past life in his mind. What is a way for parents to continue to realize their own value without having to do all the work themselves? Suddenly, a dish that would later become a sensation across the country popped into his mind. "Mom, you guys go ahead with your work. I'm going out for a bit." Liu Li acted immediately upon thinking about it, standing up and going to the nearby spice wholesale market. After searching through many stores, he finally found all the ingredients he needed. After returning home and busying himself with everything, It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he finally arrived at the restaurant. The small restaurant was past lunchtime, and the dinner customers hadn't arrived yet. The parents, taking a rare break from their busy schedules, sat down to rest on chairs in the shop. Xiaoli, what are you doing in such a hurry? Seeing her son come in carrying a bottle of sauce that was clearly homemade, she couldn't help but ask him curiously. Mom, I'll cook a new dish for you and Dad tonight. Lu Li smiled mysteriously and walked into the kitchen. You? Zhang Yingqiu looked at her son's back with suspicion. Lu Jianjun had never seen his son cook before, and couldn't help but stand up and follow him into the kitchen, asking, what are you doing messing around in the kitchen? Dad, let me show you what I can do. Lu Li didn't say much. He washed his hands and skillfully picked up a chicken from the shelf next to him. He picked up the cleaver and, with swift and clean strokes, chopped the whole chicken into evenly sized pieces. The skillful knife work stunned Lu Jianjun for a moment. When did this kid learn this skill? Ignoring his father's surprise, Lu Li blanched the chicken pieces, drained them, and then began preparing the ingredients. Ginger slices, garlic cloves, dried chili peppers, shiitake mushrooms. Each ingredient was processed methodically in his hands. Next, he heated oil in a wok, added rock sugar and caramelized it, then added chicken pieces and stir-fried them, ensuring each piece of chicken was evenly coated with a bright red color. Finally, add various spices and a spoonful of secret sauce, and a rich and complex aroma instantly fills the small kitchen. The powerful aroma quickly wafted out of the kitchen. What is Xiaoli cooking that smells so good? Zhang Yingqiu was also intrigued by the aroma. She walked to the kitchen door and looked at her son's methodical, chef-like figure with surprise in her eyes. Half an hour later, a pot of braised chicken, its color a vibrant red and its broth rich and flavorful, was bubbling away in the clay pot. The savory aroma of the chicken, the mushroom fragrance, and the rich flavor of the sauce blended perfectly together, creating an irresistible temptation. Dad, Mom, come on, try this. It's a new signature dish I'm planning to add to the restaurant. Lu Li served 2 bowls of rice, poured the piping hot braised chicken and its broth over them, and presented them to her parents. That's right, the dish he came up with for his parents was this braised chicken rice. In later generations, this could be considered one of the 3 major fast food categories in China, alongside Shaxian snacks and Lanzhou ramen. Meanwhile, the most famous braised chicken brand from the previous life should still be running a small restaurant on some street corner in Jinan. Lu Li never imagined that her parents would grow their restaurant to such a large scale, but it would be easy for her to free herself up from the hands-on approach and open dozens or even hundreds of franchise stores. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Lu were marveling at their son's culinary skills, a clear, cold voice rang out at the shop entrance. Excuse me, are you still open for business? Lu Li looked up at the sound and saw a girl in a white dress standing quietly at the door, her gaze sweeping indifferently over the store. The girl was in her early 20s, with long hair reaching her waist, delicate features, and a cool and aloof temperament. In particular, her eyes were calm and still, carrying a sense of detachment from her surroundings. Her arrival seemed to lower the temperature in the sweltering little shop, bringing a touch of coolness. Sorry, this is a new product we're testing, it's not ready yet. Just as Lu Li was about to refuse, Zhang Yingqiu pulled him behind her. Girl, come in quickly. Zhang Yingqiu's gaze lingered on the girl for a moment. The exquisite watch and the girl's temperament stirred something in her heart. This girl didn't look like an ordinary child. This is a new dish in our family. Would you like to try it? My son made it himself. Lu Li looked at his mother's smiling face and shook his head helplessly. The girl in front of me was indeed stunningly beautiful, but the seemingly simple yet expensive watch on her wrist alone indicated that she was no ordinary person. Mom, don't scare people, Lu Li reminded her. Oh, I'm sorry, since we're not open yet, I won't bother you any longer. The girl nodded politely and turned to leave. Zhang Yingqiu quickly stepped forward, a sincere smile on her face. Young lady, since you came in following the aroma, it must be fate. If you're not too busy, why don't you sit down and try it? Auntie really wants to know if everyone likes this dish, since we're planning to make it our signature dish. The young girl paused slightly, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yingqiu's sincere face for a moment, then glanced at the steaming bowl of braised chicken. Her tone, though still cool, lacked some of its previous aloofness. Well, I'll try a little. But Auntie, I still need to pay. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a polite insistence. All right, let's eat first. Zhang Yingqiu agreed with a smile, not refusing, but turned and glared at Lu Li. "What are you standing there for? Get the girl some chopsticks." Lu Li quickly got up to get chopsticks, but found it a little funny. Her mother didn't really want the girl to taste the dish. She clearly wanted to use the girl's mouth to verify whether this braised chicken could be the signature dish. The girl remained silent in the face of Zhang Yingqiu's enthusiasm, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. She accepted the chopsticks Lu Li offered, nodded politely, and quickly turned her gaze to the bowl of braised chicken. "Mom." Lu Li noticed the girl's discomfort and whispered a reminder. "Go away, don't disturb the young lady's meal." Zhang Yingqiu waved her hand, then turned to the girl with a smile. "Miss, please enjoy your meal. Just tell me the truth about how it tastes, and he can handle it." As she spoke, she stepped aside, giving the girl enough space. A rich aroma wafted over, and a glimmer of light flashed in the girl's calm eyes. She picked up her chopsticks, gracefully picked up a piece of chicken coated in broth, and put it in her mouth. The chicken melted in her mouth, its rich, savory flavor exploding on her taste buds. The girl paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She ate quietly and slowly. Perhaps because she couldn't handle spicy food, a blush gradually crept onto her fair cheeks, but she simply drank a few more sips of water and continued eating with composure. Chapter 21. My Cousin's Guarantee Company. Secretly observing the girl's reaction, Zhang Yingqiu and her husband also began to taste their son's cooking. The moment the tender and delicious braised chicken entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. "Son, you studied at police academy for years, and you even acquired such a skill?" Zhang Yingqiu's smile widened. She could tell that the braised chicken was done. Lu Li smiled and handed the girl a glass of warm water. "Girl, eat slowly. There's more if you're not full." During the meal, Zhang Yingqiu subtly asked many questions. But the girl didn't seem to want to reveal her information, and her answers were always concise, only saying that her surname was Fu and that she was just passing by. Until the rice and food in the bowl were completely cleaned. The girl then took out a few bills from her wallet and handed them to Zhang Yingqiu. "Thank you. The braised chicken tastes great." Seeing this, Zhang Yingqiu quickly pushed the money back. "Oh, Xiao Fu, I already said it was just for you to try. How could I take your money?" The girl tried to push it a few times without success, so she simply turned around and left the restaurant. She bought a few cups of milk tea next door, then came back and handed them to Zhang Yingqiu. "Auntie, thank you for your braised chicken. Please have some milk tea." After saying that, she nodded slightly to Lu Li and Zhang Yingqiu, then turned and left the small restaurant. Watching the milk tea on the table and the girl's departing figure, Lu Li smiled and said, "Mom, you see, she has her own principles." Zhang Yingqiu looked at the milk tea on the table, smiled, and shook her head. "This girl looks aloof, but she's a person of principle." The fact that braised chicken made her go back to buy milk tea shows she really approves. Lu Li smiled, but offered no explanation. That girl was like a canary that accidentally flew into an ordinary alley, stunning, but destined not to stay. Her appearance was like a pebble thrown into a lake. Although it stirred a ripple in Lu Li's heart, it quickly subsided. Longqing Garden Community. A property management staff member in his 40s was blocked at the office door by several elderly men and women. "Hey Zhang, all you do is collect property management fees all day long. Do you even care about what's going on in the community? The sewers over there by the gate are so smelly. I don't know if it's a dead rat or a dead cat. And you don't even send someone to clean them up." Exactly. That smell has been there for a long time. It's absolutely unbearable to smell when it's cloudy or rainy. The property management staff, unable to cope with the noise from the group of elderly people, had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Aunt Zhao, Uncle Li, don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to come and sort things out right away. We'll definitely get this sewer problem fixed in 3 days at the latest." Her assurance finally satisfied the group of elderly people, who left with a few words of praise before departing. "If all of you were like Xiao Zhang, we definitely wouldn't stutter when paying the bill." Exactly. Like that previous property manager, what a piece of trash. We've been complaining for so long, and not a single thing has been done. The sewers stink like this, and they don't care at all. If someone died in there, nobody would even find out. Next, Lu Li briefly described the idea of opening a braised chicken chain to his parents. He didn't mention any advanced concepts like franchising, branding, or supply chain at the beginning. This dish is simple to make, has a consistent flavor, and is quick to serve, making it perfect for becoming a best-selling item. Once you have the sauce recipe, you can hire someone to make it, freeing your parents from heavy physical labor. Lu Jianjun and Zhang Yingqiu were stunned. They've run a small restaurant their whole lives, always thinking about how to add more dishes to attract more customers. Their son's idea of selling only one dish sounds novel, yet it seems to make a lot of sense. Can we really make it with just this one dish? Zhang Yingqiu was still somewhat hesitant. Mom, of course there's more than one dish. Braised chicken is just our shop's signature dish. We can replace the chicken with ribs, beef brisket, or even pork intestines and bullfrogs. As long as we ensure the production process is streamlined and the sauce is standardized, once one shop becomes a huge hit, franchisees will naturally come. 2013 was the year Meituan officially entered the food delivery market. With the help of Ali.me and Meituan YMI, Lu believed that it would not be difficult for this franchise store to be promoted. Lu smiled, preparing to explain in detail his strategy for rapidly expanding the influence of his chain stores using food delivery platforms. Two figures walked into the store. The woman in the lead was a woman in her early 50s with exaggeratedly curly hair and wearing a purple floral dress that accentuated her belly fat. She was Lu's aunt, Guo. Following behind her was a young man wearing a floral shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck, Lu's cousin, Lu Jun. Hey Jianjun, ain't Xiao busy? Before Guo arrived, her shrill voice rang out. Her gaze swept around the shop, and when she saw that it was only Lu and his family of three, a barely perceptible hint of disdain flashed across her face. Lu Jun then casually found a chair and sat down, took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, tossed two to Lu Jianjun and Lu Li respectively, then took out another one and put it in his mouth, but didn't light it, just glancing sideways at Lu Li. Xiaoli is here too? I heard you became a policeman? That's good. You've got a government job now. How much is your monthly salary? Lu Li's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Memories of my past life flooded back like a tide. This mother and son swindled their parents out of their life savings using a so-called guarantee company and an exorbitant monthly interest rate of 2%. After the company went bankrupt, Lu Jun absconded with the money, while Guo Chunlan staged a dramatic scene of crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, ultimately leading to the two families severing all ties. This incident became the final straw that broke the parents' backs. What government salary? He's just a lowly civil servant. Zhang Yingqiu thought with some dissatisfaction, but still greeted them warmly. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Have you eaten? If not, why don't you grab something to eat at the shop? No need. We were just passing by and thought we'd stop by. Xiao Jun has a business dinner tonight, and I've invited a few bureau chiefs' wives to play mahjong. Guo Chunlan waved her hand, plopped down next to Zhang Yingqiu, and affectionately took her arm. Isn't it Xiao Jun who opened a guarantee company? Many of Zhang Wo's colleagues have invested money in it and made a lot of money. Several leaders in Zhang Wo's unit want to invest more, but the amount is too large, and Xiao Jun is unwilling to take it. So, the wives of Zhang Wo and his leaders often ask me to play mahjong with them, hoping that I can talk to Xiao Jun privately. She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, think about it. How much interest do you get if you deposit your money in the bank for a year? If you invest in Xiao Jun's company, the monthly interest rate is 2%, so 10,000 yuan would only earn 200 yuan in interest per month. You guys work so hard running this shop, and you only make a few bucks a month? If you invested 2 or 300,000, you could earn 5 or 6,000 a month just sitting at home, without having to worry about anything, and it wouldn't affect your business at all. Lu Jun spat out the cigarette from his mouth, picked up the conversation, and his face was full of smugness. Mom, there are people lining up to invest in my company, but I'm not willing to accept any of them. Do you think lending money out isn't a hassle? Just assessing the borrower's qualifications and repayment ability is exhausting. If it weren't for the fact that my second uncle and aunt were having a hard time, I wouldn't have bothered with them. He glanced at Lu Li again. Xiaoli, you're a policeman. You should know a lot of people. You know how popular my family's guarantee company is right now. With contracts and paperwork, it's a sure thing. Zhang Yingqiu and Lu Jianjun exchanged a glance, but neither of them made a statement. They also wanted to save more money to buy a house and get married for their son, so they could retire sooner. But deep down, they didn't really believe in such a windfall. What if the company that lent them money can't pay it back? Lu Jianjun couldn't help but ask, voicing his concerns. Jianjun, what are you saying? Guo Chunlan immediately became unhappy. How could Xiao Jun lend money to companies that can't repay their debts? Besides, would we lie to our own family? Don't worry. We'll invest 100,000 yuan for you initially. Once the contract is signed, The interest will be deposited into your account every month, without fail. Lu Jun waved his hand impatiently. Mom, since Uncle and the others don't believe me, why are you still trying to persuade her? If they weren't family, I wouldn't bother with them. There's nothing I can do. Some people just can't handle fine food. Chapter 22 Murder Case. Lu Li watched the mother and son singing in unison and felt a chill in his heart. He remembered that his parents had done the same thing in his previous life. They first invested 100,000 yuan, and 3 months later, they were persuaded to add another 200,000 yuan. Thinking of this, a playful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Brother, you're doing so well now. Does your wife know? His words froze the atmosphere. Lu Jun and Guo Chunlan's expressions both stiffened. After a brief pause, a look of anger appeared on Lu Jun's face. That bitch. She was born to be poor. She married me and still hooked up with other men, making everything I do go wrong. Luckily, she ran off with another man, and I immediately became rich. As he spoke, he slammed the cigarette but down hard on the table. Damn it. I have no idea where that little bitch is hiding. I have to find her right away and get a divorce. Otherwise, once she finds out I'm successful, she'll start pestering me relentlessly. Right now, there's a whole line of women wanting to marry me, and they're all younger and prettier than her. The bitch that Lu Jun was referring to was his wife, Zhang Xiaoya. The two met while studying at a vocational high school. Lu Jun pursued her for many years before finally winning her over. Unexpectedly, less than 3 months after giving birth, the woman abandoned everything and disappeared without a trace. In his previous life, Lu Li had also felt contempt for this cousin-in-law. But later he pieced together the truth from some fragmented information. Lu Jun had cheated on Zhang Xiaoya during her pregnancy, and even after the child was born, he brought that woman home, forcing Zhang Xiaoya, who had just finished her postpartum confinement, to leave with nothing. I told Xiaojun not to marry this woman, but he wouldn't listen. That little slut doesn't even look at her own family's situation, let alone ours, and she's always putting on airs in front of Xiaojun. Now look what's happened after the wedding. This mother of the man is so heartless that she doesn't even want her son and has eloped with someone else. At this point, Guo Chunlan waved her hand vigorously, as if trying to fan away all the bad luck. Forget it. Let's not talk about that little slut anymore. Jianjun, what do you two have to say about the investment? I only persuaded Xiaojun because we're all family. So you won't say we don't take care of our own family when we have good opportunities. Looking at the mother and son who were still acting, Lu Li felt no more emotion. Just as his parents were about to be persuaded, he suddenly stood up and interrupted Guo Chunlan. Auntie, cousin, what bad luck. I just discussed it with my parents and we're planning to renovate the shop, which might cost a lot of money. Renovation? Guo Chunlan was taken aback. How much would it cost to renovate your shop? It's not just the renovation. Lu Li's gaze swept across the wall, his tone calm but undeniable. I also plan to take over the place next door, combine the 2 rooms, and make it a flagship store. So, the money might not be enough. Take over the place next door? Everyone was stunned. Lu Jianjun and Zhang Yingqiu looked at their son with blank expressions. How come they didn't know about this? The smiles on Guo Chunlan and Lu Jun's faces also froze. They had been scheming for so long, but they never expected that an unexpected obstacle would appear out of nowhere. Xiaoli, what do you mean by this? Guo Chunlan's face darkened. It's nothing. Lu Li smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Cousin, the return on your investment is indeed tempting, but unfortunately, my parents' savings are being used to expand their shop. We probably won't have the opportunity to invest with you for the time being. Once the shop is renovated, we'll see if we have any spare cash. If we do, we'll pay them a special visit. Lu Jun was so choked up that he couldn't speak for a long time, and his face turned as red as a pig's liver. Guo Chunlan was even more furious. Business is so hard these days. Your shop is practically deserted, not a single customer this afternoon. You still dare to invest money to expand your shop. Be careful you don't lose everything. Mom, let them lose money. What's the point of talking to them? Let's go. Seeing the 2 people leave in a huff and puff, Lu Jianjun and Zhang Yingqiu sensed that something was wrong. Son, what did you mean by what you just said? Did you say you wanted to expand the store? Lu Li smiled calmly. We'll discuss whether to expand the store later, but we absolutely must not invest in Lu Jun's guarantee company. After he finished speaking, he began to explain the risks of this so-called guarantee company to his parents. These guarantee companies, which are based on private financing, have been particularly popular in Huahai City since 2010. So-called guarantee companies are actually private lending companies that offer low interest rates but high lending rates. They attract deposits from ordinary people at interest rates far higher than bank loan rates, and then lend them out to companies or individuals in need at even higher interest rates. Funds collected at 2% interest are then lent out again at 3% or 4% interest. The highest interest rate can even reach 6%. But how can money be earned so easily? What industry can generate such high profits? Companies that can afford such high interest rates are most likely those whose credit ratings are insufficient to obtain bank loans. In the end, bad debts and uncollectible debts will naturally arise. It's September 2013 now. Although private guarantee companies in Huahai City seem to be thriving at the moment, they have actually reached their final frenzy. The large amount of bad debts has brought many companies to the brink of bankruptcy. In order to survive, many companies are already using newly raised funds to directly pay the interest on previous financing. Judging from Lu Jun and his mother's behavior today, their company must have reached this point as well. Lu Li remembered that in her previous life, Lu Jun would run away in about 4 or 5 months. After hearing Lu Li's explanation, Lu Jianjun and Zhang Yingqiu were terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lu Li was there today, otherwise they might have actually invested 100,000. What they didn't know was that in their previous life, they had invested more than 100,000. After receiving stable interest for 3 months, Hua Chunlan persuaded them to invest another 200,000 yuan. If they hadn't bought a house for Lu Li in advance, the losses might have been even greater. Just as the two were feeling a sense of lingering fear, Lu Li's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his mentor, Gao Jianjun. "Hey, master." As soon as the call connected, Gao Jianjun's signature loud voice burst out from the receiver, filled with barely suppressed anger. "You've really gotten some skills, haven't you?" Upon hearing the other party's tone, Lu Li knew something was wrong and quickly tried to appease them with a smile on his end of the phone. "Hee hee, I haven't developed any new skills. It's all thanks to you, master. Come on. I don't have the ability to train a disciple like you. Even the city bureau's special task force couldn't tolerate you. You actually withdrew voluntarily. What? You think you can fly to the sky?" Lu Li still smiled ingratiatingly. "Master, it's just that I'm not confident without you in the task force. I want to hurry back to the brigade and be by your side to rely on you. Stop flattering me." Gao Jianjun's mood had improved a little, but he was still furious. "The case is already solved, and the municipal bureau is about to give us a commendation. And you just let go of a chance to show off in front of the leaders. What am I supposed to say to you?" "Master, with you by my side, how could I possibly miss out on opportunities to make a name for myself and gain recognition? Forget it. What's done is done." Gao Jianjun's anger had finally subsided, and he got back to business. "Get back to the team as soon as possible. We have a case." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes sharpened. Was that unsolved case from his past life coming up again? Chapter 23: The Corpse at the Bottom of the Well. Longqing Garden in Xiqing District is an old residential community that was built almost 20 years ago. The lingering heat of late summer in September was still intense. The elderly residents of the neighborhood huddled in small groups under the scattered shade of trees, some chatting idly, others gossiping about everyday matters. "Master Wang, you've finally arrived. Hurry up, you need to take a good look around." An old man wearing a white undershirt pinched his nose and pointed to an inconspicuous manhole cover not far away. "It's right here. I don't know who dumped something down the drain, but it's been stinking for almost half a month, and no one from the property management is doing anything about it." "Don't worry, sir. The property management sent us over, and we'll get it sorted out for you this afternoon." The man called Master Wang is a veteran mechanic from the municipal pipeline dredging company. He's been in this business for almost 30 years. What kind of blockages haven't he seen? What kind of stench haven't he smelled? He waved his hand dismissively, signaling his young apprentice to bring over the tools. "Don't worry, it's probably just someone who threw away a dead dog or cat." As old Wang spoke, he tried to insert the crowbar into the gap of the manhole cover, but as soon as he exerted force, the ease on his face disappeared. "Wait, this is weird." The manhole cover remained completely still. "Master, shall I do it? Is this something you should be doing here?" Old Wang rolled his eyes at his apprentice, squatted down, and took a closer look. His brows immediately furrowed. The edges of the manhole cover had been completely sealed with cement. "Master, what's wrong?" the young apprentice asked. "Something's not right. The sewer needs maintenance, so who would seal it up?" An ominous premonition rose in old Wang's heart. He called his apprentice over and even used a jack. With a crack, the sealed cement broke open, and the manhole cover was finally pried open with a crack. Almost at the same time, an extremely strong, putrid smell, mixed with marsh gas, suddenly hit us. Caught off guard, Old Wong and his apprentice were so overwhelmed by the indescribable stench that they stumbled backward and began to vomit violently, leaning against the wall. Holy crap! Old Wong vomited until tears streamed down his face, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He's been unclogging sewers for almost 30 years, and this is the first time he's been in such a sorry state. There was no way around it. The smell was just too bizarre. It wasn't just the stench of decay, but also a strange, nauseating sweet and fishy smell mixed in with it. So much so that the old men and women who were just playing chess and chatting nearby were now cursing and running away with their little stools. Old Wong took a long time to recover, until the smell at the cave entrance had dissipated a little, before wiping away his tears and shakily straightening up. He turned on his powerful flashlight and shone it into the dark well opening. The beam of light pierced the darkness and fell to the bottom of the well. There, a strangely shaped white object, half hidden by black silt, reflected an ivory-like luster in the light. What is that? Old Wong endured the stench and squatted down to get closer. When his eyes adjusted to the light in the sewer and he could see the white object clearly, the color drained from his face in an instant. It turned out to be a complete human skeleton, twisted into an awkward shape. Holy crap! He let out even louder curses, and the flashlight he was holding fell to the ground with a clatter. He plopped down on the ground, pointed at the well opening, and said in a trembling voice, "Call the police. Dial 110 right now." The young apprentice saw his master like this for the first time. I don't know what could have scared my master like that. Unable to resist his curiosity, he peeked out and was equally terrified. He hurriedly pulled his phone from his pocket and frantically dialed 110. The police officer is dead. There are bones in the well. Extreme fright made him speak incoherently on the phone. It was only with the help of the female dispatcher that he was able to explain the whole story. Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jing'an Branch. After receiving the notification from the command center, Gao Jianjun immediately called Lu Li. This guy clearly made significant contributions to the special task force of the branch, and he would definitely be eligible for a commendation and award from the Municipal Bureau, but he voluntarily withdrew from the task force. The thought of Qin Gang's sarcastic and sour tone on the phone filled Gao Jianjun with both anger and gratitude. But no matter what, he still wanted to provide him with a stage to showcase his talents. A rookie police officer in his probationary period is normally not qualified to participate in this level of serious crime. But rules are rules, and people are flexible. Given Lu Li's performance in the 915 case, it's definitely not a problem to let him participate in the investigation of such a case ahead of schedule. After hanging up the phone, Gao Jianjun was about to lead his team to the scene when he saw another newly assigned police officer in the office looking at him expectantly. After thinking for a moment, Gao Jianjun still said, "Xiao Wei, you should come along too. When you get there, remember to observe and listen more, and talk less." Wei Kong, whose name was called, was taken aback at first. Then his face lit up with joy, and he excitedly replied, "Yes. Thank you, Captain Gao." While Wei Kong was packing his things, Gao Jianjun explained to the old man next to him, "This kid is a top student from a 985 university, but his major is not related to his studies. Let him go out and see the world, so that he won't just spend all day staring at his computer studying those messy things. He's almost become stupid from studying too much." When Lu Li arrived at Longshan Garden, the entire community was already enveloped in the blue and red flashing police lights. The police cordon completely surrounded the manhole involved in the incident, and the area outside was crowded with onlookers who were both frightened and curious. I heard they pulled a dead body out of the well. Not just any bones, they're all rotten. What a tragedy. What a deep-seated hatred. To be thrown into the sewers after death. Lu Li walked through the crowd, ignoring the discussions. He immediately spotted Gao Jianjun standing inside the police cordon, listening to the initial report from the police officers who had responded to the call. "Master." Gao Jianjun was still angry with him, but he had no time to argue with him at this moment. He just glared at him and said, "I'll settle the score with you when we get back. While you're here, learn as much as you can at the scene. If you want to be a good criminal investigator, this kind of murder scene is the best opportunity. You need to adapt as soon as possible." In his view, this was the first time Lu Li had ever seen a murder scene like this, especially since the remains in the well were already skeletal and the smell was extremely unpleasant. Even though Lu Li had performed exceptionally well in the 915 case, he found it difficult to adapt to this scene. Lu Li did not react at all. He simply responded and stood quietly to the side, watching the technicians in the on-site investigation room take photos of the scene, a cold glint in his eyes. The 920 White Bones case was an unsolved case in its previous life. Because of his own issues, Minter Gao Jianjun missed the opportunity to join the special task force for this case, and was even disciplined. Meanwhile, after months of hard work, all members of the 920 task force still hadn't even identified the deceased. Now that he's back, Lu Li absolutely cannot let history repeat itself. A few minutes later, Wang Ming, director of the Municipal Bureau's Forensic Department, arrived at the scene with several of his apprentices. After a brief exchange with Gao Jianjun, he stood at the wellhead to observe the situation inside the sewer. After the branch office's on-site investigation team finished examining all the details of the surrounding area, the 50-year-old forensic doctor put on protective clothing without hesitation. "Master, it's hard to go down into the well. Let me go down." The speaker was his apprentice, Gu Weidong, a young forensic doctor in his mid-20s. "It's all right. This body in the sewer is a bit unusual, so I'll handle it this time. You take a good look around. If there are similar cases in the future, I'll have to leave it to you." It wasn't that Wang Ming didn't trust his apprentice, but the corpses in the sewers were every forensic doctor's nightmare. The enclosed environment of a sewer can cause the characteristics of a corpse inside to differ significantly from those in a normal situation. Even though Wang Ming is the most skilled forensic doctor in the entire Huahai City, he cannot guarantee that he can do a perfect job. He only hopes that he can collect enough effective clues at the scene. Chapter 24: The Abnormalities of the Corpses. Like the forensic department of the Municipal Bureau, the person who went down the well at the branch bureau's on-site investigation site was also Han Weigua, the deputy director of the technical department, an old comrade who was nearly 50 years old. Even though they are highly experienced and usually don't need to do many things themselves at work, they were the first to step forward when faced with a special case scene like a body found in a sewer well. Perhaps this is the sense of mission of the People's Police. As the two men descended into the well and began to disturb the remains at the bottom, the nauseating stench grew even stronger. The strong smell of decay, combined with the visual impact, instantly turned Wei Kang's face pale. He squatted by the well, his stomach churning. He bit his lip hard to stop himself from vomiting, but he failed. After vomiting, he angrily wiped his mouth, his face flushed red. Not because of the stench, but because of anger at his own body for being so uncooperative. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and subconsciously pushed up his glasses, which were fogged up with water droplets. When he looked up, he saw Lu Li standing by the well, his expression as usual. Wei Kang felt a surge of indescribable emotions. Gao Jianjun did not blame him. All newcomers go through this process. As the old folks would say, you'll get used to it after a while. Lu Li's reaction, however, surprised Gao Jianjun. This was the first time his apprentice had encountered such a skeletal scene, yet he seemed completely unfazed. He half-squatted beside the well, wearing only an ordinary medical mask, quietly watching the forensic doctors and technicians in protective suits conduct a meticulous and painstaking investigation in the stench-filled well. His gaze was calm, and his focused and composed demeanor made him seem not like a rookie cop, but a seasoned veteran who had investigated countless crime scenes. An hour later, the initial exploration underground was finally completed. Old Gao. The buzzing sound of forensic pathologist Wang Ming came from inside his gas mask. Preliminary assessment indicates the deceased was female, aged between 20 and 25. The skeleton is relatively well preserved, but the soft tissue has completely decomposed into bone, suggesting the time of death was at least 1 year ago. The underground space is too small. Further examination of the skeleton is necessary to conduct other explorations. How many people need to go down? Just have one person come down and bring the body bag down. Good. Gao Jianjun brought over a set of protective clothing and prepared to put it on himself. Lu Li grabbed his protective suit. "Master, you need to stay up there to direct operations. I'm going down." Gao Jianjun hesitated for a moment, but after glancing at the several veteran detectives beside him who looked troubled, he realized that going down was indeed inappropriate. So, he looked at his apprentice with some unease. "Are you sure you're okay?" Lu Li smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I'm your disciple." His reaction caused the veteran detectives around him to look at him differently. The scene of a body found in a sewer well is not something an ordinary person can bear. Even seasoned detectives like them, who had worked for many years, wouldn't want to go down there if they had a choice. They never expected that Lu Li, a newcomer who hadn't even finished his probationary period, would volunteer without batting an eye. This immediately improved everyone's perception of him. Wei Kong has just recovered some of his strength. Somewhat unwillingly, he tried again to approach the well to help, but a churning in his stomach made him retreat. He pushed up his glasses, his face flushed red, not from embarrassment, but from anger. If you can't even handle a corpse, how are you going to catch him? He cursed himself inwardly. Seeing his embarrassment, the veteran detective patted him kindly on the shoulder. Young man, everyone's like this the first time. You'll get used to it after a few more times. Wei Kong nodded, but his clenched fists betrayed his inner resentment. Gao Jianjun's face remained expressionless. He simply gave Lu Li a deep look and nodded in a deep voice. Be safe. Lu Li didn't say anything more. He took the protective suit and gloves from his master and put them on skillfully. Because he didn't have enough gas masks, Lu Li had to wear 2 masks as he descended the ladder into the deep well. Stepping into the soft, sticky mud, the smell from the well was even stronger than on the ground. The extreme stench of decay mixed with the smell of marsh gas was so strong that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Lu Li merely frowned slightly. His entire gaze focused on the skeletal remains before him. Although he had seen photos of the corpse in case files in his previous life, seeing it up close now still filled Lu Li with rage. A young woman in her early 20s, in the prime of her life, was found dead in a dark sewer well. They were left to be eaten by insects and rodents, and even their bones could not be kept intact. Furthermore, based on his observation of the unusual features of the skeleton, he had a hunch that the murderer might have taken some special measures to handle the victim's body after her death. This made Lu Li's belief in bringing the murderer to justice even stronger. However, he hasn't revealed anything yet. Under the direction of Forensic Chief Wang Ming, Lu Li worked with them to gradually separate the remains from the mud. The skeleton was very light, and the slight coolness it emitted when touched was like the silent resentment of a young girl. After working for more than 20 minutes, the 3 of them finally managed to completely remove the remains from the mud, wrap them in a body bag, and slowly lift them out of the ground. After taking off his protective suit, gloves, and mask, Forensic Dr. Wang Ming walked over to Gao Jianjun and generously patted Lu Li on the shoulder, who was the last to come up. Old Gao, where did you find this gem? His mentality is just what we're cut out for. Humph, this brat is far more audacious than that. He even dared to back down from the branch's special task force. Gao Jianjun was scolding his apprentice, but he could barely suppress the smile on his lips. As clues from the on-site investigation continued to come together, it was almost certain that this was a murder case. Zhang Jinghua, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch, arrived at the scene and took over command. He glanced at the body bag on the ground and immediately ordered, Old Gao, you accompany Director Wang to the funeral home. The autopsy must be expedited. The others, focusing on the area where the crime occurred, went door to door to visit people. On the one hand, we need to investigate whether there have been any missing persons reports in this community in recent years. We also need to investigate whether there are any people with criminal records living in the community. On the other hand, we need to interview residents to see if we can obtain any valuable clues. Once the order was given, everyone immediately sprang into action. Before leaving, Wang Ming glanced at Lu Li one last time and asked with a smile, Young man, would you be interested in coming with us to the funeral home to perform an autopsy? Okay. Lu Li's answer was as simple and straightforward as ever. Wang Ming laughed heartily and patted Gao Jianjun on the shoulder forcefully. Old Gao, I like your apprentice. His future is limitless. The funeral home in Huahai City is located in the western suburbs of the city and is called Shengxiantai. The autopsy room of Huahai City Public Security Bureau is located here. In the dissection room, the cold light of the operating lights cast a pale glow on the skeleton on the dissection table. Judging from the pubic symphysis and pelvic bone shape, the deceased was female. Based on the degree of closure of the epiphyseal plates of the long bones, the deceased's age should be between 21 and 25 years old. Based on the femur length, her height should be around 1.58 meters. Wearing a mask and goggles, Wang Ming directed Gu Weidong and several other apprentices to record various data next to the corpse. After completing these basic tasks, He picked up a pair of tweezers and carefully removed a few teeth from the skull, examining them closely under the light. "Rose teeth," he said in a deep voice. "The teeth are an abnormal pink color." He placed the teeth back on the evidence tray, his gaze continuing downwards. "There are signs of a fracture in the hyoid bone." He instructed his apprentice to use a chainsaw to open the skull, and unsurprisingly, several bleeding marks were found in the petrous part of the temporal bone. Based on these points, there is a certain probability that the deceased died of mechanical asphyxiation, strangled or strangled to death. Those present were either professional forensic doctors or experienced veteran criminal police officers. Gao Jianjun's words were actually meant for Lu Li's ears. Wang Ming's brows remained furrowed, and he did not respond. The information that can be obtained from the skeletal remains is very limited. What he analyzes cannot actually be used as a basis for judgment, but can only serve as a reference for solving cases. As the autopsy continued, Wang Ming and the other forensic doctors grew increasingly solemn. "It's too clean." Wang Ming's voice revealed a hint of confusion. "The surfaces of these bones are unusually smooth, with almost no trace of soft tissue remaining. This is very abnormal in the process of natural decay." Lu Li, who had been silent all along, suddenly voiced his doubts. "Director Wang, under normal circumstances, even if the soft tissue of a corpse is completely decomposed in a damp, enclosed environment like a sewer, shouldn't the fatty parts form adipose here?" "You're right. That's what we're wondering about, too." He pointed to the skeleton on the autopsy table, especially the buttocks and thighs, where there should be a lot of adipose residue. But there's none on this skeleton. It's like it's been carefully cleaned, which is very unusual. Chapter 25: Stripping Human Fat? Lu Li's hypothesis. Is it possible that the body was completely decomposed into skeletons before being dumped into this well? Gao Jianjun proposed a hypothesis. No, based on the evidence at the scene, the body was hatched in the sewer well. The one who spoke up to explain was Han Weigua from the branch office's technical department. "During our on-site investigation, we found that the composition of the silt around the body was significantly different from that of other areas. It was clearly the product of the decomposition of the soft tissue on the body." Silence fell again in the autopsy room, broken only by the rustling of the autopsy gowns as the forensic doctors examined the remains. "Master, there are traces here." Suddenly, Gu Weidong, who was carefully examining the marks on the surface of the skeleton with a high-powered magnifying glass, exclaimed in surprise. "It looks like a cutting mark." Wang Ming immediately went over and took the magnifying glass from his hand. Under strong light and high magnification, several extremely fine and somewhat messy scratches appeared on the originally smooth bone surface. These scratches vary in length and depth. As he observed, his expression grew even more serious. The object that caused these scratches was very sharp, probably a blade. However, judging from the overall distribution of the scratches, the operator's technique was rather inexperienced, and it was probably unintentional. But the specific cause cannot be analyzed at the moment. Gao Jianjun's face turned ashen. He murdered the victim, disposed of the body, and even used a knife to treat the corpse in some way. The killer's cruelty and composure were beyond imagination. Just as the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak, Lu Li's voice rang out again, breaking the suffocating silence. "Master, Director Wang, I have a bold hypothesis." All eyes were on him. Could someone have deliberately removed all of the deceased's fatty tissue? Removing adipose tissue. This hypothesis was so shocking that Gu Weidong couldn't help but exclaim, "That's highly unlikely, isn't it? Look, there's no adipose on this corpse. Adipose is formed from human fat tissue. Without adipose, can we infer that there was almost no human fat tissue on the corpse? And there are knife marks of varying depths on the skeleton. Can we assume that these were accidentally caused during the process of removing fat?" His viewpoint was so explosive that all the veteran detectives present were momentarily at a loss for words. "Why do you assume the killer only removed the fatty tissue from the body, instead of all the soft tissue?" Gao Jianjun opened his mouth. As a veteran detective, he can accept all hypotheses, but the hypotheses must be based on evidence and withstand scrutiny. Because of the number and depth of the scratches on the skeleton, if the murderer had removed all the soft tissue from the body, with his immature technique, the blade would have left far more marks on the skeleton, instead of just a few minor scratches. Lu Li's point of view was indeed quite shocking at first, but after his explanation, it seemed to make a lot of sense upon closer examination. Everyone continued to digest the information in silence. After a long pause, Wang Ming turned his gaze back to Lu Li, his eyes filled with admiration. This idea is novel and very constructive. Being a criminal investigator requires this kind of spirit of boldly hypothesizing and carefully verifying. Gao Jianjun also agreed with his apprentice's active thinking, but he hadn't been willing to speak up before. Now, he echoed in a deep voice. That's right. Any seemingly absurd possibility is worth verifying before it's completely ruled out. Despite the recognition from his master and Wang Ming, Lu Li felt no joy whatsoever. His gaze remained fixed on the skeletal remains on the operating table. If one's assumption is true, then what was the killer's purpose in doing so? This question is like a sharp thorn, deeply embedded in his heart, making it difficult for him to sleep all night. The following morning, in the conference room on the second floor of the Jing'an branch, at the case analysis meeting of Project 920, the air was thick with smoke, and the atmosphere was heavy. Captain Zhang Jinghua sat in the main seat, his face grim. The whiteboard on the wall was covered with photos of the on-site investigation. The dark, gaping well and the stark white skeletons were a painful sight for everyone present. Tell me the situation, Zhang Jinghua said, tapping the table. After a brief silence, Li Changsheng, the deputy battalion commander and second company commander, was the first to speak. His voice carried a heavy tone. Boss, it's very difficult. We've searched the entire Longqing Garden community, but we found almost nothing. That place is an old neighborhood with a high turnover of people, many of whom are tenants and many longtime residents have already moved away. After asking around, no one knew who had gone missing in the neighborhood in recent years. As for the well, everyone only knew it had been smelling bad for years, on and off, and assumed it was just a clogged sewer. Nobody thought of anything else. Yesterday, he led an entire squadron, plus most of the police officers from Guanfei Police Station. More than 20 people worked hard all night, but they didn't find anything of value whatsoever. Although Zhang Jinghua was somewhat disappointed with the result, he did not criticize it harshly. Changhua, this is normal. It's normal to have no results after just one night in a cold case that's been dead for many years. Continue the investigation. Once you've finished investigating Longqing Garden, expand the investigation to the surrounding communities. My only requirement is that while pursuing efficiency, you must also be meticulous. You absolutely cannot let any clues that come into view slip by. Received, Zhang Da. What about the tech team? Zhang Jinghua turned his gaze to Han Weigua, the deputy director of the technical department. Han Weigua shook his head. The scene was severely damaged. Apart from the skeleton, no valuable physical evidence was found in the silt in the well. The cement on the manhole cover, after comparison, is one of the 3 most common grades on the market, and its source cannot be traced. The series of bad news made the atmosphere in the meeting room increasingly oppressive. All eyes eventually turned to forensic Dr. Wang Ming. Wang Ming cleared his throat, distributed a detailed autopsy report to everyone, then stood up and walked to the photo wall. The deceased was a woman, aged 21 to 25, about 158 centimeters tall. The time of death should be more than 2 years, but less than 5 years. The exact time still needs to wait for the latest instrument analysis results from the provincial department. The preliminary judgment of the cause of death is that mechanical asphyxiation is possible. He first gave the basic conclusion and then changed the subject. But the key point is that there are several huge anomalies in the body itself. He pointed to a close-up photo of a skeleton. First, the surface of the bones is unusually smooth, with almost no soft tissue residue and no adipose sear, which is commonly found on bodies found in sewers. Second, we found a small number of irregular, sharp-cut marks on the surface of the bones in several places. A slight commotion arose in the conference room. Wang Ming ignored him and glanced at Lu Li sitting in the corner before continuing. Yesterday in the dissection room, Comrade Lu Li put forward a very bold viewpoint, which I think is worth discussing with everyone. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Li. He believes that the murderer may have used professional techniques to remove all the fatty tissue from the victim's body before disposing of the body, leaving only the skeleton and some muscle tissue. This conclusion immediately caused an uproar in the conference room. Chapter 26, Craniofacial Restoration Techniques. Isn't this ridiculous? Xing Jianxi, a veteran detective from the 2nd Squadron, was the first to frown. He looked at Lu Li with obvious disapproval in his eyes. Solving cases isn't like writing a novel, it requires evidence. Lu Li's deduction has no scientific basis whatsoever. It's purely subjective conjecture. In an environment like a sewer, What hasn't happened in years? Rats gnawing, water erosion, microbial decomposition. Anything is possible. Xing Jianxi's words represented the sentiments of most of the veteran criminal police officers present. This inference sounds too far-fetched, even absurd. However, Wang Ming shook his head and retorted, "Old Xing. On the contrary, Lu Li's deduction has a certain scientific basis." He turned to the crowd, his tone becoming serious and professional. First, the formation of adipocere. In the enclosed, damp, and almost oxygen-free sewer environment of Longqing Garden, the fat in a corpse would saponify and form adipocere, which is common knowledge in forensic medicine. But on this skeleton, even the most basic fatty acid residues are negligible, which in itself is the biggest abnormality. Second, the cutting marks. We conducted a careful study with instruments, and those marks could not have been formed by water erosion or scraping with debris. Their depth and angle are consistent with those caused by cutting with a scalpel or similar sharp instrument. Wang Ming's words silenced the doubts in the meeting room. Gao Jianjun had been silent until now. When he finally spoke, his voice loud and clear, carrying an undeniable support. "I think Xiao Lu's reasoning is very valuable. As criminal investigators, what we fear is not bold ideas, but rigid thinking. At this stage, since there are no conventional clues, what basis is there to rule out such a hypothesis? Make bold assumptions, verify carefully. Isn't that our principle for solving cases?" Lu Li felt a warmth in his heart from his master's strong support. Zhang Jinghua tapped rhythmically on the table with his fingers, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Lu Li, Wang Ming, and Xing Jianxi. As the team leader, he had to keep the overall situation under control. "Xiao Lu's reasoning does indeed offer a new direction," he said slowly, making a definitive statement. "But Lao Xing's concerns are also valid. We currently lack direct evidence to support them." So, he stood up, walked to the map, and drew a circle around the location of Dragon City Garden with a red pen. "The investigation will continue with 2 teams. Lao Li, you take the 2nd Squadron and the police station to expand the search area, focusing on verifying the missing women in the city who meet the criteria within the past 5 years. Regardless of whether a case has been reported, we must find a way to uncover them. This is the foundation of our case. We must find the source of the body." "Yes, old Gao," Zhang Jinghua said, looking at Gao Jianjun again. "You and your team, including the technical staff from the 1st Squadron, will follow this removing the fat approach and investigate further. Whether it's verification or elimination, you should try your best to reach a conclusion. The 2nd Squadron should also send you a copy of any suspicious leads they encounter. At the same time, you need to maintain communication with the provincial department and see if the DNA database can match any missing persons." The case analysis meeting was very short, with no lengthy discussions, just a simple report on the progress before moving on to specific tasks. Leaving the conference room, Gao Jianjun saw the serious look on Lu Li's face and patted him hard on the shoulder. "It's all right, don't be discouraged." He looked at his apprentice's calm face and said in a deep voice, "To be a criminal investigator, you must have this kind of persistent spirit of not giving up until you hit a wall. Your idea is not wrong, but we need more solid evidence to support it." In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. The entire criminal investigation team of Jing'an Branch, along with the Guanfei police station, was almost fully mobilized, working around the clock to conduct a thorough, door-to-door search. However, the result was almost nothing. "Zhang De, we expanded our investigation scope from Longqing Garden to 3 surrounding residential areas and visited more than 3,000 households, but we haven't found any valuable clues. We have also reviewed all the missing persons reported in the city in the past 5 years. Aside from those who couldn't be contacted initially but later returned, only 8 people remain truly missing to this day, but none of them matched the characteristics of the deceased." Deputy Squadron Leader Li Changsheng had sunken eyes and a hoarse voice, as if it had been sanded. He has barely slept for 2 days. During the day, he has to visit and investigate, and at night he has to lead his brothers to compare missing persons. Physical fatigue is only part of the problem. The real blow to morale is that 2 days and 3 nights of hard work yielded no results. Gao Jianjun, who was standing to the side, also stubbed out his cigarette and took over the conversation in a low voice. "We just received a call from the provincial department. The DNA samples taken from the body didn't match in the national database of missing persons." Although everyone had anticipated this outcome, but the meeting room remained deathly silent. This means that the most crucial link, the source of the corpses, has been cut off. In solving murder cases, identifying the source of the body is one of the most crucial aspects. Unidentified deceased individuals render all investigative work aimless and directionless. In other words, the deceased should not even be in the missing persons database. Zhang Jinghua rubbed his throbbing temples, his face so gloomy it could drip water. This is the kind of situation that all veteran detectives least want to see. If a person disappears without even their closest family and friends noticing or reporting it, how fragile and isolated must their social network be? What about Xiao Lu's approach? Zhang Jinghua turned his gaze to Lu Li. We've investigated. We've checked every hospital, medical school, and even slaughterhouse in the city, and found nothing unusual. The main problem is that we can't identify the source of the body. We have no leads. As the clues were being cut off one by one, the entire case seems to be stuck in place, blocked by an invisible wall. The meeting ended in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Lu Li followed Gao Jianjun back to the first squadron's office. Looking at his mentor's tired but still upright back, he hesitated for a moment before speaking first. Master, I have an idea. Maybe we can give it a try. Kindness. Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up slightly. Speak your mind. If conventional DNA matching doesn't work, can we try a different approach? Craniofacial reconstruction technology. Lu Li said, enunciating each word clearly. Since we can't find her identity, we'll draw her face and then use that portrait to conduct our investigations. Craniofacial reconstruction? Gao Jianjun was stunned for a moment. He had only heard of this technology, but had never actually encountered it in a real investigation. It was truly a legendary technology. Does anyone actually possess this kind of technology? Master, since there's no breakthrough at the moment, it's better to try than to do nothing. Chapter 27 Fu Yuning. Gao Jianjun didn't hesitate much and dialed the phone number of Wang Ming, the director of the forensic department of the municipal bureau. Director Wang, do you know if our provincial department has any criminal sketch artists or anyone skilled in skull and facial reconstruction techniques? He briefly explained the current predicament of the case, and then immediately stated his purpose. Wait a moment, I need to ask around for you. A few minutes later, Wang Ming called back. I just contacted my colleagues at the provincial department, and they said that our provincial department has a criminal sketch artist, but he does not have the skills to reconstruct skull facial features. Just as Gao Jianjun's newly ignited hope was about to be extinguished, the other party's voice rang out again. But my old classmate said that there seems to be an old professor at our Huahai Academy of Fine Arts who studied this in his early years when he was working for the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Who? Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up instantly. It seems his name is Su Jianing, Professor Su. Wang Ming paused, then continued. But these are all rumors from a few years ago. That old professor is probably quite old now. Nobody can say for sure what his skill level is now, or whether he can still do it. This is just an uncertain piece of news. But for the task force, which was stuck in a stalemate, it was already a glimmer of hope. Let's go. Gao Jianjun decided immediately, grabbing his car keys. To Huahai Academy of Fine Arts. Half an hour later, the police car drove into Huahai Academy of Fine Arts. Unlike the serious and somber atmosphere of the police station, the campus is filled with the atmosphere of youth and art. Fashionably dressed young men and women strolled in twos and threes along the tree-lined path, the air seemingly filled with the smells of paint and turpentine. This feeling of relief eased Gao Jianjun's tightly furrowed brows considerably. The two went straight to the school's administration building. At the academic affairs office, a middle-aged female teacher wearing glasses greeted them. After hearing Gao Jianjun's purpose, the female teacher looked troubled. Professor Su Jianing? Oh dear, officers, what a coincidence. Professor Su retired last year due to health reasons. He doesn't like to be disturbed, so he lost contact with the university after retirement, and we don't know his exact address now. Gao Jianjun's heart sank. Is this last clue about to be lost? Then, is there anyone in the school who might know Professor Su's address? Lu Li didn't give up and kept asking. The female teacher pondered for a moment. Then her eyes lit up as if she had remembered something. Oh right. Professor Su had a most beloved and devoted student at the university named Fu Yuning, who was in the sculpture department. Before Professor Su retired, she helped him with many things, so she might know. However, the female teacher paused here, her expression becoming hesitant as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. But what? The female teacher hesitated for a moment before speaking up to offer a reminder. However, this Fu Yuning. Well, she's a bit special. She's usually a loner, has a cold personality, and isn't easy to get along with. You should be prepared if you go looking for her. Fu Yuning? Upon hearing this name, Lu Li's heart stirred slightly. After saying goodbye to the teachers in the academic affairs office, the two rushed to the sculpture department. The sculpture department's teaching building is much older than the administration building. The corridor was filled with plaster statues and unfinished sculptures, and the air was filled with the smell of soil and plaster dust. They inquired about Fu Yuning's name along the way, and the reactions they received were surprisingly consistent. When asked, the students, regardless of gender, would first show a hint of surprise on their faces, then adopt a hesitant, curious expression, and silently point them in a direction. This made Gao Jianjun even more curious. What kind of student is Fu Yuning? After walking through a long corridor, they arrived at the door of a large studio with excellent natural light. The door was ajar, and a rustling sound, like a tool rubbing against something, could be heard coming from inside. Luli was about to knock on the door when Gao Jianjun pushed it open first. In the center of the studio, a tall, slender white figure stood with her back to them in front of a huge clay sculpture. She wore a simple white dress, her long black hair casually tied back with a wooden hairpin, revealing a section of her fair and graceful neck. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft halo around her. She seemed completely absorbed in her own world, oblivious to the commotion at the door, focused solely on using the scraper in her hand to meticulously refine a large male half-body clay sculpture. The sculpture's features were incomplete, but its aloof demeanor, upright shoulders, and imposing presence exuded an air of quiet authority. Gao Jianjun cleared his throat, just about to speak. Fu. But before he could finish speaking, the figure seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. The moment Lu Li saw that face clearly, a slight look of surprise appeared on his originally calm face. It really was her. That aloof young woman quietly eating braised chicken in her own little shop. The surname Fu is very rare. When I heard the name Fu Yuning in the political education department just now, Lu Li had involuntarily guessed this before, and he was right. The girl's gaze swept over indifferently, not lingering when she saw Gao Jianjun, but when it landed on Lu Li's face, a very subtle ripple finally appeared in her usually calm eyes. The girl recognized Lu Li, the young man in the braised chicken restaurant whose eyes were so innocent for his age. She remembered his mother's enthusiasm, which she had never experienced before, but he ate quietly to the side, without uttering a single unnecessary word. That composure left a deep impression on her. She put down the scraper, her cold gaze returning to the two of them, her tone so flat it betrayed no emotion. Police. Her voice, just like that night, was cold and distant. What do you want from me? Gao Jianjun was taken aback by the cold question and subconsciously glanced at Lu Li beside him. Lu Li's face remained expressionless, as if he were seeing the girl before him for the first time, and he spoke very formally. Hello, Ms. Fu. We are from the criminal investigation team of Jing'an branch. We would like to inquire about someone with you. Fu Yuning's eyes remained calm and expressionless. Professor Su Jianing, is he your teacher? Gao Jianjun asked directly. We have a very difficult case that requires Professor Su's expertise in craniofacial reconstruction. We would like to ask him to come out of retirement and help us. Upon hearing the name, Su Jianing, the girl's grip on the sculpting knife tightened slightly. She glanced subconsciously at the old sculpting knife in her hand, a gift from her teacher, who now couldn't even remember her own name. Fu Yuning couldn't help but frown slightly. This subtle change in expression, the students in the studio who were pretending to work but were actually eavesdropping all showed expressions of I knew it. In their view, this was the limit of Fu Yuning's expression of displeasure. Next, it's time for a ruthless rejection. My teacher, he won't help you. Fu Yuning's voice was even colder than before. Gao Jianjun's heart sank again. He was about to try again, explaining the seriousness and urgency of the case. Fu Yuning spoke again, saying something that caught everyone off guard. However, I can take you to see him. Chapter 28, The Girl's Attempt. What? You agreed? The students who had been eavesdropping were stunned. This was completely out of character for Fu Yuning. She clearly said Professor Su wouldn't help, yet she offered to lead the way. Then, thank you so much. Gao Jianjun was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Lu Li looked at her quietly, gazing into her clear eyes. He keenly noticed that when she said, I won't help you, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, rather than a simple rejection. There seemed to be other reasons behind this. Fu Yuning didn't say anything more. She silently took off her work clothes, which were stained with a little mud, revealing a spotless white dress underneath. She picked up a simple cloth bag next to her and walked straight out the door. From beginning to end, she didn't look at Lu Li even once more, as if he were just an insignificant stranger. Half an hour later, the police car stopped in a secluded villa area on the outskirts of the city. Fu Yuning led the two into a small villa surrounded by greenery. The courtyard was kept very clean, but it had a desolate feel to it, as if no one had been around for a long time. When Fu Yuning opened the door with her key, a faint smell of disinfectant wafted out. With just one glance, Gao Jianjun's initial high expectations were shattered. In the living room, an elderly man with gray hair and a withered body sat quietly in a wheelchair, covered with a thin blanket, staring blankly out the window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, falling on him and making him appear thin and lifeless. He is Su Jianing, the expert who once dominated the field of criminal physiology. Now, even moving a finger seems incredibly difficult. Professor Su, Gao Jianjun felt his throat was a little dry. Last winter, I suffered a sudden stroke. Fu Yuning's voice was soft, yet it struck Gao Jianjun and Lu Li's hearts like a heavy hammer. It was too late when they found out. Although they were saved, well, that's how it is. She walked to the old man's side, knelt down, and said in a gentle, almost murmured voice, "Teacher, I brought 2 police officers to see you." The elderly man in the wheelchair moved his eyes with difficulty, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, all he could manage was a series of unintelligible hoarse sounds from his throat, and a trickle of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Fu Yuning took out a tissue and gently wiped his face. In her clear, cold eyes, a trace of sadness that was hard to hide finally appeared. Gao Jianjun sighed heavily as he watched this scene. He felt that this path had come to a complete end. "Miss Fu, thank you for your hard work. I'm really sorry to have bothered you today." He bowed deeply to Fu Yuning and the old man in the wheelchair, his tone filled with undisguised disappointment. Lu Li also bowed in silence. The two turned around and walked out of the villa with heavy hearts. Just as they were about to walk out of the courtyard, Lu Li suddenly stopped and turned to look at Fu Yuning's cold face. "Miss Fu, I wonder if you are familiar with Professor Su's craniofacial reconstruction technique." When Lu Li asked this question, he was also feeling uneasy. After all, this skill is too dependent on talent, and even a decade or more later, there are only a handful of criminal sketch artists in the country who can master it. But he couldn't care less about that now. In his previous life, this case was an unsolved mystery. The special task force of dozens of people worked for several months, but they still couldn't find out the identity of the deceased. He felt that if he didn't find another way, even if he were reborn, it would be difficult to break through. Gao Jianjun was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then looked at Fu Yuning with expectation in his eyes. Skull reconstruction image. Fu Yuning remained silent for a long time. Looking at Professor Su in his wheelchair, she recalled her teacher's words. Skull reconstruction is not just about technique. It's about enabling the deceased to speak. She turned around, her voice calm. "I can try." At that moment, Lu Li saw something very familiar in her eyes. Stubbornness. Stubbornness just like his own. Back at the Jing'an branch, Gao Jianjun asked Lu Li to wait outside with Fu Yuning while he reported to Captain Zhang Jinghua alone. Alone. When the news spread throughout the brigade that students from the Academy of Fine Arts were invited to perform skull reconstruction, the entire brigade was practically in an uproar. "Old Gao, you're not kidding, are you?" Xing Jianxi from the 2nd Squadron was the first to jump up. "Let a college student who hasn't even graduated yet handle this. Isn't this ridiculous? Our case isn't something we can use for her to practice on." "Yeah, Captain Gao, this technique sounds incredible. Can a student really do it?" Questions and criticisms arose one after another. This is not just a lack of trust in Fu Yuning alone, but more a skepticism about the technology itself, which is almost legendary. Gao Jianjun remained silent, but instructed Lu Li to lead Fu Yuning to the computer and open the photograph of the skull of the corpse. When this girl in a white dress, with an aloof and ethereal air as if untouched by worldly concerns, appeared among a group of rough men, the noise in the office instantly subsided. Everyone looked at her with scrutinizing, suspicious, and even somewhat amused eyes. Fu Yuning ignored these gazes. She clicked the mouse lightly, looking at the skull photos taken from various angles. After studying it carefully for a full 5 minutes, she shook her head. "No." Those 2 words once again brought the office atmosphere to a freezing point. Xing Jinshi's face showed an "I knew it" expression, and he was about to say something. Fu Yuning's cold voice rang out again. Looking at photos alone results in a severe loss of information. The protrusions and depressions of bones, the direction of the sutures, these subtle three-dimensional structures will all be distorted in two-dimensional photos. I need to see the actual object. She paused, raised her head, and looked calmly at Gao Jianjun. I want to go to the funeral home to observe it up close. The moment those words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. Xing Jianxi, who had just been full of disdain, now stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Everyone was stunned by the professionalism and composure conveyed in her words. Go to the funeral home? Get a close look at the foul-smelling skeleton? This delicate, beautiful girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, spoke so casually, as if she were just going to the art studio to pick up a plaster statue. The veteran detectives present looked at Fu Yuning with completely different eyes. The doubts and disdain faded away, replaced by an indescribable emotion that arose from the depths of my heart. All right, Gao Jianjun's eyes flashed, and he made a quick decision. Lu Li, you accompany Miss Fu. Police cars sped along the road leading to the suburbs. Silence fell over the carriage. Fu Yuning sat quietly in the passenger's seat, her gaze fixed on the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, her entire demeanor serene and composed. But Lu Li's peripheral vision keenly caught her subtle movements. Her hands, resting on her knees, were unconsciously intertwined, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Her breathing rate was about 15% faster than normal. She was nervous, a kind of intense tension pressing down beneath the surface of the iceberg. Lu Li didn't say anything, but silently turned down the car's air conditioning temperature. Fu Yuning noticed and glanced at him sideways. Lu Li kept his eyes straight ahead, pretending not to have done anything. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, but she quickly pursed them again. Chapter 29, The Stubborn Fu Yuning. The moment Fu Yuning stepped into the funeral home, she smelled formaldehyde. Her stomach began to clench, but she took a deep breath and forced herself to move forward. She remembered the day her mother left when she was 10 years old. She did the same, walking step by step into the empty house, without crying or shouting, just gritting her teeth and walking forward. At Lu Li's request, the funeral home staff opened the morgue cabinet and pushed out the pale skeleton placed on a stainless steel tray. Fu Yuning's face couldn't help but turn deathly pale in an instant. However, she simply took a deep breath and did not back down. Gloves. She reached out her hand, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to suppress it. Lu Li handed her a pair of latex gloves. She put on gloves, her movements a little stiff, but she still reached out and gently lifted the lonely skull. The cold, hard touch came through the thin gloves. Her hands were trembling. It was shaking violently, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. My fingertips began to touch and feel the skull's brow ridge, cheekbone, and jaw angle, very slowly and gently. Her gaze was terrifyingly focused, as if the entire world consisted only of the skull in her hand, which carried the soul of a wronged person. Time passed by second. When she turned her skull over to observe the structure of the skull base, her gaze fell upon the soft tissue remnants inside the cranial cavity that had not yet completely detached and had turned dark brown. Her body stiffened abruptly. Uncontrollable fear and nausea finally welled up in those eyes that were trying so hard to remain calm. With a loud clang, the skull slipped from her trembling hands and fell back into the stainless steel morgue. She could no longer hold back, turned around abruptly, covered her mouth, and rushed out of the oppressive dissection room. Vomit. Violent and painful retching sounds came from the corridor. Lu Li did not follow immediately. Instead, he waited a moment, picked up an unopened pack of tissues and a bottle of mineral water, and then walked out unhurriedly. In a corner of the corridor, Fu Yuning leaned against the cold wall, vomiting violently, almost bringing up bile. That usually cold and aloof face was now completely bloodless. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he looked utterly disheveled. Hearing footsteps, she forced herself to stand up straight, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity. But then my stomach started churning again. Vomit. Just when she was at her most embarrassed, a pack of tissues and a bottle of mineral water with the cap unscrewed were handed to her. She didn't answer, but turned her head away, not wanting him to see her in such a disheveled state. You are much better than me. Lu Li's voice rang out calmly, without a trace of mockery, only a calm statement of facts. You only vomited for 1 minute and 35 seconds before you were able to control your body. But the first time I was at the scene, when I saw the body, I vomited for a full 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Fu Yuning's body stiffened. She slowly turned her head and looked at Lu Li's serious face. 1 minute 35 seconds? 5 minutes 31 seconds? These numbers, accurate to the second, carried an absurd and out-of-place rigor, like a feather, precisely piercing her extremely tense nerves. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Laughing. That smile seemed to instantly melt away all the frost on her face, and also dispel all the awkwardness and discomfort that filled the air. She took the water, rinsed her mouth, and then took a tissue to wipe her mouth. Then, she raised her head and looked at the young man in front of her for the first time in a truly meaningful and serious way. She reached out her hand, the same hand that had just been trembling violently while holding the skull, but now it was unusually firm. "Hello, my name is Fu Yuning." Lu Li held her hand. It felt icy cold. "Jing'an Branch Criminal Investigation Brigade, Lu Li." "I know." Fu Yuning pulled her hand back. "I've had your braised chicken." Lu Li raised an eyebrow. So you owe me 3 meals." Fu Yuning said expressionlessly. "Interest?" Lu Li discovered for the first time that this aloof girl had this side to her. The next 2 days. Every day, Lu Li drives a police car to pick up and drop off Fu Yuning between the branch office and the funeral home on time. To Lu Li's surprise, the girl's adaptability was astonishing. On the first afternoon, she was already able to work calmly on the skeleton for 2 hours. The next day, she could even sit in the dissection room, observing the details of the skull while eating the fast food that Lu Li had brought back from outside, without changing her expression. That composure amazed even Wang Ming, the veteran forensic doctor in the forensic department. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital city thousands of miles away, in a dignified and sophisticated office, a man in his 50s with a stern face and an imposing presence was listening to a report from his subordinate. Yuning hasn't been going to the art studio lately. Instead, she took a long leave from school and has been spending her days at the funeral home with people from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The man paused slightly in his teacup, looked up, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The funeral home? What was she doing there? It seems they are helping the police create a skull reconstruction sketch for a victim in a skeletal remains case. On the man's face, surprise turned into astonishment. The secretary asked cautiously, "Secretary Fu, is it necessary to?" "No need." The man waved his hand, a complex smile playing on his lips. "Let her be." He remembered when his daughter was little, the first grappling move she learned from the guard. She ran over excitedly to demonstrate it to him, only to trip herself. The child got up from the ground. His knees were all scraped up, but he didn't cry. He got up and continued practicing. "Like me," the man said softly. The secretary didn't hear her clearly. "What did you say?" "It's nothing." The man waved his hand. "Go on with your work." He looked out the window and thought, "This child has my blood in her veins, not her mother's." 9 o'clock the next evening. The Provincial DNA Comparison Center sent another message, still no match. The identity of the deceased seemed like an unsolvable knot, making the atmosphere in the entire task force extremely oppressive. Just as Zhang Jinghua was about to convene a meeting to readjust the direction of the investigation, the meeting room door was pushed open. Holding several sketches in her hand, Fu Yuning calmly walked up to Lu Li in full view of everyone. "I've finished drawing." Her voice remained calm. There was a hint of weariness that was hard to hide, but more than that, there was a sense of relief and calm. When the 3 lifelike portraits were displayed before everyone, the air in the entire room seemed to freeze. The 3 drawings depict the same woman's face. One was rather thin with slightly prominent cheekbones and a timid look in her eyes. Another was of medium build with a soft face, a classic beauty, and the last one had full cheeks and a round chin, giving her a rather auspicious appearance. 3 faces, 3 possible lives. But those eyes, that unique distance between the eyebrows and eyes, that perfectly curved nose, all pointed to the same person. Everyone was amazed by the girl's incredible craniofacial reconstruction skills and the immeasurable help she provided to the task force. Only Lu Li, who had stayed with her for more than 2 days, truly knew just how much effort and dedication did this seemingly aloof girl put into these 3 pictures. "Thanks." Fu Yuning turned her head to look at him. "Just those 2 words? So what do you want?" Fu Yuning held up 3 fingers, his expression serious. "The braised chicken rice you made yourself. 3 meals. At least 3 meals." The surrounding detectives exchanged bewildered glances. Why did this icy beauty speak to Lu Li in a tone somewhat different. Lu Li's lips twitched, and he finally nodded. Deal. Fu Yuning then revealed a faint smile, a hint of cunning in her cool and aloof eyes. That smile was like the first ray of sunlight melting an iceberg, causing the hearts of every male detective present to skip a beat. Chapter 30. An examination by municipal bureau leaders. The rare smile on Fu Yuning's face stunned Lu Li for a moment. Then he made a serious promise. No problem. Once my shop near my house is renovated, you're welcome to come anytime. I'll provide you with enough for 30 meals, let alone 3. His tone was so serious that the smile on the girl's face froze. Her clear eyes looked him up and down, as if she were seeing him for the first time. Finally, she gently shook her head. A helpless yet amused smile curved his lips as he uttered only 2 words. Straight men. After saying that, she stopped looking at Lu Li's astonished expression, waved her hand casually, and turned to leave the conference room. Lu Li was left standing there awkwardly, touching his nose, feeling both amused and exasperated. With the 3 restored portraits drawn by Fu Yuning, depicting different degrees of fatness and thinness, the morale of the entire task force was boosted. These 3 images will undoubtedly speed up the search for the source of the body. The oppressive atmosphere that had lasted for several days was swept away, and light rekindled in everyone's eyes. Zhang Jinghua immediately had many copies of the portrait made and distributed them. Second company. Li Changsheng, no longer the dejected man of the past few days, spoke in a booming voice that echoed through the corridor. Tonight, conduct another thorough search of Longqing Garden residential area and all surrounding shops and communities. This time, keep your eyes peeled. Don't let any clue that might lead to someone recognizing the woman in the portrait slip by. Yes. Amidst the deafening response, officers from the second squad filed out, their figures quickly disappearing into the night. The portrait in their hands dispelled the despondency that had gripped them for the past few days. However, at this moment, a black Passat with a municipal bureau license plate came to a steady stop in front of the branch office building. The car door opened, and walking at the front was Zhou Yi, the deputy director of the municipal bureau in charge of criminal investigation. He was in his 50s, with a dignified face and an imposing presence. Following closely behind were Hu Yiming, the head of the criminal investigation detachment of the municipal public security bureau, and Qin Gang, the deputy head of the major crimes unit. Zhao Dali followed behind Qin Gang, his face showing a hint of excitement, as if he was enjoying watching the drama unfold. City bureau leaders conducted a surprise inspection late at night. This instantly made the already busy Jing'an branch even more tense and solemn. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Jinghua and Gao Jianjun dared not delay and immediately came out to greet them. Director Zhou, Branch Chief Wang, Branch Chief Qin, what brings you here so late? Zhou Yi waved his hand and got straight to the point. Brothers in the brigade, you've all worked hard these past few days. I've come to see you all, and I'm also checking if your brigade needs any support from the detachment. In the conference room, Zhang Jinghua, as the head of the special task force for the 920 White Bones case, turned on the projector and gave a detailed report to several municipal bureau leaders on the current progress of the case, the difficulties encountered, and the breakthroughs that had just been achieved. When they heard that the task force had innovatively used cranial facial reconstruction technology and successfully obtained a portrait, they were overjoyed. Zhou Yi's usually tense face finally showed obvious approval. This is a great idea, and it deserves recognition. Zhou Yi tapped the table with his finger. When faced with difficult cases, we must dare to break with convention and try new methods and new ideas. Comrade Jinghua, your Jing'an branch did a good job this time. After receiving praise from the municipal bureau's leader in charge, Zhang Jinghua and Gao Jianjun finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. For several days in a row, there was no progress in the case, and the pressure on Zhang Jinghua, as the captain of the criminal investigation team, was unimaginable. It's worth noting that the position of deputy director in charge of criminal investigation at the Jing'an branch was currently vacant, and he had originally been a strong contender. If he fails to be selected because the 920 murder case remains unsolved, he may not have the opportunity to advance further for many years. Although the identity of the deceased is still unclear, the use of skull reconstruction technology has earned him a positive evaluation from his superiors. At this moment, Zhang Jinghua couldn't help but think of Lu Li. This young man is indeed good. He can be given more responsibilities in the future. After the report concluded, the group left the conference room to visit the police officers who were working overtime on the front lines. Lu Li had just finished printing the notice for assistance in the investigation and was about to leave. "Hey, Lu Li," Zhao Dali, who was following behind Qin Gang, spotted Lu Li at a glance, immediately went up to him, and put his arm around his shoulder. Qin Gang also saw him, stopped in his tracks, and gave a cryptic smile. "No wonder you didn't even stay in the City Bureau's special task force and insisted on coming back to the branch bureau. It turns out you had already figured out that there was a big case to handle here and didn't want to miss the opportunity to make a contribution, huh?" Qin Gang's words were half true and half false, but they also revealed an undisguised high regard for him. Lu Li, teased, could only smile sheepishly, scratch the back of his head, looking like he didn't know how to respond. His appearance left a group of Jing'an branch police officers, who were unaware of the situation, dumbfounded. Is this still the same Qin Gang, the crime-solving maniac known for his seriousness and taciturn nature? When did he become so familiar with Lu Li? Deputy Director Zhou Yi's gaze was also drawn to the young police officer who was being watched by both Qin Gang and Zhao Dali. He must have some extraordinary qualities to be valued so highly by Qin Gang, a guy who is so arrogant. "Xiao Qin, who is this?" Zhou Yi asked with great interest. Qin Gang's smile faded slightly as he solemnly introduced Lu Li to Zhou Yi. "Director Zhou, this is Lu Li, a police officer who was just assigned to the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch this year. He was also one of the core members of the task force in the 915 case that the branch just cracked and played a key role." After a pause, Qin Gang seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, by the way, Director Zhou, a couple of days ago, a representative from the Sheng Group came to the Municipal Bureau specifically to donate a batch of the latest police equipment. They also specifically mentioned that they wanted to thank Lu Li separately. They were talking about him." Qin Gang's words were packed with information, like a bombshell that exploded in the quiet corridor. Not only did they point out Lu Li's key contribution in the major case supervised by the Municipal Bureau last time, they also revealed that the Sheng Group, a business giant, had specifically named and thanked him. In an instant, all the gazes directed at Lu Li in the entire corridor changed. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, inquiry, a mix of complex emotions. Especially Wei Kong, who was also a trainee police officer, stood at the back of the crowd, his eyes filled with undisguised jealousy and resentment. He had joined the police force 6 months earlier than Lu Li, so why was it Lu Li who had been in the limelight and received the attention of the leaders in the past few days? Wei Kang's changing expressions were not missed by Zhao Dali, who was watching the show with amusement. Zhao Dali curled his lip, secretly laughing to himself. He was all too familiar with that expression and mindset. In the 915 case, the elites from the Xiqing branch initially had the same disgruntled expression towards Lu Li. What was the final result? So Zhao Dali kept quiet and watched the show from the sidelines, waiting to be proven wrong. Deputy Director Zhou Yi, who also came from a team-leading background, could naturally see the appreciation in Qin Gang's words. He scrutinized the young man before him, who seemed slightly uneasy under the gaze of the crowd, but a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. It's not that he doesn't trust the young police officer, but could Qin Gang's unwavering support for him be due to some special reason, deliberately giving all the credit to this young man? This kind of thing is not uncommon in the system. With this in mind, Zhou Yi decided to test them himself. "Lu Li, right?" he spoke, his voice steady and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority. "Since Captain Qin speaks so highly of you, you must have your own insights into investigation and case solving. So tell me, what are your thoughts on this 920 case? Just say whatever you want, don't hold back." Chapter 31. Zhao Dali is watching the drama unfold. When a leader calls on a person to ask a question in public, it is both a test and a tremendous opportunity. The other young police officers present all stood ramrod straight, eager to get started. They wished they could be the ones chosen, so they could make a name for themselves in front of the city bureau leaders. However, Lu Li, who was in the spotlight, knew exactly what was going on. He was well aware of the taboos in officialdom. In this situation, with the captain and deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division present, it's not smart of a low-ranking ordinary police officer to try and steal the spotlight. It's foolish. He lowered his head slightly, adopting a very humble posture, and spoke with great respect. "Reporting to Director Zhou, I don't have any particular opinion. The case is complicated, but I believe the leaders of the Special Task Force will be able to lead us to solve it. All I can do is resolutely carry out the leaders' arrangements." His answer was impeccable and perfectly conventional, Yet it caused Zhou Yi to furrow his brow almost imperceptibly. Too cunning, lacking the vigor of youth. Just then, an untimely voice rang out urgently, breaking the brief silence. Reporting to Director Zhou. I have some opinions about this case. Wei Kong squeezed his way out of the crowd. Deputy Director Zhou turned his gaze to Wei Kong, whose heart instantly raced. He had actually considered that Zhang Tao's motive was too superficial, and the real culprit was likely someone else. He had even organized his thoughts in his dorm room last night, and they were very clear and logical. But as soon as he stood up and saw the room full of leaders and seniors, his mind suddenly went blank. I think we should continue the investigation in the direction we're currently exploring. The moment the words left his mouth, he knew it was all over. It was nonsense. Everyone knew it was nonsense. Deputy Director Zhou's expression was indescribable. Wei Kong felt his face burning. He subconsciously pushed up his glasses with his middle finger and lowered his head. Why is it like this again? You've clearly thought it through. So why can't you say it? Wei Kang's fingers were tugging hard at the hem of his clothes behind his back, as if venting his frustration that had nowhere to go. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, Gao Jianjun suddenly looked at the silent Lu Li and said in an encouraging tone, Lu Li, Director Zhou is asking you a question. Speak your mind. In our police force, we don't care about seniority. We only care about who has the most effective methods. Young man, don't be afraid of making mistakes. If you're wrong, we'll discuss it together. Truth becomes clearer through debate. Gao Jianjun knew his apprentice well and immediately saw through Lu Li's concerns. His words were both to help Lu Li out of a tight spot and to follow the wishes of the municipal bureau leaders, thus handing the stage back to Lu Li. Having said all that, Lu Li knew he no longer needed to worry. He raised his head to meet Zhou Yi's scrutinizing gaze, quickly organizing all the thoughts he had been having. Reporting to Director Zhou, since the leader has asked me to speak, I will dare to share my own immature opinion. He started with a humble remark, then changed the subject, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. I think we might be able to appropriately expand the scope and direction of our investigation. Oh, how do you plan to expand it? Zhou Yi's interest was immediately piqued. I believe the victim is likely not a permanent resident of Launching Garden. Lu Li calmly stated his core argument, instantly attracting everyone's attention. A young woman, whose bone age suggests she was no more than 25 when she died, has been missing and dead for over a year, yet none of her family, friends, or colleagues have reported her missing to the police. This is extremely unusual. There's only one explanation for this. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, including Wei Kong, whose expression was beginning to change. She is most likely a migrant worker, and her profession may be something that she and her family are ashamed to talk about, or they may not have been in close contact with her, or they may have even cut off contact. Otherwise, even if no one in the local area reported her missing for so long, her parents should have reported her missing to the police back in their hometown long ago. But we did not find any matching information in the National Missing Persons database. Therefore, I suggest that, in addition to regular community visits, we should focus our investigations on entertainment venues such as KTVs, bars, nightclubs, and bathhouses throughout the city. These places are the main gathering places and information hubs for this type of migrant population with special identities. Lu Li's words were logical, progressive, and well-founded, as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the fog in everyone's minds. Yes, their previous thinking was limited to the circle of missing persons, subconsciously assuming that the victims were normal people, but they ignored the most abnormal and crucial point. Why no one reported it? Before anyone could even sigh in amazement, Lu Li continued. Besides the places mentioned above, there's another area that can be considered when investigating this group: beauty salons and hair salons. This is a place that almost all women working in nightclubs can't avoid. After he finished speaking, a sharp glint flashed in Deputy Director Zhou Yi's eyes. He looked at Lu Li as if he were looking at a piece of uncut jade that was already shining brightly. This insight and logical thinking are unlike those of a newly recruited police officer. They're more like those of a seasoned veteran criminal investigator. Great. Excellent analysis. Zhou Yi could no longer hide his appreciation and clapped his hands loudly. This line of thinking provides us with a completely new and highly promising direction for our investigation. He turned to Hu Yiming, the head of the criminal investigation team beside him, and said in a low voice with an undeniable air, Yiming, once this case is over, find a way to bring this young man to the municipal bureau. It's a waste of talent to keep him in the branch bureau. Hu Yiming smiled and nodded, then glanced at Qin Gang and Gao Jianjun, whose expressions had become extremely interesting, and joked in a low voice. Director Zhou, I can't guarantee that. Qin Gang has been eyeing him for a long time, and Gao Jianjun probably treats him like a precious gem. If I dare to poach him to his face, old Gao might fight me to the death. Although the leader's conversation was not loud, it was still clearly heard by everyone in the quiet corridor. In an instant, envious, jealous, and admiring gazes once again focused on Lu Li. While Lu Li spoke eloquently, Wei Kong sat in the corner, his fingers tapping unconsciously under the table. His analysis was actually similar to Lu Li's. He also suspected the murderer might be connected to Launching Garden. But Lu Li's explanation was more complete, more organized, and more convincing. The gap. Wei Kong smiled bitterly to himself. That's the gap. They can express their thoughts clearly, while you can only spout nonsense. Watching the 985 university graduates' predicament, Zhao Dali felt a mix of emotions. This kid was really good at his job, but in the criminal investigation field, skill alone was far from enough. The brief on-site meeting ended quickly. After the municipal bureau leaders affirmed the work of the Jing'an branch and expressed high hopes for the new direction proposed by Lu Li, they drove away satisfied. As soon as they left, Zhang Jinghua could no longer suppress the excitement on his face and immediately gave an order. Old Gao, you immediately contact the branch command center and coordinate with all the police stations in the jurisdiction to send over all 3 sketches of the victim. Tell all the community police officers in the police stations to immediately conduct a comprehensive investigation of all KTVs, bars, bathhouses, and foot massage parlors in their jurisdictions. Tell them to dig 3 feet into the ground and find out who knows this woman. Oh, and don't forget the beauty salons. Yes. Watching Gao Jianjun's departing figure, Zhang Jinghua thought for a moment, then called him back. By the way, your apprentice is quite good. You can give him more responsibilities and more opportunities to train him. Just by looking at the names, you guys can tell which book I'm paying homage to. Haha. Chapter 32 Lu Li, The Identity of the Deceased. The black Passat moved smoothly through the traffic. Inside the car, Zhou took off his glasses and carefully wiped them with a velvet cloth, his voice sounding somewhat casual. Qin Gang, what exactly is the role of that young man named Lu Li in the 915 project? Qin Gang sat in the passenger seat, looking at the street scene rushing past the window, his eyes steady. Director Zhou, let me put it this way. Without Lu Li, the 915 case wouldn't have been solved so quickly, and it might not even have been filed. He wasn't exaggerating. He was simply stating a fact. From the initial assessment of Sheng Ling's cause of death to the speculation about Lin Weiwei's methods and motives, Lu Li's keenness and composure were completely unlike those of a trainee police officer who had just graduated from police academy. Oh, Zhou became interested and stopped wiping. I rarely hear you praise someone like that. He has a kind of, how to put it, the scent of an old detective. Qin Gang carefully chose his words, trying to make his statement as truthful and objective as possible. His observation skills, logical thinking, and grasp of criminal psychology far surpassed those of his peers. Although he withdrew from the 915 case halfway through, he deserves the greatest credit. Zhou nodded, put his glasses back on, and his gaze sharpened. I understand. In addition to the collective third-class merit, this commendation report will also nominate Lu Li for an individual third-class merit. Furthermore, I will personally report to Secretary Chun and request special approval for his early promotion. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Qin Gang's usually composed face. Zhou laughed as well. He took a sip of hot tea and said with a hint of teasing, Qin Gang, I've created all the opportunities for you to win people over. If you still can't poach Lu Li this time, don't blame me for not helping you. Qin Gang's smile deepened. Don't worry, Director Zhou. This time I'll make that guy Lao Gao really regret it. The next morning, before Qin Gang could fulfill his promise, Lu Li's judgment was already proven correct. A community police officer from the Longhua Road police station in the western part of the city uncovered an important clue. We visited a hair salon in the area called Trend Frontline. The owner saw the photo and said he recognized the woman. Her name is Xiao Li, and she used to work at the nearby Night Paris nightclub. Half an hour later, Lu Li followed Gao Jianjun into the Night Paris KTV. The current boss, a middle-aged man with a beer belly, looked at the 3 photos over and over again, shaking his head vigorously. Officer, I really don't know this person. I've only been in this business for 2 years, and the employees have changed several times already. Do you have any employees who stayed on from before? Officer, I really don't know. You know, there's a lot of employee turnover in our industry. Nobody really cares where they worked before, right? Where's your mother? Call them over and ask her. What time is it? We're all night owls in our line of work. Unlike you officers, who have such a comfortable 9-to-5 job. Lu Li observed Gao Jianjun's conversation with his boss the whole time. He had already realized that although what the boss said was true, he clearly did not want to cooperate with the police. So before his master could speak, he preemptively spoke up. Captain Gao, I think the boss is right. The girls and madams in their shop are probably still sleeping. I think we should go back first. The boss was overjoyed upon hearing this, but Lu Li's next words left him dumbfounded. We'll come over when they open for business in the evening, and we can get more people from the local police station to help with the questioning. Upon hearing this, Gao Jianjun instantly understood his meaning and immediately cooperated by walking outside. Okay, then we'll call the police station to come with us tonight. The boss quickly stopped the two. Officer, don't rush. There's no need for all this trouble. You've already come all this way. How can we let you make a wasted trip? You're so busy with work. How can you waste your precious time here? Please wait a moment. I'll call all the senior employees in the store right away. No need. Boss, there's no need to go to such trouble. Your employees are all resting right now. It's not good to disturb them. We'll come back tonight. Officer, it's no trouble at all. Cooperating with your investigation is the duty of every citizen. Is this really not troublesome? Lu Li looked embarrassed. It's really not troublesome. But how long do we have to wait? We have things to do later. Not long. Half an hour at most, no? 20 minutes will do. Officers, come to my office for a drink of water and a smoke. They'll be here in 20 minutes at most. Captain Gao, how about we wait a bit and go to the municipal bureau later? Seeing Gao Jianjun nod, the boss breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and respectfully led the two men into his office while half bending over. The carefree attitude from before is gone. Gao Jianjun and Lu Li are both criminal police officers and from different districts, so the boss wasn't too impressed. But if they actually called the local police station to come to the shop that night, he wouldn't be able to do business all night. This was in 2013, and although paid companionship in KTVs wasn't as strictly regulated as it would be a decade or so later. However, for entertainment venues like KTVs, the local police station has an even greater deterrent effect. Moreover, during business hours, with a dozen or so uniformed police officers standing in the store, which customer would dare to come in? Once you've won over the boss, the rest is easy. Less than 20 minutes later, the KTV manager's mother arrived at the store with two women in their mid-20s. As they entered, one of the red-haired women, with a cigarette dangling from her mouth and looking sleepy, spoke up. Boss, what kind of customer is so interested in coming to the shop so early in the morning? When they saw the police ID in Gao Jianjun's hand, the two men immediately sobered up, quickly stubbed out their cigarettes, and their behavior and demeanor instantly changed. Officers, we are honest citizens and have never been involved in any illegal activities. Don't be nervous. We've called you here to get to know this person. As Lu Li spoke, he took out the thinnest of the three portraits and placed it in front of the group. This is Lily. Xiao Mei, whose voice was a little hoarse, was the first to recognize her. Team leader. Her real name seems to be Lu Li. I've even seen her ID card, Huan with red hair added. But she hasn't worked for many years. How long? Lu Li asked. Xiao Mei tried hard to recall. Let me think. I just arrived that year. It seems, yes, 2007. It's been 6 years. Officer, what did she do? 6 years. This time span caused Gao Jianjun and Lu Li to frown. 6 years is enough to change the face of a city, let alone the traces of one person. Subsequent investigations confirmed their concerns. When the two of them found the house that Lu Li had rented years ago, following the clues provided by Xiao Mei, the house was still there. But the landlady was an old lady in her 70s, hard of hearing, and her memory was hazy. She only remembered that there was a pretty girl who later seemed to have a boyfriend and moved out. We got almost no useful clues from the landlady. Chapter 33, Skeletal Remains in the Sewer. Although the investigation was not entirely smooth, they finally obtained the deceased's specific name. The task force used the most primitive yet most effective method, massive data screening. Through manual searching and comparison of people with the same name in the National Population Information System, the identity of the deceased was finally determined. Lu Li was born in 1986 in Huaijiang City, Anhui Province. Her hometown is a township under Huaijiang City. The task force collaborated remotely with the police station in Lu Li's hometown to collect blood samples from Lu Li's parents. Soon, a DNA comparison report was delivered to Gao Jianjun. Blood samples collected from Lu Li's parents, along with DNA from the remains found in the sewer well of Longqing Garden, indicate a 99.99% probability of them being direct relatives. The deceased, Lu Li, has been confirmed. When the news came, the entire task force breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Li sat in his seat and simply closed his eyes slowly. No one knows that within his reborn young body, the soul from the future is currently experiencing a sense of disorientation, as if history is about to change. When investigating Lin Weiwei's 915 case, his attention was more focused on how to change his own fate. This case is the first time he has truly participated in handling a case. In the previous life, this case was investigated to the very end, but the identity of the deceased could not be confirmed, becoming a headless, unsolved case weighing on everyone's mind. But now he's back, and everything has changed. The unsolved case from his past life has finally been cracked open by his own hands. With the deceased's identity information, the case progressed much faster. The second squadron quickly uncovered new clues from Lu Li's social network. They found one of Lu Li's closest friends from her time at Night Paris. According to her recollection, Lu Li had a major argument with her boyfriend, Zhang Tao, before her disappearance and was in a very bad mood. A few days later, Lu Li said she was going out to clear her head and then vanished without a trace. Boyfriend. These three words immediately became the key words in the case. The task force identified Lu Li's ex-boyfriend, Zhang Tao, as the prime suspect and immediately dispatched officers from the second squadron to his hometown to conduct an investigation. The case seemed to have suddenly become clear, but Lu Li's brows remained furrowed. Master, I feel something's not right. Gao Jianjun was drawing a relationship diagram when he heard this and looked up. What do you mean? Lu Li's boyfriend, Zhang Tao, lived with her in a rented room near the KTV at the time. He worked at a beauty salon nearby, and his activities were mostly within Xiqing district. Lu Li pointed to the map, but the body was disposed of in Longqing Garden in the east of the city, which is more than 10 kilometers away from Lu Li. This does not conform to the principle of disposing of the body nearby after a crime of passion. Moreover, Lu Li paused, his voice turning somber. The methods don't match either. It's hard for a hairdresser to have such precise cutting skills and to calmly dispose of a corpse so cleanly. Gao Jianjun fell silent, staring at the map with a furrowed brow. Lu Li's words were exactly what he had been vaguely sensing was wrong. After a long while, he raised his head and looked into Lu Li's deep eyes, which were beyond his years. What are your thoughts? I want to go to Longqing Garden again. Lu Li's death must be related to the people in that community. Gao Jianjun looked at him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. The brigade has a lot of work to do and doesn't have many people on hand right now. Here's what we'll do. You take Wei Kong and go check it out first. If you need anything, call me immediately, and I'll have the local police station send someone over to assist you. Thank you, Master. Lu Li and Wei Kong returned to Longqing Garden. In the property management company's office, they flipped through the yellowed resident files, trying to find a possible connection between the densely packed names and dates and Lu Li in 2007. The whole afternoon was wasted. As evening approached, the two walked out of the property management office. The sky was somewhat overcast. Wei Kong was somewhat discouraged. Lu Li, these are old files from 6 or 7 years ago. The people have changed several times over. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Li didn't speak. His gaze was fixed on a corner near the back gate of the residential area. It was an inconspicuous sewage well. The manhole cover is made of cement. But unlike other manhole covers, its edges have been sealed with a new layer of cement. The color of the cement ring was noticeably newer than the manhole cover itself and the surrounding road surface, and it was sealed exceptionally tightly, without a single gap. It's like deliberately hiding something. Wei Kong. Lu Li's voice was a little tense. Go find a crowbar. No way. Wei Kong glanced at Lu Li's expression, then at the familiar scene, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Stop dawdling and go. While Wei Kong was borrowing a thick steel crowbar from the property management, Lu Li had already found something to scrape away some loose soil from the edge of the manhole cover. The two of them worked together to insert one end of the crowbar into the almost non-existent gap. 1, 2, 3. The heavy cement manhole cover made a muffled thud under the enormous torque as it was slowly pried open a crack. A stench, a mixture of rot, dampness, and dirt, suddenly gushed out from the crack, forcing the two to back away. Wei Kong covered his nose, his face pale. Holy crap, what's that smell? A dead rat. He already had the answer in his heart, but he was still reluctant to believe it. Lu Li did not answer. His pupils contracted to pinpoints the moment he saw the scene inside the well. He shoved Wei Kong aside and used all his strength to completely lift the manhole cover. The scene underground made the twilight air freeze instantly. It certainly wasn't a dead rat. Those were two human skeletons that had long since turned to bones. Seal off the scene. Lu Li's voice broke the silence, carrying an unquestionable commanding tone. He immediately dialed Gao Jianjun's number, his tone unusually grave. Master, two skeletons have been found in the sewage well at the back gate of Longqing Garden. Wei Kong was still retching, his face deathly pale. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, he suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly began to organize the property staff to set up a cordon at the scene. Soon, the piercing sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached, shattering the evening tranquility of Longqing Garden. Gao Jianjun was the first to arrive. When he saw what was happening in the well, even this veteran detective, who had seen countless life and death incidents, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Immediately afterwards, Captain Zhang Jinghua, the on-site investigation team, and the Municipal Bureau's forensic department arrived one after another. Beside the small sewage well, police lights flashed and crowds gathered. Report this to the Municipal Public Security Bureau immediately. Zhang Jinghua's face was ashen. This is no longer a simple murder case. An hour later, Zhou Yi, deputy director of the Municipal Bureau, personally led a team to the scene. 3 skeletons. The same neighborhood. This discovery was like a boulder thrown into the calm lake of Huahai City Police, stirring up huge waves. This can basically be classified as a serial murder case. The nature of the case was completely changed at that moment. The technical team officers, dressed in white investigation suits, carefully sorted and packaged the remains from the well under bright lights and sent them to the forensic center. Lu Li didn't go over. He stood outside the cordon, his eyes fixed on the 2 skeletons that had just been removed. Like Lu Li's remains, they exhibit an unnatural, overly clean white color. There was no adipocere. 2 more skeletons without adipocere found in the sewer well. Chapter 34, Individual, Third-Class Merit. A sudden commendation. Late at night, the conference room of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jing'an Branch was brightly lit. The preliminary autopsy report came out quickly. Wang Ming walked into the conference room with the report in his hand, his face grave. Director Zhou, Zhangde, the preliminary results are in. Both victims underground were young women. Based on the bone healing, one was between 17 and 22 years old, and the other between 30 and 35 years old. The exact time of death cannot be determined at this time. He paused, took a deep breath, and said, "We compared the cut marks on the 3 skeletons, especially the marks at the joint separation points." Wang Ming pointed to the details in the photo with a laser pointer. "And we can confirm that the killer used the same tool. The cutting technique, angle, and force are almost identical. This means it was done by the same person," Qin Gang said, his voice icy. "That's right." Wang Ming nodded. "Most importantly, we found that, like the already identified deceased Lu Li, these 2 newly discovered skeletons also showed no traces of adipocere." Wang Ming pressed the remote control for the projector, and close-up photos of 3 skeletons appeared on the screen. Under normal circumstances, in enclosed environments such as sewer wells, during the decomposition process, the abdomen, thighs, and breasts of women, due to the presence of a large amount of fatty tissue, will form adipocere through the reaction with alkaline substances in the environment. However, none of the 3 bodies had any. After discussions with the on-site investigation team, we have reason to believe that, just as Comrade Lu Li previously hypothesized, the fatty tissue on the deceased body was deliberately removed after death. The conference room was deathly silent. All eyes instantly focused on Lu Li, who was sitting in the corner. The young man's initial, seemingly far-fetched deduction has now been confirmed by 2 cold skeletons. It's hard to imagine that such exceptional observation and reasoning skills would appear in a newcomer. This can no longer be described as keen. It's almost demonic. Deputy Director Zhou Yi and the others processed this clue in their minds before clearing their throats and speaking. "Comrades, the situation is very clear. This is a major serial murder case with extremely heinous nature and extremely cruel methods. I hereby announce that the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Detachment will lead the establishment of a special task force for the 920 major serial murder case, with myself as the team leader to uniformly direct the investigation. Comrade Qin Gang, due to his outstanding performance in the previous 915 case, has been appointed as the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, effective immediately after deliberation by the Municipal Public Security Bureau Party Committee. Simultaneously, Comrade Qin Gang will serve as the deputy leader of this special task force, fully responsible for the actual investigation of the case. Applause erupted, and Qin Gang stood up, his expression as composed as ever. He simply gave Zhou Yi and the others a standard police salute before sitting down again. Zhou Yi hadn't finished speaking yet. In addition, I would like to give special praise to Comrade Liu Li of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Jing'an branch. Although Comrade Liu Li has only been a police officer for 3 months, he has solid professional skills and excellent business capabilities. It played an important role in the 915 special case, previously investigated by the detachment. Following an investigation by the Municipal Public Security Bureau Party Committee, Comrade Liu Li was awarded a 3rd-class merit and promoted to a regular rank ahead of schedule. The relevant changes in rank and grade will be officially communicated by the Personnel Department later. Liu Li was also somewhat surprised, as he had already prepared himself to forego any honors when he withdrew from Project 915. Unexpectedly, he not only received a 3rd-class merit award, but was also promoted to a regular position ahead of schedule. This makes it much easier for me to carry out my work in Project 920. It's important to understand that probationary officers do not have independent law enforcement authority. Zhou Yi hadn't finished speaking yet. Xiao Lu, I was skeptical when Qin Gang praised you to me before. But now, seeing your performance in the 920 serial murder case, I think you deserve his praise. I hope you can continue to maintain this level and live up to the expectations of the Municipal Public Security Bureau Party Committee. With just one sentence, Liu Li once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone understood that this young man had truly caught the attention of the city bureau leaders. Given time, if he makes further achievements in his work, his future prospects will be limitless. We will certainly live up to the expectations of all the leaders. Liu Li also stood up, saluted, and then sat down. Zhou Yi then gave a motivational speech, after which Qin Gang took charge of the specific work assignments. Zhang Weigua, you and the 2nd Squadron of the Jing'an Criminal Investigation Brigade will continue to follow up on Liu Li, the victim. Captain Li Changsheng has already led a team on a business trip to find Liu Li's boyfriend from back then, Zhang Tao. You will be in charge of the family situation for the time being. You need to find out all of Liu Li's social relationships, including her family situation. At the same time, you can't miss any of Zhang Tao's movements from back then, including his workplace, residence, etc. Comrade Gao Jianjun is in charge of leading the members of the 1st Squadron of the Jing'an Criminal Investigation Brigade, together with forensic doctors, to do everything possible to identify the 2 newly recovered remains as soon as possible. We must continue our investigation of the Longqing Garden community, carefully verifying all residents from the past 7 years. Although Liu Li's boyfriend, Zhang Tao, is a prime suspect, we cannot rule out other possibilities. Technical Department, you are tasked with organizing the property management of Longqing Garden and several surrounding residential communities to conduct a comprehensive inspection of all sewage wells in their respective communities. Yes, Qin Gang's gaze finally landed on Zhao Dali, Liu Li, and Wei Kong. Zhao Dali, here. Zhao Dali immediately stood up straight. You, Liu Li, and Wei Kong are on standby for now. Whichever group needs you, you'll be deployed immediately. After the meeting, everyone filed out. After the meeting, Wei Kong expressed his opinion to Zhao Dali. Brother Zhao, I think Zhang Tao is highly suspicious. He was the last person Liu Li saw before she disappeared, and he has a criminal record. Shouldn't we focus our investigation on him? Zhao Dali did not respond immediately, but turned his head to look at Liu Li, who was tidying up the documents. Liu Li, what do you think? Liu Li raised his head, glanced at Wei Kong, hesitated slightly, but still shook his head. I think the focus of the investigation should still be on Longqing Garden. His voice was calm, yet firm, since all 3 bodies were found within the Longqing Garden residential complex. The primary crime scene is very likely located within Longqing Garden. Or, the murderer might simply be someone who lives in Longqing Garden or is extremely familiar with it. Wei Kong frowned, But Zhang Tao is a suspect. Superficial clues, Lu Li interrupted him. The killer isn't stupid. They wouldn't expose their relationship with the victim so obviously. Zhang Tao is either a scapegoat or just a coincidence. The real killer is definitely hiding much deeper. Wei Kong fell silent. He knew Lu Li had a point, but he was still unconvinced. Chapter 35 Investigation Obstructed. Lu Li glanced at Wei Kong, who looked dejected, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to explain. Investigating cases is about finding the truth, not about achieving personal heroism. Every member of the task force is a cog in the machine of the investigation. Everyone must thoroughly investigate their assigned tasks, and even false leads must be completely ruled out. Only in this way can the investigation proceed in an orderly manner. Captain Li and Brother Zhang are already working on Zhang Tao's lead. There's little point in us joining in. On the contrary, a lot of investigation is needed regarding Longqing Garden and the identities of the two new corpses. Therefore, our priority right now is to go there. After Lu Li finished speaking, Wei Kong opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. His face flushed red and then turned pale. Zhao Dali, standing to the side, looked at Lu Li with a strange expression. For a brief moment, he felt a little dazed, as if he had returned to the time when he first joined the 3rd Brigade, and his Master Qin gang was scolding him. Lu Li, realizing he was still a newcomer after being looked at like that, quickly added, "That's what my master said before." Zhao Dali nodded and said, "Yes, that's exactly the point. When I first joined the police force, Captain Qin said something similar to me." He looked at Wei Kong, his tone becoming serious. "Wei Kong, I know you want to solve the case as soon as possible, but we can't be led by the nose by superficial clues. Lu Li's analysis makes sense. We'll go back to the property management office now and review all the resident information for Longqing Garden over the past 7 years, whether it's sales or rentals. I refuse to believe we can't dig up anything." After saying that, he strode downstairs. Wei Kong stood there, his face turning red and then white. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. He wasn't jealous of Lu Li's achievements. Okay, maybe a little. But what worried him even more was the passage of time. He gave up a high-paying job to become a detective in order to catch that person. 3 months have passed, and he still can't even do a basic on-site investigation properly. He's far from being able to handle cases independently. Lu Li had already distinguished himself in a major case and was promoted ahead of schedule. The gap is too big. Wei Kong couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, but he quickly cheered himself up. "Wei Kong, you have to work harder." The 3 of them spent the entire afternoon in the property management office of Longqing Garden. The property management company's resident data is very disorganized. Of the more than 1,800 households, only the latest resident data after 2010 is stored on the computer. The data before that is all on paper. When the property manager arranged for someone to move several large boxes of documents in front of the group, faced with a mountain of paper documents, Wei Kong frowned. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. As a programmer, he had dealt with far more complex data. The problem was that the materials were too messy, with illegible handwriting, inconsistent formats, and no standardization whatsoever. If this were entered into the system, a program could filter out the anomalies in just a few minutes, Wei Kong muttered. Zhao Dali's eyes lit up when he heard this. "You know how to do this? Then you can be in charge of the latest resident data on the computer and see if you can use some technical means. Lu Li and I will handle the paper records." Wei Kong nodded. In front of the computer, he was no longer the clueless newbie he used to be. Lu Li's subsequent actions left Zhao Dali and the property manager dumbfounded. He flipped through the documents at an astonishing speed, almost reading 10 lines at a glance, his eyes only lingering on each page for 2 or 3 seconds before turning to the next. "Lu Li, what are you looking for?" Zhao Dali initially thought that Lu Li was consciously searching for a certain piece of information. No. Lu Li's answer made Zhao Dali suddenly remember that this guy was a beast with a photographic memory. Even with Lu Li's astonishing efficiency, he still gained very little after an entire afternoon. As it was getting late, Zhao Dali simply made a decision. "Pack all these materials up and take them back to the brigade. We'll work overtime tonight and look at them slowly." When the 3 of them dragged their tired bodies and several large boxes of documents back to the branch office, they found that the atmosphere in the brigade was unusually lively. "We've got news from Shijiang," a police officer shouted excitedly. "Captain Li and his team have found Zhang Tao." Another immediately added. The kid panicked as soon as he saw the police. When asked if he knew Lu Li, He denied it outright and tried to run away. Captain Li and his men caught him on the spot. I think it's pretty much him. Wei Kong felt conflicted upon hearing the news of Zhang Tao's arrest. He glanced at Lu Li subconsciously. Lu Li's expression was calm, as if he was not surprised by the news. It seems Zhang Tao really has a problem, Wei Kong couldn't help but say, his tone carrying a hint of, I told you so. Zhao Dali frowned as he listened, and was about to say something to him, but Lu Li acted as if he hadn't heard, and walked straight to the office with a box of files in his arms. Wei Kong was unaware of this. The investigation by the 2nd Squadron, located far away in Shijiang City, quickly reached a stalemate. In the interrogation room, Zhang Tao admitted that he knew Lu Li and that he lied and ran away back then, but he vehemently denied the murder charge, repeatedly shouting in a fit of rage, I'm not a murderer. After we broke up after our argument, I went back to Shijiang. I didn't kill her. When asked about the reasons for their breakup and why he suddenly left Huahai City, he began to lie, his story riddled with inconsistencies. Meanwhile, another group of police officers who remained in Huahai City also discovered an important piece of information while investigating Zhang Tao's activities back then. Zhang Tao was a compulsive gambler and had accumulated a huge gambling debt in Huahai back then. During the case analysis meeting of the Special Task Force that evening, someone suggested, based on this clue, that Zhang Tao might have murdered someone for money. Zhang Tao owes gambling debts. Could it be that he killed Lu Li in a fit of passion after failing to collect the money? Lu Li sat in the corner, listening to the discussion, and whispered to Gao Jianjun, Master, I have a feeling something's wrong. A gambler with a gambling addiction is usually characterized by impulsiveness, short-sightedness, and impatience. This is completely inconsistent with the killer's calm, meticulous, and even ritualistic behavior of peeling fat off a corpse. This doesn't seem like something the same person could do. Gao Jianjun nodded, clearly agreeing with Lu Li's opinion. The deadlock in the interrogation was not broken until the following morning. When the interrogator presented him with evidence of his gambling debts, Zhang Tao's mental defenses finally crumbled. He tearfully confessed the truth of what happened back then. I didn't kill her. I just to pay off my gambling debts, I swindled her out of 100,000 yuan. Later, she found out I was paying off my gambling debts. We had a huge fight, and she broke up with me. I was afraid she would call the police, so I ran away overnight. I really don't know what happened to her after that. Just as Zhang Tao's suspicion was greatly reduced, the Provincial DNA Comparison Center also delivered a breakthrough. After technicians worked overtime to compare the two newly discovered skeletons, the older female skeleton was successfully matched with a missing person. The deceased was named Chen Man, born in 1975, a native of Huahai City. She went missing in 2008 and was a cosmetic saleswoman in a large shopping mall in the city center before her disappearance. This news almost completely rules out the possibility that Zhang Tao is the serial killer. According to the investigation, Zhang Tao had already left Huahai City and returned to Shijiang City by 2008. The investigation has returned to its starting point. Chapter 36 Investigation of Chen Man. Although one lead had almost gone cold, the task force had no time to be upset. The 1st Squadron immediately launched a comprehensive investigation into the newly confirmed deceased, Chen Man. Soon, a wealth of information about Chen Man was quickly gathered by the task force. Chen Man, a native of Huahai City, worked as a sales clerk for a well-known cosmetics brand at a large shopping mall called New Century in the city center before she went missing. Her love life, in the words of her colleagues, is extremely exciting. Sister Chen Man is beautiful and has a sweet tongue. Her sales performance has always been the best in our counter. It's just that she's too popular with men. Xiao Zhang, a young teller who worked with Chen Man, recalled, her husband was away from home most of the year, and different men would often come to pick her up from get-off work in nice cars and give her things. We were all used to it. Xiao Zhang's words painted a clear picture of Chen Man. Man, a married woman who moves between multiple men and enjoys material comforts. The task force immediately identified Chen Man's husband and several male friends she had been in close contact with before her disappearance as key targets for investigation. However, the task force was severely understaffed. Although Lu Li's ex-boyfriend Zhang Tao's suspicion has been greatly reduced, his alibi still needs to be further verified. The identification of the 3rd skeleton also requires a large number of police officers. Therefore, Zhao Dali, Lu Li, and Wei Kang's mobile team had to temporarily participate in the investigation. Lu Li, along with his master Gao Jianjun, was responsible for investigating Chen Man's husband, Guo Liqiang. Guo Liqiang is a long-distance truck driver who is constantly on the move. When he received the call from the police, he was on his way back to Huahai City from another province. The next morning, Lu Li and Gao Jianjun met the man in the courtyard of the Jing'an branch. Guo Liqiang was in his early 40s, with dark, rough skin, deep-set eyes, and a weathered face. Upon learning of his wife's death, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by an almost numb indifference. Dead. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and the smoke blurred the expression on his face. She often wouldn't come home for months at a time, and she wouldn't answer her phone. I thought she had run off with some other guy. I never imagined she was dead. His tone was as calm as if he were talking about a complete stranger. There was no sadness, no anger, only a long-suppressed indifference. Gao Jianjun frowned. I checked the police station's records. Chen Man has been missing for 5 years, and you only reported it to the police once. Call the police? If my daughter hadn't been crying for her mother, I wouldn't have bothered to call the police even that one time. Guo Liqiang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Officer, I'm on the road 300 out of 365 days a year. Going home is like staying in a hotel. If she doesn't come home, who am I supposed to turn to? Besides, this wasn't the first time for her. In order to have more fun, I sent my daughter to a boarding school when she started high school. Now that my daughter is in college, I'm even less likely to care about her. We separated a long time ago because of all her messy affairs. The only reason we haven't gone through with the divorce is because of our daughter. While the two were talking, Lu Li kept a close eye on Guo Liqiang's subtle expressions. Aside from a fleeting moment of surprise and barely perceptible sadness in his eyes when he heard of Chun Man's death, the man was found to be alone. At other times, his emotions were completely normal. If Guo Liqiang isn't a natural-born actor, then his suspicion would be very low. Has Chen Man had any conflicts with anyone? Who do you think could have killed her? Contradiction? Guo Liqiang thought for a long time before shaking his head. Probably not. Chen Man works in sales. She understands people very well and rarely gets into conflicts. She's always smiling and speaks kindly to everyone. If anyone could possibly kill her, I think only her lovers would be capable of that. Why did you say that Chen Man's lovers might kill her? Of course it's for money. This woman's expenses are considerable. She can't be with those men without making demands. If someone were to kill her, I think the only possible reason would be for money. With the topic at this point, Lu Li thought for a moment and then asked the question that had been bothering him. Mr. Guo, perhaps we shouldn't, but we must ask, are you aware of Chun Man's lovers? Have no idea. Guo Liqiang's emotions still couldn't be suppressed, and he experienced a slight fluctuation. Clearly, Gao Jianjun couldn't get many valuable clues from Guo Liqiang. Instead of pressing him further, Gao Jianjun requested to visit their home. Chen Man's home is in an old residential area and not far from Longqing Garden. The house wasn't big, just 2 bedrooms and a living room, and it was covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly indicating that no one had lived there for a long time. The entire house is furnished with old furniture, and there are no signs of it being replaced or moved. Gao Jianjun and Guo Liqiang chatted casually in the living room, while Lu Li put on gloves and began to examine the items carefully. First, there's the bathroom. If Chen Man's home was the crime scene, the bathroom would definitely be an unavoidable place. However, the luminol test did not detect any blood components. Lu Li then began inspecting the bedroom where Chun Man had lived before her death. The room was simply furnished, but the dressing table was filled with various high-end cosmetics and skincare products, which clashed with the overall environment of the home. Lu Li's gaze swept across the dressing table, finally settling on an inconspicuous corner. There was a bar of soap simply wrapped in craft paper. Its shape was peculiar. It wasn't the square or oval shape commonly found in the market, but rather resembled a handmade product. The soap is a dark, earthy yellow color and has a faint herbal scent. Mr. Guo, do you know what this is? Oh, this is soap. I think it's called handmade soap. Chen Man brought it back, but I'm not really sure about the specifics. At the same time, the task force is also investigating Chun Man's several lovers. After verification, the individuals identified were found to be largely innocent. Later, it was Jin Xian, one of Chen Man's colleagues at the counter, who provided a vague clue. It seems that around the time Man disappeared, she met someone new. Jin Xian's tone carried a hint of regret as she mentioned Chen Man. She said the man was an older man, mature and steady, who was very kind to her and cared for her a lot. I was jealous at the time and asked her who he was, but she just smiled and wouldn't tell me. Uncle, the detective in charge of questioning immediately pressed. Any specific characteristics? Like occupation, age? She didn't really say that. Jin Xian tried hard to recall. She just said that the person wasn't as impetuous as other businessmen, which made her feel very at ease. Oh right. She also said that the person knew a lot, and seemed to know a bit about health and skincare. This clue is too vague to be traced. The task force could only refocus on the timeline before Chun Man's disappearance. The last time Chun Man appeared in front of her colleagues was on the first day back to work after the Spring Festival in 2008. She was in good spirits and told her colleagues that she had some family matters to attend to and needed to take a few days off to relax. From that moment on, they never returned. The investigation also found that Chun Man's financial situation appeared to have improved significantly in the months leading up to her disappearance. Her bank statements didn't show much income, but she became more extravagant with her money. Buying herself several high-end skincare products and frequently treating her colleagues to afternoon tea. A colleague recalled that she often saw a thick wad of cash in her wallet. She said she wanted playing cards. The clues that come together only make Chun Man's death seem even more mysterious. Chapter 37, A Crazy Guess. Chun Man's social network was gradually revealed, making the investigation incredibly complex and multifaceted. However, the task force still faces enormous challenges. The identity of the third skeleton. News came again from the provincial department. There was still no DNA match in the National Missing Persons database. This means that the youngest skeleton may never have been reported to the police. At the case analysis meeting, Zhang Jinghua looked at the blank relationship diagram on the wall. Xiao Lu, there has been no progress in identifying the third body so far. We may still need to use a skull reconstruction to create a portrait. Zhang Jinghua looked at Lu Li, his tone suggesting, "You're quite familiar with that Fu student. Why don't you try inviting her again?" All eyes in the conference room turned to him. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded calmly. "Okay, Zhang De." After the meeting, Lu Li returned to his seat, took out his phone, and found the number he had only spoken to once, but hesitated to dial it. He wasn't in a difficult position, but rather felt somewhat embarrassed. "I promised to treat someone to a meal last time, but I haven't kept my promise yet. His own shop is being renovated and expanded according to his plan, and it will be able to reopen in at least half a month. Now he has to ask someone for a favor again, which makes him feel very embarrassed. Huahai Academy of Fine Arts, Girls' Dormitory. Yuning, tell me honestly, what were you doing the past few days? You were leaving early and coming back late every day, and you weren't even attending classes." A sweet-looking girl with pigtails was sitting cross-legged on the bed opposite Fu Yuning, holding a bag of potato chips, gossiping with a curious expression. Fu Yuning was facing the mirror, slowly and meticulously tying her long hair up with a wooden hairpin. Upon hearing this, she simply replied, "Cooperate with the police investigation." Puff. My best friend almost spat out her potato chips. "Investigate a case? What kind of case do you help the police investigate? Is it like in the movies, drawing sketches of wanted criminals for the police?" Fu Yuning turned around, looked at her best friend's exaggerated expression, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Pretty much, but there are still some differences." "Really? Tell me quickly, what's the difference?" "What they show on TV are all portraits of fugitives. They're all alive, but the ones I draw are all." "What are all these things?" Her best friend paused for a moment. Then her eyes widened as if she had just realized something. "Could it be corpses?" Fu Yuning nodded. "More or less." Holy crap. The potato chips in her best friend's hand fell onto the bed with a thud. "Really? Yuning, you're so brave. Aren't you scared?" Involuntarily, Fu Yuning's mind conjured up images of the cold morgue cabinets in the funeral home and the bottled water with the cap unscrewed that the young man had handed her. And then there's that serious line, "You're much better than me." The first time I threw up, it took me a full 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Thinking of this, she didn't even realize that a gentle smile had appeared in her clear, cold eyes. From childhood to adulthood, she has never lacked suitors. Those boys were either glib, pretentious, or hypocritically displaying a maturity they didn't actually possess. Like Lu Li, a bit clumsy, a bit straightforward. This was the first time she had ever met someone who could defuse an awkward situation in a unique way at a crucial moment. That's interesting. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. The number flashing on the screen was the one whose name was saved, but which left a deep impression on her. Before she could even speak after answering the phone, a slightly hesitant voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Fu Yuning? This is Lu Li from Jing'an Criminal Investigation University. I wanted to ask if you have any free time lately. I'd like to invite you to dinner." The voice on the other end of the phone sounded very sincere, but who is Fu Yuning? She keenly noticed the unnatural pause in the other person's tone. Is something the matter? She asked directly. Oh, no, no. I just wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you for your help last time. Lu Li's voice sounded a little embarrassed. Fu Yuning's smile deepened. If we don't speak up now, we'll miss the opportunity. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a helpless sigh. All right, there is something I'd like to ask for your help with. We've found another skeleton. The identity is unknown, and we'd like to ask you for help again. Upon hearing the word skeleton, Fu Yuning's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. Okay. She agreed without hesitation. Lu Li seemed relieved and quickly said, Then about dinner. Isn't your shop under renovation? Fu Yuning asked back. Lu Li was taken aback, not expecting her to still remember this matter, and could only honestly answer, Yes, it will probably take another 10 days or so. How about we meet at Wanda Plaza? Can you handle spicy food? I know a Sichuan restaurant there that's pretty good. Half an hour later, when Lu Li arrived at Wanda Plaza, Fu Yuning was strolling around Huimish. This is a beauty store that mainly sells herbal plant extracts, and the shelves are filled with various skincare products made from essential oils. When Lu Li entered the store, Fu Yuning was smelling a light yellow bar of soap. When she saw him, she put down the soap and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the shop assistant smiled and said to Lu Li, Hello, sir. The one your young lady just looked at is our star product, horse oil soap, the sales assistant enthusiastically introduced. It uses a cold process method and pure natural horse oil as the base oil, which preserves the moisturizing ingredients of horse oil and glycerin to the greatest extent, making it especially good for girls' skin. No need, thank you. Fu Yuning stopped the shop assistant from continuing to push the product and pulled Lu Li out of Huimish. However, Lu Li was somewhat absent-minded at this moment. Horse oil? Lu Li's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word. An absurd yet chilling thought suddenly entered his mind. Missing human fat from a corpse, handmade soap. He was so frightened by his own crazy guess that he broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned pale. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Fu Yuning keenly noticed his unusual behavior. And nothing, it's nothing. Lu Li forced a smile, concealing the turmoil in his heart. The two found a Sichuan restaurant and sat down. During the meal, Fu Yuning could still tell that he was absent-minded. What's wrong? She put down her chopsticks, her clear eyes looking at him quietly. Is there some trouble with the case? Lu Li hesitated for a moment. According to regulations, details of the case cannot be disclosed to outsiders. But Fu Yuning is a professional specially hired by the police, so in a sense, he can be considered half one of their own. He took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and briefly explained that none of the three skeletons had adipose here, and his deduction that the adipose tissue had been deliberately removed by the murderer. Upon hearing this, Fu Yuning's delicate face revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. Remove fat. She remained silent for a long time, seemingly processing the information. Then, as if remembering something, she said softly, I suddenly remembered a very old legend in a movie. What? Legend has it that some witches use the oil from the corpses of the dead to make perfumes or candles with special magic. Fu Yuning's face also turned a little pale. In 2006, there was a very famous German movie called Perfume. The protagonist in the movie was a genius perfumer who killed a series of young girls in order to extract the most perfect body fragrance. Movie? Perfume? Corpse oil? Lu Li was suddenly startled. Did you clever readers guess the design of this case? Did you feel even a little bit of shock and amazement? Chapter 38 The Disappearance of My Cousin's Wife, 3 years ago. In the afternoon, after Lu Li escorted Fu Yuning to the funeral home to examine the skull of the third corpse, he returned to the branch office. I immediately found a computer connected to the internet and searched for the movie called Perfume 2006. He didn't watch the whole film. He just quickly skimmed the plot summary and the explanations of a few key scenes. When Lu Li saw the movie protagonist use a process called liposuction to extract the fragrance of a young girl's body into animal fat and then make it into perfume, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Could the murderer have stripped the victim of fat for a similar purpose? This idea is too crazy, too perverse, and even beyond the comprehension of normal people. But he had studied countless files in his previous life and knew that the evils in reality were often more absurd and bizarre than those in movies. He forced himself to calm down and started searching online for keywords such as handmade soap, cold processed soap, and animal fats. He quickly discovered that making soap using animal fat is a very ancient and still practiced technique. Lard, beef tallow, mutton tallow, and even horse tallow can all be used as basic raw materials for soap making. Then, what about human oil? Luli dared not think any further. If his guess is true, that murderer can no longer be called a human being. He was a complete and utter demon. Just as he was still considering this possibility, his phone rang urgently. The caller was surprisingly Lu Jun. Luli frowned, wondering why the other party was calling at this time. Are they still eyeing their parents' savings? A few days ago, at Lu Li's suggestion, his parents renovated the entire store in preparation for opening Huahai's first braised chicken rice chain store. Just then, Lu Jun and his mother came over, wanting his parents to invest their savings in their family's guarantee company. But Lu Li refused on the spot. Lu Li couldn't understand why Lu Jun would call her at this time. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. Hey, Junji. Lu Li. Lu Jun's voice sounded somewhat impatient on the other end of the phone. I want to ask you something. You know about the law, right? That depends on what aspect you want to ask. Tell me what it is first. It's just, that bitch Zhang Xiaoya has been running off with someone for years, hasn't she? You know my company is doing really well now. Do you know how to divorce her and not let her get any of my assets? Why did you decide to get a divorce at this time? Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. I remember your sister-in-law has been gone for several years now. Haven't you tried to contact her? Who wants to contact her? Lu Jun said through gritted teeth. She ran off with someone else when my son was only 2 months old because she thought I was poor. Now that I'm successful, do you expect me to bring her back to claim my assets? I'm just thinking of divorcing her unilaterally. Can you tell me if that's possible? Lu Li's brows furrowed even deeper. Lu Li had never really liked his uncle's family. They were all very snobbish. The only one he had a slightly better impression of was his cousin-in-law, Zhang Xiaoya, who was always polite and courteous whenever she saw Lu Li's family and wasn't overly calculating. What Lu Li couldn't understand was that, for some unknown reason, she ran away from home when her son was only 2 months old. And then there was no further news. Not long after his previous life, Lu Jun's guarantee company went bankrupt, and his whole family fled. In addition, Lu Li was also caught up in the matter of Sheng Ling's unexpected death, so he didn't pay much attention to his cousin's wife's affairs. But now that Lu Li thinks about it, something still feels off. Lu Jun, how long has your cousin's wife been missing? It's been more than 3 years. I haven't seen her since she ran away from home during the National Day holiday in October 2010, Lu Jun asked impatiently. Just tell me, can we get a divorce? Lu Li pondered for a moment. According to the law, if one spouse has been missing for 2 years, the other spouse can apply to the court to declare them missing. After 4 years, they can apply to declare them dead. Once declared dead, the marriage is automatically dissolved. So that means I can apply to have her declared missing now? And after a while, I can apply to have her declared dead. Lu Jun's tone was not sad at all. On the contrary, it was somewhat excited. Theoretically, that's true, but only if you've reported her missing to the police station and proven that she really is missing. Should we report this to the police? Lu Jun's voice suddenly became tense. Is it really necessary? Haven't you reported this to the police all this time? Lu Li was immediately startled. He never expected this. My cousin's wife has been missing for so long without any news. Yet Lu Jun's family has never reported her missing to the police. This. Lu Jun stammered for a long time on the phone. Lu Li, aren't you a policeman? Can I call you to report this now? After saying that, he seemed to remember something and added, can you help me prove that Zhang Xiaoya, that bitch, ran away from home 3 years ago? However, Lu Li was completely out of energy to argue with him and immediately opened the public security intranet to check Zhang Xiaoya's identity information. The search results sent a chill down his spine. Since October 2010, all of Zhang Xiaoya's activities, including hotel stays, internet cafe visits, and train journeys, have been completely blank. It's as if this person has completely disappeared from the world. Lu Jun, go to the local police station immediately to report this. Zhang Xiaoya's behavior is very abnormal. Is it really necessary to make such a formality? She ran away from home on her own. Do you think I can't just ignore it and call the police? Lu Jun, Lu Li's voice turned unusually serious. I'm not joking with you. I'm now informing you, as a police officer from the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch, that you must immediately go to the local police station to report Zhang Xiaoya's disappearance 3 years ago. If you refuse, I have reason to suspect that you are involved in Zhang Xiaoya's disappearance. Lu Jun had never seen Lu Li so serious before and immediately stopped joking around like before. After hesitating for a moment, he finally agreed. Okay, I'll go to the police station to report it by tomorrow at the latest. After hanging up the phone, Lu Li felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Although his cousin's wife, Zhang Xiaoya, didn't have much contact with him, she was always very kind to him whenever they met. The summer after graduating from high school, when Lu Li was admitted to police academy, Zhang Xiaoya even gave him a pair of Nike sneakers worth several hundred yuan, saying it was to encourage him to strengthen his physical training and strive to become an outstanding people's police officer. Unexpectedly, more than 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and she has disappeared without a trace. Lu Jun said she ran away from home on her own. Lu Li couldn't say he didn't completely disbelieve, but he certainly had many doubts. How could such a gentle woman completely abandon her child after running away from home? However, everything is still unclear at this time, and we must wait until Lu Jun officially reports the case to the police station. Only then can the police investigate more details, such as mobile phone communication information and bank card usage. If this content is still completely blank, then Zhang Xiaoya's chances of survival are really slim. Chapter 39: The Identity of the Third Victim. Having learned from her first experience, Fu Yuning's work efficiency improved significantly this time. While at the funeral home, she first thoroughly observed the characteristics of the entire skull, then borrowed a professional SLR camera from the technical room, set up a scale, and took photos from all angles according to her own requirements. This way, she can sit in the Internal Affairs Office of the Jing'an branch and work while looking at photos on the computer. The Criminal Investigation Division is a unit full of men. Even if there is a female police officer here occasionally, she will turn into a tough woman after staying here for a long time. It's rare to see a girl with such delicate features and a cool, aloof demeanor as Fu Yuning here. Many young people in the team would take advantage of breaks from work to sneak into the office for a stroll, using various excuses, whether it's a simple greeting or a curious glance at the girl's artwork. However, almost everyone who saw the girl calmly drinking grass jelly while staring at the photo of the skull with dark red bloodstains on the computer screen stopped daring to disturb her. Fu, you're a bit too bold. You've scared away all the elite police officers. Lu Li was naturally used to the girl's actions. When he first created the skull reconstruction portrait, he watched as the girl went from initially wanting to run away and vomit after just a few glances at it, to eventually being able to look at the skull and eat breakfast without batting an eye. Compared to that, drinking grass jelly while looking at photos now seems like child's play. With reduced travel time and improved painting skills, Fu Yuning completed one portrait that very evening, and the other two were finished by the next morning. This portrait is even more stunning than the previous ones. Fu Yuning's eyes are even depicted with remarkable realism. This is okay. Zhao Dali had only heard of this technology before when experts from the provincial department gave lectures. Seeing it with my own eyes now is simply unbelievable. Even Qin Gang was seeing this technology for the first time, and his usually expressionless face showed admiration. That's really impressive. Zhang Jinghua immediately arranged for people to make copies of the portrait and send them to various police stations. This time, we'll focus our investigation on internet cafes, arcades, and small hotels, he said, pointing to the portrait. Judging from her age, this girl is very likely a runaway. These are the places where she's most likely to appear. However, to everyone's surprise, the identity verification process went exceptionally smoothly. Just 2 hours later, news came from Guanfei Police Station. This girl's name is Wang Tingting. She has been reported to the police at our police station. Li Yuqiang, a veteran police officer at Guanfei Police Station, explained. The specific time was August 20th, 2007. We received a report from the public that someone had been tricked into joining a pyramid scheme and was currently at Feiyu Internet Cafe. When we arrived at the scene, we found this Wang Tingting. She was tricked from GA City by a friend on QQ, and only after arriving did she realize that she had entered a pyramid scheme. This young girl is also very clever. After realizing she had been tricked into joining a pyramid scheme, she didn't make a sound at all. Instead, she cooperated very well and even took the initiative to recruit her QQ friends as downlines. Finally, taking advantage of the opportunity to go online, he asked someone nearby to call the police for him. Then what? Li Yuqiang recalled for a moment and continued. We also took a statement at the time. I remember very clearly that although Wang Tingting was already an adult and well-developed, she had only just turned 18 a few months old. We planned to contact her family, but the girl refused to provide her family's contact information and told us that she had friends in Huahai and could go directly to her friends. You just let her go like that? Of course not. We contacted the police station in her registered residence area to try and reach her family through them. But before we could get a call back, the little girl made an excuse to buy water at a shop near the police station and then secretly slipped away. Most importantly, the police station replied that Wang Tingting's parents were divorced and the phone numbers listed in their files were all unreachable. Did you ask her who her friends at Huahai were? Zhang Jinghua quickly pressed for an answer. We did ask, but the little girl was very uncooperative, and we didn't get any answers. The police officer's answer this time was rather vague. Actually, you can't blame him. As a frontline police officer at a police station, he has already done a lot of work after rescuing a grown girl from a pyramid scheme. Unfortunately, Wang Tingting was far too willful and completely uncooperative with the police. It was this willfulness that led to her losing her life in vain. Although Wang Tingting's identity has been confirmed, finding the whereabouts of a missing person in the vast city of Huahai after 6 years is like finding a needle in a haystack. The only clue the task force could grasp was a thin police dispatch record from Guanfei Police Station 6 years ago. Qin Gang's gaze finally settled on Zhao Dali, Lu Li, and Wei Kong. Zhao Dali, your mobile team will make a trip to the Guanfei district, focusing on investigating the internet cafes where Wang Tingting used to frequent. See if you can find any new clues. Yes. The atmosphere inside the police car heading to Guanfei Police Station was somewhat somber. Zhao Dali leaned back in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, resting, while Lu Li in the back seat stared out the window at the rapidly receding street scene, lost in thought. Wei Kong, in the driver's seat, was slightly excited. Since joining the task force, as a member of the mobile team, he has spent several days in a row checking information and conducting basic investigations. He felt like he was just there for show. Today was his first time participating in the core investigation of such a major serial murder case, and he was thinking hard the whole way. Brother Zhao, he finally couldn't help but break the silence in the car. I have an idea. Could pyramid schemes be a breakthrough point? Zhao Dali didn't even lift his eyelids, only letting out a lazy hum through his nose. Wei Kong explained. The 3 victims share the common characteristics of having simple social relationships and lacking family support. These are the types of people most easily targeted by pyramid schemes. Furthermore, pyramid schemes have a history of using violence to control their members if anyone tries to escape or call the police. And look at these 3 victims. Lu Li was a hostess, Chen Man had a chaotic private life, and Wang Tingting was tricked into coming from another place and had no family to care for her. They all have one thing in common: low social presence. Even if they disappear without a trace, no one will care for them in a short time. Isn't this the type of downline that pyramid schemes like to recruit? After speaking, he glanced expectantly at the rearview mirror, hoping to gain some approval. Lu Li, what do you think? Lu Li pointed ahead and frowned, saying, There's a car up ahead. Chapter 40 Uncle. Another uncle appears. After Wei Kong frantically tried to control the steering wheel and dodge the electric scooter that suddenly appeared from the side, Lu Li finally spoke up. You're going in the wrong direction. He originally did not want to dampen Wei Kang's enthusiasm. Compared to his past life experience, Wei Kongkai was truly a complete novice in the police force. Furthermore, since the other party was not a graduate of a specialized institution, it was perfectly normal for them to have no experience in investigation and crime solving. Although this young man is not yet proficient in his work, he is very serious about it. It's just that they used a bit too much force. If it hadn't already affected his driving, Lu Li wouldn't have wanted to argue with the other party. You're going in the wrong direction. A single, simple sentence precisely shattered Wei Kang's high expectations. What? His face instantly darkened, and his knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel. Is my analysis unreasonable? That makes sense, Lu Li said, his tone so calm it betrayed no emotion. But your reasoning doesn't align with the killer's behavioral logic. Upon hearing this, Wei Kong fell silent, although he was indeed somewhat jealous of her. A newly promoted intern police officer was able to make a big splash in front of the city bureau leaders, but Wei Kong had to admit that the other party was indeed better than him in terms of professional skills. Zhao Dali finally opened his eyes. He glanced at Wei Kong, who was deep in thought in the rearview mirror, and then at Lu Li, who was calm beside him. He sighed inwardly. Young people are afraid of comparison. He really enjoys gossiping about Lu Li and watching him show off only to be proven wrong. However, there is really no comparison between Wei Kong and Lu Li. He didn't directly intervene in their argument, but instead slowly said, "Lu Li, what's your opinion?" Wei Kong also pricked up his ears, wanting to know what surprising conclusions this newcomer, even younger than himself, would reach. Lu Li ignored Wei Kang's gaze. His eyes remained fixed on the window, his voice clear and calm. The killing behavior of serial killers usually stems from twisted desires and psychological needs deep in their hearts, such as control, domination, or even a kind of perverse sense of ritual. They enjoy the process of hunting and toying with their prey. The core objective of pyramid schemes is financial gain. All their actions, including brainwashing and past illegal detentions, are aimed at extracting money, not simply satisfying a bloodlust. The core motivations of the two are fundamentally conflicting. He paused, then changed the subject. More importantly, the removal of fat from the corpse. This calm, meticulous, and even somewhat obsessive-compulsive approach is something that a pyramid scheme leader blinded by money could never do. Behind this lies a deeper, more perverse psychology that we cannot yet comprehend. A deathly silence fell over the carriage. Wei Kong opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. His own long-held thoughts seemed so shallow and laughable in the face of Lu Li's precise analysis of criminal psychology. A sense of humiliation, of being doubly outmatched in both intelligence and professional ability, made his cheeks burn. However, just when the atmosphere was at its most awkward, Lu Li's voice rang out again. "It is still necessary to conduct an investigation." Wei Kong looked at him in surprise in the rearview mirror. Lu Li finally turned his gaze from the window to the rearview mirror, where he met Wei Kang's eyes. The purpose of the investigation is twofold. First, to completely eliminate any suspicion of a pyramid scheme, so as to avoid wasting time on the wrong path. Secondly, and most importantly, we need to find the QQ number that Wang Tingting used back then by tracing the person who recruited her. 6 years have passed, and her social network may have long since been severed, but QQ, as the most important social tool at the time, was like a tree hole storing all her secrets. Who she contacted, who picked her up, and even the truth behind her disappearance. The answers may very well be hidden behind that little penguin avatar. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dali's eyes flashed with undisguised brilliance, but his face remained impassive as he said, "Xiao Lu is right, but we can go to the internet cafe first and investigate the clues from back then, and then go to Guanfei police station." The police car sped towards Flying Fish Internet Cafe, with its sirens blaring. Wei Kong drove in silence, his lips pressed tightly into a line. The investigation proceeded much as Lu Li had anticipated. 6 years later, the Flying Fish Internet Cafe has changed hands several times. The current manager is a young man with dyed yellow hair. Listening to them ask about the people and events from 6 years ago is like listening to a fairy tale. After much difficulty, through the Internet Cafe owner, they finally met the former Internet Cafe manager in another smoky Internet Cafe a few streets away. The other person is now the owner of another Internet Cafe, sporting a beer belly and spouting business acumen. Wang Tingting? Oh, that girl. I remember her so well. The former Internet Cafe manager perked up immediately upon hearing the name and began to recall vividly. Poor thing, she was tricked into coming here by a pyramid scheme. After the police rescued her, she had nowhere to go, so she ran back to our Internet Cafe. At that time, she had no money and slept on the computer desk at night. I felt sorry for her, and our boss was kind-hearted. So he let her use the computer at the bar to log on to QQ so that she could contact her friends, and he didn't charge her any money. Zhao Dali and Lu Li exchanged a glance, both keenly grasping the key point. How did she leave later? Lu Li asked casually as he took notes. She stayed at the Internet Cafe for 2 or 3 days, the manager recalled. One night, around 10 p.m., she was chatting with someone on QQ when she suddenly stood up with a look of surprise and said that a friend had come to pick her up. Then she left happily and never came back. A friend. Zhao Dali's voice deepened. Did you get a good look at that person? Male or female? What kind of transportation were they using? The network administrator was taken aback by his rapid-fire questions, then shook his head with a wry expression. Officer, that happened 6 years ago. How could I remember it so clearly? It was pitch black outside, and I was at work. I didn't even notice who came to pick her up. Try to recall carefully. What details do you remember from that time? This. The network administrator racked his brains for a while, then suddenly said, I remember when she logged into QQ chat on my computer, I think I glanced at her chat content. I don't remember exactly what she said, but I vaguely remember that she called the other person uncle. Uncle. This title, like a thunderclap, exploded in the ears of the three. The second victim, Chen Man, was also dating a mysterious, health-conscious uncle before she went missing. Two people who seemed to have nothing in common suddenly found themselves strangely intertwined at this moment. Chapter 41, Project 1040 Sunshine. Do you have her QQ number? Unable to get any more information about the uncle from the network administrator, Luli began to learn about other information. I should have her in my QQ friends list, but I'm a very sociable person. Back then, I spent every day in internet cafes chatting and playing games with people. I had hundreds of friends on my list, so I really can't tell which one is her. The internet cafe manager said, taking out his phone and opening the QQ account he was still using. Looking at the dense, constantly flashing avatars, Wei Kong frowned again. With so many numbers, how do we investigate them? Luli was not disappointed at all. He directly opened the network administrator's QQ list and scanned the contacts one by one. After leaving the internet cafe, the three went straight to Guanfei police station. When the group found Li Yuqiang, the veteran policeman pulled out one of dozens of yellowed notebooks from his desk behind him. It contains all his work records from 2007. On one side, Wang Tingting's identity information was clearly recorded, and next to it was the name of a person suspected of pyramid selling, an IGO. This kind of work habit is something that older generations of community police officers have retained. Later, with the advent of the information age of computers and mobile phones, everyone became accustomed to recording content on computers or mobile phones. It's hard to say whether it's right or wrong, but Lu Li, who has been reborn, was deeply moved when he saw such work notes again. Once you have a name, the rest is simple. Through a search of the public security intranet, the task force quickly located NIGO's whereabouts. Surprisingly, 6 years later, instead of reforming, this guy went from being a small fry to becoming a top manager in a pyramid scheme. When Lu Li and his two companions found the address hidden in a dilapidated residential building on the outskirts of the city, based on the address provided, a murky stench of sweat, cheap perfume, and frenzied emotions was seeping out from the half-open window. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the room was dimly lit. There was only a simple whiteboard hanging on the wall, which reflected a glaring light under the flickering light of the overhead lamp. On a table in front of the whiteboard, there was a small pile of bright red cash. A dozen or so men and women, some sitting and some standing, filled the room like sardines in a can. Most of them were young, dressed simply, but their faces were flushed with an almost manic fervor, and their eyes gleamed with a primal desire and worship for money. And at the heart of this fervor is the person standing in front of the whiteboard. An IGO, dressed in a cheap suit, with slicked back hair, was waving his arms and spitting as he spoke. Many people, including your family and friends, as soon as they hear about our industry, they say things like, "It's a pyramid scheme. It's a scam." An IGO's voice was hoarse, but full of inflammatory rhetoric. He slammed his hand on the whiteboard, making a loud noise that successfully attracted everyone's attention. Let me tell you, those who say these things are short-sighted fools. They don't understand what capital operation or chain operation is at all. He took a deep breath, a mysterious and proud smile appearing on his face. Do you know what a great and glorious cause we are engaged in now? Its name is Project 1040 Sunshine. It is a wealth creation project secretly supported by the state in order to allow some people to get rich first. Why in the shadows? Because resources are limited. Opportunities are only reserved for those of us who have the courage, vision, and the courage to seize opportunities. He picked up a marker and wrote 69,800 heavily on the whiteboard, then slapped the sack of cash on the table with his hand. That's right, to join this amazing project, you need a ticket. And that ticket costs 69,800 yuan. Many people run away when they hear that. I congratulate them, because they voluntarily eliminated themselves. They deserve to be poor for life. And you, all of you here today, are all future millionaires. Because you understand. NIGO's speech quickened, his emotions growing increasingly impassioned. We use the most advanced model, the 5-level, 3-tier system. This is the most significant difference between us and pyramid schemes. Pyramid schemes have a pyramid structure, where only the top person truly succeeds. Our 5-level, 3-tier system, however, is an isosceles trapezoid structure. Once the top person has earned 10.4 million, they must leave the organization. This leaves ample profit margins for those below them. He pointed to a young man sitting in the front row who was listening most attentively. So it's very simple now. You just need to find 3 partners who share your dreams and ambitions. You'll be promoted from a trainee salesperson to a sales team leader. Then, you help your 3 partners find their own 3 partners. You'll then be promoted to sales supervisor, then to sales manager. Finally, at the very top, senior manager, which is what we call the boss. NIGO, he proudly puffed out his chest, am now a manager. I have a team of dozens of people under me. I can earn a steady stream of income every month while lying at home. And all of this has only been going on since I joined this industry. 2 years. A suppressed gasp and gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. NIGO thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He opened his arms wide, like a cult leader preparing to embrace his followers. From salesperson to CEO, do you know how much money you'll actually get when you're eliminated? He paused deliberately, building up everyone's suspense, and then, with all his might, roared out that number that could drive anyone mad. 10,400,000. Boom. The atmosphere in the entire room was completely ignited at that moment. 10.4 million. I want to be the CEO. Believe. Act. Persevere. The frenzied chants echoed wildly in the closed room. Everyone stood up, arms raised, their faces contorted with fanaticism, as if they could already see the day they would drive BMWs and live in villas. Just as this frenzied atmosphere reached its peak, bang! With a deafening crash, the already dilapidated iron gate was kicked open from the outside in an extremely violent manner, collapsing heavily to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. All the shouting and chanting in the room came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events and looked toward the door in horror. 3 figures appeared as if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens, standing against the light at the doorway. Wei Kong, who was in the lead, had a cold look in his eyes. Police, don't move. The students, immersed in their dreams of becoming millionaires, showed no panic, though their gazes occasionally held a hint of wariness as they looked at the 3 men. They were wary that their chance to make a fortune of millions would be snatched away by 3 policemen who suddenly appeared in front of them. Only NIGO, who had just been pontificating, instantly lost all his fervor and confidence the moment he saw the police. His originally tall and thin body was now hunched over, trying his best to hide himself behind the trainees. He also secretly put the pile of cash on the table into a bag and hid it in his clothes. Everyone, put your hands behind your heads and squat down against the wall. Wei Kong roared again. Having been in the police force for so long, this was his first time carrying out an arrest mission, and boundless pride welled up from the bottom of his heart. The trainees did indeed follow his instructions and moved closer to the wall. He didn't notice that NIGO, behind the crowd, was taking advantage of the chaos to slowly move towards the curtains. Chapter 42 Interrogation of NIGO. Wei Kong quickly noticed NIGO's subtle actions, but he didn't care. She just stared at him coldly while pushing aside the students and slowly walking towards him. He was confident that he was fully capable of controlling the other person when they came to the window. However, NIGO's reaction was faster than he had expected. The instant Wei Kong shouted, he suddenly raised his hand from behind his back. Splash! Several stacks of 100 yuan bills burst open in the dimly lit room, like a shower of flowers from a fairy maiden. Red banknotes fluttered in the air, accurately landing on the terrified trainees. Money! My money! The most primal greed in human nature was instantly ignited at this moment. The trainees, who had just been terrified of the police, instantly turned bloodshot the moment they saw the banknotes. They pounced on the banknotes in midair like madmen, pushing and shoving each other, fighting and screaming. The scene, which had been relatively orderly, instantly spiraled out of control. Don't move. No grabbing. Wei Kong was both angry and anxious. He tried to step forward and restrain NIGO, but was held back by several crazed students. The chaos became NIGO's best cover. Taking advantage of the moment when Wei Kong was blocked by the crowd, he suddenly pushed aside the 2 students in front of him and turned to rush towards the only window in the room. With a whoosh, he abruptly ripped open the dirty curtain and pushed open the old wooden window. A rush of fresh air immediately filled the room. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped onto the dusty windowsill. This is the 2nd floor, not too high. If you jump, you can escape to safety. Wei Kong was sweating profusely in the crowd, his glasses almost falling off, as he watched helplessly as half of Enigio's body was already hanging out of the window. "Don't move," he could only shout in vain. Enigio glanced back at him, a smug, mocking smile on his face. Then, taking a deep breath, he prepared to jump downstairs. At this critical moment, a hand like an iron clamp suddenly grabbed his belt from behind. Enigio felt an irresistible force coming from his waist. He was forcibly pulled off the windowsill and slammed heavily to the ground with a thud. Only then did he realize that the young policeman who had been standing silently at the door, seemingly without any presence, had appeared behind him without his noticing. Lu Li's face was expressionless. He simply looked down at him. Wei Kong finally squeezed through the crowd and saw Enigio being subdued. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face at first, but he immediately stepped forward to cooperate with Lu Li, using his knee to firmly press against Enigio's back. He pulled out handcuffs and, with a click, cuffed his hands behind his back. "Enigio, you're under arrest. Enigio, do you still remember Wang Tingting, the girl you tricked into coming to Huahai 6 years ago?" The interrogation room of Guanfei police station. Wei Kong stared intently at Enigio, then slammed Wang Tingting's reconstructed portrait onto the table with a loud bang, attempting to break down the other party's psychological defenses with his imposing presence. He is still shaken by what happened in the pyramid scheme den. When the three found the location, they discovered a large number of people involved in pyramid schemes had gathered there. Zhao Dali and Lu Li both said they should wait for reinforcements from the local police station. But Wei Kong felt that there was no need to wait to catch a few pyramid scheme members. As a result, Enigio almost got away with it. Fortunately, Lu Li reacted quickly, otherwise things would have been much worse. It's not a big problem if the pyramid scheme members aren't caught, but if the leads in the 920 case are cut off because of this, Wei Kong doesn't know how to face his colleagues in the entire task force. So after bringing the man back, Wei Kong volunteered to interrogate Enigio together. Unexpectedly, this guy was like a seasoned veteran who frequented the police station. "Officer, what are you talking about? I really don't know anything. Who is Wang Tingting? I don't even know her." As Enigio spoke, he wore an innocent expression. His appearance made Wei Kong even more convinced of his judgment, and he slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise. "Still not being honest. Let me tell you, Wang Tingting is dead. She died 6 years ago. Did you kill her?" "Dead?" Enigio froze, his face slowly shifting from astonishment to terror. He stammered, "Impossible. How? How could she be dead? I didn't do it. If you didn't do it, why are you running away? If you didn't do it, why are you so nervous?" Wei Kong pressed on relentlessly. "Let me tell you, Enigio, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll be punished severely. If you confess honestly now, you can still get lenient treatment. But if you wait until we put all the evidence in front of you, you can expect to rot in jail." "I didn't. I really didn't." Enigio was now truly panicked. "We're involved in pyramid schemes just to make some money. How could I possibly have the guts to kill someone?" Wei Kong stared intently into Enigio's eyes, trying to read his thoughts. "Officer, our pyramid scheme is a Southern-style one. New members join voluntarily. Unlike those guys in the North, who often illegally detain people, ruining the reputation of our industry. We use love and sincerity to win over newcomers." Enigio's answer left Wei Kong unable to discern the truth from the falsehood, so he unconsciously looked at Lu Li with a pleading look in his eyes. I've always felt that Lu Li's favor with his superiors was largely due to luck. Wei Kong always had the illusion that he could do it too, and he was always dissatisfied with Lu Li. However, today, Zhao Dali and Lu Li almost entirely had Wei Kong lead the investigation, arrest, and interrogation of pyramid schemes. When he faced it all firsthand, Wei Kong truly felt the pressure and realized just how powerful Lu Li's logic and reasoning abilities were. At this moment, Wei Kong couldn't help but ask this newcomer, who was even younger than him, for help. "You mean your brainwashing techniques are more sophisticated, unlike the pyramid schemes in the North which lack technical skill, right?" Lu Li naturally took control of the conversation. "Officer, you're absolutely right. Those guys up north don't want to use their brains at all, yet they're trying to build that pyramid scheme, and they're unwilling to spend the money. Here, we're hiring professional teachers to give regular lessons. To make money, you can't expect a return without investment. Then tell me, how did you trick Wang Tingting into coming to Huahai 6 years ago?" One sentence made Enigio deflate again, but he seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. After hesitating for a moment, he still replied, "Officer, let me tell you the truth. I do know this Wang Tingting, but I really didn't kill her. I didn't even trick her into coming to Huahai in the first place. We are friends on QQ. I invited her to come over, but she didn't agree at first. As you know, in our line of work, if we want to develop a downline, we have to cast a wide net. So I didn't focus all my attention on her. Then one day, she suddenly contacted me online, asking if I was in Huahai. She said she was coming to Huahai and asked if I would treat her to a meal. Of course I said yes. Only by meeting her in person could I have a chance to win her over, right? But then she never followed up again. I thought she was just teasing me, but to my surprise, a few days later, she actually came to Huahai. Have you asked her why she came to Huahai? Luli had a guess in his mind and asked calmly. I asked her, and she said there was an older man here, and she came to see him. They contacted me first because they couldn't reach that uncle at the moment. You all know what happened next. She only stayed with us for a couple of days before discovering we were running a pyramid scheme, so she went to an internet cafe and called the police. When I found out she'd called the police, I didn't dare contact her again. I haven't contacted her since. Uncle. Nigio also heard Wang Tingting mention uncle. Chapter 43 Wei Kang's abilities. No further clues about Wang Tingting were obtained from Nigio. However, when he opened his QQ friend list, Luli had already achieved his goal. Officer, I had her as a friend on my QQ account, but it's been 5 or 6 years, and the chat history is completely gone. Besides, I don't remember which QQ account was hers. Luli didn't expect anything from the other party and quickly scanned through the more than 600 friends in Nigio's QQ friend list. Zhao Dali and Wei Kong also leaned closer and saw his fingers rapidly scrolling across the phone screen. With so many friends, how are we supposed to find them? Or maybe we should contact the cybersecurity department, export the data, and compare it with the network administrators. Upon hearing this, Wei Kong opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But before he could speak, he heard Luli shake his head and say, "No need for all that trouble, it'll be quick." His movement stopped after only 2 or 3 minutes. A QQ profile picture with the username Crystal Love was precisely circled. This number exists in both people's friend lists at the same time. Zhao Dali and Wei Kong were both stunned. Is it that fast? How did you do that? Wei Kang's voice was filled with disbelief. Zhao Dali seemed to have thought of something, patted Wei Kong on the shoulder, and sighed. Hey, don't ask. This guy's a freak. He has a photographic memory. Having located Wang Tingting's QQ number, the task force immediately contacted the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Cybersecurity Detachment to request assistance in the investigation. However, the response was not optimistic. It will take at least 3 days. A colleague from the cybersecurity branch said helplessly on the phone. The process of retrieving this kind of data is very complicated, unless we fly directly to Shenzhen now, or get the ministry to coordinate. 3 days. Qin Gang's brows furrowed into a deep frown. At this stage of the investigation, there's simply no time to waste. While coordinating through the ministry might seem faster, the process isn't actually that simple. If all else fails, we'll have to arrange for someone to fly there. Just as he was about to make a decision, a sudden voice rang out in the office. Captain Qin, how about I try first? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Wei Kong had stood up at some point, with a hint of tension on his face, but his eyes revealed an unprecedented determination. Qin Gang looked at him suspiciously. You? I can try to crack her QQ password. Wei Kong took a deep breath, as if using all his strength. As long as we can log into her QQ, we can directly see her friends and her QQ activity, and maybe we can find that uncle. His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the office. Crack the password? Xiao Wei, are you kidding me? This is Tencent's server. Wei Kong, this won't do. Even if you have the ability to crack Tencent servers, you can't do this. We can't let you take such a risk. Qin Gang shook his head firmly. As the head of the task force, he couldn't let his subordinates take such risks in order to solve the case. It wasn't about hacking Tencent's servers. Faced with the crowd's questions, Wei Kang's face turned bright red. When we visited, the internet cafe manager said that Wang Tingting's QQ account had been logged into on the computer at their bar. When I was in the internet cafe, I specifically looked at the computer at the counter. It was clearly an old model, possibly the same one from before. As long as it's the same computer, I should be able to crack Wang Tingting's QQ password. In 2013, smoking was not yet completely banned in internet cafes. Feiyu Internet Cafe was filled with a pungent smell of smoke mixed with air freshener. Wei Kong sat in front of the old computer at the bar, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, producing a series of rapid and crisp sounds. On the screen, countless lines of code flashed rapidly across various windows. Zhao Dali stared at Wei Kang's actions in surprise, feeling both bewildered and impressed. I didn't realize Wei Kang had this skill up his sleeve. Time passed by, second by second. The internet cafe owner crossed his arms and stared at Wei Kang with suspicion, as if afraid that he would break his antique computer. Suddenly, Wei Kang slammed his hand on the keyboard and jumped up from his chair, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. It's done. On the screen, an old QQ login interface slowly opened. A series of beep beep, beep beep notification sounds rang out. The QQ account with the username Crystal Love has successfully logged in. Even Lu Li, who had been expressionless the whole time, showed surprise at this moment and couldn't help but give Wei Kang a thumbs up. Brother Kang, you're awesome. Wei Kang was a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. I was lucky. This computer is indeed the same one from back then, and it has a lot of system vulnerabilities. However, their excitement did not last long. When they tried to recover the chat history, they found it to be empty. These data have long been overwritten and erased, and cannot be recovered. The only clue left is that QQ space called Crystal Love. Lu Li sat in front of the computer, scrolling the mouse wheel slowly as he carefully browsed through every post and photo Wang Tingting had left 6 years ago. The text is filled with the rebelliousness and uncertainty about the future that were characteristic of girls of that era. She is very lonely, Lu Li suddenly said, and extremely insecure, longing to be guided and cared for by an older, mature man. His finger stopped on a selfie of Wang Tingting. The girl in the photo wore inappropriate heavy makeup, but her eyes revealed an emptiness that did not match her age. Look at her comments section. Lu Li clicked on a reply under a post. It was a post complaining about how boring life was, and it had dozens of replies from classmates and friends, most of which were joking around. But amidst these comments, a completely different voice emerged. If you can feel loneliness in this noisy world, it means your soul is still thinking. What you need is not excitement, but someone who can understand your heart. This is a reply from a netizen named Craftsmanship. This comment was posted the day before Wang Tingting decided to travel to Huahai. Wei Kang leaned over for a look, somewhat puzzled. Isn't this just the kind of inspirational quotes you see online? What's so special about it? Lu Li shook his head. No, look at all of Wang Tingting's replies. She's perfunctory with everyone else's comments, except for this one. She replied with just 3 words. Where are you? Craftsmanship. Zhao Dali pondered for a moment. This craftsmanship is very suspicious. Investigate him. However, this craftsmanship QQ profile picture is gray, suggesting it hasn't been logged in for a long time, and there are no updates on its QQ space. The only information shown is that he comes from Huahai. To obtain more information, we must verify with the Shenzhen headquarters through the cybersecurity branch. Chapter 44: Questioning the experts from the provincial department. Lu Li and his 2 companions were called back to the Jing'an branch office on their way to the cybersecurity team. When they arrived, almost the entire task force investigating the 920 major serial murder case was already there. The large conference room was filled with smoke, and everyone's faces were etched with fatigue and solemnity. The case made no progress, and the killer's identity remained a mystery, putting immense pressure on everyone. Seated at the head of the meeting room was Zhou Yi, the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau and head of the Special Task Force. Su Wenhai, a criminal psychology expert sent by the provincial department, sat next to him. He was in his 40s, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a refined demeanor, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp, as if he could see right through people. After Zhou Yi's brief introduction, Su Wenhai saluted the crowd. I have a slight disagreement with what Director Zhou just said. The provincial department sent me here not to guide your work, but to learn from and discuss with my colleagues how to solve the 920 major serial murder case. Su Wenhai's voice was soft and modest, but the entire conference room fell silent. Comrades, I have already reviewed the case files. The killer's methods were extremely cruel, including stripping the victim of subcutaneous fat, which is very rare in past cases. Before we discuss the next steps in the investigation, I'd like to hear your opinions. What kind of person do you think the killer is? Don't have any reservations, don't be afraid of making mistakes, and feel free to share even immature ideas. You are the comrades fighting on the front lines. You are the ones who have first-hand experience with the case. All the information I received came from documents, which wasn't intuitive enough. An experienced detective spoke first. Expert Su, I believe this behavioral pattern is very likely related to sexual perversion or necrophilia. The killer derives sexual pleasure from the torture and dismemberment. Moreover, judging from his skillful methods, there is a very high probability that he has a prior criminal record. This viewpoint has been echoed by many people. This is also the mainstream direction of speculation currently held by the task force. But Lu Li, sitting in the corner, frowned slightly. He remembered very clearly that this case was never solved in his previous life. The task force searched through all the people in the city with relevant criminal records several times, but they couldn't find a single clue. This road is a dead end. After a brief discussion, Su Wenhai slowly began to speak. Everyone's points are valid. However, there's another detail at the scene that I wonder if anyone has noticed that's unusual. He projected a slide onto the big screen. The photos are not from the discovery site, but rather close-ups of the skeletons taken inside a forensic laboratory. The cut marks remaining on the bone are clearly marked with red arrows. According to the forensic examination, no extra cutting marks or extra damage caused by anger or abuse were found on the deceased's remains. All incisions were precise, smooth, and highly targeted, with the sole purpose of perfectly separating adipose tissue from bone and muscle. Su Wenhai's voice carried a guiding quality. This doesn't resemble a crime of passion to satisfy sexual desire, which is usually chaotic and out of control. This was more like a calm, efficient surgical procedure, or rather, a meticulously prepared ritual. A ceremony? Zhang Jinghua asked, puzzled. Yes, a ceremony. Su Wenhai adjusted his glasses. I believe that the killer stripped away the fat not to satisfy his sexual fetish, but to perform some kind of purification. In his distorted worldview, the fat represented the sins of the deceased in life, and he used this method to cleanse their souls. Cult. Qin Gang's brows furrowed even more. That's possible. Su Wenhai nodded. That would also explain why the scene was so clean, because for the murderer, it was a sacred thing. Purification. Ritual. Lu Li's pupils contracted slightly. This viewpoint coincides with the speculation he made in an unsolved case analysis article he read many years later in his previous life. But he also remembered that the article refuted the claim of a cult. Lu Li subconsciously shook his head, a subtle movement that did not escape Su Wenhai's sharp eyes. That young comrade in the corner. Su Wenhai noticed Lu Li's expression. You seem to have a different opinion? Instantly, everyone's eyes in the conference room focused on Lu Li. Lu Li felt somewhat helpless after being called out by name in public. Zhao Dali, who was next to him, had an expression that suggested he was enjoying the show, and even quietly moved aside to give him a bigger stage. For some reason, he always had a blind faith in Lu Li. Years ago, when he first joined the police force, his mentor Qin Gang said that the best criminal investigators cannot be trained. They possess an innate, almost terrifying intuition. Zhao Dali felt that. Lu Li possesses this terrifying intuition. Professor Su. Lu Li stood up, somewhat hesitant. It's okay, speak up, Su Wenhai encouraged. I need to hear different voices. Lu Li took a deep breath, his gaze hardening. Professor Su, I agree with your assessment of ritual and purification. However, I do not believe this is the work of a cult. Oh, what's the reason? Su Wenhai's face showed interest. Cults are usually exclusive and have a strong desire to proselytize. They leave behind symbols, doctrines, or manifestos to demonstrate their existence. But these crime scenes were cleaned up exceptionally well, with nothing superfluous. This is more like an extremely personal obsession. So what do you think was the killer's purpose in stripping away the fat? Facing the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Lu Li hesitated for a moment before finally releasing his groundbreaking prediction. As for the stripped fat, is it possible that the murderer used it to make something else? For example, handmade soap. Handmade soap. When Lu Li clearly uttered those three words, the entire conference room seemed to be muted. The air froze. More than 10 seconds passed before the oppressive silence was broken by a burst of suppressed whispers and doubts. What? Handmade soap? Are you kidding me? Using that stuff to make soap? Is this young man desperate for fame? How dare he say something like that at a special task force meeting? Doubts, ridicule, and incredulous discussions surged towards Lu Li like a tide. Captain Zhang Jinghua's face was flushed red. He never expected that his subordinate would make such a big blunder in front of the leaders of the municipal bureau and the provincial department. The explosion left him momentarily dazed. He slammed his hand on the table, glared at Lu Li, and roared in a low voice. Lu Li, do you know what kind of occasion this is? What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to expert Su right now. As he spoke, he first glanced at Director Zhou in the main seat, then looked at Su Wenhai next to Director Zhou, fearing that this expert from the provincial department might storm off in anger. However, to his surprise, Su Wenhai did not seem to be angry. The criminal psychology expert simply sat there quietly, leaning slightly forward, his fingers interlaced on the table, his sharp eyes fixed on Lu Li through his glasses. His face was expressionless, showing neither agreement nor disagreement, but rather a profound silence. This silence is more unsettling than any dramatic reaction. Chapter 45 demonstrates the feasibility of special soap. Professor Su's silence was, in Zhang Jinggua's eyes, a harbinger of anger. His anger flared even more, and he was about to reprimand Lu Li again when Qin Gang stopped him with a look. Qin Gang stood up and smiled apologetically at Su Wenhai. Professor Su, please don't mind. Lu Li is new to our team. Young people's ideas are imaginative and untested. I hope you won't laugh at him. His words, seemingly criticizing Lu Li, were actually an attempt to smooth things over and protect his subordinate. Wei Kong, who had been sitting in the last row of the conference room, was deeply shocked at this moment. He stared intently at Lu Li's retreating figure, the one he had recently considered a rival, even someone he felt a touch of jealousy towards. At this moment, it suddenly seemed dazzling in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how much courage and confidence it would take to raise such a seemingly absurd hypothesis in front of the city bureau leaders and provincial experts. If it were me, even if I really had such thoughts, I would never dare to say them out loud. In that instant, the jealousy that had been lingering in his heart for days vanished as if by magic. Instead, he felt a mixture of shock, admiration, and a hint of conviction that even he himself was unaware of. For some reason, he felt that Lu Li's speculation might be true. The meeting ended in an awkward atmosphere. Qin Gang publicly stated that the next step for the task force would be to build upon the existing work and, in addition, investigate the cult rituals proposed by expert Su Wenhai, to conduct a thorough investigation of all similar organizations and individuals throughout the city. The speculation about Lu Li's handmade soaps was tacitly forgotten. Surprisingly, Deputy Director Zhou did not express any opinion at the meeting, but simply accompanied Su Wenhai out of the meeting room with a smile. After the meeting, in the office of the captain of the Jing'an Criminal Investigation Brigade, Zhang Jinghua, still furious, complained to Gao Jianjun, "Old Gao, your apprentice is utterly disorganized and undisciplined. How dare he utter such shocking speculations in public? If this leads expert Su to misjudge the overall level of our Huahai Municipal Bureau, who will take responsibility?" Qin Gang handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and slowly exhaled smoke rings. "Old Zhang, calm down. Young people shouldn't be afraid to dream. Is this even conceivable? This is pure fantasy." Gao Jianjun, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "I don't think it's necessarily just wishful thinking." Zhang Jinggua's eyes widened. "Old Gao, you." Qin Gang glanced at Gao Jianjun, stubbed out his cigarette, and made his final decision. "All right, stop arguing. Let's do as we discussed at the meeting. Group 1 will continue to follow up on the leads that we couldn't clarify before, while Group 2 will investigate the cult leads. I will personally lead the team. This is Professor Su's suggestion, and it's also a political task that must be carried out." He paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Gao Jianjun. "Old Gao, you'll still be in charge of arranging the work for Zhao Dali's mobile team." After saying that, he gave Gao Jianjun a meaningful look. Gao Jianjun seemed to be deep in thought. 10 minutes later, in the office of the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. "Investigate." Gao Jianjun looked at his apprentice, his tone resolute. "Since you've brought up this idea, then go ahead and investigate. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens." Lu Li felt a warmth in his heart. "Thank you, master." Gao Jianjun's statement was tantamount to gambling with his own future. If his speculation is wrong, then he will be accused of questioning the opinions of provincial experts and acting recklessly. However, one person can't investigate a case alone. Gao Jianjun frowned. "Let me think about who should be assigned to assist you." Before he could finish speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Zhao Dali poked his head in and said with a grin, "Captain Gao, you can't leave out something as crazy as investigating handmade soaps." Immediately afterwards, another person who surprised Lu Li appeared at the door. It was Wei Kong. He looked at Lu Li, his expression somewhat complicated, but his tone was firm. "Lu Li, I'm going to. I don't quite agree with your assumptions, so I want to witness for myself that there are times when things are wrong. Looking at his feigned, reserved expression, Luli suddenly found this guy rather cute. Huahai University of Technology, Fine Chemicals Laboratory. The air was filled with a complex chemical smell. Professor Lee, wearing a white coat, adjusted his reading glasses and looked at the three uninvited guests in front of him. Officers, you mean you want to understand the technical principles behind making soap from animal fat? Professor Li is an authority in the field of oleochemistry in China, and Gao Jianjun had to go through several layers of connections to get in touch with him. Yes, Professor Li. Luli got straight to the point. We need to know if this is technically feasible, and what its characteristics are. It's feasible. Of course it's feasible. Professor Li barely hesitated. The oldest soaps were made from animal fat and wood ash. Whether it's beef tallow, mutton tallow, or lard, they are essentially fatty acid glycerides. Through saponification, when reacting with alkaline substances such as sodium hydroxide, sodium fatty acids, which are what we call soap, can be produced, along with the byproduct glycerol. He walked to a whiteboard, picked up a pen, and casually wrote down a complex chemical reaction formula. Zhao Dali felt dizzy from watching and whispered to Wei Kong, I feel like I recognize each word individually, but when they're put together, it's like reading gibberish. Lu Li's gaze was fixed on the whiteboard. He ignored the details of the chemical formulas and instead asked a more pointed question that made Zhao Dali and Wei Kang's scalps tingle. Professor Li, if we were to use human fat, would that theoretically be feasible? The moment the question was posed, it was as if the air in the laboratory had been instantly sucked out. Zhao Dali and Wei Kang's hearts jumped into their throats as they nervously stared at Professor Li, fearing he would kick these three madmen out on the spot. Professor Li's hand holding the marker paused in midair for a moment. He raised his head again and looked deeply at Lu Li, his eyes showing no fear or disgust, only a pure technical inquiry. An interesting question. He turned around and wrote a few more lines of data on the whiteboard. From a chemical composition perspective, there is no essential difference between human fat and the main components of fat from other mammals. If we had to find a reference point, the fatty acid composition of human fat is closest to that of lard. He pushed up his glasses. So the answer is yes. Not only is it entirely possible, but theoretically, the soap made from it could be of quite good quality. Hiss! Zhao Dali gasped, feeling the hairs on the back of his head stand on end. Wei Kang's face also turned pale. He forced himself to focus on the technology itself, rather than the chilling raw materials. Lu Li's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to press for answers. Professor, what are the key steps in the production process? For example, temperature and additives? The key lies in the completeness of the saponification reaction, Professor Li explained. In order for the fat and strong alkali to react fully, continuous heating or even boiling is usually required. The temperature is generally maintained near the boiling point, which is about 100 degrees Celsius. This process is called the thermal process. High-temperature boiling, strong alkali treatment. Lu Li repeated these words in a low voice. One last question, Professor. In such a process, if the raw fat contains biological information, such as DNA, can it still be preserved? Chapter 46 The Suspect Emerges. Professor Li shook his head upon hearing this. Young man, I know your thoughts and intentions, but unfortunately, it's absolutely impossible. He held up a pen and pointed to a row of chemical formulas. DNA is essentially a long chain of deoxyribonucleotides. Its double helix structure is very precise, but also very fragile. Let alone boiling it with a strong alkali like sodium hydroxide. Just a sustained high temperature of 100 degrees Celsius is enough to completely break, decompose, and denature the DNA chain. In other words, Professor Li said, looking at Lu Li and summarizing each word carefully. After this process, even if you bring in the world's top DNA testing experts, they would absolutely not be able to detect any valid biological information pointing to the source from the final soap product. It will disappear completely. The afternoon sun in Huahai City was very bright, but the mood of the three people who came out of the laboratory was like a dark cloud hanging over them. If that's the case, even if we find the finished soap made by the suspect, it will be difficult to use it as direct evidence. Wei Kong spoke with a solemn expression. Lu Li did not respond to their comments. His brain was working at lightning speed, recombining the clues he had just obtained with the logical chain of the entire case. A completely new and clearer portrait of the murderer is slowly emerging in his mind. He stopped, looked at the bustling street, and spoke in an extremely calm tone. The murderer was neither a psychopath nor a cult member. He is a chemist, or rather, a professional who has worked in or has in-depth knowledge of oleochemistry and handmade soap making. He is calm, rational, meticulous, and possesses extremely strong counter-surveillance capabilities. His choice of targets may seem random, but there must be some underlying logic to it. Lu Li turned his head and looked at Zhao Dali and Wei Kong. He is not only creating works of art, but also purifying a certain evil. Next, we will investigate all personnel in the city with relevant chemical knowledge, especially those who have worked in the production of soap, cosmetics, and chemical raw materials. The focus will be on highly educated men around 50 years old who have been laid off. Huahai City Archives. Looking for company files? The administrator, Old Zhang, looked up, peering at the three men through his reading glasses. What period of the company's records do you need to check? From the late 1990s to the early 2000s, it was mainly chemical companies that went bankrupt, Lu Li said. Old Zhang stopped and looked back at him. That period, he shook his head, was a watershed moment for the industry in Huahai City. Old Zhang first looked up some information before leading them to archive room number 2, where he pulled out several heavy folders from the cabinet. From 1998 to 2002, a total of 43 state-owned enterprises in Huahai City went bankrupt or underwent restructuring, Old Zhang said while searching. Among them, 17 were chemical companies and 5 were daily chemical plants. Wei Kong leaned closer to look at the file catalog. So much. That was right around the time of the state-owned enterprise reform, and many old factories couldn't survive, Old Zhang sighed. So many workers lost their jobs overnight. Lu Li's gaze quickly swept across the file directory, and several names caught his attention. Huahai Soap Factory, Hongxing Daily Chemical Factory, Guangming Detergent Products Factory. Old Zhang, could you give me a detailed introduction to these daily chemical factories? Old Zhang put on his reading glasses and carefully flipped through the documents. Huahai Soap Factory was the first to close down. It shut down in 1998. Guangming Detergent Products Factory mainly produced laundry detergent. It was acquired by foreign capital in 2001. Hongxing Daily Chemical Factory. He paused for a moment. This factory was quite special, specializing in the production of all kinds of soap products, from ordinary laundry soap to high-end bar soap. It had strong technical capabilities, but in the end, it couldn't withstand the impact of foreign brands and went bankrupt completely in 2001. Red Star Daily Chemical Factory. Lu Li repeated the two names, a feeling that this might be the clue they were looking for. Could I see the detailed files of Hongxing Daily Chemical Factory? Old Zhang nodded and took out a thicker folder from another cabinet. Here are the basic information, personnel rosters, technical data, and liquidation reports of these two companies when they went bankrupt. The three sat around the reading table and began to carefully examine the yellowed files. Hongxing Daily Chemical Factory was established in 1975. At its peak, it had more than 300 employees and a complete soap production line. The factory is located in the western suburbs of Huahai City, covering an area of 80 mu. Look at this. Wei Kong pointed to a technical report. Their saponification workshop is the most advanced in the city, and they also have a dedicated research and development department. Zhao Dali flipped to the personnel file section. The employee roster is here, categorized by department. Lu Li took the roster, and his gaze immediately fell on the saponification workshop section. This was the core department of the entire factory, responsible for converting various oil raw materials into finished soap. Workshop Director, Li Jiangguo, retired in 1999. Deputy Director, Geng Weidong, laid off in 2001. Technician, Wang Jiqiang, transferred in 2000. Squad Leader. Lu Li's gaze lingered on the name, Geng Weidong. According to the records, Geng Weidong was born in 1963 and has a university degree. He joined Hongxing Daily Chemical Factory in 1985 and worked his way up to Deputy Director and Chief Technician. He worked at the factory for nearly 20 years and was a recognized expert in soap making. 50 years old, a technical authority, and one of the last employees to leave. The file also contains an evaluation report from the factory director. Comrade Geng Weidong is highly skilled, conscientious, and responsible in his work, and has a thorough understanding of every aspect of the soap-making process. The factory's closure was a great blow to him, but he persevered until the very last day of its closure. Old Zhang added from the side, "When Hongxing factory closed down, I remember many veteran employees cried, especially those key technical personnel who had dedicated their entire lives to the factory. Suddenly losing their jobs, the psychological trauma was unimaginable. Lu Li carefully read through Geng Weidong's file, then took out his phone to take a picture and save it. Are there any records of where these laid-off employees went afterward? Lu Li asked. Old Zhang shook his head. Back then, there weren't such detailed tracking records. Most people had to find their own way. Some went to private companies, some started small businesses, and some simply became unemployed. But you can check with the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau about this. The three of them left the archives and immediately went to the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau. They searched through the files of dozens of eligible individuals extracted from the archives one by one. Senior brother Zhao, Lu Li, look. I found something here. Half an hour later, Wei Kong suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Look at Geng Weidong's file. After being laid off from Hongqing Daily Chemical Factory in 2001, he had no formal work record from 2002 to 2004. Wei Kong pointed to the documents and said, but starting in 2004, his Social Security relationship was transferred to a property management company. Are there any property management companies in Longqing? The office fell silent instantly, with only the hum of the air conditioner audible. Longqing Property Management. Zhao Dali's voice trembled slightly with excitement. The property management company for Longqing Garden Residential Complex? Yes. Lu Li nodded. The property management company in Longqing Garden is called Longqing Property Management. Chapter 47 Geng Weidong. The three of them stared intently at the contents of the document. According to Social Security records, Geng Weidong worked at Longqing Garden Property Management for a full 5 years, from 2004 to 2009. Lu Li felt his heart pounding faster. This time frame completely covers the dates of the three murders. Lu Li disappeared in 2007, Wang Tingting disappeared in 2007, and Chun Man disappeared in 2008. It's not just a coincidence of working hours. The records show that Geng Weidong's job title in the Longqing Garden residential community was electrician and maintenance worker. Zhao Dali gasped. An electrician? Then he can freely enter and exit any part of the community, including the basement and utility shafts. Moreover, electricians have very flexible working hours, Wei Kong added, often requiring nighttime work, which won't arouse suspicion. All the clues point to him. Technical background, time of the crime, location of the crime, professional advantages. Lu Li, you must report to your master immediately. 6 p.m., Longqing Garden Residential Area. As the sun sets, residents of the community begin to go home from get-off work one after another. The children were playing and frolicking in the garden. Everything looked peaceful and serene. It's hard to imagine that 3 brutal serial murders once occurred in this seemingly ordinary neighborhood. When Lu Li and his 2 companions arrived, Gao Jianjun was already waiting at the entrance of the residential compound. The group returned to the property management office, where the staff were already very familiar with them. The person on duty was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. You want to know about Master Geng's situation? Upon hearing the question, a nostalgic expression appeared on her face. He's a good person, his skills are exceptional, and he's very honest. Could you tell me more about his work here? Upon hearing this, the female staff member immediately became somewhat nervous. Officer, will Master Geng be all right? We're just conducting a routine investigation. Just tell us the truth. As you know, our community was built quite early, and many facilities are not yet complete. When Master Geng came in 2004, he took on almost all the work of maintaining the circuits and equipment by himself. A long time had passed, and the female customer service representative tried hard to recall. He lives in a small room next to the guardhouse. He doesn't talk much, but he's very hardworking. The residents of the community trust him a lot. Does he have any special hobbies or behaviors? Lu Li asked. Hobbies? She thought for a moment. He seems to be very interested in chemistry and often reads technical books. He also likes to do handicrafts, saying he makes everyday items. The group exchanged a glance as they made everyday items by hand. What kind of daily necessities does he make? Zhao Dali pressed. It seems to be soap or something. He said it's a family heirloom. Sometimes he'll give us some as gifts. They're really nice to use and smell wonderful. Does he have a fixed workplace in the neighborhood? Yes. In addition to his living quarters in the guardhouse, he also used a storage room in the basement, which he said was for storing tools and materials. Can you still see that warehouse now? Sure, but the place has been empty ever since Master Geng left. I have the key. 10 minutes later, the group followed the property management staff to the basement of the residential complex. The place is dimly lit and the air is humid, with only a few energy-saving lamps emitting a faint glow. This is the room. The staff member opened the iron door. The room was about 20 square meters, with some mold on the walls and a cement floor. The room was empty, except for some old wires and pipes piled up in the corner. However, Luli noticed obvious signs of use in one corner of the room. There were some circular marks on the floor, as if some heavy object had been placed there. "What are these marks?" he asked, pointing to the ground. "I'm not sure. Master Gung took everything with him when he left." Gao Jianjun squatted down to observe carefully. The size and shape of these marks are very similar to those left by placing large barrels or containers. He took out his phone and called the technical department. "Old Han, can you come over now? We need to conduct an on-site investigation." Half an hour later, Han Weigua from the branch's technical department and Wang Ming, a forensic doctor from the municipal bureau, arrived at the scene one after another. "This room needs to be fully inspected." Gao Jianjun explained the situation to them. Han Weigua nodded and began setting up the investigation equipment and taking photos for evidence. Lu Li and the others assisted him. Around the circular marks on the ground, there were small amounts of oil stains, indicating that these circular marks were likely left by vegetable oil stored there for a long time. "Director Han, look at this." Zhao Dali found some white powder residue in the corner of the room. Han Weigua came to collect samples. "It looks like caustic soda, but we need to take it back for testing to confirm." "Caustic soda?" Zhao Dali didn't quite understand. "Sodium hydroxide, an essential ingredient in soap making," Lu Li explained. In another corner of the room, Han Weigua also found some broken wooden shelves. "What is the purpose of these shelves?" Gao Jianjun found it strange. "Soap drying rack. After handmade soap is made, it needs to be dried in a well-ventilated place, and this kind of rack is specially used for drying soap." Lu Li took the initiative to explaining that ever since he had his suspicions, he had begun to extensively study this area of expertise. As the on-site investigation continued, various physical evidence traces were gradually confirmed. It is almost certain that this is where Gung Weidong makes handmade soap. However, to everyone's disappointment, the results of the luminol test showed no obvious bloodstain reaction. "This should be Gung Weidong's soap-making site," Lu Li analyzed, "but it's very likely not the murderer's primary crime scene. We need to find the latest news about Gung Weidong." Gao Jianjun made a decision. He is highly suspicious. 8 p.m., Jing'an branch meeting room. Several leaders of the task force and Lu Li and others sat around a conference table on which various investigation materials were spread out. According to business registration information, Gung Weidong is now the legal representative of Gung's Soap Workshop. Zhao Dali introduced the latest investigation results to everyone. "A soap shop?" Zhang Jinghua's eyes lit up. "Is he still in the soap business?" "That's right. The registered address is an old factory on the outskirts of the city, and its business scope is the production and sale of handmade soap." Wei Kong added from the side. "Moreover, according to online information, this soap shop has a certain degree of popularity among handmade soap enthusiasts." As he spoke, he projected the computer screen onto the wall. Gung's Soap Workshop's website is beautifully designed, showcasing a variety of handmade soap products, from ordinary hand soaps to high-end essential oil soaps. Chapter 48: Gung Weidong's Past. The website also includes Gung Weidong's personal profile. "Having worked in soap making for 20 years, I inherit traditional techniques, insist on using natural ingredients, and pursue perfect quality. Look at these product descriptions," Wei Kong said, pointing to the screen. His descriptions of the soap-making process are very professional, and he particularly emphasizes the use of all natural and traditional methods. Lu Li noticed a sentence on the website. "Each bar of soap is a unique work of art, carrying the maker's hard work and emotions." These words sent a chill down his spine. If Gung Weidong is indeed the murderer, then this statement takes on a completely different meaning. "Where is his soap shop located?" Gao Jianjun asked. "It's a small factory in the western suburbs of Huahai City, about 20 kilometers away from Longqing Garden." Wei Kong pulled up an electronic map. "It's quite remote. It's the site of a bankrupt small chemical plant." Zhang Jinghua checked the time. "It's only 8 o'clock now. We can immediately organize a team to inspect Gung's Soap Workshop." At this moment, he was completely unaware that at this time yesterday, he was still rejecting Lu Li's judgment. "Zhang De, let's wait a little longer." Qin Gang shook his head, rejecting Zhang Jinghua's suggestion to act immediately, and explained, "Now that we have a target suspect, we should conduct a thorough investigation in advance." 5 or 6 years have passed since this case, and much of the evidence has disappeared over time. We need more information to avoid putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Otherwise, if we alert the suspect, they might immediately destroy the remaining evidence. After discussing it, Qin Gang finally decided to first thoroughly investigate Geng Weidong's past. By understanding a person, we can learn about their potential criminal behavior and ultimately find clues. Surprisingly, Professor Su Wenhai, a psychological expert from the provincial department, took the initiative to participate after learning about the news. Their first stop was an inconspicuous corner of the Municipal Workers' Cultural Palace, Research Association for the History of Old Industries. Here, they found the last chairman of the trade union at the Red Star Daily Chemical Factory, an elderly man with gray hair named Lu Zhenhua. The Research Association's office was piled high with yellowed files and old newspapers. Geng Weidong. When I heard this long-forgotten name, Lu Zhenhua's cloudy eyes welled up with reminiscence, as if he had been instantly pulled back to that vibrant era. He shakily pulled a thick photo album from a metal cabinet, carefully brush away the dust. He is undoubtedly the technical authority in our factory. Everyone in the factory calls him Engineer Geng with utmost respect. The old man's finger stopped on a black and white group photo. In the photo, a bespectacled, spirited young man stood among a group of workers, beaming with a bright smile. In the late 1980s, he was a proper college graduate, but he had no airs at all. He rolled up his sleeves and went down to the workshop to boil alkali with our experienced workers who couldn't read many words. That stuff was pungent and smoky, and he did it for 3 years straight. In less than 3 years, he mastered all the soap-making processes in the factory, from saponification and salting out to pressing and printing. In the early 1990s, he led the team in tackling technical challenges, spending day and night in the laboratory. Ultimately, they developed the Magnolia brand soap and the Strong brand laundry soap. Those 2 years, our factory was doing incredibly well. Orders were pouring in like snowflakes, and the workers' bonuses were almost higher than their wages. Lu Zhenhua's words were filled with nostalgia for that era, and he clearly had a high regard for Geng Weidong. However, this glory belonging to the national industry did not last long. In the late 1990s, with the opening of the country to the outside world, Procter & Gamble and Unilever, these are 4 known giants in the personal care and chemical industry. With its aggressive advertising campaigns on television and its technologically advanced production lines, it quickly captured the domestic market. China's national industries suffered a devastating blow in the shortest possible time. Hongqing Daily Chemical Factory. This one-star company was not spared either. Orders were decreasing, products were piling up in the warehouse, and eventually we couldn't even pay wages. Workers were laid off in batches. People's morale collapsed, many left, but Engineer Geng persevered until the very last day. Lu Zhenhua let out a long sigh, his voice becoming extremely low. I remember it clearly. On the day the factory officially announced its bankruptcy liquidation, he sat alone in the saponification workshop all night. The next day, when we went to inventory the equipment, we found that he had cleaned every machine and every valve until they looked brand new. A middle-aged scholar wearing glasses, who was accompanying them, added at the opportune moment, "Chairman Lu is right. For Geng Weidong and his generation of skilled workers, the factory is not only a tool for making a living, but also a stage for them to realize their self-worth and place all their spiritual sustenance. Losing his professional identity might be far more painful for him than simply losing a job. That was a complete uprooting of the spirit." The investigation quickly turned to Geng Weidong's personal life, which was the final straw that broke him. His wife ran off with someone else around that time. Another former colleague, Lao Zhang, who was also found, recalled with a complex expression while smoking. Originally, Engineer Geng was a respected figure in the factory, with a high income and a lot of influence at home. When the factory went bankrupt, he lost his income and stayed at home all day without saying a word, looking like he had lost his soul, with his eyes glazed over. His wife was a woman who loved excitement and was always restless. How could I stand this? Less than 6 months later, she ran off with a building materials business owner, taking the child with her. This incident became a turning point that completely changed Geng Weidong. From then on, Master Geng was like a completely different person. Old Zhang shook his head and flicked his cigarette ash. What a proud and respectable person he used to be. Later, he became withdrawn and paranoid, finding fault with everyone. He'd complained for ages about anyone using a foreign brand of laundry detergent on the street. He always felt that society had wronged him. It was those who used foreign goods who ruined his factory and his home. In early 2002, Gung Weidong had a heated argument with the last factory leader in the office over the issue of layoff compensation. He lost control of his emotions at the time and almost hit someone, repeatedly muttering, "You spendthrifts, you've ruined the factory. You've ruined our life's work." In the evening, the task force's meeting room was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was heavy. "Gentlemen," Professor Su Wenhai stubbed out his cigarette. "I had always judged the murderer's actions to be a kind of cult ritual, but now it seems that my previous judgment may indeed be wrong. The murderer is more like a martyr." "Martyrs?" Qin Gang frowned. Chapter 49. Fu Yuning is going abroad. "Yes." Su Wenhai nodded. The factory's closure and his wife's betrayal destroyed Gung Weidong's social identity and personal dignity at the same time, which were the core pillars of his self-worth system. The collapse of his pillar caused him a huge and devastating psychological shock. He couldn't accept failure, so he attributed it to what he perceived as filth. He considered those young women to be immoral, to have abandoned tradition, and to pursue material pleasures. Their existence, like the foreign goods that impacted national industries, was a concrete projection of all the resentment and frustration in his heart. Su Wenhai's gaze finally fell on Lu Li, who had been listening silently in the corner of the conference room. Therefore, his stripping of the deceased's fat was not a simple act of torture or to satisfy a sexual fetish, but rather a sacred purification ritual. In this process, he revived his soap-making techniques, which he was most proud of but which had been abandoned by the times, and transformed these raw materials from the filthy world into pure and perfect finished products in his eyes. This transformation process allowed him to regain a sense of control and satisfaction as a technological authority. He was no longer a loser, but an arbiter who could decide the fate of others. To this end, he did not hesitate to break all rules and moral boundaries, hypnotizing himself into the identity of a martyr. He paused, his tone carrying an undisguised hint of approval. Therefore, Comrade Lu Li's previous speculation about handmade soap may sound absurd and unbelievable, but from the perspective of criminal psychology, it is precisely the only explanation that best fits the killer's internal logic. He kills not only to destroy, but also to create. I'm amazed that you, without any background in psychology, could so keenly perceive the killer's deepest and most twisted criminal motives. Lu Li did not show any joy at Professor Su's affirmation. So far, although the suspect's identity has been confirmed, the relevant evidence has not yet been obtained, and the police are unable to take any effective action against him. Su Wenhai's analysis helped the entire task force redefine the direction of the investigation. Qin Gang decisively gave the order. Immediately place Gung's soap shop and Gung Weidong himself under 24-hour secret surveillance. Everyone else, continue your perimeter investigation. We must gather evidence of Gung Weidong's crimes within 3 days. An invisible net has quietly been cast around the unassuming Gung's soap shop in the western suburbs. The 24/7 secret surveillance began. In the girls' dormitory of Huahai Academy of Fine Arts, Fu Yuning is packing her luggage. She is about to go to Paris to participate in an international exchange program for young sculptors. This opportunity was something she had always dreamed of. But for some reason, these past few days, she's been looking at the invitation but just can't seem to muster any enthusiasm. What kept replaying in my mind was not the sculptures in the Louvre, but the cold skull in the funeral home, and the process of restoring its appearance little by little in my hands. When Lu Li called to tell her that the identity of the third victim had been confirmed through her sketch, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment struck her instantly. That feeling was far more intense and real than completing any sculpture. She discovered that her so-called artistic pursuits seemed so empty in the face of a vibrant life. After hesitating for a long time, Fu Yuning finally picked up her phone and dialed Lu Li's number. "Officer Lu, I might have to go abroad in a few days to participate in an exchange activity." Her voice was hesitant. "I may not be able to draw for you anymore for a while." Lu Li was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. "Okay, thank you. When are you leaving? Let me treat you to a meal before you go. If it weren't for your help, our case might still be stuck at the stage of finding the victim's identity." "You're so busy, let's forget about it." Fu Yuning smiled. "We'll talk about it after you solve your case." "Oh, okay then." The girl's understanding made Lu Li breathe a slight sigh of relief. He had indeed been very busy these past few days, and was preparing to disguise himself as a business partner to go to Gung Weidong's soap shop to observe the suspect up close. But for some reason, he also felt a little disappointed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said, as if speaking casually, "I'm planning to visit a handmade soap workshop." Fu Yuning's heart stirred slightly. Handmade soap? She remembered that day at Wanda Plaza, when Lu Li's face turned pale the instant he heard horse oil soap. "I happen to be free, and I'm quite interested in this," she blurted out. "How about I come with you? I can cover for you." On the other end of the phone, Lu Li seemed somewhat surprised. He considered it for a few seconds. "This is just initial contact and reconnaissance. There shouldn't be much risk. Fu Yuning has unique insights into art and aesthetics, and may be able to discover some issues from an angle that he himself might not have noticed. Moreover, the fact that he was discussing collaboration with a beautiful and elegant artist makes this pairing seem unlikely to arouse suspicion. Please wait a moment while I consult my supervisor." A few minutes later, Lu Li came out of his master's office and dialed Fu Yuning's number. "I'll pick you up at the entrance of the art academy right away." An hour later, Lu left in a black Audi A6 temporarily requisitioned by the task force, carrying Fu Yuning, who was wearing a simple white dress, and arrived at the entrance of Gung's soap workshop. The factory's rusty iron gates exuded a sense of the vicissitudes of the industrial era. But the courtyard was spotless. The walls of the rows of old factory buildings had been repainted with white lime, presenting a strange, almost obsessive cleanliness. As soon as he got out of the car, Fu Yuning frowned almost imperceptibly. The air was filled with an extremely rich fragrance, a blend of various plant essential oils and soap base. But this very plant fragrance, which should belong to nature, made Fu Yuning feel uncomfortable, causing her to instinctively feel a sense of physiological oppression and rejection. "What's wrong?" Lu Li keenly noticed her unusual behavior. "It's nothing." Fu Yuning shook her head gently, concealing her discomfort. "It's probably just the aroma here is too strong, a bit cloying." A young man in his early 20s, dressed in blue overalls, greeted them with a broad smile. "Hello. Are you here to discuss cooperation? Our boss is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." Led by the young man, they walked through the tidy courtyard and into a small, separate office next to the main factory building. In the office, a man around 50 years old stood up upon hearing the sound, a gentle and just right smile on his face. He wore a crisply starched white shirt with a fine dark gray wool cardigan over it, and black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His hair, though slightly gray, was meticulously combed. His eyes were gentle, his demeanor composed, and he exuded an aura that blended that of an intellectual and a successful businessman. If Lu Li hadn't thoroughly examined his file beforehand, he would never have been able to connect the refined and respectable small business owner before him with the laid-off worker who was abandoned in the tide of the times and filled with resentment due to the broken family. "Hello, I am Gung Weidong." He smiled and extended his hand, his voice steady and magnetic. Chapter 50: Close Encounter with Gung Weidong. "Mr. Gung, I've long admired your name." Lu Li extended his hand and shook hands with the other person. Gung Weidong's hands are strong and powerful, with no calluses on the palms, but they are very rough. "Our company makes high-end cultural and creative gifts. Recently, we wanted to expand our business to customize handmade soaps. We heard from friends in the industry that in the whole of Huahai City, when it comes to craftsmanship and quality, your Gung Soap Workshop is still the best." A hint of pride and humility, typical of a craftsman, appeared on Gung Weidong's face. He adjusted his glasses and smiled modestly. "You flatter me. It's all thanks to my friends. I'm just a craftsman who follows the family's traditional skills. I'm not a professional. I just put in a little more effort than others." As he spoke, he personally brewed tea for the two of them. "Come, please sit down and have some tea. Mr. Gung, could you please arrange for someone to show us around your soap workshop's manufacturing process and products? We can enjoy our tea later." "Certainly." Led by a young employee named Xiao Zhao, Lu Li and Fu Yuning changed into work clothes before entering the core production area of the soap workshop. The moment I stepped inside, a mixed fragrance 10 times stronger than in the office wafted towards me. Strangely, the interior of this huge factory was impeccably clean, almost to the point of being obsessive about cleanliness. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, without a speck of dust in sight. Various stainless steel reaction vessels, mixing tanks, molds, and soap drying racks are neatly arranged in designated areas, while wrenches, scrapers, and thermometers on the tool wall are arranged in perfect order according to size. Our boss is extremely strict about hygiene. Xiao Zhao seemed to notice their surprise and introduced with an admiring tone. He said that since we make products that come into direct contact with the skin, hygiene is the top priority, more important than anything else. Lu Li nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the gleaming stainless steel equipment. But another image surfaced in his mind. The dark and damp room in the basement of Longqing Garden, and the residue of caustic soda and vegetable oil in the corner. Two scenes, one in the sky and one on the ground. President Geng is truly a meticulous person, Lu Li casually remarked. It's not just rigorous, it's downright demanding. Xiao Zhao immediately chimed in, his tone full of approval of his boss. The boss often tells us that when making products, you can't just think about making money. You have to put your heart into it. He has extremely high requirements for every batch of soap, from the ratio of oils and the concentration of lye to the stirring time and the temperature of pouring into the mold. Even a slight difference is unacceptable. The young man scratched his head, seemingly searching for a more suitable word. Oh, by the way, the word the boss uses most often is craftsmanship. He said that without craftsmanship, the finished product lacks soul and is merely a cold, impersonal commodity. Craftsmanship. The moment those two words entered Lu Li's ears, his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. If you can feel loneliness in this noisy world, it means your soul is still thinking. What you need is not excitement, but someone who can understand your heart. The netizen named Craftsmanship, who left this message on Wang Tingting's QQ space. The uncle, who lured the naive young girl step by step into the abyss. They perfectly overlapped at this moment. Standing beside him, Fu Yuning keenly sensed a subtle change in Lu Li's aura. He still wore a smile, but beneath that smile, something cold and sharp seemed to be slowly awakening. The visit ended quickly. Back in that elegant office, Geng Weidong had already poured the brewed tea into two small celadone cups. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. So, Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with our production environment? Geng Weidong asked with a smile, full of confidence. Very satisfied. Lu Li picked up his teacup and took a sip. President Geng's skills and philosophy remind me of an old movie from many years ago. Oh, what movie? Geng Weidong asked with great interest. Perfume 2006, Lu Li said in a very calm tone, as if he were chatting casually. A genius, in pursuit of the ultimate fragrance, did not hesitate to use human bodies as raw materials. Of course, that's artistic exaggeration. However, that relentless pursuit of perfection does resonate with Mr. Geng's dedication to craftsmanship. Geng Weidong paused almost imperceptibly as he was refilling Lu Li's water supply, before resuming his smooth movements. Mr. Lu is joking. His face still wore a gentle smile, but something flashed deep in his eyes. Movies are movies, and reality is reality. I'm just a conscientious craftsman, using only the most natural plant oils and animal fats. That's natural. Lu Li put down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and, like a partner genuinely interested in technology, moved on to a more professional topic. Speaking of animal fats, I suddenly have a question. Can all animal fats be made into handmade soap? For example, can lard, which is the most common fat in our daily lives, be used in soap making? Upon hearing this, Geng Weidong couldn't help but frown slightly, his tone revealing displeasure and disdain. A good craftsman must first know how to respect his own craft. Not everything has the right to become part of my work. His tone was no longer as calm as before and unconsciously revealed a morbid obsession. Lu Li exchanged a glance with Fu Yuning beside him, and then calmly asked for guidance. I've seen other people's introductions on the internet before, and the best soap-making raw materials should be those pure natural plant oils. The finest cold-process handmade soaps often contain very rare oils, such as avocado oil, evening primrose oil, and shea butter. Mr. Geng, does your soap shop offer any of these high-end handmade soaps? Upon hearing this, Geng Weidong couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Although not many people know about these oils, they are very common materials in the handmade soap industry. Nothing special. We have them in our soap shop. Oh, Lu Li's face showed a perfectly appropriate expression of surprise. It seems Mr. Geng is quite the expert. If I didn't know him, I would have thought those were all top-of-the-line products. Mr. Geng, what's the highest quality soap in your soap shop? Could you introduce it to us and let us see it? When this topic came up, Geng Weidong immediately became interested. If we're talking about the ultimate soap, it has to be my own creation, the cleanse. He stopped mid-sentence, seemingly remembering something, and swallowed his words. He glanced warily at Lu Li and changed the subject. Actually, what you just mentioned are all very good cold-processed soaps. If you want to make high-end cultural and creative gifts, these are all very suitable products. However, a certain desire to show off made him feel compelled to speak out. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "Actually, I've developed a more advanced cold-processed soap. But there's no finished product yet. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll recommend it to you." As he said this, there was a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Lu Li saw everything about Geng Weidong's expression. He quietly exchanged another glance with Fu Yuning, and in each other's eyes, they both saw the same answer. That's him. Chapter 51: The Truth Behind Zhang Xiaoya's Disappearance. Lu Li remained silent throughout the journey away from Geng's soap shop. The details of the skeletons in the sewer well, the faces of Lu Li, Wang Tingting, and Chen Man, and Geng Weidong's seemingly kind smile kept switching back and forth in front of his eyes. Even if he were reborn, he would still find such evil unbearable. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat somber. Suddenly, he felt a slender, soft, and slightly cool little hand gently pat the back of his right hand. Turning her head in surprise, she saw Fu Yuning's stunningly beautiful face looking at her. Those clear, cool eyes were filled with concern. "I believe in you. You will definitely catch the murderer. You will bring justice to the victims." The girl's voice was filled with unwavering confidence in Lu Li. That gentle voice was like a cool breeze in summer, dispelling all the anxiety in Lu Li's heart. All information about Geng Weidong was quickly compiled and sent to the task force's office. One piece of information in particular caught everyone's attention. Geng's Soap Workshop once sold a high-end custom soap in its online store on a certain shopping platform. The product introduction page is stylishly designed, featuring images of babies and mothers bathed in soft light, and the accompanying text is heartwarming. Made with natural breast milk essence, cold processed using traditional methods, it is gentle and nourishing, specially formulated for newborns and sensitive skin, and is a mother's first gift of love to her baby. However, the sales status of this soap is grayed out as temporarily out of stock. The task force spent a great deal of effort to retrieve sales records through online shopping platforms. Half a day later, a beautifully packaged pale yellow handmade soap was delivered to the chemical laboratory of the Municipal Bureau's Technical Center. The provider was a well-off mother from Huahai City. She praised the soap's effects highly and even showed obvious reluctance to hand over the last piece of stock when the police came to her door. After several hours of experimental analysis, the conclusion has finally been reached. The sample was confirmed to contain components of human breast milk. Breast milk? Pregnant women. Lu Li repeated the word in a low voice, and suddenly the image of his cousin-in-law Zhang Xiaoya flashed through his mind. 3 years ago, just 2 months after giving birth, she disappeared completely. Lu Jun said she ran away with someone. But is that really the case? Lu Li had a vague sense of unease. He immediately accessed the national system of the public security network and began to search for all of Zhang Xiaoya's movements over the past 3 years. Accommodation records, blank. Internet browsing history, blank. Train and plane travel records are completely blank. Lu Li even checked her phone number through the technical investigation department, and the feedback he received was that the number was suspended in November 2010 due to unpaid fees and has not been reactivated since. A living, breathing person, starting 3 years ago, seems to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace in any database of modern society. Lu Li picked up his phone and dialed his cousin Lu Jun's number. "Lu Li? What's up with the call?" Lu Jun's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. "Where are you?" Lu Li's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. "What? Checking my household registration? I'm out having tea with friends. You have half an hour to come to the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch. I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, Lu Li hung up the phone without giving the other party any chance to ask questions. In an interrogation room of the Jing'an branch, Lu Jun sat casually in the chair, shaking his leg. "Hey Lu Li, what are you up to? You called me here. Anyone who didn't know better would think I'd done something wrong." Lu Li ignored his complaints and simply pushed Zhang Xiaoya's photos in front of him. "When was the last time you saw her?" Upon seeing his wife's photo, a look of disgust flashed across Lu Jun's face, and he waved his hand impatiently. "Who remembers? It was 3 years ago, wasn't it? That bitch ran off with some other guy and abandoned the child. Why bring her up? It's bad luck. She's missing. Why didn't you report it to the police?" Lu Li's gaze was like a knife, fixed on him. "Report her to the police? Lu Jun thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. She shamelessly ran off with someone else. Why should I report her to the police? I'd rather she died out there so she wouldn't have to come back and claim my assets. Did she mention to you before she disappeared that she wanted to sell her breast milk or make handmade soap from it? Lu Li's question was like a heavy hammer blow to Lu Jun's face. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of astonishment. How did you know? Lu Jun's reaction said it all. He stammered that 3 years ago, after Zhang Xiaya gave birth, she had plenty of breast milk. Because the family was struggling financially at the time, she did mention that she had heard people online were buying breast milk at high prices, and that she wanted to have some breast milk soap custom-made for the baby, as it was natural and non-irritating. My mom scolded her for this, saying she was shameless for selling her own breast milk, a disgrace. Luli could no longer hear what was said after that. At this moment, all the clues finally connected to form a complete, closed loop. Zhang Xiaoya is very likely in grave danger. Arrest Geng Weidong immediately. We absolutely cannot let him continue to evade justice. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Jinghua could no longer contain his anger and immediately gave the order. The emergence of this news means that yet another life may have been lost, etc. Lu Li stopped him, saying, Zhangde, you can't just grab him directly. Why? Geng Weidong's meticulousness far exceeds our imagination. Lu Li's eyes were unusually calm. Moreover, all the evidence we have now is just inference. If we make direct contact and alert him, he has countless ways to destroy the key evidence that we have not yet grasped. Qin Gang nodded in agreement. Lu Li is right. To deal with such a high IQ criminal, we must strike decisively. Zhang Jinghua took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then tell me, what should we do? We'll conduct a surprise inspection of his soap workshop under the guise of a joint inspection with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. A cold glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes. We'll check environmental protection, fire safety, and taxes. Doesn't he pride himself on being a perfect craftsman? We'll use the rules to our advantage. The next morning, members of the task force, mixed in with a joint inspection team composed of personnel from industry and commerce, taxation, and fire departments, drove into Geng's soap workshop in a grand procession. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Geng Weidong remained remarkably calm. Distinguished leaders, welcome to our soap shop for guidance. Please feel free to ask if you need any assistance. The industry and commerce, taxation, and fire departments performed their respective duties, conducting a thorough inspection of the soap shop. Members of the special task force mingled among them, trying to uncover every clue within the soap shop. Qin Gang, on the other hand, pretended to be an idle leader of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, standing there chatting idly with Geng Weidong. Mr. Geng, please don't mind. We only came for this routine inspection because of reports from the public. Your company's cold process handmade soaps are a very niche product. How did you come up with the idea to make this product? There was no other way. I was laid off a few years ago, and I had to make a living. Geng Weidong shared his experiences after being laid off, how he accidentally came into contact with the popular Taiwanese cold process handmade soap while working as an electrician in Longxing Garden, how he used his extensive chemical knowledge to learn it on his own, and how he eventually built up his online store and opened this soap shop. His story is very inspiring, and every detail is well-founded. Someone reported you for illegally using human breast milk to make soap. What's going on? Qin Gang suddenly asked. However, Geng Weidong's reaction once again surprised everyone. He simply smiled faintly and readily admitted it. Oh, you mean that? That's a high-end custom product I tried to make a few years ago. Chapter 52: Geng Weidong's Escape. Those of us who make soap know that breast milk is one of the best natural oils, rich in various nutrients, and is especially good for a baby's skin. Geng Weidong's tone was very calm, as if a product manager were selling their product to a client. So, I launched this business. On the one hand, it can provide customized services for mothers in need, using their own breast milk to make unique, personalized soaps for their babies. On the other hand, we also have dedicated sales representatives who cooperate with the obstetrics departments of several major hospitals in the city to legally purchase breast milk from mothers with surplus milk for use in childbirth. He even took a thick folder out of the drawer and handed it to Qin Gang. Boss, these are all our procurement contracts, channel certificates, and customer customization agreements. Every single source is clear, legal, and compliant. Not long after, Lu Li and Wei Kong, who were in charge of the peripheral investigation, confirmed Geng Weidong's statement. They did indeed find Gung Weidong's milk source supplier among the postpartum women in several hospitals, and all the procedures were as legal as could be. The inspection team ended in a strange atmosphere, unable to find any flaws. The car back to the branch office was deathly silent. Could it be that we've really made a mistake? Even the usually optimistic Zhao Dali hung his head and remained silent. All the clues pointed to Gung Weidong, but he was like a slippery eel, and no evidence could be found. This feeling left everyone with a profound sense of powerlessness. The meeting room of the task force was so quiet that you could hear everyone's heavy breathing. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. The failure of the joint inspection operation was like a silent slap in the face to every member of the task force. 2 questions. Qin Gang's hoarse voice broke the silence as he pressed his temples hard with his knuckles, trying to dispel the fatigue and irritability that had been lingering in his mind. First, if Gung Weidong really used human fat to make handmade soap, then where did these human oil soaps go? He looked around at everyone. His online store sells ordinary plant-based soaps, animal-based soaps, and even breast milk soaps. Although the prices are higher than those of commercially available soaps, they are just normal within the handmade soap community. Professor Su Wenhai, a psychological expert from the provincial department, nodded and took over the conversation. Captain Qin is right. According to our profiling of Gung Weidong, he strips off fat and makes soap as part of a sacred purification ritual. He would cherish his carefully crafted purification products as treasures and would never mix them with ordinary goods and sell them casually. These words plunged everyone present into deeper thought. Yes, how could an extremely obsessive artist tolerate his masterpiece being covered in dust? The second question. Qin Gang raised his second finger, his tone growing increasingly serious. And the most crucial issue is that we still haven't found the original crime scene. The basement of Dragon City Garden was merely his workshop, not a murder scene. Without a crime scene or direct physical evidence, everything we have now is merely logical deduction. An inference without conclusive evidence is worthless in court. These words weighed heavily on everyone's heart, like a boulder. Just then, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and a young detective in charge of surveillance rushed in, panting and his face full of anxiety. Captain Qin, there's a new development. Everyone's nerves tensed instantly. What had happened? Gung Weidong bought a plane ticket to France for the early morning of the day after tomorrow. What? Zhang Jing suddenly stood up from his chair, almost shouting. France. This news was like a bomb dropped into a pond, instantly causing disagreements within the task force. He must be controlled immediately. Xing Jianxi, a veteran detective from the 2nd Squadron, was the first to slam his fist on the table. He had a fiery temper. He's almost gone. What are we waiting for? Are we really going to just watch him fly to Paris and get away with it abroad? This viewpoint was immediately echoed by many people. The anger towards the murderer and the frustration at the lack of progress in the case found an outlet at this moment. Yes, let's arrest him first. We'll pry him open if we have to, within 24 hours. We can't let him get away. Absolutely not. The meeting room instantly erupted in noise, with heated arguments rising and falling. Everyone, calm down. Gao Jianjun stopped the noise. His face was ashen as he glanced at his agitated colleagues. Arrest him? What grounds do you have to arrest him? Just because he bought a plane ticket? Or based on our speculation? He could easily find a lawyer, and we couldn't even keep him in custody for 24 hours. At that time, not only will we be unable to deal with him, but we will also completely alert him. He'll know we're watching him, and any potential evidence will be destroyed immediately. Gao Jianjun's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. The meeting room, which had just been filled with passionate discussion, fell silent again, but the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Yes, without direct evidence, forcibly detaining someone is useless except to provoke the other party. But if we do nothing, are we just going to let this serial killer suspect slip away right under our noses? To arrest or not to arrest? This has created a dilemma. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Qin Gang, who was sitting in the main seat. Qin Gang's brows were furrowed in a deep frown as he chain-smoked. As the deputy head of the task force, he was under immense pressure. Wei Kong sat in the corner, watching all this with an anxious heart. He looked at Lu Li beside him and found that he had been unusually quiet from beginning to end, just with his head down and his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Li, Qin Gang suddenly spoke, addressing the quietest person in the room. What do you think? Instantly, Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Li. Lu Li raised his head, his eyes calm and unwavering, completely out of place with the anxious atmosphere around him. Instead of directly answering whether to arrest or not, he raised a question that no one had expected. Has anyone ever wondered why he went to France? Wei Kong was taken aback and subconsciously replied, "Run away, why else?" No, Lu Li shook his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and said, word by word, "If it's just about escaping, Southeast Asia or any small country without an extradition treaty would be a better option. They're all much safer, cheaper, and more convenient than France." Why did he choose France specifically? This question stunned everyone present. Yeah, why France? France is the birthplace of the modern perfume industry and the center of luxury goods and art worldwide. Lu Li stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up a pen, and wrote the word France. I think he might not have gone to escape. He went on a pilgrimage. He wants to take his most perfect work to the art mecca in his heart to display it, to gain recognition, and even to participate in an exhibition or competition that we don't know about. Chapter 53, The Final Closed Loop. The entire conference room fell silent as everyone processed Lu Li's words. But does such a special kind of human oil soap really exist? Finally, someone raised a question. I checked the official website, and all the sales records are for ordinary soap. I also checked with customs, and there are no export records for Geng Weidong's company. Could it be that we started off on the wrong track? Several veteran detectives began to whisper among themselves, their eyes drifting toward Lu Li, who was sitting in the corner, though they didn't say it outright. Lu Li's theory about handmade soap has been fraught with skepticism from the very beginning. The entire task force has been working extensively on this inference, but has yet to make any progress. Just then, a slightly tense voice broke the silence. I think Lu Li's prediction is correct. It was Wei Kong who spoke. He stood up, his cheeks flushed red with nervousness, but he forced himself to straighten his back and meet the questioning gazes of the crowd. Geng Weidong is an extremely obsessive person. He would never allow his perfect work to be sold alongside ordinary products on the market. I think he must have some kind of underground sales channel that we don't know about. Captain Sheen, he pushed up his glasses, his tone more composed than ever before. We've been investigating Geng Weidong's company's export records, but what if he wasn't actually selling under the company's export name at all? Qin Gang frowned. What is that? Is it possible that he is engaging in personal cross-border e-commerce? Wei Kong began to explain to everyone. Starting at the beginning of this year, platforms such as Amazon and eBay have gradually opened up to individual sellers worldwide. The rules are incomplete, and there are loopholes in the supervision. Geng Weidong could easily register a shell company overseas, or simply use a fake foreign identity to open a store on these platforms. The goods were shipped out via international logistics under the guise of personal gifts or samples. This way, we won't find anything in our customs export data or company tax records. This idea gave everyone a jolt. At this stage of the case, every breakthrough could potentially complete the final closed loop. This scope is too broad. There are so many e-commerce platforms and so many stores worldwide. How could we possibly find his store? That's what I'm going to do. When he entered his professional field, Wei Kang's gaze behind his glasses began to soften with confidence. We have several key numerical pieces of information. First, Geng Weidong's internet IP address and time. Second, the logistics partners and shipping frequency of Geng Soap Workshop. Third, the ID craftsmanship. By combining these key pieces of information and performing data analysis, we should be able to pinpoint his distribution channels. Over the next few hours, Wei Kong sifted through and cross-referenced massive amounts of publicly available logistics tracking data and e-commerce review data. The screen displays monotonous tables, IP address ranges, tracking numbers, and user reviews. After filtering out more than a dozen highly suspicious Amazon stores, Wei Kong finally made a discovery. A shop called Oriental Mystery registered with a fake US identity, but its linked backup PayPal account had a small test transaction in US dollars 3 years ago. The other party in the transaction, a domestic email account that had already been deleted, had an ID registered on a niche forum that was craftsmanship. Found it. It must be him. Oriental Mystery is on Amazon North America. The shop's decor is simple yet sophisticated, exuding a mysterious Eastern Zen aesthetic. The shop doesn't have many items. Their main handmade soap is called Soul Cleansing Soap. The product introduction page is designed with great style. Wash away the superficiality of the world and return to the true nature of your soul. Each bar of soap is a dialogue with your inner self, a thorough purification. Priced at $199 each. Lu Li's gaze swept over the comments section below the product. Incredible. After using it, I felt completely relaxed, like I had a mental spa treatment. The scent is unique, indescribable, but it instantly calms you down. It's absolutely the best soap I've ever used. There's a reason why it's expensive. This is a work of art, not an everyday item. It received rave reviews. Sales volume isn't amazing, but it's stable, with tens of yuan worth of goods shipped every month. Qin Gang's face turned ashen. He was almost 100% certain that these items, priced at hundreds of dollars and hailed as works of art by foreign buyers, were purifying soaps made from the body fat of those three, or even more, innocent women. He even saw another product in the store, Nirvana Rebirth soap, which was priced at a higher $299. This is not merely a cleansing soap, but a ritual of returning to one's origins. Through ancient craftsmanship, worldly impurities are extinguished, and the essence of rebirth from the very source of life is infused. It cleanses not only the skin, but also the weary soul, dedicated to the few wise individuals who understand that only through absolute purity can one achieve rebirth. That's him. Although there is no direct evidence yet. However, after seeing this page, everyone no longer had any doubts about Lu Li's speculation. Immediately contact Amazon to retrieve the logistics information. Seize all goods in transit. Immediately contact the physical and chemical laboratory. Once you receive the soap, analyze its ingredients immediately. Qin Gang's voice was hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Furthermore, Geng Weidong is hereby formally summoned. Upon hearing this, Lu Li pondered for a moment, but still did not offer any reminder. Although we had previously learned from Professor Li that even if we could obtain Geng Weidong's human oil soap, it was very likely that no test results would be found. But at this stage, there are no other options. Even if the chance is slim, you have to try. It is absolutely impossible to stand by and watch Geng Weidong fly to Paris and escape justice, even displaying the sinful human oil soap to the world. The interrogation room lights were cold and glaring. Geng Weidong sat in the interrogation chair, his expression as calm as if he were drinking tea in his own living room. Officer, you mingled with the joint inspection team yesterday to inspect our company, and today you summoned me arbitrarily without any evidence. Your actions have seriously disrupted my normal business operations. Geng Weidong looked at Qin Gang and Gao Jianjun opposite him, his tone gentle, but with an undeniable firmness. I am going to Paris, France the day after tomorrow to attend the Global Beauty and Skincare Forum, which is a very important industry exchange opportunity. If I miss it because of your unwarranted summons, I reserve the right to pursue legal action against those responsible. Qin Gang stared intently at him, trying to find a flaw in his face. But he failed. Geng Weidong's eyes were calm, even carrying a hint of innocence as if he had been wronged. Geng Weidong, we suspect you are involved in 3 murder cases. Qin Gang slapped photos of Lu Li, Chun Man, and Wang Tingting on the table. But Geng Weidong didn't even glance at the photos. He simply looked calmly at Qin Gang. Officer, this is a society governed by the rule of law. If your police force has evidence to prove my guilt, please present it. Otherwise, from now on, I will not answer any of your questions. His words caused an uproar within the entire task force. This is practically an admission. Even if you know it was me, so what? Do you have any proof? Proof? Chapter 54 The Secret in Geng Weidong's Office. The interrogation reached a complete stalemate in the following 24 hours. No matter how Qin Gang and Gao Jianjun tried to probe indirectly or used psychological tactics, Geng Weidong remained completely silent about the questions posed by the task force. He strictly followed his previous statement. If there was evidence, he would produce it. If there was no evidence, he would not answer a single question. Fortunately, the task force's peripheral work has also made some progress. Just before the 24-hour summons period was about to expire, the task force intercepted several orders from Geng Weidong's Amazon store before they cleared customs through international logistics channels. The package contained soul cleansing soap and Nirvana Rebirth soap. The samples were quickly sent to the laboratory at the technology center. However, the final report was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing everyone's last hope. Just as Professor Li had predicted, the ingredients of this soothing and purifying soap are highly purified animal fats with a fatty acid composition ratio very similar to that of lard, but no human DNA components can be detected. Human breast milk components were indeed detected in the silent rebirth soap. However, because of the strong alkali and high-temperature treatment during the saponification reaction, all DNA strands have been completely destroyed, making it impossible to trace their identity. The technicians provided a professional explanation. The reason breast milk soap can detect breast milk components is because breast milk is added as a superfatting additive in the final step before soap making, without undergoing a complete saponification reaction. Even so, only breast milk components can be detected in life soap, and no effective DNA can be extracted. These soaps are so clean that not a single trace is left. The task force did not give up. Gao Jianjun and Zhao Dali will bring the beautifully packaged finished products. It was placed in front of Geng Weidong. Geng Weidong, look at this. Gao Jianjun's face was full of confidence. Do you still want to put up a stubborn resistance? In that instant, Geng Weidong's expression did indeed change drastically, and a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. However, this fluctuation disappeared completely within a very short period of time. He smiled and looked at Gao Jianjun and the other man. Officer, these are the goods I exported. Why did you seize them? Is there a problem with my customs declaration? But there are special policies for overseas e-commerce, and my tax declaration procedure should be fine. Gao Jianjun snorted coldly. Geng Weidong, stop trying to deny it. You know very well what these things are that would make you sell them for $199 and $299. What is that? Geng Weidong looked completely innocent. They're just ordinary lard soap and breast milk soap, right? Do you police think you can detect any special ingredients in them? As you all know, I particularly hate those Western chemical products. Our old Hongqing daily chemical factory was driven to bankruptcy by these junk products. Now that I have the chance to rip off those Westerners, of course I want to make as much money as possible. Officer, am I breaking the law by doing this? His words were almost provocative, yet there was no flaw in them. The subsequent interrogation, Geng Weidong remained silent. Until the very last minute of the 24-hour summons, he glanced at the clock on the wall of the interrogation room. Officer, your summons period is over. Do you have evidence to arrest me? If so, I'll stay. If not, I'm going home. Qin Gang's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his knuckles turning white from the force. Looking at Geng Weidong, who remained calm and composed, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness for the first time in his life. He knew the murderer was right in front of him, but he had no evidence. You can go now, Qin Gang said through gritted teeth. Geng Weidong stood up, straightened his collar, and a faint smile appeared on his face. There was a hint of mockery in that smile. He walked to the door, stopped, and turned to look at the crowd. Officers, let me make this clear beforehand. If my schedule is affected by your unwarranted summons, I will not rule out suing your police force. After saying that, he turned around and calmly walked out of the police station. He left behind countless members of the task force with expressions of resentment, anger, and bewilderment. As Geng Weidong walked out of the Jing'an branch, he showed no sign of panic, even appearing somewhat relaxed. He continued until he walked out of the branch office courtyard and into a corner out of sight of everyone. The calm expression on his face finally vanished without a trace, and his pace suddenly quickened. He hailed a taxi and returned to the soap shop. Arriving at his office, he turned the second-to-last shelf of the bookcase behind him. A slight mechanical sound rang out, and the bookcase opened from the middle to both sides, revealing a security door on the wall behind him. Opening the door reveals a sealed storage room of about 10 square meters. Around the room are several rows of shelves, on which are prominently displayed hundreds of exquisitely packaged handmade soaps. These soaps were exactly the same as the two bars that Gao Jianjun and the others showed in the interrogation room, both in color and smell. Most surprisingly, in the middle of the storage room, there was a 1-meter square cover, secured with a huge brass lock. It remains impossible to discover what secrets are hidden beneath the cover. Geng Weidong did not open the cover, but simply picked up a pre-prepared suitcase from a container, then left the storage room, closed the door and the bookcase, restoring everything to its original state. Having done all this, he walked straight out of the soap shop, got into a waiting car, and sped off toward Shanghai International Airport. The meeting room of the Jing'an branch was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was deathly silent. The shadow of failure loomed over everyone's hearts. We just let him get away like that. Zhao Dali slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. Otherwise what? What can we do? Rush to the airport to stop him? What reason would we have? Wei Kong slumped back in his chair, his eyes behind his glasses dull and lifeless. Give up? In Lu Li's mind, the three skeletons that had been cleaned exceptionally well flashed by. Fu Yuning's stubborn figure working in the funeral home despite her discomfort, and the image of his mentor Gao Jianjun supporting him at great risk. No, absolutely not. He closed his eyes. Every detail of the 920 skeleton case was rapidly replaying, reassembling, and colliding in his mind. All the clues, all the witness testimonies, all the seemingly insignificant details spun in his mind like countless stars. Something must have been overlooked. Something definitely has. Gung Weidong, Longqing Garden, electrician, basement, etc. Gung Weidong worked as an electrician at Longqing Garden from 2004 to 2009. According to the online store sales records, his handmade soap business had already gained some fame and had good sales since 2007. Since his business had already improved, why did he stay in that dirty and tiring property management job until 2009 before leaving? This doesn't make sense. Unless there's a reason why he has to stay in Dragon City Garden. The primary crime scene. Lu Li's pupils suddenly contracted. The primary crime scene must be inside the Longqing Garden residential complex. Chapter 55, Finding the First Crime Scene. The basement warehouse in Longqing Garden was merely his chemical plant, not a slaughterhouse. Thinking of this, he left the conference room in a hurry without explaining to anyone. Lu Li, where are you going? Seeing his anxious look, Zhao Dali couldn't help but ask. I'll go and check all the homeowner information for Longqing Garden from 2004 to 2009. Lu Li's voice was hoarse, but it carried a firm resolve. Investigate all residents' social connections with Gung Weidong. The primary crime scene must be within the Longqing Garden residential complex. I'll help you. Zhao Dali quickly stood up and chased after him out of the conference room. Me too. Wei Kong followed them out. One by one, the residents' information was dug out and cross-referenced with Gung Weidong's file. An hour passed. 2 hours have passed. No. Zhao Dali threw the last stack of documents on the table. We've checked all the homeowners, and they have absolutely no connection to him. Were the chemical plant employees investigated? I checked, and 3 former colleagues live in Longqing Garden. But we only have nodding acquaintances and our relationship is very casual. What happened to the person who recommended him for the property management job? We also checked. He's a retired senior cadre, and he's been cleared of suspicion long ago. All roads seem to have come to an end once again. Lu Li was not giving up. He picked up the thick stack of yellowed property files and flipped through them page by page. Water bills, electricity bills, repair records, complaint letters. These trivial pieces of information, forgotten in the corners of time, were scanned into his brain at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, his finger stopped on a water and electricity repair order from 2004. Repair address: Room 102, Unit 1, Building 3. Repair request: leaking water pipes in the bathroom. Person in charge: Gung Weidong. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck Lu Li's mind. All the information he had researched about Longqing Garden over the past few days was instantly activated in his memory. Countless pieces of information were constantly changing in his mind. Ultimately, it stopped at 2 utility bills from 2008. Room 102, Unit 1, Building 3. He remembered clearly that during the previous owner screening, the owner information for this household showed that the homeowner's surname was Wang, and that the whole family had immigrated to the United States as early as 2005. The house had been vacant ever since, and there was no rental information. His heart skipped a beat. From the beginning of 2007 to the end of 2008, for nearly 2 years, this empty house, which should have been uninhabited, continued to generate a steady and not insignificant amount of water and electricity costs every month. This is it. Lu Li's breathing became rapid. Captain Sheen, contact the technical team and forensic experts immediately. I know where the primary crime scene is. Through international long-distance calls, the task force finally contacted Wang Chuanlan, the homeowner, who was located in the United States. Wang Chuanlan stated that when she left her house, she entrusted the property management's electrician, Gung Weidong, to help take care of it. Later, the other party simply rented it out. Upon learning that his house might become the scene of a series of murders, the man was shocked and immediately authorized the police to break down the door. Half an hour later, the door to apartment 102 in Unit 1 of Building 3 was opened. A wave of air, mixed with dust and a musty smell, hit me. The room was empty, the furniture was covered with white sheets, and everything looked perfectly normal. Gao Jianjun and Qin Gang led the technicians inside, and everyone held their breath. Lu Li did not enter the living room. but went straight to the bathroom. He pushed open the bathroom door. The interior was exceptionally clean, and the white tiles even reflected light under the flashlight. Director Han, over here. Lu Li's voice was frighteningly calm. Han Weigua, the director of the technical department, nodded, took out the luminol reagent, and carefully began to spray it. The instant the blue-violet fluorescent liquid touched the walls and the ground, a miracle happened. The originally pristine white-tiled floors, walls, sink, bathtub rim, all the areas sprayed with the reagent instantly lit up with large patches of eerie, ghostly blue light. The light, like phosphorescent fire from hell, outlined every corner that had once been stained with blood. Splashing, dripping, wiping. Countless traces of blood, silently screaming in the darkness, testify to the horrific crimes that once occurred here. A kitchen. There's a kitchen too. Another technician exclaimed in surprise. Large patches of alarming blue fluorescence also lit up the kitchen floor and walls. This is Gung Weidong's slaughterhouse. Han Weigua immediately collected samples. Meanwhile, another team of investigators collected a large number of clear fingerprints from various corners of the room. An hour later, the test results came quickly. Bloodstains found at the scene, after DNA testing, were identified as belonging to 3 different women. It was the 3 deceased, Lu Li, Wang Tingting, and Shen Man. In addition to the fingerprints of the 3 women, a large number of fingerprints belonging to Gung Weidong were also found at the scene. It all belongs to Gung Weidong. The evidence is irrefutable. Qin Gang practically roared out the command that had been suppressed for so long. Attention everyone. Immediately arrest suspect Gung Weidong. As Qin Gang issued his order, police cars carrying fully armed members of the task force sped toward Shanghai International Airport, their flashing lights blaring. Shanghai International Airport, Terminal 2. The air on the international departure level was filled with the aroma of coffee and the scent of perfume from the duty-free shop. Gung Weidong stood calmly in the boarding line for flight AF-111 to Paris, just like an ordinary middle-aged businessman about to embark on a European vacation. His heart was not as calm as it appeared. The 24 hours he spent being summoned by the police were the longest day of his life. He thought his plan was foolproof, and that those foolish policemen would just go around in circles on the wrong path and end up getting nothing. Unexpectedly, they actually came to our door. Although he managed to get through it thanks to his strong mental fortitude, he knew in his heart that he was being watched. We must leave immediately. He stroked the exquisite dark brown leather briefcase beside him, which contained his most perfect works. He was going to Paris, the world's temple of art and fashion. He wanted to show those self-proclaimed noble Europeans what true, ultimate, pure art really was. His work deserves to shine on that stage. Just then, his gaze swept over a figure in another queue, and his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. A young girl in a simple white dress, with a cool and aloof demeanor, is looking down at her phone. It's her. Gung Weidong remembers it clearly. It was this girl who appeared at his soap shop a few days ago with that young man who claimed to make cultural and creative gifts. She went to Paris too? Was it a coincidence? Or stalking? A barely perceptible sneer curled at the corner of Gung Weidong's mouth. A morbid desire to show off, mixed with a probing desire for counter-surveillance, rose in his heart. He decided to take the initiative. He straightened his fine wool cardigan and walked confidently to Fu Yuning's side. Miss Fu, what a coincidence. Chapter 56, A Chance Encounter at the Airport. Fu Yuning looked up at the sound and saw Gung Weidong's gentle and refined face. Her heart skipped a beat. But she didn't show any unusual expression on her face. She simply nodded calmly, as if she were dealing with a stranger she had just met. Hello, you're going to Paris too? Gung Weidong's smile was just right, like that of a kind elder. Are you going to an art exhibition? For a talented artist like Ms. Fu, Paris is the place for you. Fu Yuning's inner alarm bells were ringing. As a member of the task force, she knew Gung Weidong's true identity. The prime suspect in the 920 serial murder case. I never expected to end up here. Where is he going? She remained outwardly calm and composed, handling the situation with composure. I went to Paris to attend a sculpture exchange forum, not an art exhibition. Her tone was flat, carrying a hint of detachment unique to artists. Sculpture? That's art too. Gung Weidong's gaze fell on her delicate face. True art is interconnected. It all stems from the ultimate pursuit of beauty and the purification of imperfection. He deliberately emphasized the word purification. Fu Yuning's heart sank. She understood the other person's subtext. This man was showing off to her, but also testing her. She had to keep him calm and immediately notify Lu Li. She subtly turned her phone screen towards herself, her fingers flying across the bottom of the screen as she typed, and then pressed send. At Shanghai Airport Terminal 2, Gate AF-111, Geng Weidong was next to me. He was also boarding. When traveling alone, be careful. Especially in Paris, some places can be quite dangerous. Geng Weidong asked gently, his gaze fixed on Fu Yuning's face, observing her every micro-expression. Fu Yuning's heart was racing. She could feel the scrutinizing gaze on him and tried her best to keep her expression as natural as possible. Just then, Lu Li's text message arrived. Geng Weidong is the suspect, and we are on our way. We have contacted the airport, and the airport police will be here shortly. Please be extremely careful. Upon seeing Lu Li's reply, Fu Yuning's slightly tense emotions finally calmed down. She put away her phone, looked up at Geng Weidong, her eyes clear. Thank you for reminding me. But what Fu Yuning didn't know was, at the same time, in another area of the airport, at the international arrivals exit, a sudden, heated argument and commotion erupted. Why are you confiscating my things? This is robbery. A young woman's scream pierced the noise of the terminal. A stylish young woman was slumped on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Several open suitcases were scattered around her, filled with brand-new designer bags and cosmetics. Several customs officers were trying to maintain order, but the woman's companion had already taken out her phone and started snapping photos of the officers' faces. Everyone come quick. Customs is bullying people. Chinese people are making things difficult for each other. We're just bringing some things back for our own use. Why should we have to pay so much tax? The inflammatory shouts immediately attracted a large number of unsuspecting travelers. Instantly, the entrance was completely surrounded by people. Accusations, jeers, and the clicking of cell phones took pictures all blended together, and the scene was on the verge of getting out of control. Several airport police officers who were on their way to the AF-111 boarding gate had to stop temporarily to deal with a potential public opinion incident. Ladies and gentlemen, boarding for AF-111 to Paris is now commenced. The sweet voice of the ground staff came over the loudspeaker. The queue at the boarding gate began to move slowly. Fu Yuning's heart sank. Lu Li had not yet arrived, nor had the airport police appeared. Geng Weidong had already picked up his suitcase and was ready to have his ticket checked. We can't let him just leave like this. In a flash, Fu Yuning made a decision. She followed behind Geng Weidong, and just as he was about to hand his passport to the ground staff, she suddenly staggered and let out a perfectly timed gasp. Oh! She seemed to have twisted her ankle, and her body uncontrollably crashed into Geng Weidong's back. Geng Weidong instinctively turned around and helped her up, his movements very gentlemanly. But just as he caught Fu Yuning, the leather briefcase he had been holding tightly slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a thud due to the impact of Fu Yuning. The lock on the box was jolted open, and the lid popped open a crack. A dozen or so bars of soap, wrapped in an exquisite gift box, slipped out from the gap and scattered on the clean floor. A strange aroma, a blend of milky scent and some indescribable fragrance, instantly filled the air. I'm so sorry. Fu Yuning quickly steadied herself, her face showing a mixture of panic and apology, and bent down to help pick it up. Don't touch it. A suppressed, beast-like growl burst from Geng Weidong's throat. He shoved Fu Yuning away roughly, his eyes devoid of any of their previous refinement. He almost fell to the ground, picking up the bars of soap one by one with an almost pious gesture. He took out a handkerchief and repeatedly and carefully wiped the packaging of each bar of soap, his eyes revealing extreme anger. The surrounding passengers looked at him strangely and whispered among themselves. Fu Yuning was pushed back 2 steps by him, seemingly startled, but out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of several figures rushing towards them through the crowd in the distance. Lu Li and the others have finally arrived. At that moment, Geng Weidong also realized something. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Fu Yuning's gaze. Several young men rushed toward him from a distance. One of them was Lu Li, who had appeared at his soap shop a few days ago, while the others beside him were the criminal police officers who had interrogated him a few hours earlier. In an instant, he understood everything. The anger in his eyes was quickly replaced by an extreme resentment and despair. He's going to Paris. He wanted to bring his most perfect work to the Global Beauty and Skincare Forum. He firmly believes that his purifying soap and rebirth soap, works of art embodying Eastern philosophy and the concept of the cycle of life, will surely win over discerning connoisseurs and earn him the glory he deserves. But the arrival of the police shattered all his hopes and illusions. Ah! Gung Weidong let out a roar that sounded inhuman. He completely abandoned reason and reverted to the cold-blooded butcher in room 302 of Longqing Garden. He suddenly pulled a high-end German-made fountain pen from the inside pocket of his suit, gripped it in the back of his hand, pointed the hard steel nib at Fu Yuning's neck, and pounced fiercely. He was certain that the woman was with the police. By kidnapping her, perhaps there's still a chance to escape and fulfill one's wishes. The surrounding passengers erupted in terrified screams and scattered in all directions. Fu Yuning stood there blankly, seemingly frightened by Gung Weidong opposite him. Fu Yuning, watch out. Lu Li, who was some distance away, couldn't help but call out a reminder. However, just as Gung Weidong was about to grab her, a sudden change occurred. Instead of screaming and backing away like a normal girl, Fu Yuning reacted in an unbelievable way in an instant. Her body suddenly sank downwards, lowering her center of gravity. Using her right foot as a pivot, she slid her left foot half a step to the side and back, narrowly avoiding Gung Weidong's grabbing hand at an extremely small angle. Immediately afterwards, her left elbow shot upwards like a cannonball, without any fancy moves, with perfect precision, striking Gung Weidong's wrist joint where he was holding the pen. This is a conditioned reflex formed through long-term, rigorous training and deeply ingrained in the body. Click! A crisp sound of bones dislocating rang out from Gung Weidong's wrist. Chapter 57. Fu Yuning, startled. Gung Weidong did not react at all. I felt a piercing pain in my wrist, and my hand holding the pen instantly went limp. The sharp German-made fountain pen fell to the ground with a thud. Having landed a successful blow, Fu Yuning did not linger in the fight. He immediately retreated, creating a safe distance of 2 or 3 meters between himself and the crazed Gung Weidong. The whole process was lightning fast. From the moment Gung Weidong lunged out to the moment the weapon was knocked away, it was only a second. This swift and decisive scene. This not only left the onlookers stunned, but also created an excellent opportunity for Lu Li and his men, who were rushing in from behind, to make the arrest. Get down. Taking advantage of Gung Weidong's momentary daze, Lu Li grabbed his arm and slammed him to the ground with a sudden twist. The others followed closely behind, pressing their knees firmly against his back, pulling out handcuffs, and with a click, firmly cuffing his hands that were tied behind his back. Gung Weidong, you're under arrest. Wei Kong walked over to the leather briefcase that had fallen to the ground. He opened the box, and a strange milky aroma mixed with an indescribable, faint, fishy sweet smell wafted out. The smell was actually quite pleasant, but Wei Kong felt a wave of nausea and vomiting whenever he thought about the raw materials used to make them. Lu Li walked up to Fu Yuning and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Fu Yuning, who had just been so agile, was now rubbing his reddened elbow, looking pale and shaken. "No, it's nothing." Lu Li watched her performance with a somewhat strange expression. Based on the girl's subconscious reaction just now, would an art school girl who was frightened have done something like that? Sink down to absorb the force, step to the side to dodge, and strike the wrist joint with an elbow. This set of standard military and police grappling techniques, even those of my female classmates who had received training at the police academy. It's impossible to develop that kind of muscle memory without thousands upon thousands of practice sessions. The girl in front of him became increasingly mysterious in Lu Li's eyes. Gradually, Fu Yuning sensed the strangeness in Lu Li's gaze. Realizing that she had revealed her true nature, she simply stopped pretending to be weak. "Actually, I learned some self-defense when I was a kid, so this level of attack is nothing to me." What Fu Yuning didn't say was that she grew up in a military compound. In order to become the leader of the children, he specifically sought out his grandfather's bodyguard and diligently studied martial arts for many years. Before she turned 16, she was the fiercest and most ruthless fighter among the kids in the military compound. Of course, she didn't want Lu Li to know about this. Learning some self-defense skills is definitely a good thing. Girls should learn to protect themselves when they're out and about. Lu Li nodded cooperatively, without any expression of doubt. What military boxing? What muscle memory and conditioned reflexes? Self-defense techniques are fine as long as she's willing. However, Fu Yuning felt that he was being too perfunctory, so she blamed all her dissatisfaction on Gung Weidong. If this guy hadn't insisted on running away, how could I have allowed my true nature, which I had hidden for so many years, to be exposed? Even while handcuffed, Gung Weidong continued to roar and struggle on the ground, filled with resentment. Not far from him was Fu Yuning's backpack. which he had just dropped on the ground. "Excuse me, just a minute. I need to grab my bag." Fu Yuning walked towards her backpack. As she passed by Geng Weidong, she accidentally tripped over one foot, and her heel, clad in high-heeled leather shoes, landed precisely and forcefully on Geng Weidong's ankle. "Ah!" Geng Weidong cried out in pain. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry." Fu Yuning immediately withdrew her foot, a very apologetic expression on her face. Seeing Geng Weidong's face contorted in pain, everyone knew what was going on, but they all pretended not to see it. When the girl returned to Lu Li with her bag, this straight man finally couldn't hold back anymore. Pointing to Geng Weidong's ankle, he said, "This performance looks a bit fake." Upon hearing this, Fu Yuning blushed slightly and glared at him. "I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your words." Lu Li scratched the back of his head. "Well done. The plane is about to close for boarding." Fu Yuning picked up her boarding pass and prepared to leave. Lu Li called out to her. Fu Yuning turned around and saw a complex expression on Lu Li's face that she had never seen before, a mixture of helplessness and admiration. "Be careful over there," Lu Li said. "No. When you come back," Lu Li paused, his tone becoming serious. "I'll treat you to braised chicken rice that I made myself." Fu Yuning stared at him, stunned for a few seconds, then burst out laughing, her usually cool face melting like ice and snow. "Okay." She nodded, turned around, and walked gracefully towards the boarding bridge. The cold, glaring lights in the interrogation room revealed every fine line on Geng Weidong's face. Zhang Jinghua, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch, handed over a folder containing photos of the scene. It slammed down on the table in front of Geng Weidong with a thud. "Geng Weidong, Room 102, Unit 1, Building 3, Longqing Garden. Now, what do you have to say for yourself?" However, Geng Weidong simply raised his eyelids slowly, glanced at the bathroom in the photo that was emitting a faint blue fluorescence under luminol reagent, and his face remained completely expressionless. He didn't even flinch. "Officer, I don't understand what you're talking about." His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of weariness from being disturbed for no reason. Zhang Jinghua was thoroughly enraged by his nonchalant attitude and slammed his fist on the table. "Don't understand?" The bloodstains collected at the scene belonged to Lu Li, Wang Tingting, and Chen Man. The fingerprints collected at the scene are all yours. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still want to deny it. Geng Weidong finally reacted. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, leaned forward slightly, and looked past Zhang Jinghua at the one-way mirror behind him, as if he could penetrate the darkness and see everyone outside. "I'm not going to make excuses," he said calmly. "I'm just curious. How did you find that place?" This question left Zhang Jinghua speechless for a moment. He only knew that Lu Li had found the clue, but he didn't really know how he found it. "Never mind how he found it. What you need to do now is to honestly confess your crimes." Zhang Jinghua tried to cover up his guilty conscience with a rebuke. A barely perceptible hint of sarcasm curled at the corner of Geng Weidong's mouth. "The owner of that house is already abroad. Of all the people there, he only knows my contact information. I rented that house and never mentioned it to anyone. I only went there occasionally when I was on night shift." He looked at the stammering Zhang Jinghua, shook his head, leaned back in the interrogation chair, and closed his eyes. "Let him come. Let the person who found this place come and talk to me. Otherwise, I won't say a word." Outside the interrogation room, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was extremely tense. "Outrageous. He's a murderer, and he dares to negotiate with us." Zhang Jinghua emerged from the interrogation room, his face ashen with rage. He was not surprised by Geng Weidong's lack of cooperation. Anyone facing certain death would not speak up so easily. What he really cared about was that the other party actually asked Lu Li, a new recruit who had just joined the police force, to talk to him. "Old Zhang, calm down. You've encountered suspects like this before." Qin Gang offered only a casual word of comfort before turning to look at Gao Jianjun. "Old Gao, you've really struck gold. You made a great choice to take Lu Li as your disciple." No. He still has a lot to learn." Gao Jianjun said no, but the expression on his face was extremely strange. Chapter 58, I'll only talk to Lu Li. Zhang Jinghua then realized what was happening and frowned. "Qin Gang, you're not really going to let Lu Li interrogate him, are you? He's a newcomer who was just promoted ahead of schedule. He might not even be familiar with the interrogation procedures. How can he interrogate a suspect in such a major serial murder case? That's not in accordance with the rules, is it? A newcomer?" Qin Gang chuckled upon hearing this, patting Zhang Jinghua on the shoulder. "Jinghua, you don't know this kid very well? He was the one who interrogated the final suspect in the 915 case at the Xiqing branch. Don't worry, he'll surprise you. When the interrogation room door opened again, Lu Li calmly walked in. Geng Weidong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened them. His gaze lingered on Lu Li's young face for a long time, his eyes filled with suspicion. I didn't expect it to be you. Lu Li didn't answer, but simply pulled out a chair and sat down next to his master, Gao Jianjun. I'm very curious. Geng Weidong's voice carried a hint of inquiry. How did you find that room? I asked myself. Every step was handled flawlessly. Lu Li knew in his heart that this was Geng Weidong's last pride, and also the last gate of his psychological defense. Only by completely destroying it can we completely defeat this psychologically twisted criminal. It's actually very simple. Lu Li spoke in a calm tone, as if he were stating a trivial matter. Unit 102, Building 3, Longqing Garden, owned by Mr. Wang, whose family immigrated to the United States in 2005. The house has been vacant ever since, and there is no record of it being rented out. However, from the beginning of 2007 to the end of 2008, this empty house, which should have been uninhabited, continued to generate a steady and not low amount of water and electricity costs every month. Why would an uninhabited house continue to use water and electricity for 2 years? Lu Li looked at Geng Weidong, his gaze calm. Such an obvious flaw can be spotted with just a little attention. What? Do you really think it's that difficult? When Lu Li uttered the words, water and electricity fees, all the color drained from Geng Weidong's face instantly. The original elegance, tranquility, and pride. At this moment, it ceases to exist. He stared intently at Lu Li, his eyes eventually turning a deathly gray. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. He muttered to himself, then let out a low, nervous laugh. He laughed for a long time before raising his head and looking at Lu Li with a completely new look, full of resentment and madness. Fine, fine, fine. I admit defeat. He took a deep breath, his previous composure gone, and he slumped into the chair as if all his energy had been drained away. I will tell you everything you want to know. Geng Weidong's voice became hoarse. I was a college student in the 1980s. Back then we were called the pride of heaven, you know? I thought I could achieve great things and dedicate my life to the country's daily chemical industry. Back then, I was the hope of the entire factory. I took the lead in tackling technical challenges and developing products. Have you heard of Magnolia soap? It took me and my team 3 months of boiling lye to create it. A hint of pride appeared on his face, but it was quickly replaced by bitterness. And then there was nothing more. Procter & Gamble and Unilever arrived, with advertisements everywhere. Our national brands became trash overnight. The factory closed down, and I lost my job. My wife ran off with a building materials boss, just because he's rich. She even took my daughter with her when she left. From that day on, I hated this world, and I hated women even more. In order to survive, I abandoned all my pride and went to learn how to slaughter and sell meat. And what was the result? I got scammed by another woman. She sold me meat from an old sow, claiming it was good quality meat, which caused me to be fined by the Industry and Commerce Bureau until I was bankrupt. He became agitated, his hands clenched into fists until his knuckles turned white. Later, through an introduction, I went to work as an electrician in Longqing Garden. I'm a college student, and I went to fix toilets and change light bulbs for those people. It was around that time that I discovered the cold process handmade soaps that were popular in Taiwan. I studied chemical engineering, so this is a piece of cake for me. The finished products I make are much better than those made by those mediocre soap makers on the market. So my online store quickly took off, and I started making more and more money. That day, I went to Night Paris to invite a big client, and that's when I met Lu Li. I supported her at several events, and we gradually became acquainted. One night, she suddenly called me, crying, saying that her boyfriend had cheated on her and that she was now homeless. I took her back to Longqing Garden, to room 102. That night, it was wonderful. At that time, I didn't mind that she was a prostitute. I even thought my life was about to start anew. But the very next day, she started asking me for money. She asked for 50,000 yuan right off the bat. In that instant, I thought of my wife, and I thought of the woman who tricked me into buying so meat. Their faces overlapped in my mind. Geng Weidong's eyes turned bloodshot, and his breathing became rapid. I strangled her from behind with a towel. After she died, I regained my senses. Looking at her corpse, I suddenly felt that all the evil in this world stemmed from impure women like her. They needed to be purified. Just then, the raw materials for horse oil that I ordered arrived. An idea popped into my head. I want to use their dirty bodies to create the purest thing in the world. Perhaps knowing he was doomed, or perhaps wanting to show off his genius ideas, Gung Weidong gave a swift and decisive confession. Over a period of 5 years, he murdered a total of 5 women. In addition to the 3 skeletons found in the well at Longxing Garden, after he moved to the soap shop in the western suburbs, he used the same method to murder 2 breastfeeding women who had contacted him online wanting to sell their breast milk. While Gung Weidong was being interrogated, the task force immediately conducted a thorough search of Gung's soap workshop. When everyone opened the cover locked with a brass lock in the middle of the storage room, a cold and damp smell rushed out. Below is a larger, newly excavated basement. There were no corpses, but in another corner of the basement stood a huge cage made of thick steel bars. Beside the cage, there were some rusty locks and chains scattered around. Photos from the scene were immediately sent back to the branch office. Lu Li stared at the enormous iron cage on his phone screen, his pupils suddenly contracting. In his mind, the image of his cousin-in-law Zhang Xiaoya being tortured in this cold cage flashed through his mind. You imprison them. This is not a question, but a statement. Treat those 2 breastfeeding women like dairy cows, and extract their breast milk every day to make your newborn soap. You kill them only after they have no more milk, and use their fat to make your purifying soap. When Lu Li restored the real scene in one breath, a hint of surprise appeared in Gung Weidong's eyes. You actually guessed it? His face was contorted with madness. Don't you think my design is genius? At this point, a hint of regret appeared on his face. It's a pity you arrested me too early. Otherwise, my 2 perfect products would have amazed everyone at the Global Skincare Forum in Paris. Lu Li completely ignored his words and coldly asked, "Where are Zhang Xiaoya and Li Meihua's bodies?" His words startled Gung Weidong, who then revealed a strange expression. Then guess why I would imprison them if I could buy breast milk from the hospital? If you can guess, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you can keep looking. After he finished speaking, he gave Gao Jianjun a provocative look. Captain Gao, you can do it too. If any one of you guesses it correctly, you win. Chapter 59 Gung Weidong's Collapse. Lu Li exchanged a glance with his master, and seeing that the latter had no intention of speaking, he turned to look at Gung Weidong. Do I even need to guess? His tone was full of contempt. It's simply that you believe only women who have endured the most painful torment can produce breast milk that has undergone the most perfect rebirth. The moment he spoke, the mocking expression on Gung Weidong's face froze. How did you know? You really think you're a genius? You're just like all the criminals in this world, hiding the evil in your heart in a beautiful disguise. You're just a delusional maggot in the toilet, fantasizing about transforming into a butterfly, but you don't realize that no matter how much you dream, you'll only end up as a disgusting greenbottle fly. Your so-called perfect handmade soap is, in my eyes, nothing more than dog excrement from a latrine, utterly stinking. Shut up. At this moment, Gung Weidong completely broke down. And do you really think we police don't know where Zhang Xiaoya and Li Meihua's bodies are? The scene of inspecting Gung's soap workshop a few days ago kept flashing through Lu Li's mind, finally settling on the 2 huge birch trees inside the factory. Then, under Gung Weidong's incredulous gaze, he spoke calmly. Birch trees represent purification and rebirth. Did you bury 2 corpses under a birch tree? After Lu Li finished speaking, Gung Weidong remained silent for a long time, and his spirits completely collapsed in an instant. He was a college student in the 1980s, a true prodigy of his time. After a brief period of setbacks in his career, he found a new path. He believed his method of committing the crime without any loopholes was easily seen through by the young man opposite him, and his most perfect work was dismissed as worthless by the other party. Even his deepest thoughts and the location where he disposed of the body were revealed to him by the other party. At this moment, everything he was so proud of was utterly crushed and shattered. In just a moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. The beam of the searchlight pierced the night, illuminating the 2 birch trees in the backyard of the Gung family's soap shop in a stark white light. The air was filled with the fishy smell of freshly turned soil and a faint, nauseating odor. Everyone on the task force held their breath. Only the plop sound of shovels cutting into the soil echoed in the silent courtyard. Lu Li stood outside the cordon, the night wind blowing his thin police uniform, bringing a chill. His gaze was fixed on the turned-up land. When the two completely skeletal remains appeared before the crowd in an extremely distorted posture, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Some dark brown tissue remained on the skeleton, glistening oily under the searchlight. Even seasoned detectives who were used to seeing all sorts of bloody scenes couldn't help but turn their heads away, their atoms apple-bobbing as they suppressed the churning discomfort in their stomachs. Wei Kang's face turned deathly pale, but he forced himself to suppress his gagging and not vomit. Lu Li's gaze fell on one of the slightly petite skeletons. He remembered clearly that a few years ago when he went to his uncle's house, his cousin-in-law, who was only a few years older than him, would secretly take out freshly fried meatballs that were still hot from the kitchen, wrap them in oil paper, and stuff them into his hands. Eat quickly. Don't let your grandma see. She'll say I spoil you again. She was always so gentle, speaking softly, and her eyes curved like crescent moons when she smiled. Even after being domestically abused by that bastard Lu Jun, with clear finger marks on her face. When I see myself, I still try to force a smile and say softly, "It's nothing, I just bumped into something." But such a gentle and kind person. Yet, he was imprisoned and tortured by a demon, who drained the last bit of value from his body, ultimately turning him into these cold, white bones. They were buried under this dirty soil like garbage. Lu Li's fist clenched silently at his side, his knuckles making a slight crack sound from the excessive force. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. There is overwhelming anger towards the murderer, endless sorrow for the fate of his cousin-in-law, and a sense of powerlessness in the face of the capriciousness of fate. If I hadn't been reborn, this tragedy may forever remain buried underground, unknown to anyone. A thick, strong hand gently patted his shoulder, pulling him back from his turbulent emotions. "It's Qin Gang." He handed me a cigarette and lit one for himself, the crimson flame flickering in the night. He didn't look at Lu Li. His gaze was also fixed on the skeletons not far away. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a thick white smoke ring. "At least, we gave them an explanation." Qin Gang's voice was hoarse and somewhat muffled by the smoke. "We finally let them go home." Lu Li didn't accept the cigarette. He just nodded. "For my cousin-in-law Zhang Xiaoya, the word home means, perhaps it's not so wonderful." Jing'an Branch, corridor. Lu Li stood in front of the window at the end of the corridor, looking at the gray sky outside. He didn't want to see Lu Jun and Guochunlan. However, Zhang Xiaoya's remains have been found, and as her family members, they must come to the branch office to claim them. This is a procedure, and also a rule. Lu Li took a deep breath, turned around, and walked towards the conference room. As soon as I reached the middle of the corridor, I heard a sharp female voice coming from the conference room. I knew that bitch was no good. Look at her. She ran off with some random guy and got killed. She deserved it. She deserved to die. It was Guochunlan's voice. Lu Li stopped in his tracks. He stood outside the door, and, through the half-open crack, saw Guochunlan standing in the conference room, hands on her hips, looking completely at ease. Lu Jun sat in the chair, head down, without saying a word. "I told you long ago, this kind of woman was a menace. We should never have let her into the Lu family in the first place. Now that she's dead, it's a relief for us." Guochunlan's voice grew increasingly harsh. Lu Li pushed open the door and went inside. "Shut up." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable coldness. Guochunlan was stunned for a moment, then turned her head and saw Lu Li. Her expression immediately changed. "Lu Li, what kind of attitude is this? I'm your aunt." "Auntie." Lu Li sneered, walked up to her, and looked down at her. "Are you worthy?" Guochunlan was startled by his gaze and instinctively took a step back. What do you want to do?" Lu Li ignored her and turned to look at Lu Jun sitting in the chair. "Lu Jun, do you know how Zhang Xiaoya died?" Lu Jun raised his head, his eyes darting away. "No. Wasn't he murdered?" "Yes, he was murdered." Lu Li's voice was calm, but every word was like a knife, stabbing hard into Lu Jun's heart. But she wasn't killed immediately after she disappeared. According to the forensic examination, she was imprisoned by the murderer for as long as 6 months. During these 6 months, she has been subjected to inhuman torture every day. Every word Lu Li spoke was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing deep into Lu Jun's heart. His mind went blank, and his vision went black. Lu Li's gaze returned to Guochunlan, and the coldness in his eyes was enough to freeze a person. If you had reported her disappearance immediately after she went missing, even with just a little more concern, the police would have been able to get involved in the investigation right away. Based on the clues she left behind before she disappeared, we would have had a very high chance of finding her before she was murdered and saving her from that hell. I am very grateful for the support of all the readers. If you have extra votes, whether they are recommendation votes or monthly votes, feel free to cast them for a few chapters. This book is currently ranked in the teens on the Urban New Book chart. Let's see if it can help me break into the top 10. Thank you. We'll definitely work hard to design even more exciting case stories. Chapter 60 Task Force Dinner. It was your selfishness and indifference that cut off her last chance to live. Lu Li took a step forward, his voice not loud, but each word struck Guo Chunlan and Lu Jun like a hammer blow. In other words, you indirectly caused her death. Upon hearing this, Guo Chunlan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. The faint, deliberately suppressed guilt deep within her heart was ruthlessly torn apart by Lu Li and exposed to the light of day. She screamed hysterically, trying to drown out her panic and guilt with a louder voice. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering us. What does this have to do with us? She was indecent. That murderer killed her. Don't try to pin this on us. Who do you think you are, you? You. She refused to accept the moral judgment that she was also a murderer and frantically denied and argued against it, her words becoming increasingly offensive. However, Lu Jun, who was standing next to her, seemed to have been struck by lightning from head to toe and froze on the spot. Lu Li's words were like a rusty key, forcibly prying open his long-sealed memories. He couldn't help but think back to when he first met Zhang Xiaoya. It was at a vocational high school event. She was wearing a faded white dress and sat quietly in the corner, unlike the other girls who were chattering away. He tried to strike up a conversation with her, but she got nervous, blushed, lowered her head, and couldn't say a word for a long time. He recalled his first failed business venture after getting married, and how he came home drunk. She didn't utter a single word of blame. She simply brought him some hangover soup, then sat by the bedside, offering him clumsy words of comfort. It's okay, money can be earned back, as long as you're all right. He remembered the first time she clumsily knitted a sweater for him, her fingers pricked all over by the bamboo needles, yet she still smiled and put the crooked sweater on him, her eyes full of expectation. He remembered her when she was pregnant, suffering from severe morning sickness, vomiting everything she ate, and becoming extremely thin, yet still insisting on making him a late-night snack despite her large belly. He remembered the day after the child was born, when she held the tiny baby in her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness, softly humming a tuneless lullaby. Those sweet moments he had deliberately forgotten now felt like the sharpest knives, slowly tearing at his heart. Imprisoned for 6 months, subjected to inhuman torture, treated like livestock. He couldn't imagine how that girl, who was even afraid of injections, had spent those 180-plus days and nights in that cold, dark cage. How much pain must she be in? How desperate must she be? In her most painful moments, did she ever fantasize about being a hero and saving her? But what was I doing at that time? He indulged in debauchery and lived a life of debauchery at the card table, and even felt a sense of relief when he heard the news of her disappearance. Overwhelmed by immense regret and pain, he was instantly engulfed by a torrent of emotion. Lu Jun let out a roar that sounded inhuman and was suppressed to the extreme. He turned around abruptly and slammed his fist hard against the wall behind him with all his might. Bang! With a muffled thud, the wall plaster crumbled, revealing the red bricks underneath. Blood gushed down his deformed knuckles. He felt no pain at all. His body slid slowly down the wall and finally collapsed to the ground, like a child whose bones had been removed. He held his head and let out a beast-like howl. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Xiaoya. He broke down in tears, his sobs filled with endless regret and heart-wrenching despair. Guo Chunlan was startled by her son's reaction. For a moment, she forgot to throw a tantrum and stood there blankly, at a loss for what to do. Lu Li glanced at her coldly, walked up to her, leaned down, and said in a chilling voice that only the two of them could hear, "If you don't want your grandson to grow up and find out that his mother died step by step amidst the indifference of his own grandmother and father, then you should watch your mouth and never say a bad word about her behind her back again. Otherwise, I will tell him everything that happened today in detail." After saying that, he stood up straight and refused to look at the mother and son who had already broken down. Gao Jianjun walked over at some point and silently patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go." Lu Li nodded, then followed his master and turned to leave. Behind them were Lu Jun's heart-wrenching cries and Guo Chunlan's deathly pale face. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, but it couldn't dispel the thick, impenetrable shadows cast upon them. For the members of the Special Task Force investigating the September 20th major serial murder case, Gung Weidong's arrest was just the beginning of their work. Interrogation, expert evaluation, and collection of peripheral evidence. For several days in a row, almost all members of the task force were stuck in the office. The office of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jing'an Branch was filled with a unique smell of tobacco, instant noodles, and fatigue. A few days later, after Zhao Dali submitted the report requesting the arrest warrant and the entire case file to the procuratorate, the entire task force, which had been on edge for nearly half a month, finally had a moment to relax. Zhao Dali stretched dramatically, his joints cracking loudly, and he was the first to shout it out in the office. No, we have to drink tonight. We won't leave until we're drunk. That bastard Gung Weidong has been causing us so much trouble. We have to drink away all the bad luck tonight. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with boundless pride, "It's Old Wang's food stall right outside your branch office, my treat." Gao Jianjun, who happened to be passing by, laughed and said, Forget it. Your detachment is here to support our branch. How can we let you treat us? The brigade can arrange it tonight. The location is the same. Don't try to take it from me." A burst of good-natured laughter immediately filled the office, and the long-suppressed atmosphere finally livened up. Lu Li looked at his colleagues, whose eyes were darker than pandas from working tirelessly for days, smiled, and put down his pen. "Master, let's skip the food stalls today. My restaurant has just finished renovations and is preparing to reopen in the next couple of days. If you don't mind, come over tonight, and I'll cook a few of my signature dishes for everyone." His words immediately made the office even more lively. All eyes were on him, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Zhao Dali's eyes widened, and he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Holy crap! Luli, you cooked yourself. Are you even capable? If you are, then we have to go and try it. Brothers, did you hear that? We're going to our task force's #1 hero's house for dinner tonight. Anyone who doesn't go is a coward." The suggestion to mooch a meal was immediately met with unanimous approval. What started as a small gathering of a few people from the 3rd Brigade of the detachment spread rapidly through word of mouth, reaching hundreds of people and being circulated via numerous phone calls. "Hey Laoli, don't make any plans for tonight. Let's go to Lu Li's house for dinner to celebrate. Xiao Wang, tell those guys in the tech lab to come over tonight. Lu Li will cook for them personally." In the end, the gathering turned into a celebration banquet for more than 10 people. As evening approached, the Lu's Braised Chicken Rice restaurant, which hadn't officially opened yet, was already packed with members of the Special Task Force. Qin Gang, Zhang Jinghua, Gao Jianjun, almost all the leaders and key members of the Special Task Force were present. What surprised Lu Li's parents even more was that Zhou Yi, the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau, and Su Wenhai, the criminal psychology expert from the provincial department, also came together. Chapter 61. Individual Second-Class Merit. Lu Jianjun and Zhang Yingxiu looked at the room full of imposing leaders. So nervous, he didn't know where to put his hands, his smile a mixture of pride and restraint. "Oh dear, esteemed leaders, please have a seat. This place is small. I'm sorry to make you feel uncomfortable." Zhang Yingxiu served tea and water while constantly greeting customers. Lu Li put on an apron and plunged into the newly renovated kitchen. He showed no signs of unfamiliarity, picked up the cleaver, and a rhythmic thump-thump sound immediately rang out on the cutting board. He chopped potatoes into chunks, blanched chicken, and added green and red peppers for color. His movements were fluid and graceful, revealing a familiarity and professionalism that was completely different from his identity as a police officer. Heat a pan, add oil, then add ginger slices and garlic cloves and sauté until fragrant. With a sizzling sound, the rich aroma explodes instantly. Next, the secret sauce is added to the pot, colliding with the hot oil, and an overpowering, mouth-watering aroma immediately fills the entire restaurant. For nearly 2 weeks, everyone was eating fast food or instant noodles every day during the project. Upon smelling this aroma, everyone's stomachs involuntarily began to rumble in protest. Before long, one fragrant dish after another was served on the table. Braised chicken with a golden color and rich broth. The braised pork belly is glossy red, fatty but not greasy. Fragrant and flavorful braised prawns, sweet and sour pork tenderloin that whets the appetite. These are all very ordinary home-style dishes, but when Lu Li makes them, both their appearance and aroma far surpass those of ordinary restaurants. Holy crap! Lu Li, You really have this trick up your sleeve. If you retire someday and open a restaurant, it'll be a huge hit in Huahai City. Zhao Dali was the first to pick up a large piece of braised chicken. The chicken was stewed until it was tender and fell off the bone, and the broth soaked into it. It was so hot that he gasped for breath, but he still mumbled his praises indistinctly. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the atmosphere in the restaurant was incredibly lively, filled with the clinking of glasses and the sounds of boasting and joking. Zhou picked up his wine glass and slowly stood up. His simple act of standing up instantly silenced the once noisy restaurant, as if a mute button had been pressed. Comrades, Zhou Yi's gaze, both dignified and gentle, swept over everyone present, a satisfied smile on his face. The 920 major serial murder case is unprecedented in Huahai City in recent years due to its heinous nature, cruel methods, and enormous impact. After nearly half a month, the case was finally solved. Everyone has been working tirelessly day and night during this time. You've all worked incredibly hard. He raised his glass. On behalf of the Municipal Bureau Party Committee, I would like to toast everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone stood up in unison, raised their glasses, and drank together, the atmosphere both solemn and warm. Setting down his wine glass, Zhou Yi's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed precisely on Lu Li, who was carrying a plate of new dishes out of the kitchen. The fact that this case was solved so quickly is largely due to the crucial and decisive role played by one of our team members. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Li. Everyone present knew very well that Lu Li's initial speculation and thinking played a decisive role in the fact that this case was solved within half a month. From the moment the first body was discovered, it was Lu Li who suggested using skull reconstruction and image drawing technology, which enabled them to identify the body in the shortest possible time. Later, after it was determined that the murderer had removed fat from the body, Lu Li deduced his purpose and motive. Despite being questioned, he persisted in investigating and ultimately identified the suspect. Most importantly, given the lack of sufficient evidence and the suspect's imminent escape, once again, Lu Li found the first crime scene at the last moment. Finally, they obtained the evidence, which prevented Geng Weidong from escaping justice. Therefore, when Zhou Yi mentioned that someone played a crucial role, all members of the task force knew that he was referring to Lu Li. After deliberation by the Municipal Public Security Bureau Party Committee and with the approval of the Provincial Public Security Department, in recognition of Comrade Lu Li's outstanding contributions to the 920 major serial murder case, we are nominating him for a second-class merit citation. Second-class merit. These 3 words, like a bombshell, exploded in the small restaurant. All eyes immediately turned to Lu Li. Shock, envy, admiration, a whole host of emotions were expressed. You have to understand how significant a second-class merit is for a criminal police officer in peacetime. Many people work diligently their whole lives, and if they can get a third-class merit when they retire, it is enough to bring glory to their family. Lu Li, a newly promoted police officer, actually received a second-class merit award. But this time, no one raised any objections. Everyone has witnessed the role Lu Li played in these 2 cases. From the initial discovery of suspicious points, to the bold suggestion of skull portrait, to the groundbreaking speculation of human oil soap, and finally the precise identification of the primary crime scene. Every step was a stroke of genius, bringing the case back from a dead end. This achievement is well-deserved. Professor Su Wenhai from the provincial department also stood up, holding his wine glass, looking at Lu Li with admiration in his eyes. Comrade Xiao Lu, I've spent my whole life studying criminal psychology, and I've met many talented young people. But people like you, who possess both boundless imagination and down-to-earth logical reasoning skills, are extremely rare. Your thinking has transcended the conventional scope of criminal investigation, touching upon the deepest psychological core of the criminal. You're born to be a detective. Faced with the high praise from his superiors and seniors, Lu Li simply smiled somewhat shyly, picked up his wine glass, and drank the wine in one gulp. Just then, Wei Kong, who had been sitting in the corner, took a deep breath, as if he had made a major decision. He pushed up his glasses, held a full glass of baijiu, pushed through the crowd, and walked up to Lu Li. Li. His face flushed red, and amidst the good-natured, gossipy laughter of the crowd, he raised his wine glass to Lu Li. The wine glass was placed very low. Lu Li. His voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes no longer held the jealousy and resentment of before, only pure, heartfelt admiration. Before, I couldn't stand how you always try to show off. But today, I'm convinced. I'll toast you." After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of fiery liquor, choking so badly that tears welled up in his eyes, and he coughed repeatedly. Luli laughed, patted his shoulder heavily, and downed his own drink. "From now on, we are comrades in arms." The two young people smiled at each other, and the slight misunderstanding from before vanished in that instant. Zhao Dali, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. He grabbed Wei Kang's neck and started cheering loudly. "That's more like it. This is what they call no fight, no friendship. From now on, follow our detective Lu, and you'll have plenty to eat and plenty of credit to earn." Gao Jianjun sat at the main table, looking at his disciple, who was surrounded by people and shone like a star. He picked up his wine glass, the smile on his lips that he couldn't suppress barely concealed after taking a sip of the spicy liquor. But the pride and satisfaction that came from the bottom of his heart could not be hidden in those weathered eyes. Just then, Lu Li, carrying a glass of wine, walked up to Zhou Yi and Qin Gang. "Director Zhou, Team Leader Qin, I'd like to propose a toast to you both. Thank you for your guidance and support." Chapter 62, Qin Gang. "You bastard, you poach my people?" Zhou Yi smiled and clinked glasses with him, then glanced meaningfully at Qin Gang beside him and said, "Little Lu, the person you should really toast with this glass is Captain Qin. Your early promotion spot was secured by him coming to my office repeatedly, begging and pleading until he actually got it from me." Upon hearing this, Gao Jianjun's face immediately darkened. He slammed his wine glass down on the table, glared at Qin Gang, and roared, "Qin Gang, you son of a bitch, are you trying to poach my people again?" Qin Gang laughed heartily, making no attempt to hide his admiration for Lu Li and his intention to poach her. "A good prospect. Of course our detachment will be scrambling to get him. Old Gao, don't blame me for poaching him." Gao Jianjun grunted, downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Director Zhou, you can't be so biased. You want to send all the good candidates to the municipal branch. How are we supposed to get our work done? Are we just destined to be talentless at the grassroots level?" "Old Gao, your thinking is wrong," Qin Gang immediately retorted, refusing to budge an inch. "A promising talent like Lu Li should definitely be given a bigger platform to develop. What kind of cases does the Municipal Public Security Bureau handle? Major homicide cases all over the city. If you keep him in the branch office, you're ruining his future. How is our branch office hindering our future? The grassroots level is the best place to train people. Without the trials and tribulations at the grassroots level, how can a towering tree grow?" Gao Jianjun glared and his neck turned red. Seeing that the two highly decorated battalion commanders were about to turn on in public over the fight for the man, everyone wisely kept quiet. Even Zhao Dali put away his playful grin, kept his eyes down, silently stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth, and focused on eating the melon. Zhou Yi watched the two arguing with a smile. However, he did not express his opinion, but instead turned his attention to Lu Li, the center of this battle. "Xiao Lu, what are your own thoughts? Tell me your true feelings." Instantly, everyone's attention was once again focused on Lu Li. On one hand, there's the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Detachment, a large platform with many opportunities and a promising future. On one side is the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Jing'an Branch, where his mentor, who treated him like a son, was the place where his dream of becoming a policeman began. This was a crucial choice that could determine the future of his police career. Lu Li put down his wine glass. First, he respectfully poured a full glass of wine for his master, Gao Jianjun, and then turned to Zhou Yi and Qin Gang, bowing slightly. "Director Zhou, Captain Qin, thank you both for your high regard and kindness." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear, bringing the noisy restaurant quiet down again. The municipal branch has a large platform and can handle more complex cases. It would be a lie to say I don't yearn for it. He paused, then turned his gaze to his master beside him, whose face was ashen and who was sulking, his eyes filled with respect. "However, I feel that I am still too young, and I lack a lot of grassroots investigation experience and skills in dealing with the public. This case was solved largely due to luck and coincidence. I think I should stay with my mentor longer, spend more time at the grassroots level, learn more, and hone my skills to become more solid." His words stunned everyone present. Gao Jianjun's originally dark face instantly brightened, and his eyes even turned slightly red. He picked up his wine glass and took a big gulp to cover up his expression, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Qin Gang's expression showed some surprise, but more than that, it was filled with undisguised admiration and praise. Zhou Yi clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Excellent. What a fine example of thorough refinement. Calm and composed. You've made a great decision, Xiao Lu. It shows great wisdom. Professor Su Wenhai, who was standing to the side, nodded approvingly and remarked with emotion. Comrade Lu Li's choice is correct. What we researchers fear most is becoming detached from the front lines and working in isolation. During my visit, I realized that some of my judgments were indeed overly theoretical. The grassroots level is the foundation of all our work. Young man, stay humble and grounded. You have a bright future ahead of you. A talent war fought without gunfire has come to an end in a way that no one expected. The atmosphere in the restaurant became even more lively as a result. Looking at the respectable and lovable comrades in front of him, and at his master who was beaming with pride, Lu Li felt a surge of warmth he had never felt before. 8 years of neglect in my previous life, sitting on the sidelines, a lonely lamp burning over my files, ignored by everyone. In this life, I am surrounded by comrades in arms, protected by my teachers, and filled with passion. It's so good to be reborn. The leaders sat for a short while, offered a few words of encouragement to everyone, and then left. After all, while their presence boosts morale at such a celebratory occasion, it can also make their subordinates feel restrained. Sure enough, as soon as they left, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became several times more lively. Come on, the leaders are finally gone, and now it's all our own people left. Let's have a toast. Zhao Dali, his voice booming and face flushed, stood up and toasted everyone in turn. The familiar, carefree, and lively atmosphere in the office has returned. Just then, the glass door of the restaurant was gently pushed open, and a cool, aloof figure appeared in the doorway. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, and the noise subsided in unison. It was Fu Yuning. She was wearing a simple white dress with a light brown trench coat over it. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her face was free of makeup, yet she still looked pure and elegant. Her appearance was like a gentle breeze, dispelling the smoky atmosphere and smell of alcohol that filled the room. Oh, it's Xiao Fu. I haven't seen you for so many days. Come in, come in. Lu Li's mother, Zhang Yingqiu, was the first to greet her, warmly taking her hand. The smile on his face was even brighter than when he saw Deputy Director Zhou Yi. What a coincidence. My Xiaoli and her colleagues solved a case tonight and are celebrating here. You've come to share in the joy. Without saying a word, Zhang Yingqiu pressed Fu Yuning into the empty seat next to Lu Li. Let me tell you, they recently solved a really serious case. It seems to be some kind of serial murder case. Because of this, my Xiaoli even received a second-class merit award from the province. Fu Yuning smiled in agreement, but Lu Li felt somewhat awkward standing to the side. Mom, Miss Fu is also an external expert for our task force, and she has provided a lot of help in solving the case. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingqiu was not embarrassed at all. On the contrary, her eyes lit up. Is Xiao Fu an external expert for your task force? Doesn't that mean you'll be in frequent contact with her? Have you been taking good care of her while on the task force? Lu Li felt like the soles of his shoes were being dug out of a 3-bedroom apartment. Fu Yuning chimed in. Auntie, Lu Li took good care of me in the task force. That's good, that's good. Please sit down for a while. Annie will make you a few more dishes. After saying that, he turned and went into the kitchen. Only then did the members of the task force have a chance to speak, and they all gave Fu Yuning the warmest welcome. Miss Fu is here. What a great contributor. If it weren't for Miss Fu's portraits, we'd still be wandering around the world like headless flies. Even Deputy Director Zhou Yi, who had just left but then returned to get his phone, stopped and shook hands with Fu Yuning with a smile. Fu, thank you for your hard work this time. On behalf of the Municipal Bureau, I thank you for your tremendous help. Chapter 63 Miss Fu is so cool. Now, Fu Yuning's status as a meritorious official was officially confirmed, and the atmosphere at the table became even more lively. Zhao Dali squeezed over, carrying 2 full glasses of baijiu, handing one to Lu Li and the other to Fu Yuning, his face showing a mischievous smirk with a hint of drunkenness. Come on, come on. You two are the 2 biggest contributors to our 920 project. I don't care about anyone else, but you two absolutely have to drink this glass. He slurred his words, pointed at Lu Li and Fu Yuning, and shouted at everyone in the room. Look at them, look at them. One is a brilliant strategist, the other a master painter. What do you call this? This is a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Oh, the room full of detectives immediately erupted in a deafening jeer. Whistles and table banging filled the air. Luli felt something was amiss. It wasn't appropriate for a young woman to be urged to drink by so many people. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline, Fu Yuning, who was beside him, had already stood up. She showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Her clear eyes swept across the entire room before finally settling on Lu Li, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Thank you, officers. I'd like to toast you all." She picked up her wine glass, gave Lu Li a slight tilt, then tilted her head back and downed the clear liquid in one gulp. The movement was swift and decisive, as if making a declaration. "Bravo!" The atmosphere instantly ignited, with whistles and cheers erupting everywhere. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Li had no choice but to drink the wine in his cup. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, but he felt it was far less scorching than the glance the woman beside him had cast at him. Good. This only made the commotion even louder, with even Gao Jianjun and Zhang Jinghua clapping and cheering along. "That girl is so cool." The banquet lasted until late at night. By the end, most people were completely drunk and staggering. Lu Li volunteered to take Fu Yuning back to school. The moment the car door closed, the hustle and bustle of the outside world was completely shut out. There was no music inside the taxi. Only the engine was quietly breathing. The faint smell of alcohol from the banquet mingled with the cool fragrance of Fu Yuning's perfume, creating a subtle and ambiguous atmosphere. Alcohol acts as a catalyst, making the social distancing we usually maintain seem superfluous at this moment. The two sat side by side in the back seat. Fu Yuning leaned back in her seat, tilting her head slightly to look at the dazzling night view outside the window. The city lights flickered on her face, making her expression unclear. Looking at the girl's profile beside him, as clear as moonlight after a snowfall, Lu Li felt a slight flutter in his heart. Unable to resist, he broke the silence. "Thank you for tonight." Fu Yuning didn't turn around, her voice carrying a hint of drunken languor. "What are you thanking me for? For shielding you from the drinks, or for giving them a reason to make a fuss?" Her question was like a feather, gently scratching at Lu Li's heart. "I did not mean that." Lu Li felt somewhat helpless. He found himself always awkward with words when he was in front of her. Just then, a cell phone rang abruptly, breaking the silence inside the car. Fu Yuning took out her phone, glanced at the screen, and her handsome brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She didn't answer. Instead, she pressed the hang-up button, turned the phone screen down, and tossed it back into her bag. The entire action was decisive and without the slightest hesitation. Lu Li sensed a fleeting irritation emanating from her. He asked casually, "Aren't you going to answer? Maybe it's urgent." Fu Yuning turned her head, and this time, her gaze was fixed directly on Lu Li. In the dim light, her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, carrying a hint of amusement and inquiry. Lu Li felt a flutter in his heart under her gaze, and quickly changed the subject. "Weren't you going abroad for an exchange program? Why are you back so soon?" This is the question he's always wanted to ask. Fu Yuning smiled, and instead of answering, asked a question. "Officer Lu, are you hoping I'll come back, or are you afraid I'll make you treat you to dinner if I do?" Lu Li was taken aback by her question and couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. "I heard that the Global Young Sculptors Forum you attended was a very high-level event. I didn't expect you to come back so soon." Seeing Lu Li's reserved appearance, Fu Yuning chuckled. "Just kidding." She spoke softly, her breath like a warm breeze brushing against Lu Li's ear. "Actually, I was really looking forward to it before I went. This forum is a top-level global event for us sculpture students. But I didn't expect that after I got there, watching a group of people talking loudly about exquisite but meaningless artworks, I suddenly felt it was pointless. Those art forms, including the things I pursued in the past, were too superficial. In comparison, I suddenly feel that the process of helping you restore those skulls into portraits is much more meaningful." These words, like a depth charge, exploded in Lu Li's calm heart. He turned his head sharply to look at her, and his eyes met hers, which were smiling and seemed to see through everything. Lu Li had a guess, but he felt it was unlikely and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Just then, the car stopped at the school gate. Fu Yuning unbuckled her seatbelt, her voice returning to its usual cool tone. "I've arrived. Thank you." "Okay." Lu Li's voice was a little hoarse. Fu Yuning pushed open the car door, one leg already out, but then suddenly stopped, turned back to him, and said, "Lu Li." This was the first time she had called him by his full name. Good night, she said. Then she added something that kept Luli up all night. And you still have to keep going. After saying that, she closed the car door and walked into the school gate without looking back, her back view both elegant and resolute. Luli sat in the car, watching the girl's figure disappear into the darkness before he had the taxi return. Meanwhile, Fu Yuning walked into the deserted campus path, and the composure and smile on her face instantly vanished. She took out her phone and dialed back the number that had been hung up. Dad. Her voice was calm and firm. The father's authoritative yet kind voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you done with your work? Did my call disturb your meeting? No, I'm back. Looking at the city lights in the distance, Yuning calmly dropped a real bomb. Dad, I want to change my major. I want to become a police officer. She gazed at the deep night in the distance, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. On the way back, Gao Jianjun, who was already quite drunk, kept replaying Qin Gang's words in his mind. A talent like Lu Li definitely deserves to be placed on a larger platform for development. Like a thorn, it pierced deeply into his heart. He knew Qin Gang was telling the truth. Lu Li is a hawk and a dragon. The small pond of the Jing'an branch will not be able to hold him for long. But the thought of his prized disciple, whom he had worked so hard to cultivate, being poached by those guys from the municipal bureau so soon made him feel suffocated. No, we absolutely cannot let that brat Qin Gang get away with this so easily. Gao Jianjun's mind raced with calculations. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. My niece, I think she just graduated and works as a nurse at the central hospital. She's quite pretty. If Luli can get together with her, even if he's transferred to another place later, the bond with oneself can never be broken. Normally, Gao Jianjun would never have such a thought. But today, quite drunk, he actually pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Thank you everyone for your monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Special thanks to Yin Yin is the King for the generous donation. This is the first time Hot Pot has received a donation from a top-tier donor on Qidian. I'm a little excited and flattered. I have no way to repay you, so I can only give back to all my readers by adding extra chapters after the book is published. Chapter 64. My master got promoted, but he's avoiding me? Gao Jianjun became the brigade leader. The appointment was announced by the branch's political commissar at the Monday morning meeting. In the past, such personnel appointments would have been widely publicized throughout the entire municipal bureau. But this time, the appointment came very suddenly. In the conference room of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch, an indescribable atmosphere filled the air. The newly appointed Captain Gao sat in the main seat, his back ramrod straight, his face revealing no emotion whatsoever. Zhang Jinghua sat opposite him, his fingers tightly gripping the stainless steel thermos that he had used for more than 10 years. His knuckles turning slightly white from the excessive force. He had no objection to Gao Jianjun's promotion to captain, but he missed the opportunity to become the deputy director of the Criminal Investigation Department of the branch bureau, a position he had been eyeing for a long time. After deliberation by the Municipal Public Security Bureau Party Committee, it has been decided to appoint Comrade Gao Jianjun as the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch, and to relieve him of his post as deputy captain. Comrade Zhang Jinghua has been transferred to the position of captain of the Xiqing Criminal Investigation Brigade. Lu Li sat in the corner of the conference room, his gaze falling on his master's calm face. A weight that had been hanging over him for a long time finally lifted from his heart. Reborn. One of the regrets he most wanted to make up for was that his master in his previous life had left his post to go to the provincial capital without permission to help him. This caused him to miss the 920 project and even resulted in a disciplinary action. That was the same heavy pain in Lu Li's heart as it was when he was hidden away for 8 years. And now, he has personally reversed the course of history, bit by bit. The immense satisfaction of making up for regrets from a past life is far more exhilarating than receiving a second-class merit award. However, this simple joy did not last long. Lu Li soon discovered a strange thing that he couldn't understand at all. A new broom sweeps clean, but Gao Jianjun's fire hadn't even started burning yet. Instead, people were avoiding him like the plague. As soon as Lu Li appears in the office, the master who was chatting and laughing with others a second ago will definitely find an excuse to slip away the next second. They'd say they needed to attend an emergency meeting at the municipal bureau, or they'd say they needed to inspect the work at a local police station. At the very least, they'd make an excuse to go to the restroom. In short, the key is to resolutely avoid facing oneself. We've bumped into each other head-on in the hallway several times. There's no way to avoid it. He merely nodded hastily, uttered a couple of ahas, his eyes darting around, and then slipped away faster than anyone else. Luli was left standing there, full of questions. What's going on here? I haven't done anything wrong. On the contrary, I just made a great contribution. Why does it feel like my master sees me like a mouse seeing a cat? Do you guys think the captain's been acting a bit strange these past few days? In the tea room, Luli, holding an enamel mug with "Serve the People" printed on it, finally couldn't help but complain to Wei Kong and Zhao Dali. Zhao Dali had just come from the Municipal Bureau's branch office on business and was sitting with his legs crossed, happily drinking the tea that Luli had brewed. After listening, he gave an expression that said, "I saw through everything long ago." Hey, I thought it was something serious. Isn't it obvious? He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Everyone in the entire Huahai Municipal Public Security Bureau knows how protective Lao Gao is of his own. You're his darling now, his precious treasure." At the last celebration banquet, our Captain Qin and Director Zhou both wanted to recruit you to the Municipal Bureau, which scared him. Wei Kong, adjusting his glasses, nodded seriously and analyzed the situation. Brother Dali is right. Captain Gao is probably worried about your transfer to the Municipal Bureau. He's reluctant to let you go, but he's too embarrassed to openly stop you, since it would jeopardize your future. But he's even less willing to let you go. Isn't that a contradiction? He'd rather not see you at all and play the cold shoulder game, hoping you'll feel too embarrassed to ask him for help. Is that so? Luli frowned. He knew his master's temperament. If he really wanted to leave, his master would support him no matter how reluctant he was. If he hadn't just joined the police force and genuinely felt he needed to hone his skills at the grassroots level, he would have even proactively sought a move to a larger platform. It will never be like this again, where I don't even dare to talk to him. There must be other reasons behind this. At this very moment, the person being discussed by his three subordinates was sitting alone in the brand new captain's office, looking at his phone with a worried expression, showing no trace of the high spirits of a newly appointed official. On his phone screen was a WeChat message that his niece had just sent, followed by a playful smiley face emoji. "Second uncle, when is that Officer Lu you mentioned finally available? People want to invite him to dinner to thank him in person for solving such a big case and ridding the people of a scourge, but you've been putting it off for days." Upon seeing this message, Gao Jianjun felt his temples throbbing and his blood pressure spike. He regretted it. "I regret it so much. It's all because I drank those extra few cups of cat pee at the celebration party that night." After a few ounces of baijiu, Chinese liquor, the alcohol took effect, and he completely lost control, immediately making a phone call to his sister-in-law back in their hometown. Fueled by alcohol, he showered his apprentice Lu Li with praise from head to toe, inside and out. They boasted about his intelligence and courage, his boldness and meticulousness, his promising future, and his status as a rising star in the police force. It was all incredibly impressive. Finally, he patted his chest and offered to help him get together with his niece, who had just started working as a nurse at the central hospital. Upon hearing this, the sister-in-law on the other end of the phone was overjoyed and excitedly told her daughter the wonderful news the next day. But after sobering up, Gao Jianjun would involuntarily recall another aloof and refined figure. That girl named Fu Yuning. Whether it was her composure under pressure at the airport, her confident and poised demeanor at the victory banquet, or especially the sparkling light in the girl's eyes when she looked at Lu Li. As someone who's been through it all, he saw it all clearly. Although her own niece was pretty and had a gentle personality, compared to Miss Fu, she was far inferior in both her unique temperament and her ability to fight alongside Lu Li. These two standing together, they're a perfect match. I'm just messing around by pairing up my apprentices and causing them trouble. But the words had already been spoken, and my niece had clearly taken it to heart, bombarding me with WeChat messages every day. He couldn't bring himself to say it, so he told his sister, "Let's just forget about it. Your daughter isn't good enough for my apprentice." Thus, a generation of criminal investigation captain, a tough and resolute man who solved countless cases. Thus, he was driven into a dead end by a drunken rambling, falling into a bittersweet dilemma. The only solution is to avoid Lu Li for the time being and stall for as long as possible. The night was as dark as ink, and the hustle and bustle of the city outside the window gradually subsided. The office of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jing'an branch was still brightly lit. Although the September 20th serial murder case has been successfully solved, the personnel from the 3rd Brigade of the Criminal Investigation Detachment who came to reinforce the team have withdrawn, but there is still a lot of follow-up work to be done. Wei Kong was assigned to organize all the background investigation materials of the main culprit, Gung Weidong, including his complicated interpersonal relationships, the family changes that led to his psychological distortion, and all the old files of the long-bankrupt Hongqing Daily Chemical Factory. The materials were numerous and fragmented, many of them handwritten documents unearthed from dusty archives, with illegible handwriting. Wei Kong felt dizzy and his eyes were so sore that he almost cried. He took off his glasses, rubbed his aching temples, put them back on, and mechanically flipped through the yellowed pages of paper. Time ticked by, and the only sounds in the office were the rustling of papers turning and the clatter of keyboards. Suddenly, his finger stopped on a black-and-white photograph taken from an old household registration file, and he couldn't move it an inch. Chapter 65: The Suspect Missing for 5 Years. Wei Kang's Inner Demon. The photo is a bit blurry, but it shows a woman with a hairstyle popular in the 1990s. She has delicate features and a slight, reserved smile on her lips. Below the photo, the identity information is printed: Lu Yin, ex-wife of Gung Weidong. The moment Wei Kong saw that face, his brows furrowed tightly. How can they look so alike? Lu Yin? Gao Yin? An indelible memory suddenly flooded his mind. Wei Kong felt as if all the blood in his body had been instantly drained, and then rushed wildly to his head in the next second, with a loud roar in his ears. He suddenly stood up, stumbled towards the police computer, opened the city's household registration system, skillfully entered an ID number, and clicked to search. When a woman's household registration photo is fully opened on the computer desktop, Wei Kong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It really is the same person. Gung Weidong's ex-wife, Lu Yin, is actually Gao Yin, the wife of Gao Jin, the murderer who killed his stepfather. Countless painful memories that he had deliberately suppressed surged into his mind in an instant. The impact was so great that the case files in his hands scattered all over the floor. Wei Kong? What's wrong? A veteran detective asked with concern. Wei Kong seemed not to hear, and his body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Lu Li's heart sank, and he immediately realized that the seriousness of the matter was far beyond his imagination. Without asking any further questions, he helped Wei Kong, who was almost unsteady on his feet, and said in a deep voice to his colleagues who were looking at him with concern, "It's okay, he's just too tired. I'll take him out for some fresh air." After saying that, he half-dragged and half-supported Wei Kong and led him away from the office, heading straight for the deserted stairwell at the end of the corridor. With a bang, the fire door slammed shut, cutting off the outside world. In the stairwell, there was only the cold, incandescent light and the stale smell of disinfectant mixed with tobacco. Lu Li released his grip, and Wei Kong slid down the cold wall to the floor like a lump of mud. He clutched his head, his body trembling violently, and suppressed, painful sobs echoed in the empty stairwell, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Li didn't urge him, but silently lit a cigarette and stood quietly in front of him, like a silent statue. He knew that what Wei Kong needed at that moment was not comfort, but a listening ear. After an unknown amount of time, the painful whimpers gradually subsided. Wei Kong slowly raised his head, his face filled with only paleness and despair. "Lu Li," his voice was terribly hoarse. "You've seen my father's picture, haven't you? It's in my wallet." Lu Li nodded. He remembered that he was a middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle smile, exuding a refined and scholarly air. "He's not actually my biological father. My biological father died in a work accident when I was 3 years old. I practically had no concept of a father during my childhood." Wei Kang's voice was soft, as if he were telling a distant story. "His name is Zhang Wentao. He entered my life when I was 9 years old. He's not my biological father, but he's the best person I've ever met. My mom says I've always been stubborn and disobedient, and only he can handle me. He never scolded or hit me. If I made a mistake, he would hold my hand and talk to me for an entire afternoon. In my senior year of high school, I wanted a computer to learn programming, but my mother disagreed, fearing it would interfere with my studies. It was him who secretly saved up his savings for half a year and bought me the best Lenovo laptop available at the time. He said, 'Boys need to know some skills so they can have a bright future.'" At this point, Wei Kong could no longer hold back his tears, which fell in large drops onto the cement ground. But I didn't even have a chance to show him how successful I was. And then he was gone. Wei Kong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, and recreated the crime that had completely torn his life apart. 5 years ago, on the night of August 10th, 2008, I received a call from my mother and rushed home from school overnight. only to find a charred ruin and my stepfather's cold body. The forensic doctor said he had 7 stab wounds, each deep enough to expose bone, with the fatal wound to his heart. He was first murdered, and then his body was burned by the killer. Luli listened in silence. He knew that a bloody case that had been buried for 5 years was slowly being revealed before him. The police quickly identified the suspect back then. Wei Kang's voice was filled with deep-seated hatred. A building materials boss named Gao Jin lives in the old villa next to our house. That area was slated for demolition, and he wanted to seize public space to get more compensation. My stepfather, a longtime member of the Communist Party and stubborn by nature, led the neighbors in a united resistance, effectively isolating him. Later, my stepfather was even interviewed on the local television station because of this, which Gao Jin felt was a public humiliation and a loss of face. On the night of the incident, he had been drinking and rushed into our house with a threaded steel bar that had been sharpened at one end. When the police came to investigate, Gao Jin's wife, Gao Yin, was crying her heart out. She said that Gao Jin had a big fight with her, said that he was going to go to the south to stay with a friend, took 10,000 yuan in cash and left, and never came back. The police later found a long-distance bus ticket stub for a trip to the south, purchased with a fake ID, in a trash can. All the evidence pointed to Gao Jin fleeing to evade his crimes. But he vanished into thin air. 5 years have passed, neither alive nor dead. And Gao Yin, she just stays in that old house that's the only one that hasn't been demolished, always looking like a resentful woman. Everyone thinks she's pitiful. At this point, Wei Kong suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Li, his voice trembling with anger. But if others pity her, who will pity my stepfather or my mother? Do you know why I, a graduate of a top-tier university with a computer science degree, would give up a high-paying job at a listed company to become a police officer? Because I want to catch him with my own hands. I want to bring that bastard Gao Jin back to my stepfather's grave and tell him that the murderer has been brought to justice. For the past 5 years, I've studied like crazy, just to master more skills. I passed the exam to join the police force, but I gave up a job in cybersecurity, which is exactly my major, and instead chose to go to the Jing'an Criminal Investigation Brigade, just so that one day I could personally catch Gao Jin. But I've been working for almost a year, using all my spare time to track down Gao Jin's clues, but I've come up with nothing. I can't do anything. Just now, I was surprised to discover that Gao Jin's wife, Gao Yin, is actually Geng Weidong's ex-wife. Don't you think I'm incredibly ridiculous for not finding this kind of information before? Upon hearing this, Lu Li frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. All the information about Lu Yin from the 920 project kept replaying in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He finally realized where the problem lay. He stared intently at Wei Kong and asked, "Wei Kong, have you ever thought about this?" After Geng Weidong was laid off, his wife Lu Yin, also known as Gao Yin, immediately left him with their child without any hesitation. Why would such a selfish, materialistic woman, who values money above all else, willingly stay in a dilapidated house and wait for her second husband, Gao Jin, for 5 years after he committed murder and became a fugitive wanted nationwide? Lu Li's gaze was sharp as a knife, as if it could pierce through the mists of time. She should have severed ties with him immediately, or even reported him to the authorities to get leniency, then taken the compensation money and started a new life. That would have been more in line with her public image. Wei Kong was stunned. The news that Gao Yin was actually Lu Yin had hit him too hard. He didn't have time to think about the problem from this perspective. Chapter 66 Interrogation of Geng Weidong. Early the next morning, Lu Li knocked on Gao Jianjun's office door. "Enter." Gao Jianjun was making tea when he saw Lu Li and raised an eyebrow slightly. "So early? Is something the matter?" His gaze was somewhat evasive. After a few days, Lu Li had become accustomed to his master's eccentricities. "Master, I have something to report. I want to interrogate Geng Weidong today." Interrogate Geng Weidong? The teacup in Gao Jianjun's hand stopped in midair. When Wei Kong was organizing the files for the 920 case last night, he discovered that Geng Weidong's ex-wife, Lu Yin, was the same woman who was Gao Jin's wife, Gao Yin, the suspect in the Hongqi Road demolition murder case 5 years ago. The same person? The ID number matches, and the photo comparison confirms it. Lu Li paused. After leaving Geng Weidong, Lu Yin changed her name to Gao Yin and married a building materials businessman named Gao Jin. On August 10, 2008, Gao Jin fled after allegedly murdering Wei Kang's stepfather, Zhang Wentao, and has not been apprehended since. I want to go with Wei Kang to interrogate Geng Weidong to learn more about Lu Yan. Gao Jianjun slammed the teacup down on the table. What is Wei Kang's current condition? He's a little down, but he's still in control, Lu Li said. I want to take him to the detention center. Although Wei Kang joined the police force earlier than Lu Li was promoted to a full-fledged officer ahead of time and already had independent law enforcement authority, while Wei Kang still had a few months left. Gao Jianjun frowned. Interrogate Geng Weidong? Is it necessary? I'm mainly verifying a hypothesis. Lu Li's voice was calm. Lu Yan is an extremely selfish and pragmatic woman. She can abandon Geng Weidong, and she can abandon anyone. But after Gao Jin became a wanted criminal, she stayed in the old house for 5 years. This doesn't fit her character. Gao Jianjun stared at Lu Li, not asking for his specific thoughts, but simply asking, what do you want to say? I believe we can find clues about the fugitive suspect Gao Jin from Lu Yan. Gao Jianjun pondered for a moment and said, I know about Gao Jin's case. Both the local police station and our brigade spent a lot of effort investigating it back then, but to no avail. Are you sure you want to tackle this case at this time? Wei Kang needs an answer, Lu Li said. Moreover, if my deduction is correct, the suspect should be brought to justice soon. Gao Jianjun looked at his apprentice and remained silent for a moment. Go, he said. But remember, you're only going to gather information, not to investigate a case. Don't let Wei Kang act impulsively. Clear. Lu Li was somewhat moved, knowing that this was his master protecting him. 9 o'clock in the morning, Huahai City Detention Center. In the interrogation room, Geng Weidong was brought in by 2 police officers. He was wearing a yellow prison uniform and handcuffs, and he looked even thinner than when he was arrested. Upon seeing Lu Li and Wei Kang, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which quickly returned to its deathly calm. Why are you here to talk to me today? Geng Weidong sat down, his voice hoarse. Regarding the case, I've already explained everything I needed to. What else do you want to know? Lu Li walked up to him, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it for him. Geng Weidong took 2 deep breaths, looking completely satisfied. For him, death was essentially an inevitable outcome, and in the limited time he had left, every cigarette was a precious treat. Lu Li spoke after he had smoked half of his cigarette. We're here today to talk to you about your ex-wife, Lu Yan. Geng Weidong's expression changed instantly, and he unconsciously crushed the cigarette but between his fingers. He suddenly raised his head, the handcuffs rattling loudly. What happened to that bitch? Wei Kang sat next to Lu Li, staring intently at Geng Weidong without saying a word. Lu Li's tone remained calm. Her second husband is named Gao Jin. On August 10, 2008, he was suspected of intentional homicide and arson and fled to avoid punishment. It has been 5 years now, and he has not been caught yet. Geng Weidong was stunned. Then he laughed, laughing so hard, he almost fell over. Ha ha ha. Gao Jin, that building materials boss? He killed someone? Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the interrogation room, shrill and manic. Retribution. This is retribution. Geng Weidong laughed until tears streamed down his face. Back then, that bitch looked down on me because I was poor and had no future, so she took her daughter and followed Gao Jin. She said Gao Jin was rich and capable. And now? Now Gao Jin is a murderer too. Ha ha ha. Wei Kang's fists clenched so tightly under the table that they cracked. Lu Li pressed down on his wrist, signaling him to calm down. The laughter gradually subsided. Geng Weidong, panting heavily, looked up, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. You've come to ask me because you want to know Lu Yan's whereabouts? No, Lu Li said. We want to know what kind of person Lu Yan is. Geng Weidong's expression froze. He stared at Lu Li, his eyes becoming complicated. What kind of person? He murmured to himself. Have you discovered something? Lu Li did not answer, but just looked at him quietly. Geng Weidong remained silent for a long time. That woman, his voice turned low, is the most selfish, realistic, and cold-blooded person I've ever met in my life. She married me because I was a key technical worker in the factory and had a promising future. She had a daughter because she wanted a child to keep me tied down. When the factory closed down and I was laid off, she didn't even last 3 months before she left with her daughter. Geng Weidong raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. When she left, she said she wanted to start over and cut all ties with the past. Lu Li noticed Geng Weidong's expression and already made his judgment, but he still asked again. If I told you that after Gao Jin committed murder and fled, Lu Yin chose to stay alone in their old house, which was the only house in the demolition zone that hadn't been demolished. What would you think? That's impossible. Geng Weidong's face was filled with disbelief. Given Lu Yan's selfish nature, she wouldn't wait for anyone. Unless. He suddenly stopped, his eyes sharpening. Unless that person can offer her enough benefits, or there are other reasons. For example? For example, Geng Weidong thought for a long time before hesitantly speaking. For example, that man is somewhere she can see him at any time. Wei Kong suddenly stood up, causing his chair to tip backward. What did you say? Sit down, Lu Li said in a deep voice. Wei Kong, panting heavily, sat down again, but his eyes were fixed on Geng Weidong. Geng Weidong looked at Wei Kong, then at Lu Li, and suddenly understood something. You suspect Gao Jin didn't run away? Lu Li did not deny it. If Gao Jin really had absconded, given Lu Yan's personality, she would have severed ties with him immediately and remarried with the compensation money, Lu Li said. But she stayed for 5 years, which doesn't make sense. Geng Weidong squinted. You're right. He nodded slowly. That woman couldn't possibly live a life of widowhood for 5 years for a fugitive. Unless that fugitive is right next to her. The air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze at that moment, and Wei Kang's breathing became rapid. Lu Li looked at Geng Weidong. You know Lu Yan. If Gao Jin really goes into hiding, what will she do? Geng Weidong thought for a moment. She would arrange everything perfectly, he said. She is a very meticulous person and very patient. When she was living with me, she appeared to be incredibly virtuous on the surface, but she was already looking for someone else behind my back. If Gao Jin really didn't leave, she would definitely find a way to hide him and then pretend to be a pitiful person who has been abandoned. This way we can fool the police, and also. Geng Weidong paused for a moment, then said, they can then raise prices on the spot and wait to collect the demolition compensation. Lu Li nodded and stood up. Thank you for your cooperation. Wait, Geng Weidong called out to him. If you really want to investigate this case, remember to do it as soon as possible. A hint of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes. I want to know what will happen to that bitch before I carry it out. Stepping out of the detention center, the sunlight was blinding. Wei Kong stood at the door, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. Lu Li, could Gao Jin really still be in Huahai? Whether they're there or not, we'll find out by checking. Where do we go now? Now, let's go to Gao Yan's house. Lu Li stubbed out his cigarette. Let's see for ourselves what that woman is really guarding. Chapter 67, The 4-Meter-High Fortress. The Volkswagen Santana left the detention center and merged into the traffic, heading towards the Hongqi Road area on the outskirts of the city. Lu Li sat in the passenger seat, his expression calm, his gaze fixed on the rapidly receding street scene outside the car window. Before 2008, the Hongqi Road area was an old urban village in the eastern suburbs of Huahai City, adjacent to a state-owned agricultural machinery factory that had been closed for many years. As the city expanded, this area was planned as a new upscale residential area, and demolition work was subsequently initiated. Gao Jin's house is the only detached 2-story building in the entire area, and it is also the most stubborn holdout. After Zhang Wentao was killed in the 810 case, this old-fashioned villa could not be demolished temporarily because the owner, Gao Jin, had fled and disappeared. The developers couldn't wait any longer, so they had no choice but to bypass this tough issue and completely abandon the area. As the car rounded an intersection, the view suddenly opened up. That solitary 2-story building came into view at the end of the horizon. Wei Kong instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the car slowed down instantly. Even from hundreds of meters away, the oppressive feeling emanating from that building was still overwhelming. I don't know when it started, but that lonely little building was completely surrounded by a gray brick wall nearly 4 meters high. At the top of the wall, there was a circle of rusty wire mesh with several faded warning signs hanging on it. Beware of vicious dogs, do not approach. Inside the walls, one could vaguely see the villa's gray roof and the tightly closed windows on the second floor. Woof, woof, woof. Before the car even got close, a fierce barking came from inside the yard, sending chills down one's spine even through the thick wall. The two got out of the car and approached the 4-meter-high wall. The oppressive atmosphere grew even stronger. The iron gate was locked, and a sign that read, "No entry to private residence," was also hanging on it. Lu Li rang the electronic doorbell by the door. The piercing ringing of the bell made the barking of the dogs in the yard even more frantic. After waiting for more than a minute, the video phone on the door was finally connected, and a wary female voice came through. "Who is it?" Hello, we are from the criminal investigation team of Jing'an branch. We are here for a routine follow-up visit. Lu Li spoke calmly to the camera. The other side fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The two waited for 2 or 3 minutes before the heavy iron door clicked open a crack. Lu Li peeked through the crack in the door. The yard wasn't big, but it was kept very clean. A large black Tibetan Mastiff was chained in an iron cage in the corner, baring its teeth at the two men and emitting threatening growls. A middle-aged woman dressed in pajamas stood inside the door, looking at them coldly. She was Gao Yan, her eyes filled with wariness and scrutiny as she looked Lu Li and Wei Kong up and down. A routine follow-up visit? It's been 5 years. What are you still doing coming back for? Gao Yan's tone was filled with undisguised hostility. Ms. Gao, we just want to know if you have received any news about Gao Jin in the past 5 years. Lu Li's expression and tone were completely businesslike, devoid of any personal emotion. This sentence was like igniting a powder keg. The wariness on Gao Yan's face was instantly replaced by grief and indignation. As if she had suffered a great injustice, her voice suddenly rose, and her eyes instantly reddened. News? How would I know anything about him? He's a damn bastard who destroyed this family, ran away, and left all this mess for me, a woman. And you police, 5 years have passed, and you haven't caught a single ghost. And now you have the nerve to come and ask me? The greatest favor you can do for me is not harassing me. Then, she abruptly changed the subject and began to tearfully accuse him. Do you know what I've been through these past 5 years? My neighbors gossip about me behind my back, saying I'm the wife of a murderer. My son can't hold his head up at school and doesn't even want to come home. I'm stuck in this godforsaken place, unable to leave or demolish it, living a life that's neither human nor ghost. More than any of you, I want that bastard Gao Jin caught. Only when he's caught can I be free and escape this cage. Wei Kong stood aside, watching the woman's performance of turning black into white, and his anger suddenly surged up. Gao Yan, stop putting on an act. If you had nothing to hide, why would you build such a high wall and keep 2 Tibetan Mastiffs? Wei Kong finally couldn't hold back any longer, stepped forward, and shouted sternly. What's wrong with me building a high wall? What's wrong with raising Tibetan Mastiffs? Gao Jin killed someone and ran away. I'm a woman living alone here. Shouldn't I be worried about being harassed or retaliated against? Gao Yan was speaking for a while when she suddenly stared at Wei Kang's face and said excitedly, it's you. You're Zhang Wentao's son. What are you doing here? Gao Jin killed your father. You have the guts to arrest him. What kind of guts do you have to come here and bully a woman like me? In front of the two of them, she took her phone out of her pocket, dialed a number, and put it on speakerphone. Hello? Is this Director Zhang? This is Gao Yan from Hongqi Road. Yes, it's me. I want to report something to you. My husband killed someone, but I didn't do it. I cooperated with whatever the police wanted to investigate or search, but they still haven't caught him. Now I'm a woman left alone, stuck in this dilapidated house every day. Now, to make matters worse, they've sent 2 young police officers to my door to harass me and interrogate me. Am I, a family member of a suspect, just supposed to be subjected to this secondary harm? Is there no law left? You have to stand up for me. A calm male voice came from the other end of the phone, reassuring the caller and promising to immediately report the situation to the relevant leaders of the municipal bureau. Gao Yan hung up the phone, tears streaming down her face, but a barely perceptible hint of smugness lurked in her eyes. Wei Kong was so angry that his knuckles turned white, and he was about to step forward to argue. Lu Li grabbed him and calmly said to Gao Yan, Ms. Gao, I apologize for disturbing you. After saying that, he gave Wei Kong no chance to speak and forcibly pulled him out of the iron gate. The heavy iron gate slammed shut behind them, cutting off the woman's view and temporarily ending the confrontation. Lu Li, why are you pulling me? That woman is lying. She's acting. As soon as he got into the car, Wei Kong exploded. I know, Lu Li replied calmly. You know you're just going to let it go like this? You're just going to slink away like this. What else? Lu Li started the car. Should we argue with her? Or break in without a warrant? Lu Li knew in his heart that the more hysterical Gao Yan acted, the more it proved the fear deep in her heart. The Santana did not drive directly back to the branch office. Lu left the car and stopped in a resettlement community built a few years ago. Get off. What are you doing? Wei Kang's emotions were still not calm. We'll conduct outreach. Lu Li said succinctly. If she won't let us in, we'll ask others. This resettlement community houses many of the old neighbors from the Hongqi Road area. Lu Li, accompanied by a dejected Wei Kong, went door to door, asking around. Most people avoided the topic of Gao Yin and Gao Jin, waving their hands in refusal to discuss it, until they entered an apartment building and knocked on the door of an elderly woman with white hair. Chapter 68 Data Doesn't Lie. The old lady still remembered Wei Kang's father, Zhang Wentao. She sighed repeatedly when she mentioned him, saying he was a good man and it was a pity. When Lu Li casually inquired about Gao Yan's family situation, the old lady started talking nonstop. That woman Gao Yan is really something now. Nobody dares to mess with her. It's just that her child is pitiful. The old lady lowered her voice. He's in his final year of high school this year. I heard he's doing quite well academically, but he's become very withdrawn and doesn't like to talk. He used to be such a lively child. The old lady paused, then added a crucial piece of information. The school gives us a monthly break once a month. Other kids are eager to go home, but he prefers to stay in the school dormitory alone rather than go home. The old lady's words caught Lu Li's attention. Why is a high school senior, who is about to take the college entrance examination and is under great pressure, so reluctant to go home? When the two returned to the branch office, they saw their mentor, Gao Jianjun, sitting in his seat with a dark expression, holding a telephone receiver, as if he had just finished a call. Seeing Lu Li and Wei Kong enter, he hung up the phone. You went to Hongqi Road? Gao Yan's complaint calls have even reached the city bureau leaders. Wei Kong wanted to speak up in defense, but Lu Li stopped him. Master, we've caused you trouble. It's all right. Gao Jianjun shook his head. However, until we have solid evidence, we shouldn't contact Gao Yan again. Understood, Master. Lu Li pulled Wei Kong back to the main office. Wei Kong plopped back down in his seat, ran his hands through his hair, and exuded a strong sense of defeat. The newly ignited flame of hope seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. This is it, he muttered to himself. Captain Gao won't let us investigate anymore. Who said that? Lu Li's words startled him slightly. What do you mean? Master only told us to stay away from Gao Yin for the time being. He didn't say we couldn't continue to pursue Gao Jin. Besides, haven't we already achieved what we wanted today? So what should we investigate now? Wei Kong looked at his colleague, who had joined the police force even later than him, with anticipation. I don't know when it started, but I've gotten used to following his arrangements. Lu Li smiled. He already had a plan in mind. Gao Yin possesses exceptional counter-surveillance awareness and psychological resilience far exceeding that of ordinary people. Conventional visits and inquiries are ineffective against her and might even alert her. Therefore, it is necessary to find evidence that she cannot control or fake and that objectively reflects her living conditions. By 2013, big data and information technology infrastructure had begun to take shape. Although it was far from the comprehensive network of surveillance systems that would be deployed in later years, the technological resources available to the police had made a qualitative leap compared to 5 years earlier, in 2008. Don't be discouraged. If conventional methods don't work, we'll use unconventional ones. Draft a letter of assistance now. A letter of assistance? To whom? Wei Kong looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. Huahai City Power Company. Lu Li's gaze was calm and sharp. Request the retrieval of monthly electricity usage data for the household at number 17 Hongqi Road, the homeowner Gao Jin's family, from August 2008 to the present, for a full 5 years. Wei Kong was stunned. Electricity usage data? What can this data reveal? A person's life cannot be separated from clothing, food, housing, transportation, water, electricity, and gas. Lu Li patiently explained. These data are like a family's most honest ledger, truthfully recording the resident's life trajectory. Gao Yin can act, but the electricity meter cannot. A glimmer of light returned to Wei Kang's eyes. Although he hadn't fully grasped the key to it, Lu Li's powerful confidence had inspired him. Without further hesitation, he immediately turned on his computer and began drafting the letter of assistance. The next morning, the stamped letter of assistance was delivered to the municipal power company. At 3 p.m., an encrypted spreadsheet was sent to Wei Kang's email address on time. The table meticulously lists the electricity consumption for 62 months, from August 2008 to September 2013, accurate to 2 decimal places. Wei Kong printed out the spreadsheet and laid it all over his desk. He took a ruler and compared the data line by line and month by month, trying to find a pattern in the dry numbers. Lu Li didn't urge him, but just stood aside and watched quietly. He needs Wei Kong to discover this crucial anomaly himself, as it is essential for rebuilding his confidence. Time passed by, second by second. Wei Kang's brows furrowed at times and relaxed at others. He first ruled out seasonal factors that cause fluctuations in electricity consumption, such as air conditioning in the summer and electric heating in the winter. He then divided the data into several phases for comparison. Suddenly, his finger stopped on the line of data from September 2010. No, this isn't right. Wei Kang's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Li, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What's wrong? Lu Li asked knowingly. Gao Rui, Gao Yan's son Gao Rui. Wei Kang pointed to several data points he had circled in red pen. During our visit, we learned that Gao Rui entered the #1 high school in the city in September 2010. In order to prepare for the college entrance examination, he started living at school from then on. He only went home once a month. He picked up another set of student records for Gao Rui and compared the two. Look, starting in September 2010, the family went from having 2 people living there permanently to having only Gao Yan living there permanently. Logically, the household electricity consumption should have decreased significantly. But look at these figures. Wei Kang's finger scribbled forcefully across the form. After September 2010, the average monthly electricity consumption of this house did not decrease significantly compared to before. It remained at around 200 kilowatt hours per month. This is not a normal electricity consumption level for a woman living alone. There's something fishy going on here. By the end, Wei Kang's voice was trembling with excitement. Faced with cold, objective data, Gao Yan's tearful performance yesterday seemed so ridiculous and pale. Lu Li, thank you. His eyes were brighter than ever before. The doubts that arose from Gao Yan's complaint during the previous home visit vanished at this moment. Now is not the time to talk about this. This electricity usage data is just one piece of evidence, but it is not enough for us to obtain a search warrant. He calmly analyzed. Gao Yan has a very strong sense of counter-surveillance. After our visit yesterday, she will definitely be more vigilant. Conventional visits and investigations are no longer possible, so we must change the direction of our investigation. Lu Li walked to the window, looked at the distant horizon, his gaze deep. As long as Gao Jin is alive, he needs to eat, drink, and relieve himself. If he is indeed hiding in that villa and unable to contact the outside world, then Gao Yan is his only link to the outside world. Whether it's purchasing food or disposing of household waste, Gao Yan will inevitably leave traces. Especially the garbage. Lu Li's tone became particularly certain. An adult male will inevitably produce special garbage that is different from that of a woman. Gao Yan is so cautious. She would never mix these things with ordinary kitchen waste. He turned around and looked at Wei Kang. I went to my mentor for technical support to monitor Gao Yan 24 hours a day. People can be hidden, but trash always needs a place to be disposed of. Chapter 69, The Truth in the Trash. Lu Li gently knocked on Gao Jianjun's office door. Come in. Lu Li pushed open the door and placed the electricity consumption report marked with abnormal data and a monitoring application on Gao Jianjun's desk. Gao Jianjun picked up the report, his expression shifting from doubt to seriousness, and finally to a barely concealed smile. He didn't ask anything, but simply picked up a pen and signed his name on the surveillance application in a flamboyant manner. Be careful and don't expose yourself, he solemnly instructed. Clear. A 24/7 surveillance network was quietly set in motion. Instead of using the distinctive Santana from the branch office, they borrowed an unremarkable silver-gray minivan from the city bureau. The interior of the vehicle has been modified, the rear seats have been removed and replaced with monitoring equipment and mattresses for short rests. On the first day, the van stopped in a parking lot in a residential area 300 meters away from the villa. From there, one could clearly observe the villa's gate through the gaps in the trees using a high-powered telescope. Gao Yan's life is extremely regular. At 9 o'clock in the morning, she drove her black Toyota Camry out on time. Keep up. Wei Kang immediately started the car and followed at a distance that wasn't too close. However, they soon discovered the woman's cunning. Instead of going directly to the supermarket or shopping mall, Gao Yan wandered aimlessly around the city. She would sometimes speed up and sometimes stop abruptly on the side of the road without warning. She's testing us. She's using counter-surveillance. Wei Kang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms slightly sweaty. This cat-and-mouse game was a tremendous test of both the stalker's psychology and skill. Lu Li sat in the passenger seat, intently observing the rearview mirror. Keep your distance, don't follow too closely. Only follow her if she disappears from the rearview mirror for more than 5 seconds, Lu Li calmly instructed. He knew in his heart that Gao Yan's behavior was both a sign of caution and a sign of guilt. The more she acted this way, the more it proved that there was a huge secret hidden in that villa. After driving around for nearly an hour, Gao Yan seemed to confirm that she was not being followed before she drove her car into the underground parking garage of a large supermarket. Lu Li and Wei Kong did not follow them inside. They simply stood guard at the exit. Half an hour later, Gao Yan came out pushing a shopping cart full of food and daily necessities and put the items into the trunk. What did she buy? Wei Kong observed through his binoculars. They're all regular things: vegetables, milk, bread. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Lu Li frowned slightly. Gao Yan drove home, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Camry drove out of the villa again. This time, she drove straight to the outskirts of the city in the east, until she stopped the car next to a fire where garbage was being burned in a rural area. She quickly threw a black plastic bag into the fire, the whole process taking no more than 30 seconds. This is bad, Lu Li thought to himself. After Gao Yan left, they drove over, only to find a pile of still warm ashes left in the fire. In their first encounter, they missed their target. The next day, at the same time, along the same route, Gao Yan drove out again, this time to a large garbage transfer station several kilometers away. She skillfully threw several garbage bags from her car into a huge compression container and then drove away. Lu Li and Wei Kong immediately stepped forward and searched through the stinking garbage heap for a long time, only to find a few bags containing ordinary kitchen waste, which contained nothing but vegetable leaves and fruit peels. Has she already discovered us? Wei Kong slammed his fist on the steering wheel, his voice full of frustration. She changes locations every day. There's nothing we can do. 2 consecutive days of failures have brought the investigation to a standstill once again. Gao Yan is like a slippery eel, always managing to handle any potentially exposed clues with the utmost care. Lu Li sat in the car, silent. He was reviewing all of Gao Yan's actions over the past 2 days. No, she didn't find us, Lu Li suddenly said, his tone certain. Why? If she really found out, she wouldn't have gone out today, or she would have used a more extreme method to warn us, such as calling that NPC deputy again. Lu Li analyzed. She did this not because she discovered us, but because she has been doing this for the past 5 years. It has become a habit ingrained in her. Lu Li knew perfectly well that a criminal, over a period of 5 years, would inevitably develop a fixed, self-perceived, and absolutely safe pattern of behavior in order to cover up a secret. Gao Yan's daily changes of where she disposed of her trash were a manifestation of this morbid caution. However, Lu Li changed the subject. Humans are not machines. There must be an underlying logic behind their habits. Incinerators can completely destroy evidence, but they are not something you encounter every day. Garbage transfer stations are crowded and chaotic, and they handle ordinary garbage. She must also have a fixed location specifically for disposing of those special garbage. This place must meet 2 conditions. It must be remote enough, and it must allow the garbage to disappear reasonably. A remote construction waste dump? Wei Kong blurted out instinctively. Lu Li's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, a construction waste dump. It's piled with discarded bricks, stones, and concrete blocks. It smells pungent and is rarely visited. Throwing a black garbage bag in there is like a drop of water flowing into the ocean. It won't attract anyone's attention at all. Expand the surveillance area. Lu Li made a decision immediately. Request support from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Skynet Center to retrieve all driving records of this Camry for the past month. Focus on the early morning hours and all records of it passing through remote areas. Although this Skynet project, launched in 2013, has not yet fully covered every corner of the city, high-definition cameras have been installed on major roads and key intersections. This is the most powerful technological weapon they currently have at their disposal. The request was quickly approved. That afternoon, a detailed vehicle trajectory analysis report was sent over. Wei Kong sat in front of the computer, matching the time and location in the report with a map one by one, analyzing the surveillance video frame by frame. Time passed by, and the only sounds in the office were the clicks of the mouse and the tapping of the keyboard. Found it. At 10 p.m., Wei Kong suddenly let out a low growl and stood up abruptly from his chair. He pointed to a surveillance video on the screen. The footage was somewhat blurry because it was filmed at night, but it was still legible. At 4:13 a.m. this morning, this car appeared on the auxiliary road of the Ring Expressway in the south of the city. Look here. He froze the image and zoomed in. In the video, Gao Yan's Camry makes a brief stop at a fork in the road before turning onto a dirt road without streetlights. According to the map, the end of this dirt road leads to a long-abandoned construction waste dump. She turned off all her car lights. If it weren't for the camera at this intersection being positioned so sharply, it wouldn't have captured anything, Wei Kong said excitedly. The video shows that about 10 minutes later, the Camry drove out of the dirt road and back onto the auxiliary road. Lu Li's eyes instantly sharpened. Walk. Without further ado, the monitoring team members grabbed flashlights and evidence collection kits and headed straight for the south of the city. In the dead of night, the construction waste dump was filled with the pungent smell of dust, rotting matter, and chemicals. Let's split up and search. The black plastic bag must be heavy. Several people turned on their powerful flashlights and began a difficult search through the enormous pile of garbage. The ground was covered in broken bricks and steel bars. One wrong step could lead to a trip or cut. Waves of stench assaulted their nostrils, making them want to vomit. Wei Kang's eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't feel tired at all. Lu Li, come here quickly. Over here. Half an hour later, the search finally yielded results. Wei Kong picked out a heavy black plastic bag from under a pile of discarded asbestos tiles. The bag was tied in a tight knot and had an outer layer, making it look unusually heavy. Chapter 70. Dig deeper tunnels, store more grain. The two exchanged a glance. Lu Li put on rubber gloves and carefully untied the bag. A pungent, sour odor, a mixture of smoke, alcohol, and rotting food, wafted towards us. The contents of the bag made Wei Kang's breath catch in his throat. 2 empty German dark beer bottles, with water droplets still clinging to them, were clearly thrown away recently. A pair of men's underwear, size 4XL, was deliberately cut to shreds. The cigarette butts of several Zhonghua cigarettes still had faint teeth marks on the filters. In addition, there are a large number of packaging bags for high-calorie foods, such as chocolate, beef jerky, and potato chips. The amount clearly exceeds the normal consumption of a single woman. Wei Kong stared intently at the physical evidence, especially the few Zhonghua cigarette butts. 5 years ago, Gao Jin, the murderer who killed his father, smoked this brand of cigarettes. Lu Li ignored the agitated Wei Kong and calmly gave his instructions. Don't touch it. Protect the scene. After speaking, he took out an evidence bag and carefully sealed away the beer bottle, underwear tag fragments, cigarette butts, and other items one by one with tweezers. Send it back to the technical team immediately. Lu Li handed the sealed evidence bag to Wei Kong, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Extract the DNA and fingerprints from it and compare them with the biological samples reserved in Gao Jin's file. Okay. Wei Kong took the evidence bag as if he had taken on a heavy burden. He knew that they were only one final, and most crucial, hurdle away from the truth. But he believes that the door will open soon. The conference room of the Criminal Investigation Department of Jing'an Branch. The atmosphere was even more oppressive than the gloomy sky outside the window. Gao Jianjun sat in the main seat with a solemn expression. Deputy Captain Li Chongxing and Technical Office Director Han Weiguo were also present. Both of them participated in the investigation of the 8.10 case 5 years ago. Lu Li and Wei Kong sat opposite them, with photos of physical evidence collected from the construction waste site spread out on the table. The sample has been sent to the Municipal Bureau's technical team for expedited comparison. The results should be available by tomorrow morning at the earliest. Lu Li first reported on the progress, his voice not loud, but unusually clear in the stuffy air. Li Chongxing picked up a photo of a broken Zhonghua cigarette, but examined it for a long time, and then slowly spoke. Gao Jin has a heavy smoking habit, only smoking hard-packed Zhonghua cigarettes. This habit seems to have not changed. Han Weiguo picked up the photo of the 4XL size underwear tag, frowned and said, Gao Jin is 1.85 meters tall and weighs over 180 kilograms. This size matches. The initial details match. Xiao Lu Xiao Wei. Li Chongsheng put down the photos, looked at the two of them, and his eyes were somewhat complicated. Your investigative approach is novel and effective. When this case occurred 5 years ago, our entire team was mobilized, and we identified the suspect, Gao Jin, in less than 24 hours. However, the pursuit of Gao Jin consumed too much of our energy. Li Chongxing recalled what happened back then. Back then, when we identified Gao Jin as the suspect, he had already disappeared. We investigated Gao Yin immediately, and the information we received was that he took 10,000 yuan from home and fled to the south. We also found Gao Yin's ticket purchase records. In order to catch him, Our entire brigade was divided into 4 groups and traveled thousands of miles to several key areas to conduct investigations, but we found nothing. In the years that followed, no matter what case we were handling, we would try to find out anything about Gao Jin. If there was even the slightest possibility of a clue, we would immediately send someone to verify it. But every time, it was all in vain. It was as if Gao Jin had completely vanished from the face of the earth. Li Changxing's understated narration reveals the immense effort and dedication the entire Jing'an Criminal Investigation Brigade had poured into capturing Gao Jin. I have to admit that we did overlook electricity consumption data and waste analysis back then. But there is a problem. Li Changxing's gaze became unusually sharp. If Gao Jin really hid in that villa for 5 years, we searched that small villa more than once back then in order to catch him. He paused, then asked, word by word, "Why didn't we find him? How could a living person disappear right under our noses?" This is the most fatal flaw in the entire chain of reasoning. If they cannot reasonably explain how an A-level wanted criminal disappeared into thin air despite repeated police searches, then even if the DNA comparison results come out, all their inferences will seem unfounded. A suffocating silence fell over the meeting room once again. Gao Jianjun looked at Lu Li with a calm expression, noticing that his apprentice's expression remained as calm as a deep pool. Instead of directly answering Li Changxing's question, he threw the question back at him. "Captain Li, you're a veteran of Huahai. Do you still remember what kind of work unit was in the Hongqi Road area back in the 70s and 80s? Li Changxing was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Li to suddenly ask about old matters from decades ago. He frowned, trying hard to remember. Hongqi Road. In the 1970s and 80s, it was still a rural-urban fringe area, a wasteland, he muttered to himself, recalling for a full minute before suddenly slapping his thigh. "I remember now. It seems to be an agricultural machinery factory, a small state-owned agricultural machinery factory in the suburbs. Later the factory went bankrupt, and the land was taken by developers to build these villas now. That's it." Lu Li felt a weight lifted from his heart, as this information perfectly matched the memories of his past life. "Master, Captain Li, I need to verify a hypothesis." He immediately stood up and said to Wei Kong, "Come on, come with me somewhere." "Where to?" Wei Kong asked, looking bewildered. "Municipal Urban Construction Archives." An hour later, at the Huahai City Urban Construction Archives, Lu Li explained his purpose to the archive staff, presenting his police ID and letter of introduction. "I request access to the engineering drawings of the Hongqi Road area from the 1970s. With the help of staff, they found a scroll wrapped in craft paper with torn edges deep inside a dusty metal cabinet. The drawings were carefully unfolded on the large table in the reading room. The map above, drawn with the unique duckbill pen and engineering lettering of the time, is titled Distribution Map of Civil Defense Projects of Dongfeng People's Commune Agricultural Machinery Repair and Manufacturing Plant in Huahai City." Lu Li's gaze swept quickly across the complex blueprints. Finally, his finger stopped precisely in one of the inconspicuous corners. "Found it." Wei Kong immediately moved closer. Where Lu Li was pointing, there was a symbol marked in red pen, and next to it were 3 words written in elegant song typeface: air raid shelter. Next to the coordinates of that air raid shelter, a line of small print was marked in pencil. 25.2 meters long, 3.8 meters wide, and 2.5 meters deep, capable of accommodating 150 to 200 people for emergency shelter. Wei Kong had already realized something. He took out his phone, pulled up an electronic map, and compared the coordinates of the air raid shelter with the location of Gao Jin's villa. The 2 coordinate points are exactly the same. This is impossible. Dig deep tunnels and store plenty of grain." Lu Li's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry the power to transcend time and space. During the special period of the 1970s, a large number of civil defense projects were built all over the country. This air raid shelter in the agricultural machinery factory is just one of the thousands of remnants of that era. Later, as times changed, most of these projects were abandoned, filled in, or simply forgotten by people. Lu Li didn't stop there. He then went to the Housing Administration Bureau to retrieve the property ownership change records of Gao Jin's villa. The records clearly show that the first owner of the villa was Wang Xiangyang, the father of Gao Jin's ex-wife Wang Jihong. The elderly man bought the land in the early 1990s and built the villa,